Darkness, an infinite abyss, a sensation of weightlessness, coupled with the tautness of his body, invoked in Shen Ming a haunting familiarity, as if he had traversed this realm before. As his consciousness gradually emerged from the haze, he endeavored to think. Soon, all his senses sharpened, revealing that he was plummeting through the void. He awoke in a haze, having died once more. A bullet to the head had rendered his demise swift and decisive, extinguishing his life in an instant. Flashes of memories from the past 3 years flickered through his mind, each frame etched with caution and trepidation. Despite living in constant fear, he ultimately succumbed to the grim reality, losing his life yet again. How many times had this occurred? The count eluded him, and he was weary, no longer wishing to struggle. He found himself reminiscing about his past experiences, a profound fatigue enveloping him from within. This narrative began 3 years prior. Shen Ming, a 26-year-old employee at a modest IT company in a third-tier city, had a rather tumultuous background. From his earliest memories, his mother had been absent. According to his father, she had perished in a car accident shortly after giving birth. Following his mother's tragic departure, his father descended further into recklessness, becoming notorious in their small hometown for his indulgence in vice. Before Shen Ming completed elementary school, he had frequented the police station countless times with his grandfather to retrieve his father. Perhaps out of concern for Shen Ming, his father, though reckless, never fully embraced a life behind bars, managing to avoid incarceration. However, the experience of living in a single-parent household abruptly ceased when he entered junior high. It seemed even fate could not bear to witness Shen Ming's father dragging a hollow shell through life. In the second year of junior high, while attending class, he received the heart-wrenching news that his father had passed away despite efforts to revive him. The police officer who delivered the news explained that a woman from a nearby salon had reported the incident that morning, leading to his father's hurried transport to the city hospital. But it was too late for salvation. Shen Ming recognized the salon worker. Having seen her a few times, she resided in the alley behind their neighborhood. He had a vague understanding of the circumstances and chose not to delve deeper. His father's only kindness had been the absence of domestic abuse and insults, leaving little else to recall. Though he referred to him as a father, their encounters were fewer than those with the school principal. Shen Ming had always lived with his grandfather until high school, after which his grandfather and uncle relocated to the United States. Upon gaining admission to a nondescript university, Shen Ming could only reminisce about his grandfather through the monthly remittances sent to his bank account. His university experience was unremarkable, and after graduation, he worked at an average company for 4 years. One fateful day, while returning home from work, he caught sight of a luxurious sports car he had only seen online, and in an instant, he felt himself lifted from the ground, suspended in mid-air, witnessing the car from every angle. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ming mused that such an exit was not without its merits. Although he harbored no memories of his mother, departing this world in a similar fashion might lead to a reunion in another realm. Then, he plunged into the boundless darkness. Shen Ming had never encountered death and remained oblivious to the fate of one's consciousness after life. As he recognized his ongoing descent, a terror stemming from the abruptness of his demise engulfed him. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he sensed that he could not continue to fall. He feared that if he surrendered to this descent, he would ultimately disintegrate. Ceasing to exist, he resolved to take action, struggling with all his might. It felt akin to a non-swimmer instinctively flailing for help. Yet, he felt no corporeal body, no feedback from his limbs. His consciousness fought against the inexorable pull of descent, resisting what he understood as true death. At last, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, he glimpsed a flicker of light ahead, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline. He endeavored to move toward the light, believing it to be the key to escaping death. Time and again, his consciousness propelled him toward that illumination, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach, steadfast in its position. Just as he thought he would plummet past this final opportunity, he was abruptly enveloped by the light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, greeted by heavy panting. Shen Ming realized he had returned to life. Before him lay a sparse, starry sky. The sensations coursing through his head and body confirmed he was lying on the ground, and the acrid stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was merely 5 p.m. when he finished work. Yet the darkness suggested it was nearing midnight. Had no one come to his aid? While his office was not in the city center, it was situated among dozens of companies and 3 shopping malls. The streets were often bustling with people. Were humanity's hearts so cold that no one would even call for help? In that moment, Shen Ming felt disillusioned with the world. As he attempted to rise and assess his surroundings, he discovered his arms lacked strength, and a sharp pain gripped his lower chest. The sensations of agony flooded back to him, compelling a cry to escape his lips. He glanced sideways and realized he was on muddy ground, evidently having been thrown into a flower bed. Before he could contemplate further, a bloodied face loomed over him, matted, filthy hair framing hollow eyes that exuded rage. Its features grotesquely contorted. Shen Ming's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening at the horrific visage hovering so near, momentarily overshadowing his pain. What in the world was that? Suddenly, the grotesque face opened its mouth, fragments of bone and flesh spilling forth onto Shen Ming's face. Before he could react, 2 abnormally thick hands brandished a crude wooden object, swinging it toward his head. Thud. The world faded into darkness once more. Surely this is just a dream? Still reeling from the recent terror, Shen Ming found himself plunged back into the abyss of descent. He took a moment to calm himself, contemplating that the good news was he likely hadn't died completely. The bad news was that it felt no different than being entirely dead. He pondered his predicament, yet for a young man grounded in materialism, it was utterly incomprehensible, until he once again spotted that glimmer of light and commenced his tentative movements. Inevitably, he revived, though not entirely. Soon, he returned once more, this time to a more terrifying experience. Upon opening his eyes, he felt himself being consumed by some entity. Just as consciousness flickered back, he sensed his lower body had vanished, and before he could grasp the situation, he was drawn back again. After enduring this cycle dozens of times, Shen Ming finally came to understand his condition. He appeared to be trapped in a state of perpetual resurrection. That flicker of light served as the portal to revival. Rather than resurrection, it could be more aptly termed a transference. For he discovered that each time he revived, he emerged grievously injured, wounds of such severity that they rendered him beyond the point of rescue. Thus, he felt that the original owner of this body had perished, allowing him to traverse into this vessel and revive. However, each time he returned to life, the environment was fraught with peril, teeming with a myriad of unimaginable and unseen creatures. Had it not been for the occasional glimpses of living humans, he might have believed he had been transported to a dreadful world where humans were prey. With the realization of his ability to resurrect, Shen Ming gradually grew bolder, emboldened to undertake various experiments to ascertain whether he could survive in such a terrifying milieu and to better comprehend his post-resurrection circumstances. This endeavor was repeated countless times. Eventually, Shen Ming felt a sense of numbness towards death. He could even sketch a brief account of his own tragic demise, perhaps authoring a work titled The 1,000 Ways to Die. Endlessly cycling through darkness and revival, he lost track of time. With each iteration, he became increasingly certain that the realm of his resurrection was entirely distinct from Blue Star. He encountered unusual humans who conversed in an unintelligible tongue, various humanoid creatures, wielding tools and weapons reminiscent of those found in science fiction films. Moreover, there were grotesque monsters, each more distorted than the last, continuously reshaping Shen Ming's understanding of this world. Until one day, after reviving, he found himself surrounded by neither terrifying monsters nor armed assailants. Aside from a few lifeless bodies, there was nothing else. He exhaled deeply, grateful to be alive. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered a wound the size of a bowl on his chest gradually healing, its recovery rate more alarming than the wound itself. Examining the corpses nearby, he deduced that this group had likely had their hearts removed. Unsteadily, Shen Ming stumbled outward, oblivious to his whereabouts, the identity of this body, or the direction he was heading. Yet he understood that, having narrowly escaped a hellish beginning, he must strive to survive. Later, Shen Ming was rescued by a band of nomads, wandering the wilderness with them for over 6 months. Gradually, he learned some of their wilderness dialect, slowly unveiling the mysteries of this world. This planet, known as Wasteland Star, was traversed by those who saved him, referred to as the wilderness. They were a small group of herbivorous nomads, still retaining their humanity, surviving through scavenging and hunting. Simultaneously, they evaded monstrous entities dubbed predators and hunters, as well as carnivorous tribes and slave traders. It was a bizarre world, with tribes in the south worshipping deities and a kingdom of slaves in the north. Various humanoid beasts roamed, alongside blue-blooded robots indistinguishable from humans. There were followers imbued with powers by deities, predators tainted by the so-called second moon, individuals awakened with extraordinary abilities, and gene warriors whose DNA had been modified. What a monstrous patchwork of a world it was. As Shen Ming gradually grasped the intricacies of this realm, he felt the struggle for survival in this unrestrained wilderness was exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, he encountered a small group of herbivores. It was said that carnivorous tribes, while stockpiling food, favored meat slaves and dried human flesh. Reflecting on this, Shen Ming considered himself fortunate. Subsequently, he roamed the wilderness with his small team for 3 years, learning how to survive and forging new friendships, mastering the southern wilderness dialect, until the moment arrived when his cautious existence was abruptly shattered by slave traders, rendering his survival unsustainable. A heavily armed band of slave traders, a formidable force that the survivors, armed with mere mechanical rifles, could not hope to resist. Helplessly, he watched as his saviors, friends, and familiar faces were felled and imprisoned in cages. Shen Ming could no longer remain silent. 3 years of survival had instilled caution and prudence in him, but at this moment, the blood of youth surged within him. With a sudden burst of strength, Shen Ming broke free from the grasp of the slave trader holding him, raising his hand to seize the gun pressed against his head. Then, with a resounding bang, he collapsed on the ground, a look of disdain etched on the slave trader's face. Chapter 2. The Hall of Grace no longer wishing to struggle, even if resurrected. How many more instances of fear and death must one endure to achieve a slightly better beginning than before, even if survival is possible? The myriad experiences of the past 3 years narrate the harshness of the wilderness, where not a single night could be spent in peace, always alert, nerves taught to evade the omnipresent dangers. Perhaps it is best to surrender. Although the heavens have granted a chance at rebirth, the difficulties remain overwhelming. And whether in life or now, one is perpetually subjected to suffering. Exhausted, one longs for annihilation. With such thoughts, Shen Ming relinquished his struggle, watching helplessly as the glimmering light receded further away until it transformed into a solitary star above. He felt as if he were plummeting, and for a fleeting moment, he imagined that if he were still on Blue Star, he might be falling towards the Earth's core. When would this end? Even in death, it seemed a tedious affair. Suddenly, his gaze brightened, as though a train traversing a tunnel had burst forth into the open. Shen Ming found himself in a hall, though termed a hall. There were no walls, only a slight mist enveloping the surroundings, and in the distance, an infinite darkness. Before him stood an enormous wooden round table, large enough to seat dozens, yet curiously devoid of chairs or any other objects. Above the table hung an ancient bronze bell, intricately carved with strange lines, and above that, a celestial dome glittering with countless stars, from which he had seemingly descended. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized his surroundings, circling the vast table repeatedly, touching it, even biting it, and crawling beneath to seek any hidden secrets, yet he uncovered nothing new. Only the suspended wooden tabletop remained, along with a bell that hung so high that even standing on the table, he could not reach it. What is this situation? Just as Shen Ming pondered deeply, a profoundly resonant toll of the bell echoed through the hall. He looked up at the bronze bell, observing the thin mist swirling, rippling outward. Instinctively, he stepped back, adopting a defensive stance, when a beam of blue light shot from the bell's base, piercing his brow before he could react. A flood of information exploded in his mind, an overwhelming headache and dizziness forcing him to collapse to the ground, nearly causing him to retch. After several minutes, he gradually regained composure and began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that at the moment of his death, he had been chosen by unseen forces to be a candidate for grace. Grace is an advanced race birthed from the ocean of the subconscious, revered as gods in the realm of lesser beings. Their innate ability is to materialize consciousness, bestowing a power upon their followers, while simultaneously acquiring that power themselves. The place where Shen Ming found himself was called the Hall of Grace, a stronghold of previous candidates within the ocean of the subconscious. The last candidate seemed to have been a predecessor from Blue Star, who had left behind some information for Shen Ming, his words being as follows: "Greetings to the successor. I am your predecessor. Upon encountering the message I have left for you, it is to be expected that I have transcended limitations and become a new bestowal. Reflecting upon this journey, it has been fraught with thorns and beset with obstacles. The hardships endured need not be elaborated upon, but I shall share a few insights for your consideration. Each candidate aspiring to become a true deity must amass a sufficient volume of faith. However, the world faced by each individual is distinct, rendering the most formidable challenge the act of disseminating the name of the bestowal as an ordinary person. For few would believe you. In the absence of belief, faith becomes an even more elusive concept, making this path arduous. According to the messages left by predecessors, very few candidates ultimately possess enough faith. Yet, if one were to reframe the world faced by candidates as a mythic game, with you as its guide, then on my home planet, there shall be a steadfast collective of individuals eager to believe in you and assist you, bursting with imaginative ideas. All that is required is to project their consciousness into your world, a feat that is not insurmountable for the bestowal. And the formation of their physical bodies necessitates merely a life staff capable of creating flesh. As a successful predecessor, it is customary to leave a gift for those who follow. I have bridged the barriers between the ocean of consciousness in this world and that of my homeland. And the life staff shall appear beside you upon your first arrival. You need only to design a simple game to attract endearing players. Strive forth, successors, and remember, the greater the number of kin and devotees of the bestowal, the more formidable we shall become. After absorbing a plethora of information, Shen Ming found himself momentarily dazed. According to the rules here, he should have arrived at the Hall of Bestowal 3 years prior. However, he had been struggling to reach the brilliance in the sky, resulting in his repeated descents into the wasteland. Those glimmers were, in truth, individual descent passages. Thus, had I not struggled during my initial descent, I would have arrived here 3 years ago. Shen Ming's countenance fell, exclaiming in frustration, "How could I be over 3 years late?" As he recalled the tribulations endured over the past 3 years, his anger intensified. Who could possibly withstand such grievances? Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Wait, have I lost the life staff? The previous predecessor mentioned it would appear by my side upon my first arrival, but I was crushed by a predator before I could even discern its presence. What am I to do? Shen Ming was bewildered. According to the guidelines, the descent of a candidate differs from that of a player. Players reconstruct their bodies precisely where the life staff resides, whereas a candidate's arrival is uncontrollable, occurring solely through a descent passage. The celestial dome of the Hall of Bestowal is adorned with a myriad of stars, each representing descent passages, with the brightest indicating that the consciousness of the body oscillated more intensely at the moment of death. Thus, during his previous traversals, the former owners of the bodies he occupied experienced extreme fear or other profound emotional upheaval, often facing dire peril. Ordinarily, one should select a dimmer passage for traversal to ensure that the emotional state of the body's owner remains stable at the moment of death, consequently enhancing the safety of the surrounding environment. The Staff of Life, originally known as the Staff of Flesh and Blood, is a remarkable artifact. As per the words of its predecessor, when he managed to breach the barriers between two oceans of consciousness, he could only gather corpses to allow players to descend. Although he later discovered a method for cloning bodies, the process proved to be overly intricate and the technology unreliable. Fortunately, a particularly imaginative player, in their fervent prayers for a skill, requested a mythical item capable of creating flesh. Thus, the Staff of Flesh and Blood was born. By that time, the predecessor's power had already become formidable, allowing for the creation of a permanent Staff of Flesh and Blood, which he reserved for himself. Little did he anticipate that, after traversing dimensions, he would once again encounter the family of the Blue Star. Yet, it remains uncertain how players would descend into the wasteland through the Staff of Life. Alas, there are numerous complications. It is prudent to first ascertain one's own circumstances. The rule is to gather an ample amount of faith, but what constitutes ample? How does one quantify such an elusive concept? With this thought, Shen Ming extended his arms, gradually attuning himself to his attributes. As soon as this notion arose, a line of text appeared before him. Consciousness, 1164 faith, 0 number of followers, 0 power, 10 initial power. Indeed, the rules have established attributes. And the initial power serves as a novice gift pack for candidates, enabling the summoning of 5 players. Consciousness reflects one's will and perception of the world, while faith is generated through the daily prayers of devout followers, representing their will towards the divine. Thanks to 3 years of training in the wasteland, Shen Ming's consciousness has significantly increased. He calculated that 5 points of consciousness and 5 points of faith generate 1 point of power, and every 2 points of power can sustain the projection of 1 player. After accounting for the power required to maintain the passage, the remaining power can be utilized for manifestation abilities, thus indicating that faith currently constrains the generation of power. Moreover, not all prayers from followers yield faith. Only the prayers of sincere devotees are effective. Sincerity, in this context, refers to a quantifiable positive emotion towards the divine, exceeding 100 in faith value. Therefore, it is evident that there is an urgent need for followers. With this in mind, he decided to project a few minor players to assess the situation. After some contemplation, he realized that the starry dome could be altered, akin to switching screens. With a mere thought, the starry sky transformed. It was no longer a dark expanse filled with flickering stars, but a vibrant nebula. The nebula was adorned with stars of various hues, each seemingly a link to a player as projection. He sensed that the closer he drew to the bluish-purple stars, the greater the affinity he felt. Conversely, the red stars exuded a repulsive force. Following his instincts, he swiftly grasped 5 blue stars, which shimmered momentarily, casting beams of starlight upon the suspended bronze bell. As for the recruitment methods on the blue star, he remained unaware. All he could do was hope that the so-called predecessor's devotees would prove to be reliable. Chapter 3. This game is extraordinary on the blue star. In a certain neighborhood of Jiang City, Liu removed his gaming helmet, unfastened the data collector strap to his body, and stepped out of the gaming pod to breathe in the fresh air. He is a university student, recently on summer break. Yet he has chosen not to return home during the holidays. He possesses a gaming room in Jiangqing, specifically designed for indulging in games during weekends and holidays. Situated in a highly sought-after riverside community, no other reason exists. It is simply due to his family's affluence. Liu is a versatile gamer, dabbling in various genres, though he harbors a particular fondness for first-person shooters and simulation games. Thanks to the advancements of Blue Star technology, gaming has transcended traditional boundaries, now offering immersive VR experiences through helmet and gaming pod data collection, with some games even incorporating muscle feedback effects. The cost is not prohibitively expensive, making it accessible enough for the average office worker to afford after some consideration. In the realm of reality, gaming has become a secondary sanctuary for many, with countless individuals losing themselves in this digital universe, often reluctant to confront the real world. Like many typical university students, Liu finds himself ensnared by the allure of gaming, wishing he could spend every hour of the day within the gaming pod, ideally without the fear of losing ranks in competitive play. He is not lacking in skill. In the FPS game True Battlefield, he has achieved a master rank, just beneath the top tier of players. Yet, the nuances of gameplay can be elusive, and each month brings a few days of frustrating losses. After suffering a streak of 5 consecutive defeats, he resolves to refrain from further ranked matches today, fearing a drop in tier. As he scrolls through the news to unwind, a sudden ringtone interrupts his thoughts. Upon checking, he realizes it is a call from the deliveryman of the express parcel service, although he hasn't ordered anything recently. "Hello, Mr. Lee. A parcel has arrived for you. Are you at home?" "I'm home. Please bring it over." "All right. It will be there in a few minutes." He wonders who might have sent the package, suspecting it could be clothes from his mother. Curiously, he opens his messaging app but finds no missed notifications, deciding to wait until the package arrives to discover its contents. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoes through his home, and upon opening the door, he is taken aback by the size of the box. "Mr. Lee, please sign here." "Sure, where is it from?" He takes the receipt, scribbles his name, and helps the deliveryman carry the box inside. "I'll show you. It was sent from Beijing this morning." The deliveryman wipes his brow, adding, "I'll leave it here. I need to get going." "Thank you, I appreciate it." After closing the door, Liu gazes curiously at the large box, pondering, could it be from Sugo? What on earth could it be? Sugo is his childhood friend, Su Qinggong. Their bond is so strong that they can communicate without words, and he is the only person Liu knows who would send a package directly from Beijing. With that thought, he grabs a pair of scissors from the entryway cabinet and begins to open the box. What the? Oh my gosh. A gaming pod helmet. Liu quickly grabs his phone to message Su Qinggong. 1st of Jiangnan. Little Su has struck it rich. 1st of Jiangnan. Image, 1st of Jiangnan. Image, Su Xiaoqing. Su Xiaoqing, get lost. What kind of nonsense is this? Showing off with a broken helmet. Su Xiaoqing, sneer him? It turns out it is not from Little Su. Continuing to unpack, Liu discovers several data collectors beneath the helmet, pressed under a letter. He hastily tore open the letter, revealing the message within. Dear player, greetings. The epic-defining game Insu has commenced its closed beta testing. This game employs groundbreaking subconscious guidance technology and sensory data synchronization techniques, achieving a 100 replication of genuine sensory experiences for an immersive journey into a second world. You have been selected as a closed beta player. As a token of our gratitude for your reservation and support, we are pleased to offer you the game equipment on a complimentary rental basis. Please take good care of the gaming device, as it is bound to your beta testing eligibility. Any damage or loss of the equipment will result in the forfeiture of your beta testing status, and you will be required to compensate for the loss at market value. Upon reading the instructions, Liu was left bewildered. His first instinct was to wonder if the package had been sent to the wrong address. But both the phone number and address were undeniably his. Had there been a breach of privacy? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he rushed frantically to the gaming warehouse, exclaiming in disbelief as he hurried to review his previous game reservation records. Indeed, after a few minutes of searching, he found it. The ultimate game that had been announced 3 years prior. 3 years ago, Lensu had launched its official website and opened reservations for internal testing, captivating many with its descriptions of advanced technological applications, particularly the bold claim of achieving a 100 replication of the 5 senses, which sent a wave of excitement among netizens. The number of reservations soared, nearly rivaling those of top-tier gaming companies, even trending on social media. The developers, a small independent game studio from the capital, were scrutinized thoroughly, despite the improbability of delivering such a game. Nevertheless, hope lingered among the online community. However, after the initial excitement, the reservations fell silent, and within 2 months, discontent echoed across the internet. Caught in the fervor of the moment, Liu had also succumbed to the allure of reserving a spot, primarily due to the developer's enticing promises. A mere click posed no risk. What if it turned out to be something extraordinary? To his astonishment, the closed beta had indeed materialized, albeit 3 years late. Yet, if the game lived up to its description, achieving even 50 of the promised sensory immersion would mark a revolutionary milestone in gaming. Current games offered little in terms of a complete sensory experience, providing only auditory and visual elements, with a select few incorporating haptic feedback, while taste and smell remained entirely absent. Opening the official website, he found it unchanged from 3 years ago. Turning to the forums for a glimpse of discussions, he was met with a barrage of complaints, interspersed with derisive comments from various users. A user, known as Is It a Human or a Dog, had posted 3 years ago, anticipating, I wonder what type of game it is. I hope to secure a testing spot. Another, identified as user 1000024, had exclaimed, I am proficient in various gaming mechanics, specializing in bug detection, and have tested numerous top-tier games. Please grant me an opportunity. A user named The Sun Never Sets on the Battleship remarked skeptically, this company likely cannot even afford quantum servers. Meanwhile, not a rich second generation inquired, is there compensation for testing? How much? Is 100,000 enough? Or should I gather more? Green is my tenderness commented 2 years later. This garbage company still has its website up, over a year later. Why hasn't the forum removed the posts? Is it a human or a dog added 2 years ago? Is this game dead? Has the company already perished? Your wife and daughter, I will care for them. Published 2 years ago, I am in stitches. The one upstairs is still waiting. This company has already shifted to the livestock industry, and they are quite adept at pigeon farming. Rye smile. My father's father is my grandfather. Published 1 year ago, my grandfather mentioned that he is nearing the end of his journey, and his sole wish is to indulge in the games he had once anticipated during his childhood. Beer paired with goji berries. Published 1 year ago, I never claimed that. Side-eye. Has the internal test commenced today? Published 6 months ago, not today. Both man and beast are showcasing their talents. Published 6 months ago, the company hasn't gone under, which suggests they are still in development, right? The ancient ancestor of On, the pianist, published 6 months ago. I, for one, have merely waited an additional 2 years for 3077. Is this dog delaying more than the game? This group of foolish netizens. Liu chuckled while reviewing the forum records. The latest comment was from 3 months prior. This student, whether human or canine, is still leaving messages, indicating there remains a glimmer of hope in their heart. With no new messages, could it be that only I have received the closed beta qualification? That seems improbable, considering the registration count still stands at 4,713, 449. Such luck, akin to winning the lottery, is unlikely to fall upon me. Regardless, I shall play first and discuss later. Following the instructions, I connected several biological data collectors to the gaming pod, donned the helmet, and eagerly settled inside. Among the 3 rows of game icons before me, one prominently featured a new label, depicting a hand emerging from a red robe, glowing with a yellow light, beneath which were inscribed the words, "NC." Upon clicking it, a countdown dialog box appeared, 4:47:35. Glancing at the real-time clock, it was a little past 3 in the afternoon, meaning testing would not commence until 8 in the evening. My heart, brimming with anticipation, plummeted. Alas, I shall play a few rounds in the meantime. When one is exceedingly eager for an impending event, every second of waiting becomes a torment. Liu felt the afternoon stretched interminably, yearning for 8 o'clock to arrive, eager to log in and ascertain the allure of the game. Soon, the hour struck 8. I hastily concluded my dinner and dove into the gaming pod, launching the game. Indeed, the countdown had vanished, replaced by a lengthy 30-page disclaimer. Flipping through a few pages revealed standard gaming pod precautions, which I skimmed through rapidly. I noted one clause stating that this work contains a significant amount of bloody and violent content, including but not limited to a wealth of adult and pornographic material, which may have a profound impact on individuals. Hee. Hurry up, I want to be the first to enter the server. After clicking to accept all terms, all light faded from view, plunging me into darkness. A tingling sensation coursed through my scalp, swiftly followed by a wave of dizziness and drowsiness. Surely, this helmet isn't malfunctioning. It felt as though only a moment had passed when I discovered I was no longer in the gaming pod, but in a pitch-black space. Above me, a beam of light shone down, and before me stood a colossal dressing mirror, at least 2 meters tall. In the reflection of the mirror stood a figure clad in a burlap robe reminiscent of the red-sleeved attire depicted in a game icon, adorned with a hood. Beneath the crimson robe, he wore a set of long garments in shades of gray and white, somewhat akin to cotton linen fabric. He extended his hand to clench his fists a couple of times before grazing the robe, savoring the texture and material. He rushed to the mirror's side, scrutinizing the wooden frame with meticulous attention, his fingers tracing over the intricate carvings and sharp edges, leaning in to inhale the scent of the wood, and even daring to lick the surface of the mirror. "Wow, incredible," he exclaimed. "This game is phenomenal. The textures, the details, the tactile sensations." He could even discern scents and felt sensations on his tongue, though the mirror tasted bitter. The more he experienced, the more exhilarated he became. Liu rummaged through the scant few items available to him, taking a moment to regain his composure, realizing this was merely the character customization phase. The realism was overwhelming. His excitement had momentarily clouded his judgment. Suddenly, he sprang up from in front of the mirror, casting a glance around before adjusting his trousers to take a look. "Amazing," he exclaimed, his voice cracking with enthusiasm. "Is this even permissible content? This company truly has something remarkable, such fidelity in design. But can it be altered?" The initial appearance was not a perfect likeness of himself. It bore some resemblance, but a stranger might mistake him for someone else, while acquaintances would likely discern that he was not the same individual. It seemed the developers had made some adjustments to protect personal privacy. Then, to his astonishment, he realized that every part of his body could be modified while facing the mirror. Although the range of adjustments was modest, the degree of freedom was astonishing. Unlike any game he had played before, nearly every inch of skin was subject to change, even down to the pores. He experimented with various configurations, height, weight, and more, but what intrigued him most were the modifications to the size and shape of various features. He even drew a heart with a mole on his left chest. "This game is utterly bizarre. I love it." However, all his eccentric ideas remained unrealized, and Liu decided to retain his original appearance, making only slight adjustments to his facial features, leaving everything else untouched. He couldn't afford to be too striking, one must maintain an air of modesty. Just as he felt satisfied with his choices, a few lines of text appeared in the mirror. Please select your initial attributes. Remaining points to allocate: 5 strength, 0 constitution, 0 agility, 0 mentality, 0 note. Certain attributes may alter appearance. Changes resulting from attributes cannot be readjusted. At last, the game interface emerged, and had it not appeared, Liu might have thought he was dreaming. This was astonishingly lifelike. The game seemed to offer limited customizable attributes, and there were no introductions to guide him. It appeared that the developers aimed to maintain a high level of immersion. Thus, he decided to proceed based on his understanding, as these were fairly standard game attributes. As an FPS player and a daring character, he wasted no time pondering and opted for a straightforward approach: Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 3. Upon finalizing his selections, the text in the mirror distorted, gradually transforming into a doorway. Astounded, Liu marveled at the explosive quality of the game as he repeatedly caressed the patterns on the door before boldly pushing it open and stepping through. Chapter 4. The first batch of closed beta players. Shen Ming, having collected 5 blue stars, gazed quietly at the bronze bell above him as it transformed into a transparent clock etched with a countdown. He found himself at a loss for words, wondering how he could ever express such a sentiment. The clock indicated that there were still over 14 hours remaining, time for the players to arrive. It seemed prudent for him to prepare. After all, the guidance work was essential, and he needed to devise some dialogue. At the very least, he ought to concoct a plausible reason for them to retrieve the life scepter, for without it, the subsequent tasks would be difficult to undertake. After what felt like a brief period of preparation, Shen Ming formulated a strategy, or rather, a guiding narrative for the players. A sense of nervousness washed over him as he positioned himself beside the round table. He was uncertain as to where the players would materialize, but he surmised it would be on the table. Given its substantial presence, it must serve a purpose. Yet, his assumption proved incorrect. As the moment arrived, the 5 stars radiated with an increasingly brilliant glow, which gradually warped into a swirling vortex of light. In a rather ungraceful manner, it writhed and, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, expelled 5 individuals clad in red robes. These 5 figures, ethereal in nature, did not land upon the table, but floated like mist between the ceiling and the surface, roughly at the same level as the bronze bell. They shouted and gesticulated wildly, seemingly oblivious to one another, the gifted Hall, and even Shen Ming himself. However, he was able to glean a wealth of information about the players. Each appeared to possess 6 attributes: awareness, faith value, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Awareness mirrored his own attributes, increasing with their comprehension of this world and their willpower. This attribute determined whether a player could withstand the bestowed gifts. Faith value quantified their positive emotions towards the gift. The greater their fondness and reliance on the game, the higher the value would rise. This value determined their eligibility to receive the gift. Shen Ming pondered briefly, concluding that this was akin to experience points and loyalty, albeit the faith value attribute was not accessible to the players. The remaining 4 attributes were quite straightforward. Strength primarily influenced muscle control and explosive power. Constitution largely affected endurance and recovery. Agility had a significant impact, encompassing, but not limited to, reaction time, bodily coordination, and the enhancement of the 5 senses. Spirit influenced memory, mental strength, and neural activity. These attributes would be affected by the life scepter. Once awareness reached a certain threshold, players would be granted free points to enhance these 4 attributes. Currently, all 5 players had an initial awareness of 100, yet their faith values were steadily increasing. Remarkably spirited, they seemed to be engaged in customizing their appearances. The previous administrator had organized the process quite thoroughly, beginning with character creation, reasonable enough. However, soon enough, the absurdity emerged. The players appeared to have discovered the feature for reshaping their images, and one by one, they began to remove their hoods, preening in front of the mirrors. Then, an even stranger occurrence ensued. The player on the far left suddenly began to lick the mirror, thoroughly coating its surface with saliva. Following this, the second player removed their shoes, fervently inhaling the scent of their own feet. In the midst of it all, one player boldly shed their robe, brandishing their bare backside with abandon. The fourth player, while plucking at their armpit hair, let out exuberant cries, resembling a frenzied baboon. The fifth player, with long hair, turned out to be a female participant. Perhaps due to her gender, She exhibited a degree of restraint, merely removing her hood. Upon realizing she could alter her physique, she spun around twice, ensured no one was watching, and, blushing, lifted her garment to commence sculpting her ideal form. Shen Ming, unable to bear the spectacle, covered his eyes with one hand, his lips twitching in disbelief at the bizarre array of individuals before him. The grotesque players persisted in their antics for over an hour before gradually adopting a semblance of decorum. Shen Ming, fatigued, chose to sit, finding it more comfortable while awaiting the proceedings, unaware of how much longer it would continue. In that hour, he swore he encountered a variety of grotesque human forms he had never witnessed in his 20-plus years, not even in a post-apocalyptic world. Individuals adorned with moles shaped like hearts, those with 8 rows of eyebrows, others with scarred backsides, wrinkled bodies, and those with large, dark pores, some with one breast larger than the other. He resolved to improve the character customization process. The time allotted for face sculpting could not exceed a limit, or else disqualification would ensue. Fortunately, the players retained some sense of modesty, maintaining a consistent appearance during the sculpting phase, returning to a more normal visage afterward. Several players then stepped through the mirror portal, transforming into increasingly dense wisps of mist that cascaded to the ground. Shen Ming exhaled deeply. The moment to test his acting skills had arrived. Liang Yongqing felt quite satisfied with his appearance. While handsomeness was not of utmost importance, size was. This game, if nothing else, boasted an unparalleled level of freedom and realism in the face sculpting scene, which could easily overshadow all competitors if showcased independently. Indeed, this was the game he had long anticipated, well worth the 3-year wait. A great game warrants meticulous refinement. As for the issue of gender selection, he had some inkling of the situation. The government was planning to introduce legislation regarding VR simulation games that restrict the establishment of characters of differing genders, primarily to safeguard minors' gender perceptions. Although the regulations had yet to be enacted, discussions had been ongoing for several years, causing developers to hesitate between limiting it to minors or allowing all ages. Consequently, most VR simulation games lacked a gender selection interface. After completing his character adjustments, he pushed open the door and found the surrounding scenery instantly blur, engulfed by a torrent of mist. When the fog receded, he saw 4 others clad in red robes like himself, facing an individual adorned in a moonlight white robe with golden trim, engraved with incomprehensible symbols that occasionally shimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of immense power, solemn and sacred. The figure in the white robe was undoubtedly an NPC, while the 4 others were players like him. Only 5 individuals were selected for the closed beta test? What extraordinary luck! Perhaps due to the preceding chaos. The 5 players fell into silence. Observing their reticence, Shen Ming's lips quirked. They had been so lively moments ago, yet now they were mute. He regarded the 5 of them and slowly spoke, praised the bestowal. After a brief pause, he continued, "Welcome to the Hall of Grace. I am the favored one of the Lord of Grace, the emissary of his will, and the harbinger of the divine realm. You may address me as the High Priest." Then came the cut scene, astonishingly lifelike, akin to filming a movie within a tent, with the protagonist being none other than myself. The scene's depiction was remarkable, featuring a celestial dome, an ancient and enigmatic clock, and a grand wooden table as wide as a bed. Each element exuded an air of dissonance, yet when combined, they presented an uncanny aesthetic appeal. It became evident that this was a game imbued with theological attributes. The official website divulged no spoilers, leaving everything to personal experience, which was quite immersive. Particularly, the NPC was rather appealing. So young yet already a bishop. Surely there must be some connections at play. As Liang Yongqing pondered this, he scrutinized his surroundings and noticed that the remaining 4 players were not merely passively watching the cut scene. They were also surveying their environment. One player at the edge muttered under his breath, questioning whether the quality of the NPC's robe was superior, expressing a desire to touch it, curious if it would affect the progression of the storyline. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Ming was oblivious to their rich inner musings. Despite all 5 players behaving like inattentive schoolchildren, he was determined to deliver his opening speech. The divine realm has crumbled. We are the unfortunate souls saved by the Lord of Grace, having lost our homeland in the divine war. Yet we must not become lost in the ocean of consciousness. However, we are favored. Our kin have discovered this planet. And here we shall rebuild the divine realm, spreading the name of the divine so that every soul on this planet may extol the name of grace. Grace to all beings, and may suffering cease. Shen Ming recited this mantra, then crossed his fingers vertically over his chest and bowed slightly. Do not inquire. Such actions were merely whimsical thoughts from the former leader, who had suggested incorporating ritualistic gestures to strengthen the believer's faith. Hence this simple yet memorable gesture. The 5 players were momentarily taken aback, but Liang Yongqing was the first to react, mimicking Shen Ming's somewhat unorthodox gesture and whispering, "Grace to all beings, and may suffering cease." One by one, the other players followed suit, chanting in unison. Ah, how teachable they are! Introducing a modicum of interaction aids in enhancing player engagement. Shen Ming, concerned that no one might grasp the significance of this action, worrying about an awkward silence, was pleased to see the tall player grasping the concept, proving himself worthy as the first chosen one to shed his attire. What is your name? Liang Yongqing noted the NPC gazing up at him, eyes filled with admiration and encouragement. The special effects, the acting, surely this NPC was not merely a digital creation? It was rumored that gaming companies had begun employing live-action CGI. But this was his first encounter with such realism. He was inquiring about my name. Could this be the input for my game ID? The design was quite intriguing. The scene was so authentic that he nearly failed to register it, uncertain if there were any character limits. I am a national-level retired tambourine artist. Liang Yongqing hesitated, cautiously inquiring. With a bemused expression, Shen Ming struggled to suppress a smile as he bit down on his jaw. Nodding slightly at the others while speaking in a distorted voice, "Please introduce yourselves." Liu could hardly contain his amusement at such a dramatic prelude. The phrase "national second-class retreat drum artist" uttered by the fellow next to him was particularly humorous, prompting tears of laughter to brim in his eyes. It turned out they were in the name-choosing phase of the game, a clever twist that moved away from the previous manual input method, enhancing the sense of immersion, though the names themselves remained a bit awkward to verbalize. With some embarrassment, he muttered, "I am Jiangnan's most sentimental." Shen Ming felt that if he continued to suppress his laughter, he might lose his composure entirely. "I am a loyal dog on strike. I am Xian Qing. I am the muscular giant." The player on the far right boasted with an air of bravado, even flexing his chest muscles. Liang Yongqing glanced at him, amused, wondering if this fellow had allocated all his points to strength. The female players maintained a more serious demeanor, if only they could control the mapping. Perhaps they could attract more female players, while he feared he might be the first to die of laughter among the candidates for divinity. Death has brought chaos to your consciousness. You have wandered too long in the sea of awareness, forgetting your mission as the chosen ones. Shen Ming raised his voice, resonating with clarity. Our compatriots have already set foot on this planet, yet they face peril and have lost contact with us. It appears this world is fraught with danger. You have been selected as the second group of the chosen to embark on this journey. Our task is to reclaim the lost scepter of life and safeguard it, thereby guiding more of our kin. We must spread the divine name, ensuring that more people are aware of the blessings, for we shall ultimately restore the divine kingdom. However, our first task is to cleanse the chaos that resides within you. After bathing in the divine light of the Hall of Blessings for a day, you will embark on your journey, descending near the scepter of life. This was not a fabrication of Shen Ming's own design. Players lacked the divine power to manifest like him at will. They could only descend near the scepter after absorbing divine power in the Hall of Blessings. The notion of lingering in the hall to absorb divine power felt rather crude. A more eloquent expression was necessary. Having concluded his speech, he quietly stepped aside, diverting his attention from the players to gaze contemplatively at the wooden table. Who among the youth had not attended a class? Free discussion was essential. One could not expect the teacher to speak endlessly without preparation. With the opening remarks behind him, Shen Ming was reluctant to provide any further introductions to the players. Just then, he noticed the forum interface gradually materializing on the desktop, a portion of the table becoming transparent, seemingly transforming into a screen. Though the players appeared oblivious to it, alas, he had misjudged. The table was indeed a computer screen. Upon exploring the forum's functions, he discovered that it allowed browsing but prohibited comments. This arrangement is quite agreeable. After all, I have never engaged in game design, so I lack the requisite skills for crafting games. Listening to former players, I believe it is best to allow players to explore on their own. The knowledge gained through trial and error is often more profound than what is handed down directly. Moreover, dying in the game does not equate to permanent loss. It merely requires a brief wait. Chapter 5. The praise of the gifted. As the player's so-called cutscene concluded, 5 unfamiliar gamers convened to engage in discussion. They had an abundance of thoughts regarding this epic-defining game that promised 100 sensory experiences. What attributes have you all chosen? Liang Yongqing boldly asked, fist-bumping the other players with a cheerful grin. Wow, I couldn't contain my laughter when you shared your name. What were you thinking? Liu remarked, giving Liang a thumbs up. The NPC was so serious that I nearly revealed my real name. I had no idea we were supposed to announce our IDs ourselves. That was indeed a bit embarrassing, the player known as Loyal Dog chimed in. But it's just a game. It's not real, so anything goes. Liang Yongqing laughed heartily and turned to the imposing figure of the player named Muscular Giant. This brother is something else. I fear I cannot be as audacious with my ID. Fortunately, Muscular Giant, despite his rugged name, appeared rather composed aside from his robust physique. I opted for 1 point in strength and 2 points in spirit, remarked a female player named Xin Qing, surveying the 4 gentlemen with a smile. Initially, I was uncertain about the type of game we were dealing with. The developers have been quite secretive, providing no clues at all. I had to be cautious, fearing that I might not be able to adjust my points later. You're quite astute, Liang Yongqing nodded in agreement. I share a similar perspective. But after allocating 1 point to strength, I discovered that I could not retract it. Thus, I assessed the impact of that 1 point in strength. It didn't seem particularly significant, leading me to believe that initial attributes might not matter much. Consequently, I added 2 points to agility and 2 points to spirit, as I doubt Constitution will play a decisive role. Oh no, I might be in trouble then. I allocated 3 points to strength and 2 points to Constitution. Muscular Giant responded, momentarily taken aback. I was merely guessing. Until we utilize these attributes, it's hard to say what will be effective. Perhaps this game favors Constitution. He continued. I allocated points similarly to Xin Qing. Although I am unsure what spirit represents, conventionally it suggests a mage-oriented character. Given the religious undertones of the game, there should be mages, right? Loyal Dog observed the group and remarked, though it is termed an exploration game, it seems more like a cooperative venture among allies. Or perhaps we are the only ones aligned with this gift, while other players belong to different factions. You might be onto something, Liu exclaimed. It seems illogical that such a vast game would only test us 5. Moreover, why is only this small area available on the first day? Has the server not been properly established? Oh, I forgot to mention, I allocated 1 point to strength, 1 to Constitution, and 3 to agility. I frequently play FPS games, so I envision myself as a nimble character, perhaps a church assassin or something akin to that. It is also possible that other faction players have guiding quests that require their longer engagement, hence we may need to wait for them. Xinqing contemplated for a moment before articulating, given the current pace of advancement, it seems we are among the second batch of players. The first group has evidently failed. Do they remain within the game? Is there a potential for a rescue narrative? Furthermore, we have yet to experience their storyline, and it is conceivable that subsequent players may also miss out on our narrative. At present, there appears to be no precedent for such a genre of game on the market. While single-player experiences can be comprehended, multiplayer formats, despite their immersive qualities, may sacrifice significant aspects of the experience. It could be possible that this design encourages repeated playthroughs. I suspect it may be a localized, competitive game, allowing a small group to agree to restart from the beginning. Liang Yongqing pondered aloud. However, we need not delve too deeply into speculation. A few days of play will clarify things. He continued, the technology of this game is impressive, capable of achieving such realism. Thus far, I have not encountered any discernible bugs. In fact, it feels remarkably akin to reality. Indeed, I just checked my body, and everything seems normal internally. The loyal canine chimed in. Are you a doctor? Liang Yongqing's eyes brightened with excitement. Our configuration is quite commendable. Frontline, assassin, mage, and priest. I can fill in the gaps. It certainly resembles a competitive game. Actually, I am a veterinarian, the loyal canine replied, expressing a hint of resignation at the title. Do you think the NPCs could potentially be portrayed by official personnel? Liu voiced his curiosity. I have been observing the NPCs' expressions and gazes. They mirror those of real individuals. Perhaps they too are employees who have entered the game via the gaming pods? I noticed that as well, he continued. And at one point, I nearly made the retreating brother laugh. I saw the corners of his mouth twitch. However, it could have been a misinterpretation, as I was also stifling laughter. It doesn't seem particularly likely. If they were real people, apart from their realistic models, their behaviors appear rather rigid. Liang Yongqing cast a glance at Shen Ming in the distance and suggested, "Shall we explore a bit? Perhaps we can engage with the NPCs and see if they can converse with us. Given the realism, their interactivity might be quite high." "Yes, let us go," Liu urged. "Let us form a team. We haven't encountered any other pages, just attribute points, and we are all in the same faction, so information sharing is essential." "Absolutely. We should create a group later and include everyone," Liang Yongqing affirmed. Shen Ming overheard their discussion, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. He was engrossed in the forum comments. The game had been dormant for 3 years. Why was that the case? Undoubtedly, it stemmed from the self-destructive endeavors of a certain individual. It was a tale of tears unspoken. Ultimately, Shen Ming did engage in conversation with them, not out of boredom from the comments, but rather due to the players' fervent inquiries. As a guide, he felt a responsibility to address their questions. The players also gleaned some information about the wasteland world from him, knowledge that, according to the High Priest, had been brought back by the first explorers of the planet. This world is rife with various factions, and dangers lurk in the wilderness, among which the most frequently encountered are the predators corrupted by the second moon and the slave traders who roam the wild in search of prey. In this world, cities are scarce and highly concentrated, with the majority consisting of tribes, outposts, and wanderers scattered across the wilderness, at least according to the first batch of divine citizens. The complete annihilation of the initial divine citizens has left them with 2 primary objectives: to recover the lost scepter of life, which is fundamental to their descent upon the wasteland, and to identify the culprit responsible for the demise of their brethren, seeking vengeance. For divine grace encompasses both mercy and wrath. However, the players have yet to uncover the quest system, leading some to speculate that this may be an intentional design for immersion, while others believe it could be due to their still unactivated presence in the game. The method of logging out is also designed for immersion. One can disconnect by merely losing consciousness or falling asleep. Nonetheless, there is a distinction between descending into the game and being in the Hall of Grace. Upon descent, players possess physical bodies that must rest in safe places to prevent any unfortunate occurrences, whereas in the Hall of Grace, their bodies are merely projections of consciousness, vanishing upon logout. Through several hours of intermittent dialogue, the players have come to understand that the game is a simulation of survival and exploratory competition among factions. The game operates in real time, maintaining a 1:1 correspondence with reality, albeit with a 12-hour time difference. Upon glancing at the clock, it was quite late, prompting everyone to log off for rest. Finally, Shen Ming found a moment to collect his thoughts and ponder the path ahead with the support of these reliable players. Setting aside the question of whether he would ascend to divinity, his immediate concern was to locate the group of slave traders. For the sake of the beloved individuals he had relied on for 3 years, vengeance cannot be postponed. After Wei Yin logged off, he noticed it was already past 1 in the morning, yet he felt remarkably refreshed, as if he had enjoyed over 5 hours of restful sleep. He was the last to log off, observing the poignant exit of Jiangnan's most sentimental player, who fell into a state of unconsciousness after a dramatic gesture. While he opted to find a quiet corner to log off peacefully, the game's sensory experience was commendable, and the setting was quite appealing. Interactions with NPCs exceeded expectations, although it seemed that by the end, the NPCs were beginning to find the players somewhat bothersome. Brother Tuatangu, considering the importance of rapport, refrained from further inquiries and suggested they log off. Currently, they faced narrative constraints, and waiting a day offered little in terms of entertainment, with the sole interactive prop, a table, nearly worn from their incessant use. Before logging off, they exchanged contact information. As soon as he disconnected, he heard a series of beeps. National Level 2 to a tango artist invites you to join the Praise Grace group. Will you join? He accepted. National Level 2 to a tango artist. The tank has arrived. Let's discuss further. I forgot to mention before logging off that, considering the uncertainty of hostile players existing, I recommend we refrain from discussing our faction information on the forum for now. I just checked, and there are no new messages. Let us observe the situation. We can deliberate further once we receive more information from other players. Xinxing, Brother Drum's competitive spirit is quite strong. The first affection of Jiangnan, understood, reliable, quietly entering the village, and shooting indiscriminately. Loyal canine strikes, everyone. Please pay attention to the time. I see that tomorrow is Friday, and perhaps the officials also wish to allow ample time for exploration. Make sure to log in before 8 o'clock. Mighty Muscle, received. The first affection of Jiangnan. I am on summer vacation. I will log in directly in the morning. Heart clear. Are you going to lick the table so early? The first affection of Jiangnan. This is a misunderstanding. Little junior brother, it's time for bed. A loud shout came from outside the room, and Wei Yin hurriedly crawled out of the gaming pod, replying softly, Understood, I will go wash up now. He stood at the bathroom door, puffing up his emaciated chest, gazing at his frail reflection in the mirror, murmuring, So this is what it feels like to be strong. Chapter 6. The Seeker's Sequence. Xiong Qiming is an employee at a pet shelter in Hu City. His primary responsibilities involve caring for dogs and feeding cats, walking dogs, and petting cats. The salary is modest, but the job offers flexibility and minimal pressure. As long as he feeds the cats and replenishes the dog food, he has the freedom to engage in other activities or even return home. Modern humans, grappling with a sense of spiritual emptiness, urgently require the companionship of pets. Yet high work demands make it challenging for many to spend time with them. Abandoned and needing care, pets are everywhere, prompting the government to establish numerous shelters across regions. Due to financial subsidies and employees receiving only the minimum wage, the shelter's director typically hires in abundance. Rather than being a true pet shelter, it resembles a haven for acquaintances. Few come for the meager pay. Most are animal lovers or merely seeking a position to pet cats. Sister Tang, I have some matters at home today. I'll be leaving now. Xiong Qiming picked up his phone and keys, bidding farewell to the supervisor seated across from him. The supervisor glanced at the time and noted that it was just past 3 o'clock, not an early departure. She looked up at him and said, Go ahead. Xiao Ling will swap shifts with you on Monday, and remember to take a break on Tuesday. See you on Wednesday. All right, see you Wednesday. With that, he exited the office, having spent the entire day yearning to return home and play games. The allure of the kittens and puppies faded. Earlier in the morning, new friends from the group chat were still conversing, but by noon, one by one, they were disappearing, likely entering the game. Although information was shared, experiencing it firsthand remained compelling. Fortunately, the storyline was stuck. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. With 4 days off before returning to work on Wednesday, he had ample time to explore within the game. He needed to make the most of it. Upon returning home, he immediately entered the gaming pod, logged in, and checked for any new discoveries from his fellow players. Dog Brother finally arrived. I was just about to log off and call you. As soon as he logged in, he saw the nationally recognized secondary-level performer, the first affection of Jiangnan, and Mighty Muscle sitting on the ground, their robes tossed on the table, drenched in sweat. While Heart Clear stood nearby. What is going on? Did you three get into a fight? Xiong Qiming asked with a smile, after running around the table dozens of times. Heart Clear looked at him and chuckled. They wanted to see if running would enhance their endurance. But I believe such a feature should only be tested after the arrival of the wasteland. They wouldn't listen. Since we have some spare time, this game is remarkably realistic. Perhaps it could even serve as a form of exercise, though it certainly is exhausting. Liang Yongqing gasped as he spoke. Today we made a significant discovery. Although all 5 senses are present, the perception of pain is somewhat limited. Oh, is pain perception suppressed? Xiong Qiming pondered his actions from the previous day, deciding against revealing his thoughts, as it was important to maintain a semblance of pride. It's not merely suppressed. It seems that pain vanishes once it exceeds a certain threshold. I didn't experience much yesterday, but today I've figured it out. This setting is quite intriguing. As he spoke, Liang Yongqing pointed to the bump on Jiangnan's head, then to his own, saying, Look here, both Shenqing and I tested it against the table. Moderate impacts still cause pain. But with a stronger hit, only a slight discomfort remains, and with a very forceful impact, there is no pain at all. However, I must say, this table is exceptionally hard. It must be made of some legendary material. Xiong Qiming approached the table and knocked on its surface with his fist. Feeling a clear sensation of pain, normal feedback. This setting is quite acceptable. If we were to rate pain on a scale of 100, that would be too hardcore. He continued. So, if we encounter the predator NPCs mentioned yesterday, we can just charge at them without fear of pain or death. There is, of course, a revival cooldown, and it takes a day to respawn. If it involves faction player conflicts, one must be cautious of potential ambushes during the vulnerable moments. Xinqing added, however, this pain perception mechanism has a lingering effect. Liang Yongqing touched the bump on his head and mused. When surpassing the pain threshold, there is indeed no sensation. But as the initial shock fades, I find the pain gradually returning, increasing to the level I can tolerate. This means that pain above the threshold is not entirely blocked out. When the sensation diminishes, the perception of pain reemerges. Yet, it is mostly bearable, with only slight discomfort. This is likely to prevent players from inflicting excessive harm to their bodies, which is quite acceptable. Indeed, that makes sense. Today, I uncovered new information. When we descend, if there are at least 5 faithful followers of the endowment within a certain radius, we can return here through meditation in the Hall of Endowment, Liu exclaimed excitedly. What have I missed? Please elaborate. Xiong Qiming sat down, intrigued. I inquired with the NPC for quite a while, and he didn't respond to any of my questions. However, I suddenly thought to ask how to relay information back, and that's when he shared this with me. He was supposed to explain it before our descent. But perhaps my persistent questioning annoyed him, leading him to divulge some details to send me on my way. Liu animatedly shared his conjectures with everyone. So, I'm contemplating that not everyone's descent time is necessarily the same. If someone is absent, wouldn't that mean we cannot return? What if we could convert wasteland NPCs into followers and reach 5 individuals? Would that not allow us to return to the hall? It truly seems to be a theological game, where preaching is of paramount importance. On the following day, when the first player, Jiangnan's first deep affection, logged in with heartfelt fervor, Shen Ming swiftly noticed a remarkable shift in this player's attributes. Indeed, the faith value had astonishingly surpassed 100, even exceeding 200, reaching a total of 264. This indicated that should Jiangnan's first deep affection commence prayers today, Shen Ming would consequently acquire 1 point of faith power. Faith power is not an inexhaustible resource. Its acquisition necessitates that the faith value of the believer exceeds 100, meaning that only devout prayers yield a point. This point of faith power is time-limited, with the duration contingent upon the believer's faith value. The higher the faith value, the longer the time frame. However, if the time elapses without further prayers, this point of faith will vanish. Thus, the most effective method to stabilize the faith value is through daily prayers. Shen Ming contemplated a system of positive reinforcement for the players, aiming to invigorate their enthusiasm, starting with a daily task, prayer. After a night of deep reflection, he resolved to design a system of grace points, akin to a contribution point system. Daily prayer would yield 1 grace point, while cultivating new devout believers would grant 10. These 2 methods would serve as fixed means of acquisition, with additional tasks issued at his discretion as needed. Grace points serve a singular purpose, to be redeemed in the Grace Hall for skills. In the wasteland, tribes venerating deities exist, and the blessings of these divinities provide an avenue for advancement. As faith values, or levels of devotion, increase, this path evolves from the lowest tier of follower to supplicant, prayerful devotee, favored one, and ultimately, disseminator. With each ascension, new abilities are bestowed by the deity. Shen Ming intended to adopt this model, as he embodied the divine. Albeit as a candidate, this pathway aligned perfectly with his own circumstances. When players attain sufficient awareness, meet the requisite faith value, and possess the necessary grace points, he will guide them to acquire abilities, thereby endowing himself with these powers, as this remains his singular means of enhancement. Who would have imagined that a deity could currently be devoid of any abilities? Thus, players, if you seek strength, spread the faith. The task system will activate upon the player's arrival in the wasteland, while other functionalities await their exploration. All 5 players are currently online, each with faith values exceeding 200, meeting the minimum requirement for the follower tier. Shen Ming contemplated whether to guide them towards acquiring abilities at this moment, especially since he had misplaced the Staff of Life, which could pose potential risks. Possessing even a modicum of power would be advantageous for self-defense. Furthermore, when he guides these 5 players in prayer, he will garner 5 points of faith, equating to an additional point of divine might. With 5 skills and 1 point of divine strength, he might even find a place to descend. This prospect was tantalizing. The Grace Hall held little appeal. His own descent would be the true path to glory. Resolutely, he decided to proceed, for the faith value was sufficiently ample, and the followers had no demands for awareness. Grace points were under his purview. Consider it a benevolent benefit for the initial batch of test players. Chapter 7. Is any ability attainable? What about clairvoyance? As the moment of descent approached, merely 2 hours remained. Players engaged fervently in conversations, oblivious to the specifics of their discussions. At that moment, Shen Ming approached, observing the gradually quieting players. Clearing his throat, he spoke. As you embark on this descent, tasked with reclaiming the life staff, it is important to recognize that this predicament is not of your making. Given the potential dangers that may lie ahead, and in the interest of safeguarding the faithful, our Lord has decreed to bestow upon each of you a singular ability, elevating your status from mere subjects to followers. The 5 players felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, a plot was unfolding. It was evident that they were about to acquire skills, likely initial abilities. Li Yu, brimming with anticipation, gazed at the NPC, pondering whether firearms skills might be among them. He wondered about the nature of the title follower, speculating if it signified the activation of a title system, although he noticed no apparent change in attributes. Shen Ming observed as the players' faith values began to soar, the highest among them, a second-tier performer of the National Retreat Drum, surpassing 500, a threshold sufficient to become a supplicant. However, their consciousness was insufficient to facilitate any leap in status. The Lord of Gifts embodies the essence of consciousness, the source of all creation, capable of manifesting every imaginable desire. As Shen Ming extolled his own virtues, he gestured in a manner reminiscent of the divine bestowal and continued, "Now, I shall guide you in acquiring your own unique abilities. Firstly, you must understand that every gift comes with a price. Each ability granted by our Lord entails a cost. This is the limitation of the rules. Should your desires exceed the bounds of your will, the abilities may become distorted or even fail. Thus, the more familiar you are with your aspirations, the more likely you are to succeed. According to the wisdom of my predecessors, lower-tier abilities require exchange, mid-tier endure distortion, and high-tier bear the cost. For those with lower consciousness, abilities typically manifest in a weaker form, often requiring merely an exchange or minimal side effects. As consciousness rises, the faithful develop a resolute will, and when their desired abilities surpass their capacity for exchange, the granting method shifts to sacrifice or distortion of side effects. At the pinnacle of consciousness, one may evolve into a semi-divine or mythical being, barely possessing a semblance of great power. In such a state, the strength of the requested abilities reaches its zenith, often demanding a considerable price for the bestowed powers. Naturally, these intricacies cannot be disclosed to the players, for the gifted can only elucidate the mechanics without revealing the underlying mysteries. Should a supplicant's consciousness bear the influence of the guide, the rules would interpret it as the thoughts of the bestowal, leading to potential failure. Each guiding ritual involves 5 qualified subjects, and when one expresses a desired ability, the others must remain silent, ensuring the primacy of the supplicant's consciousness. I shall then connect them to the ocean of the subconscious, allowing them to receive the grace of our Lord. Now, you may articulate the abilities you wish to attain. Any ability? Liang Yongqing inquired, perplexed. Any ability, Shen Ming affirmed. As long as it resides within your imagination, it can become reality. What specific costs are involved? That hinges on the constraints imposed by the rules on the capabilities you envision. Great Priest, may we engage in a discussion? Your time is limited, so please expedite. Goodness, this is not what I anticipated. Is there not a classification system? Any ability is permissible. How can this be achieved? What kind of program architecture allows such flexibility? Liang Yongqing pulled a group of players to a corner away from the round table, bewildered. The NPC mentioned earlier that failure is a possibility. Harqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Thus I surmise they must have created an extensive skill library, which matches based on similarity. If no match is found, failure ensues. And a low match results in distortion. That makes sense, Li Yu exclaimed with enlightenment. Sister Qing is impressive. A true expert. How do you know I am older than you? Harqing rolled her eyes. Age before beauty, Li Yu chuckled. Besides, look at my youthful face. I must be younger. Xiong Qiming raised a hand to interrupt their banter, speaking earnestly. What is the cost of skills? What form do they take? We are entirely in the dark. Furthermore, the NPC stated that the more we understand, the more likely we are to succeed. So, I conjecture whether it is guiding us to acquire enhanced versions of our existing abilities. We are all blank slates. What existing abilities do we possess? In reality, was it not mentioned that the game employs subconscious guidance technology? Perhaps it is related to reality? Goodness. Perhaps it truly is. But I lack any significant abilities in reality, Li Yu pondered. No, I mean my real-world abilities do not translate into this game. They provide no assistance, Li Yu defended. Aside from being somewhat adept at gaming, he genuinely could not think of any other capabilities. This pertains to the primary quest, and even the subsequent development of the storyline. I believe we should proceed with caution, as we do not know whether abilities can be exchanged later on. If not, we might inadvertently trigger Hell mode at the outset. Harching expressed her concerns. Perhaps anything is possible? After all, it is subconscious guidance. No one can ascertain how this technology differs from current program designs. Wei Yin, who had remained silent, spoke softly. He felt a flicker of thought upon hearing that anything could be imagined, yet sensed that everyone was overly cautious. That is a valid point. Liang Yongqing laughed heartily, patting the muscular shoulder of his companion. Ultimately, it is a game. No matter how real, it remains a game. So let us proceed according to our whims. Before playing the game, I had no idea the five senses could feel so tangible, so let us follow our instincts. We can assist one another. Well then, let us go. Speak freely, but remember to remain silent while others are speaking, as per game regulations. Who wishes to go first? Shen Ming looked at the players before him, harboring a flicker of anticipation. There were only so many rules, and he had conveyed them all. As for what skills would be obtained, only fate knows what the players were contemplating. Li Yu observed the dramatic gestures of the retreating artist and the loyal canine. Hesitating momentarily before declaring, I shall go first. I desire the ability of clairvoyance, he stated tentatively. Young man, your thoughts are somewhat perilous. Harch's eyes widened as she regarded him with uncertainty, instinctively pulling her robe to shield her body. As Liang Yongqing appeared to have unlocked the door to a new realm. His eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not thought of this before? Clearly, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his eccentricity. Observing the ambiguous glances exchanged among the crowd, oscillating between himself and Xinqing, alongside the bewildered NPC nearby, Li Yu hastily defended himself, exclaiming, It's not what you think. What exactly is it that we think? They retorted, Aren't you supposed to be familiar with your abilities? As a firearms enthusiast, I believe that having X-ray vision would be immensely beneficial. Trust me, I have no ulterior motives. Oh, I see. They chuckled. You truly have no idea. Li Yu, noticing Xinqing's lingering skepticism, quickly clasped his hands in apology. Sister Qing, please believe me. I genuinely mean no harm. Xinqing rolled her eyes, her expression one of disbelief. Li Yu, in a flurry, called out, I want to change my request. Great High Priest, I wish to acquire a skill that allows me to automatically aim at the heads of my foes. That sounds splendid. If this were to be implemented, wouldn't it be akin to an official auto-aim feature? Thought the loyal companion, contemplating a shift in strategy, realizing that merely enhancing defense was rather pedestrian. Shen Ming also found merit in this idea, recognizing its utility in the wasteland, albeit uncertain of the cost. Yet, with the divine power at his disposal, he figured he could manage. Wait, hold on. He suddenly interjected. In the wasteland, I might not even have a gun. Great High Priest, I wish to make another change. As Li Yu noted the growing hostility in the NPC's gaze, he panicked, promptly declaring, This is the last one. I need a gun that I can summon from within me at any time. Little player, is that gun even legitimate? The crowd struggled to suppress their laughter. While the sole female player cast a fleeting glance at Li Yu's lower half, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. Wait, my description was misleading. I meant one that is easily concealable, a portable one. He corrected himself. Ah, yes. I need the ability to summon a gun at will. Inwardly, Liang Yongqing found himself thoroughly entertained, considering this intriguing character from Jiangnan, who, despite his youth, demonstrated impressive skill as he navigated sharp turns in front of the female player. He mused that concealing a gun within one's body was indeed an innovative approach, though he wondered how the system would facilitate such a skill. Wei Yin was perplexed. It was evident that this game did not feature character backpacks. Where could one conceal a firearm? A soft sword could be coiled around the waist. But a gun of such size, could it truly be hidden within one's hair? Shen Ming gazed intently at Li Yu, seeming to exhale a sigh of relief as he remarked, As you wish. With a graceful gesture towards the celestial dome, the vibrant nebula transformed into a magnificent star map, with peculiar beams of light seemingly connecting the stars, each one dim and unilluminated. With a sweeping motion of his hand, one of the dull stars suddenly blazed with brilliance, and a misty luminescence gradually detached from the original star, plummeting straight down into the bronze bell suspended above the assembly. With a resonant hum, a ripple of mist spread forth, and a deep voice emanated from within the bell. Firearm transaction. The five players gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. realizing for the first time that the dome and the bronze bell were instruments for bestowing skills. This epic spectacle occurred right before their eyes, rendering them breathless. Their eyes wide open, fearful of missing a moment. This was a ritual designed by the previous master. The skills were genuine, yet the myriad stars were mere illusions. Lacking practical utility, primarily serving to enhance the player's gaming mindset, akin to a celestial skill tree. Is that the name of a skill? It sounds like something from an arms dealer, Liu thought, bewildered. He examined his attributes page, but found no anomalies. There were no weapons within him. Could it be that he had not fulfilled some requirement? The grace has been bestowed. One must praise the grace, murmured Shen Ming, as he began to assess his faith points. The grace blesses all beings, alleviating suffering. Liu recognized this, having performed the grace prayer the previous day. Indeed, he found his faith points to be one, quite satisfactory. Great High Priest, may I inquire about how to utilize the skills? When you descend, you shall naturally understand how to use them, as well as the cost involved. Very well. The next participant, Wei Yin, was eager and, noticing the lack of reactions from others, raised his hand. Respected Great High Priest, I wish to acquire a breathing technique that fortifies the body. He had contemplated this during their earlier discussions, realizing that since anything could be envisioned, he ought to request his deepest desire, the legendary Taoist breathing technique. In the real world, he was the youngest disciple of the Feiyun Taoist temple, frail and sickly throughout his youth, cherished by the temple's elders. In modern society, the temple thrived, and the philosophy of non-action prevailed. As long as one did not break the law, disciples were free to pursue most endeavors. Thus, Wei Yin had invested several months' wages into a gaming pod, placing it in his room to enjoy gaming, for beyond attending to patrons and taking medicine, he had little else to occupy his time. Upon entering the game, witnessing such a realistic version of himself, he allocated all points to strength and constitution, attributes he could never possess in reality. He envisioned the methods of body strengthening, chi cultivation, foundational building, and dan formation. Yet he was merely at the beginning, so he opted for body fortification first. What? This is even possible? Liu stared in shock at Wei Yan's muscular physique, pondering. What more could you possibly need for body strengthening? Is it feasible to transcend game mechanics and embrace real-world legends? Liang Yongqing felt a spark of inspiration, realizing he still had much to learn. A breathing technique? I'm somewhat perplexed. If one seeks to enhance their physique, why not simply request a boost in strength? What is this inexplicable sense of ritual? Shen Ming found himself equally bewildered. Such a request was beyond his imagination. As if in response to their musings, the ritual commenced anew. Another star descended, but this one seemed to fall from a great distance, and once it landed, the bronze bell resonated once more, humming dragon's breath. Wei Yin listened to the name, feeling it was leagues away from his initial request. Had he set his expectations too high, resulting in a distortion of his vision? Indeed, I find myself lacking, and I must strive harder. Next, I desire a spell capable of summoning thunder to strike my enemies over a wide area. Liang Yongqing expressed his thoughts, believing that as a traditional mage, area of effect spells were essential, and the spectacle of summoning thunder was undeniably impressive. This sense of realism, while somewhat cliched, would still dazzle others, for style is nearly as significant as magnitude. At this moment, Xianqing pondered the implications of her low initial attributes. Fearing she might not be able to wield a particularly powerful spell, yet she felt that a mage should possess great strength. After all, their deities were mages themselves. Liu, filled with regret, realized that his ambitions were too limited. Why not think more boldly? As you wish. Buzz Spear of Thunder. Next, I wish to possess the ability to communicate with other beings. Xiong Qiming cautiously voiced his thoughts, not for the sake of the wasteland's cats and dogs, but simply for novelty. Astonishing. Liu was taken aback, realizing this ability could indeed exist. Could it be a wasteland version of a cat and dog duality? Xianqing cast a contemplative glance at the loyal dog, noting that this player's attribute point mirrored her own thoughts. As you wish. Buzz Linguistic Diplomacy. Next, I desire the power of mind reading, to discern the inner thoughts of others. Xianqing gazed intently at Shen Ming, articulating her request with unwavering conviction. Astonishing. The four gentlemen tensed, instinctively tightening their garments, particularly Liu, whose expression fell. Is this reasonable? Can seeing into one's heart truly equate with perceiving mere appearances? This is quite reasonable. When interrogating foes or seeking information, It proves exceedingly effective. Of course, one would not misuse it against allies. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan's most sentimental figure, hinting at her intentions. Sister Qing, I concede. I kneel before you. Remarkable. Shen Ming's eyes brightened. This skill emerged as the best of the day. In the wasteland, gathering information is immensely challenging, as everyone remains overly cautious, rarely willing to generously share their intelligence. As you wish. Buzz's secret interrogation. Upon hearing the skill's name, Xianqing visibly exhaled, realizing that her low initial attributes would likely prevent her from mastering such an ability. It must have been distorted into a weaker variant. If she truly possessed the power to see into others' hearts, she would feel somewhat adrift. It still aligned with her expectations. Though the cost remained unknown, the four gentlemen also sighed in relief, as the name suggested it differed significantly from the description. How terrifying. The bestowal concluded. Prepare yourselves. Shen Ming glanced at the time. Only half an hour remained until the descent. He reiterated the players' tasks, cautioning them against dangers and imparting various edicts of the divine realm, such as refraining from slaughtering the innocent, not raising blades against kin, and avoiding the misuse of the divine name to instigate war. With that, he stepped aside, leaving them to their own devices. He needed to assess his attributes, noting the increase of 5 points in faith and 5 new skills to explore. In the desolate wasteland of an unknown expanse, there lies an abandoned stronghold. It's scattered. Roofless wooden shacks and crumbling walls bearing witness to a time when a handful of wilderness dwellers once inhabited this forsaken place, overgrown with weeds and remnants of shattered structures. It is evident that this site has not seen the presence of humanity for quite some time. Suddenly, a loud cry pierces the silence. From beneath a pile of timber at the southernmost wall, a hand suddenly emerges, followed by a second, then a third. With a crash, the wood tumbles down, and 5 individuals struggle to free themselves from the weight of the colossal timber pile that had nearly buried them. What an extraordinary sight! The aroma of the earth, the interplay of light. This is remarkable, exclaimed Liu, sprawled on the ground, oblivious to the wood shavings and dirt coating his body, shielding his eyes from the sun's rays. He squinted and shouted, "This is incredible. Can such visual effects truly be rendered? What kind of computational power is required for this?" As Liang Yongqing rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, he marveled. Just look at these particle effects. They are astonishing. The descent of the dust is indistinguishable from reality. Meanwhile, Xiong Qiming, struggling against the brightness of the sun, held open his eyelids with his fingers, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "This is far too realistic. My eyes feel as though they might go blind." Only Xianqing and Dejiba were rummaging through the pile of wood, guided by an extraordinary, faint sensation emanating from within them. They unearthed the life staff, an artifact buried beneath the timber. Contrary to their expectations, its lofty name belied its appearance, resembling little more than a simple stick. If not for the connection they felt, it would have remained undiscovered, explaining why it had been discarded amidst the firewood. Ugh! Why does the soil taste so sour? Deep feelings. Where did you acquire this peculiar habit of tasting everything? Liang Yongqing chuckled, accepting the life staff from Dejiba and examining it with intrigue. This is so unremarkable. It hardly resembles a resurrection item. By the way, who will carry it? This ragged robe offers no place for storage. Let's not hang it from our belts. Why not let you take it? After all, you are the mage, and it complements your role perfectly, Xianqing replied, cautiously tapping the earth beneath her feet. Shouldn't we first ascertain the safety of our surroundings before hastily testing our skills? It appears there are no other souls nearby. This must be a novice village. Acquiring a life staff is merely a formality. I thought it would be something terrifying. Yet here I am, trembling at the words of an NPC. Liang Yongqing remarked as he casually tucked the life staff into the belt at his waist and began to survey their surroundings. Let us look around for any defensible weapons. If the area is indeed deserted, we can explore our respective abilities. Xiong Qiming, still wiping away tears, continued, "The quest system has been activated, did you notice?" Upon hearing this, the group promptly checked their attribute panels. Liu noted the addition of titles, grace points, and quests, while the remaining 4 attributes remained unchanged. As for the grace points, the NPC had explained to them before departing that these represented contributions to their faction, obtainable through daily prayers and tasks assigned by NPCs, as well as through the development of new followers. The quest to retrieve the Staff of Life is classified as a divine task. granting one a bounty of 100 grace points. The follower, known for his profound emotional depth from Jiangnan, possesses the following attributes: consciousness, 105, strength, 1, constitution, 1, agility, 3, spirit, 0, grace points, 101. His skills include firearm trade, with a daily task of grace prayer, 11, 1 grace point, and a divine task of cultivating devout grace believers, 0, 10 grace points. The task of retrieving the staff of life, 11, lacks a description, yet he instinctively comprehended the cost and rules associated with the skill. Chapter 9. The cost of skills. What in the world? Must one even sacrifice their own body? This is utterly cult-like, he exclaimed, abruptly interrupting the players venturing into the ruins. Upon hearing his outcry, the others pondered briefly and deduced that this must pertain to the cost he described. They assessed their own skills, most of them grimacing, deciding it prudent to ascertain the surrounding safety first, reserving their experiments for when they were alone. Although it was merely a game, Liu evidently had no desire for self-mutilation. Thus he relinquished the use of the skill and dejectedly ambled towards the nearest dilapidated building. This is inhumane. This cursed skill is utterly useless. I haven't even encountered a monster yet, and I'm already left incapacitated. Being crippled is one thing, but it's time limited? What purpose does that serve? Am I to sacrifice an arm just to fire a couple of bullets? The area was not vast, and soon the group had thoroughly scoured the place. Deji Ba discovered a broken stone axe, its blade dulled to the point of being merely a bludgeoning weapon. The loyal hound, having taken a break, unearthed a chipped metallic dagger of unknown material from the crumbling wall beside a broken bed. There was no one around. This desolate place was devoid of life. Come, let us see the main event. What do the skills entail? Show us. Deep emotion, you go first. I can't proceed. My skill requires the sacrifice of bodily tissue to summon a firearm. How on earth am I supposed to manage that? Incredible. Liang Yongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he enthusiastically suggested, "Isn't there a dagger? After all, we can respawn. What is the harm in losing an arm or a leg? Let us give it a shot. You can try it yourself, Brother Gu. I cannot accept such a fate. Sacrificing bodily tissue, how much would that require?" Xianqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. The greater the firepower of the summoned weapon, the more tissue required. And it's time limited as well. If one desires a longer duration, more tissue is necessary. Liu sighed in despair, lamenting, alas. Starting off as a disabled person is quite the predicament. After some contemplation, Xianqing speculated, why not try with your hair? Wait, does hair count? Liu promptly pulled out 2 strands, eagerly sensing with his mind, but it was insufficient. He plucked another 2, still inadequate. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to yank out a large handful, wincing in pain. The others nearby erupted in laughter. He had truly been ruthless in his endeavor. At that moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The hair in Liu's hand spontaneously ignited, and then, in an astonishing instant, a silver-white handgun, intricately engraved with flame patterns, materialized in his grasp. Impressive. Oh my goodness. How did it materialize in the blink of an eye? This is exceedingly brutal. What kind of firearm is this? I've never seen one like it before. It resembles a desert eagle, yet it comes adorned with a skin. This game is astonishingly impressive. How is such an imaginative effect achieved? A crowd gathered around him, taking turns to weigh and scrutinize the weapon. Xiangqing skillfully detached the magazine to inspect it, discovering it was fully loaded. Quick, fire a couple of shots to test it out. Liu picked up the handgun and adeptly aimed at a nearby dead tree. Firing twice. Bang bang. Both shots hit the target. The accuracy was decent, and the sensation in his arm muscles reminded him of shooting in real battlefield, albeit more vivid and intricate. Your marksmanship is commendable, Shenqing. How long does this last? It feels like 2 or 3 hours. What about the ammunition? What happens when it runs out? It seems there's only 1 magazine. If we need more bullets, we might have to. Shenqing, your skill is somewhat lacking, Liang Yongqing remarked, glancing at Liu's hair, laughing like a madman, while the others chuckled quietly, mindful of their camaraderie. Well, it's better than losing a hand. If I had known, I should have grown my hair longer during the character creation. Let us try a couple more. How about a rifle or a sniper? Let us see if we can conjure an anti-armor weapon. Liu was curious about what could be achieved with his hair, so he mustered his resolve and pulled out a few more strands, which manifested as a wooden bolt-action rifle. Why not conjure an automatic one? This bolt-action is rather dull. It hardly has any rounds. There's not enough hair, bro. I wish I could. Pulling hair is unbearably painful. Why not use a knife? We have a dagger. Xianqing stifled a laugh as she watched Liu grimacing while touching the manifested weapon. You should have mentioned that earlier. I'm about to go bald. This is so difficult. Liu lamented, swatting away the hands of the artist trying to touch the gun. The duration of the firearm was short. Barely over half an hour, it felt like a loss. The balding gun god, Shen Ming, the balder, the stronger, truly a profound truth. The group teased him. Laughter filling the air. What about you all? Let us give it a try. I can't be the only one having a hard time. Xiong Qiming glanced at his skill and said, It seems I can't test mine. Mine involves subsequent costs, not initial conditions, but rather communication with non-sentient beings. Wow, incredible. Did it really succeed? What is the cost? I don't know. It seems one must try to discover that. No rush. We'll find an animal later. We should encounter some. What about you, Tank? Xianqing felt that calling him by the name of a muscular character was too peculiar, so she opted for Tank. It's truly a breathing technique, Wei Yin excitedly stated, though he hadn't tried it yet, as it required a specific breathing pattern. Can one genuinely cultivate? Is it necessary to sit cross-legged? The group grew intrigued, for this was a familiar concept, the cultivation of the Huaxia tradition. If this were possible, techniques like flying on swords and spirit separation could potentially be utilized in the future. No need for that. Just the 5 short breaths and 1 long breath will suffice. But it must be sustained, otherwise it won't work. Let us give it a try. Having spoken, Wei Yin began to experiment with the breathing technique known as 5 short inhales and 1 long exhale. Contrary to his expectations, the method involved 5 short inhales followed by a single prolonged exhale, with a clear interval between each inhalation. Initially, he struggled to adapt, feeling slightly breathless. After several attempts, the group experienced a sensation of breathlessness, finding it difficult to acclimate. However, after a few breaths, the imposing figure of the muscular giant began to swell noticeably. With a few more breaths, his physique expanded significantly, stretching his robe tightly across his chest and arms, his eyes turning crimson, and a faint breath visibly escaping his lips. Remarkable, a true berserker. Liang Yongqing stared in astonishment at the muscular giant, reaching out to touch his muscles, marveling at their terrifying hardness. Could such strength truly be achieved by a mere mortal? Wei Yin also found the technique intriguing. Although the name fell short of its grandeur, its efficacy was undeniable. Yet, he was perplexed by an overwhelming hunger that struck him suddenly. He craved meat. Just as he contemplated checking his attributes, his muscles deflated like a punctured balloon. Oh, so there is a duration to this. It feels rather brief. Caught up in the excitement, he had forgotten to maintain his breathing. Scratching his head, Wei Yin remarked, This is quite challenging to sustain. I must continue this breathing pattern, yet it leaves me feeling slightly breathless and particularly hungry during the process. It's acceptable, though. Breathing exercises are far more manageable than pulling out hair. Don't be like that, Sister Qing. Chapter 10. You claim you cannot read minds? Teacher Gu. Is your thunder spear a summoning of a long spear? Indeed it is. It feels more like a warrior's weapon. After all, how elegant is it for a mage to wield a spear? Liang Yongqing took a step back, extending his hand to gauge the air before concentrating. Suddenly, a burst of purple electricity erupted from his palm. His eyes widened in amazement as he laughed heartily. Mages are incredible. The electric burst crackled with energy, rapidly morphing in his palm into a spear, pulsating with thunderous energy, surrounded by arcs of electricity, its tips distinctly sharp, truly a spear forged of thunder. Perhaps more aptly described as a javelin. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing magic for the first time in this game. The lifelike effect left them in awe. Every inch of the spear surged with plasma, seemingly confined within the confines of its structure, roaring as it struggled to break free. The skill effect was nothing short of magnificent. Liu was filled with envy, pondering the vast differences among individuals. The weapon he cradled in his arms suddenly felt less appealing. Nearby, the loyal canine companion cautiously reached out, eager to touch it, but before he could approach, he was jolted by the stray electric arc. Whoa. He quickly withdrew his hand, observing a blackened mark on the back of his hand, though the pain was minimal. It bore a faint scent reminiscent of burnt protein. Such power. Are you all right, Striker? The lightning is beyond my control. I merely shape it into the form of a spear. I'm fine. The sensation is dulled. It feels akin to a gentle slap. The loyal dog, having touched the black mark on his hand, realized it had not broken the skin, but merely scorched a layer of epidermis. He moved his electrocuted hand, assessing its functionality, and assured, "It does not hinder normal strength, rest assured." "That is reassuring," came the reply. "Let me see the power of this skill. However, I have never thrown a javelin before." Liang Yongqing, filled with eagerness, scanned his surroundings and finally spotted a dilapidated wooden house, partially intact, not far from where he had just explored. Recalling the javelin-throwing techniques he had observed on television, he took a few steps back to gain momentum and then, with a sudden swing of his arm, hurled the javelin into the air. A streak of brilliant light shot forth like a thunderbolt, slicing through the air. It veered slightly, but not entirely off course. The spear plunged into the ground just a short distance from the wooden structure, and immediately thereafter, a resounding explosion erupted, as if the heavens had unleashed their fury. A blinding flash engulfed the area within several meters, transforming both the earth and half of the wooden wall into a charred black, while flickers of flame danced along the sparse grass and the wall of the cabin. Goodness! What on earth? The onlookers were astonished. Not only was the display spectacular, but the impact resembled a small-scale area of effect attack, perhaps the most devastating skill witnessed thus far. Of course, accuracy was a concern. Well, this skill is essentially akin to tossing a grenade. With the ability to summon a weapon, we might have a means of self-defense. They chuckled. Indeed, the mage is truly formidable. Turning around, the group observed Liang Yongqing, his expression devoid of emotion, releasing an eerie, wheezing laugh reminiscent of a broken bellows. "Brother Gu, what happened to your face?" someone finally inquired. It dawned on them that the cost of the skill had resulted in a disruption of his biological electrical signals. Is Teacher Gu experiencing facial paralysis? With a chuckle, Liang Yongqing endeavored to regain control over his facial muscles. He managed to smile, albeit an expressionless one. He opened his mouth again, finding he could still do so, though the movement felt significantly diminished. "Darn it, I wonder how long this will last," he lamented. "The cost is rather steep. What handsome man would suffer from facial paralysis? It's simply unreasonable." Looking on at this spectacle, Xianqing laughed until her stomach hurt, clutching her belly as she remarked, "In light of the results, it's not such a grave issue. It's just inexplicably amusing. This cost you speak of, is it truly legitimate? Why are they all so absurd? The developers are rather malicious." On a more serious note, he continued, "When I threw the spear, I felt a bit disoriented and somewhat fatigued. It seems there must be a hidden mental resource, perhaps tied to personal spirit. How many times can it materialize? Maybe 3 or 4 times. Afterward, I felt a kind of exhaustion akin to having intensely focused on a mentally taxing task. It appeared that the attribute of spirit was indeed connected to this aspect. Mages would certainly require a greater mental capacity." Liang Yongqing pondered, uncertain how to augment his attributes, and noted that the NPC had provided no answers. "Has my consciousness decreased?" "Not at all. Rather, it has increased by 1 point. I believe this must pertain to the experience bar." "Indeed, that seems plausible. We should explore further. Perhaps we will uncover answers or trigger the next part of the storyline." "Xianqing, what of your skill?" "The mind-reading ability." Xinqing let out a sigh of relief and said, "The secret interrogation, I understand now, is a prerequisite. However, it requires someone to cooperate. Who among you will volunteer?" Upon finishing her statement, she crossed her arms and smiled at the 4 male players. "Deep feelings. The time has come for you to contribute to the organization." Liang Yongqing nudged Li Yu with his shoulder, chuckling, "Hurry and be the guinea pig. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Ha ha ha, you're the most suitable. Come on, Sister Qing, be gentle." Xinqing chuckled in irritation, fixing her gaze intently on Li Yu's eyes, lost in thought. "Sister Qing, please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. My surname is Su. What is your real name?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Yu's eyes suddenly lost their sparkle, and an emotionless voice followed. "My name is Li Yu. With Li as in wood, and Yu as in Sun Yu. Wow. You said you couldn't read minds. Huh. What just happened? I seem to have zoned out for a moment. Astounding. This is not merely a matter of skills. It pertains to real-world information. This is a genuine exchange of consciousness on a profound level. Isn't the consciousness guidance technology in this game rather terrifying?" In an instant, everyone felt a sense of disorientation and trepidation. Xinqing exhaled, patting her chest, confirming her suspicions. Subconscious guidance is indeed deeply linked to human consciousness, which is why consciousness-related skills in the game are the most formidable, as they can pierce through reality. Liang Yongqing maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, He was tumultuous. Does such technology truly exist? If it does, can humanity ever keep secrets? Wei Yin continued practicing his breathing. His body, once firm and robust, deflated upon witnessing the events unfolding. He has a mind connection. This must be the connection of the mind. This game can truly lead to enlightenment. The loyal hound was equally astonished, grasping the true implications of consciousness guidance, hastily inquiring, what are the conditions? Surely, there must be limitations on the questions one can ask. You mentioned your surname is Su. Is that the condition? Introducing oneself? The group was filled with confusion, and Li Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What just happened? What did I miss? I really zoned out. I'm not lying. You did not zone out. You were under my control. Whoa. Sister Qing, did you possess me? The words hanging on his lips were abruptly interrupted. Xinqing shot him an exasperated glance and clarified, it's not possession. The condition for the secret interrogation is to reveal a personal secret. She paused for a moment, contemplating before continuing. Once I disclose a secret of my own to the respondent, I may pose him a question. If that question is roughly equivalent to the secret I've revealed in his consciousness, he will be momentarily under my control, allowing me to open the door to his consciousness and elicit truthful responses to my inquiries. That is essentially it. The four inhaled sharply, feeling the surrounding temperature drop several degrees. Whoa, I've been possessed. I'm no longer clean. I have no secrets left. Not at all. You merely disclosed your name. Moreover, this skill demands an exorbitant amount of energy. I currently feel extremely fatigued mentally, likely due to my depleted spirit. I want to be able to use it again in a short span. Liang Yongqing rubbed his cheeks, uncertain whether this action would hasten the alleviation of his facial paralysis or merely mitigate his inner astonishment. He pondered, this game is utterly absurd. No, it transcends the very essence of a game. With such technology, wouldn't the military seize control of the gaming companies? Are our consciousnesses not being harvested by this developer? If this technology exists, do we truly possess any secrets? Goodness, should we report this to the authorities? Perhaps not, since it is publicly in beta testing. The officials might have already documented it. It is inconceivable that such experiments could be conducted under the government's nose. What if the government itself is the developer or an investor, merely recruiting ordinary people as test subjects? That makes sense, regardless of the motives. Whether for profit or deeper purposes, it is highly unlikely that they would select me for testing. Personally, even if they gathered all my information, it would hold little significance. I am far too ordinary to be of strategic importance. Moreover, aside from Xi and Qing, the four of us have not engaged in this realm of application. If consciousness data were indeed being collected, there should be some guidance in that regard. Goodness, Qing Jia, you aren't secretly an employee of the gaming company, are you? We have a traitor among us. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall silence you. Xi and Qing retorted, her temper flaring as she kicked Li Yu twice. I apologize. I apologize. Please, no more kicking. Li Yu rubbed his calves, the pain too palpable to ignore. Well, since the game developers have not silenced us and the authorities are not involved, let us continue to play the game as normal. If one day, representatives from the gaming company approach us, we shall discuss it internally before taking any action. Should anyone fail to reach out to the others among us, we will report it immediately. The loyal dog pondered for a moment before continuing. If the government sends someone to investigate, we shall report truthfully. That should pose no issues. After all, this game has only just begun, and I have no intention of relinquishing it so easily. It is undeniably captivating. Dog brother, you are remarkable. I too wish to continue playing. This is merely the beginning. Very well, let us take a brief respite, and then embark on our first step to conquer the stars and the sea. Laughter erupted as they observed the serious-faced Liang Yongqing, finally shaking off their tension and uncertainty. Chapter 11. Arrived in the North? Consciousness. 1247 Faith. 5 Number of followers. 5 Might. 1. Consciousness projection 10. Skills. Firearm trade. Secret interrogation. Spear of thunder. Diplomatic language. Dragon's breath. Shen Ming surveyed his panel, deep in thought. The increase in consciousness likely stemmed from the player's projection and the cognitive enhancement brought about by the bestowed skills. His free might had increased slightly, suggesting he could utilize 2 or 3 skills in succession, yet his might remained insufficient, indicating a long journey ahead. Unlike the players, Shen Ming, as a candidate for the bestowal, could directly employ skills within the bestowal hall. Aside from the 2 skills requiring interaction, he continuously expended might to summon weapons. Conjure thunder spears, and transform his body into that of a dragon, finally grasping the limits of utilizing 1 point of might. Once the power exceeds 1 point, utilizing skills will require a cost or the fulfillment of conditions, akin to what is expected of players. This power can regenerate over time, and areas with a greater number of followers experience a swifter recovery. Thus, one need not worry excessively about the consumption of power. Except in instances where it is occupied by projections, it is time to embark on a new adventure. Shen Ming once again shifted the dome back to its initial scene of a starry sky, meticulously searching for a moment before extending his hand to point at a dim star, obscured by the multitude of celestial lights. "It is you," he declared, "descend." The air was damp, with a tang of iron and decay, accompanied by the sound of water. Even before opening his eyes, Shen Ming sensed that he was not on the surface. He attuned to the body into which he had descended, feeling the flesh around his neck writhing and recuperating. His hands moved slightly, and there was no issue. He could control his strength. His legs made a minuscule motion, confirming that he could also manipulate their power. It appeared promising. At least his limbs were unscathed. This was knowledge gleaned from countless deaths. After a recent rebirth, one must exercise caution, making only slight movements. Should there be killers present, being noticed could lead to a swift demise. Was he in the Dark River? He had experienced rebirth in the Dark River several times, and it had not ended well. He had often been dragged back to the lair by mutated predators. Listening intently for a moment, he detected nothing but the sound of water. It seemed that the dim descent passage was indeed considerably safer than the luminous ones. Shen Ming reflected on past experiences. Letting out a sigh, he slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were devoid of light, and the somber environment heightened his vigilance. He cautiously sat up from a supine position, surveying the environment, which felt reminiscent of a sewer. A sewer? In a human city? Had he descended into the northern regions? The wasteland to the south was rife with desolation, while only the north housed cities. This was due to some unknown transformation in the southern polar wasteland, rendering the area near the South Pole excessively hot. Each summer, a terrifying wave of heat known as the red tide sweeps over the south, with temperatures soaring as one ventures further south, often igniting the very vegetation. Thus, the south is not conducive to prolonged habitation. Even the inhabitants of the wasteland typically migrate northward as summer approaches. This period also marks the height of predation by various northern factions hunting wasteland dwellers and slave traders. Shen Ming had endured 3 red tides. During the first 2, he discovered underground caverns and managed to endure by eliminating the few encroachers. In the third instance, lacking a suitable refuge, he was compelled to migrate northward, where he encountered slave traders searching for goods. Uncertain of which faction city he was near, Shen Ming verified that no living beings were nearby before propping himself against the wall to stand. The space was limited, barely allowing him to crouch upright. Extending his right hand, he focused his will, and a spear of plasma materialized in his grasp. With 1 point of power, if he summoned just a single spear, it could be wielded until Shen Ming was utterly exhausted without dissipating. Amidst the flickering light of thunder, Shen Ming discerned his surroundings. Indeed, he found himself within a dilapidated sewer pipe. Not far ahead, he could glimpse the exit, where it appeared that a carcass had been washed down by the effluent. Casting a glance at himself, he noted his calloused hands, the stubble adorning his face, and the coarse garment draping his frame, marred by several long scars across his chest, indicative of a slave or a member of the lower class. He cautiously ventured forward, treading upon the soft, decaying sludge, enduring the foul stench that permeated the air and the nauseating odor of decay that assaulted his senses with every step. The entrance to the pipe led to a main sewer channel, where the space widened noticeably. Opposite him lay another abandoned pipe, slightly lower than his current position, from which a trickle of foul water flowed in, only to gradually cascade downward. How to escape? He was uncertain of where the subterranean waterways of this desolate city led, leaving him somewhat bewildered. As he contemplated following the current, a pair of glossy black eyes suddenly emerged from the opposite pipe, locking onto him intently. Squeak? An oil rat. A rare treasure indeed. In the wilderness, this creature was a prized find, typically captured only by the most seasoned hunters of the tribe. It thrived in the shadowy depths of underground rivers and caverns, subsisting on carrion, its thick layer of fat making it invaluable for oil extraction in the wild. Days when one could procure an oil rat were few and far between, offering a delightful reprieve, The oil rendered from the rat enhanced the flavor of leafy vegetables remarkably. Regrettably, the meat itself was rather unpalatable, tough and sour, often dried and stored as a reserve food source for lean times. Shen Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he cautiously shifted his spear to avoid startling the creature, then directly inquired, "How does one escape?" The oil rat seemed momentarily taken aback, then tentatively began to shuffle its plump body toward the pipe's opening. Goodness! Were the oil rats of the urban sewers truly this corpulent? How much oil could this yield? Squeak. Where to? Remarkable. This skill of mental communication is quite useful. He exclaimed, "To the surface. Do you know the way?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Never been. It's dangerous. One might get caught. How perplexing. Shen Ming's mind raced as he pressed on with his inquiries. Do you know where the fresh, edible things flow from? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upward, to the left. Keep going straight. As it spoke, the oil rat even stood on its hind legs, extending a claw to point above. Shen Ming was taken aback. Realizing he might have misjudged the capabilities of lower intelligence creatures, this exchange was surprisingly seamless. Thank you. Squeak, squeak. Fresh things, not tasty. He descended into the main sewer channel, suppressing the urge to capture the oil rat as he began to navigate upstream against the effluent. Squeak. The oil rat across from him wore a perplexed expression. This creature resembled a human in its mannerisms. Progressing along the straight sewer pipe, he occasionally encountered lateral branch pipes. Some were abandoned, while others still carried waste. Numerous pairs of vigilant eyes peered out from within the murky depths of several pipes. Shen Ming paid no heed to the gluttonous oil rats indulging in their repast or congregating in their breeding grounds. Upon reaching an intersection ahead, he steered towards the tumultuous flow of sewage, following the direction indicated by the oil rats. After approximately 10 minutes of groping through the murky depths, he finally spotted a shaft leading to the surface within a side branch of the main pipeline. He had located it at last. He could not linger any longer, for the stench was becoming unbearable. Although he had previously encountered numerous indescribable challenges that tested the limits of his olfactory senses, the odor emanating from the sewer undoubtedly ranked among the most repugnant he had ever experienced. Leaning against the manhole cover, he listened intently for a moment. There were indistinct voices in the distance, but nothing alarming nearby, suggesting a semblance of safety. With a determined effort, Shen Ming pushed open the manhole cover, and light instantaneously shattered the darkness. A wave of stifling air rushed into the shaft, mingling with a medley of unfamiliar fragrances. He felt as though his nasal passages had been resurrected. With another vigorous push, he leapt from the shaft. It appeared to be an alley devoid of any inhabitants, flanked by two modest four-story buildings. Colorful garments fluttered from the windows above, their material indiscernible. The ground beneath his feet was paved with unfamiliar stone slabs, and the manhole cover was crafted from an unknown metallic substance, a stark gray-black that contrasted sharply with the gray stone path. At the far end of the alley lay a bustling street, though it did not lead directly to it. Faint sounds of commotion echoed from around the corner. This was the city, different from what he had envisioned. He could not discern which faction controlled this domain, judging by the style of clothing. It did not appear to belong to the fabled Federation. The soiled attire clinging to his body was no longer wearable, should he be seen in such a state. He would undoubtedly be mistaken for an escaped slave and apprehended by the guards, lacking any memories of his previous existence. He had no idea if the dialect of the southern wastes would suffice to deceive anyone, so he had to ensure he did not attract undue attention. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Shen Ming pressed against the window for a closer inspection, then conjured a rifle with a 5-minute duration, deftly retrieving the garments draped over the balcony. With one piece, he wiped himself down, while he used another set to clean himself against the ground before donning them. He discarded the rifle and the soiled clothes into the sewer and sealed the manhole cover once more. As he stepped out of the alley and onto the street, he discovered the crowd was not as populous as he had imagined. A broad stone-paved road stretched before him, flanked by an array of buildings of varying heights, the tallest reaching only 6 or 7 stories, intermixed with several single-story homes. Passers-by caught a whiff of his foul odor and beheld his filthy attire, their expressions betraying their disdain. He played the part of a bewildered beggar, slowly inching along the wall, scrutinizing the people and structures around him, eavesdropping on their conversations. Some of the words resembled the dialect of the wastes, indicating they were likely a genuine language of the Southern Star System. He recalled the leader of the settlement speaking of the linguistic evolution, explaining how the dialect of the waste had emerged from the amalgamation of the speech of fleeing slaves and the indigenous tongue. Some of the languages spoken were beyond his comprehension, likely belonging to beastly or humanoid tribes, unique to their kind and limited in scope, primarily used for intratribal communication. As he quietly observed his surroundings, someone from a nearby alley had been watching him for quite some time. Chapter 12. The moment of revelation. After repeatedly confirming that he could no longer connect to the network, Liu let out a resigned sigh and removed his helmet. It wasn't that he wished to cease playing. Rather, the game character had a fatigue accumulation mechanism that impeded his progress. The wilderness was far more desolate and expansive than they had anticipated. Unable to discern their direction, they set off toward the sun. As the five of them traversed the lengthy path, they encountered not a single soul, although they did not encounter any monsters or NPCs. The authenticity of their sensory experience rendered their journey akin to an otherworldly expedition, proving to be quite engaging. They spent the day experimenting with their skills and sharing insights and speculations about the game, thus swiftly passing the time. However, they soon found themselves both exhausted and famished. Having failed to find any sustenance along the way, the gnawing hunger and fatigue felt all too real, leaving them utterly drained. Interestingly, they passed through a small grove where they discovered an unfamiliar species of bird resembling an elongated magpie. They encouraged their loyal companion to engage with it, but the bird, rather proud and aloof, exchanged only a few words before taking flight, leaving behind a rather unfortunate deposit overhead. Fortunately, they managed to dodge it, or else they would have been doused in bird droppings. However, they soon learned the cost of their companion's effort, for in the following 2 hours, he was rendered speechless, able only to emit chirps akin to that of the bird they had encountered. Amusingly, the cost was a loss of his linguistic abilities, replaced by the simplistic communication of a low-intelligence creature, the duration of which appeared to be quite prolonged. Ultimately, based on the conjecture of their comrade, it seemed that the system could no longer bear witness to their plight. In the sparse woods ahead, some edible sucking vegetables materialized. This wild vegetable, prevalent in the wilderness, featured thick, hollow stems filled with sweet juice, commonly harvested by wilderness dwellers for syrup making. Both the roots and the leaves were edible, information they had gleaned from NPCs prior to their departure. Liu found the NPC's design intriguing. It appeared to have a threshold for dialogue, responding only after repeated inquiries. It took him dozens of attempts to elicit a response, thus equipping them with vital survival techniques regarding sustenance before they set off. Lacking tools, their companion had to conjure 2 thunder spears to shatter several large stones, after which they fashioned the most pot-like stone shard available to cook their meal. Perhaps due to their overwhelming hunger or the novel experience of dining in the game, coupled with the tasting of an entirely new species, they found the sweetened boiled leaves surprisingly delectable, leaving not a single leaf uneaten. Aside from being somewhat sweet and slightly cloying, the taste was quite agreeable overall. As night approached, they found themselves without any new gains and could only return to the woods where they had their meals, bearing the weight of their fatigue. They felled a few trees and fashioned a platform high above the ground, resting it on the sturdy branches of nearby trees. According to the loyal hound on strike, this was a means of safeguarding their well-being, certainly preferable to sleeping directly on the ground. The 4 gentlemen sprawled out beside one another, encircling the sole female player in their midst, and soon all were offline. Liu was the last to log off, enduring several disconnections before finally seeing the right leg of the retreating drum twitching incessantly, a consequence of the skill used for the second time. How delightfully amusing. National Level 2 retreating drum artist. So, how did I fare? Did I fall? First affection of Jiangnan. No, just your leg is spasming quite a bit. Heart clear. Smirk. Muscle bound. Smirk. National Level 2 retreating drum artist. Sweat. I feel targeted. The developers are envious of my handsomeness. Loyal hound on strike. How does this game manage it? When I emerged from the gaming pod, I felt as if I had taken a refreshing nap. Not at all like I had gamed through the night. First affection of Jiangnan. I sensed it yesterday. Today, I laid the gaming pod flat, and the rest was splendid. Loyal hound on strike. Understood. I will lay down immediately. Heart clear. Is Drum Brother going to post? National Level 2 retreating drum artist. Yes. I am already writing. Since it diverges from our original expectations, it matters not. Loyal hound on strike. Drum Brother is about to blow up. National Level 2 retreating drum artist. I shall blow it to pieces. Heart clear. Thumbs up, muscle bound. Thumbs up, first affection of Jiangnan. It's Saturday. Enduring the absence of the game is quite taxing. When will our characters awaken? I feel that sleeping for an hour might suffice. Loyal hound on strike. You must be the capitalist. Even you cannot spare yourself. I roll. First affection of Jiangnan. Harvesting the chives, JPG. Loyal hound on strike. Let us prepare some ingredients and cook all our meals for today. Once we can log in, we shall dive right in. This time, let us venture further. I refuse to believe we 1T encounter a single monster. Heart clear, perhaps it is a travel game. Doge head, on Saturday morning. While the majority of players still embrace their warm beds, a post titled A Milestone in Gaming, the Pinnacle of Realism. The Great Pigeon King quietly enters closed beta appeared silently on the forum for grace. Posted 1 minute ago. When you possess senses in the game that are indistinguishable from reality, what will you choose to do? You may have countless thoughts, but fret not, for you can directly experience them within the game. Indeed, this is the game you have envisioned. After 3 years of meticulous refinement, Grace has commenced its closed beta. The passage of 3 years has brought not merely the aroma of aspirations, but the flavor of the completed dish, truly delectable. As one of the first 5 extraordinarily fortunate closed beta players, I must first express my gratitude to the developers for this opportunity. The developers are remarkable. As once proclaimed with grandiosity, Grace has indeed achieved a remarkable 100% sensory restoration, encompassing taste, smell, hearing, sight, and touch. Even more astonishing is the fact that it not only replicates sensory experiences, but also renders the interplay of light and shadow, as well as objects, with utmost realism. The sun's rays caress your face, imparting a gentle warmth. When dust swirls, one can observe the trajectory of each particle. Every leaf and blade of grass exhibits its unique veins. Each item encountered in the game interacts with you as seamlessly as in the real world, and even the garments can be truly unraveled into threads. Of course, it is not advisable to do so, as there is currently no NPC selling clothes, leaving one, like myself, to explore the game bare-chested. In short, if not for the necessity of a gaming headset and the interface within the game, one might genuinely believe they have traversed into another realm. An unprecedented technology has been developed and quietly introduced to society by the creators, showcasing both humility and confidence. Since I have the fortune of being chosen, I must contribute to this epic-making game by expressing my sincerest thoughts. Grace is extraordinary and unparalleled. This game boasts an abundance of remarkable features, and I shall recount them in detail. Chapter 13. The Grace Forum. This game possesses myriad commendable aspects, and I shall elaborate. Firstly, let us discuss the game's backdrop. It is a theologically infused narrative where a divine realm, existing above consciousness, has collapsed for reasons unknown. The denizens of this celestial kingdom have arrived on a desolate planet, yearning to rebuild their homeland. We 5 represent the second wave of vanguards embarking on this wasteland to prepare for the restoration of the divine realm. Based on the subtle clues within the game, we collectively speculate that the first batch of celestial beings were likely NPCs necessary for advancing the storyline, devoid of player involvement. However, I believe that as testing progresses, an increasing number of players will enter the game, becoming part of the 3rd, 4th, or even subsequent waves. Next, let us delve into the gaming experience. 1. Character creation, experience rating. Upon entering the game, players engage in the character creation phase, where the game's exceptional nature becomes apparent. From hair to toes, down to every pore and strand of hair, and encompassing every muscle and contour, nearly everything can be customized to your desire, save for internal organs. You may wonder if certain attributes can also be adjusted. Indeed, this is an 18 game, and such adjustments are entirely permissible. Rejoice! However, in an effort to curb inappropriate alterations, the game does not permit the creation of characters of varying genders. The initial appearance of your character is established upon entry. And while there are limits to the extent of adjustments, as previously mentioned, the freedom of customization knows no bounds, allowing you to unleash your imagination. 2. NPC interaction, experience rating. Currently, there is but a single NPC available, and yes, you read that correctly, only one. This is the guiding NPC, the High Priest. Located in the birthplace known as the Grace Hall, he will briefly introduce the background of our game, the main quest, and provide some insights regarding the wasteland. The NPCs are remarkably lifelike. One could hardly discern them as mere game characters. Their rich facial expressions, fluid dialogue, and the subtle physical interactions we attempted suggest that the developers might have employed a staff member to embody these NPCs. If they are indeed powered by intelligent AI, I can only say that this is an exceptionally anthropomorphic AI creation. Of course, I believe the developers possess the capability to create such advanced AI intelligence. Most importantly, he will bestow blessings upon us, guiding us in acquiring skills, a point I shall elaborate on in the fifth aspect, which showcases the game's imaginative brilliance. Here, I must preemptively declare, blessing is remarkable. Segment 3, Game Attributes and Realism, Experience Index. Each character begins with only 5 attributes: awareness, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. While awareness is set at 100, the others default to 0, with a total of 5 initial free points to distribute. The sole criticism I have is the lack of clear descriptions for each attribute, leaving us to rely on our understanding when allocating points. Currently, awareness seems to be akin to experience, while the remaining 4 are fundamental attributes. Increasing strength and constitution alters appearance, though the correlation of the other 2 attributes with appearance remains undiscovered. Beyond these 5 attributes and task system prompts, there are no additional interface elements. Indeed, you cannot see your health bar nor your mana bar. It appears that the developers have stripped away all unnecessary interfaces to enhance the game's immersive experience. If you are not constantly aware of your attributes, you may not even feel as though you are playing a game. Everything feels exceedingly real. Moreover, this game requires sustenance and rest, akin to real life. Failing to eat will lead to hunger and fatigue, while prolonged absence of rest will result in exhaustion, causing you to fall asleep and be forcibly logged out. Additionally, after logging out, your in-game body remains in a state of slumber. Thus, it is crucial to safeguard your character's well-being in the wilderness and to sleep in safe locations. This appears to be a safeguard designed by the developers to combat addiction, as the game is so realistic that prolonged engagement may adversely affect one's physical health in reality. Let us all game responsibly. Since sustenance is necessary, one must also address physiological needs, including restroom breaks. Naturally, there are no restrooms in the wasteland, so one must find a suitable spot to relieve oneself. In reality, it is imperative to refrain from indiscriminate public defecation. A civilized citizen begins with oneself. Segment 4, Freedom and Immersion Experience Index. The level of freedom is exceptionally high. I believe this is currently the most liberating game available. Although the NPCs have presented what we perceive to be the main quest, rebuilding the Divine Kingdom, this quest does not manifest in the task panel. Our only tasks consist of daily prayers and the development of new followers. This implies that you can reconstruct the Divine Kingdom in the wasteland according to your own vision. With the game imposing no restrictions on this direction, it embodies true sandbox gameplay, rendering it incredibly accommodating for fans of sandbox games. Theoretically, you can construct anything. Certainly, whether it fully aligns with the laws of physical development of the blue planet remains to be examined. After all, none among us 5 can be considered core players. Currently, we are actively exploring the map, which is so vast that we have yet to encounter a single creature, thus transforming our experience into a leisurely exploration akin to tourism. A brand new world, an array of novel species, and sights from an otherworldly realm await. If you too harbor a passion for travel, yet find yourself short on time, why not take a glimpse at Grace? With merely a helmet and an evening, you can set foot on alien soil and embark on your own travel adventure. Of course, one must possess a closed beta qualification, much like myself. Regarding skill acquisition, you might envision a game teeming with diverse professions, each endowed with unique abilities, all portrayed with remarkable realism. However, that perception is fundamentally flawed. This game lacks a pre-established skill system. Every skill is born from your own imagination. Indeed, you read that correctly, your own creativity. The NPC High Priest guides 5 players simultaneously in a skill invocation, allowing them to articulate the abilities they wish to possess. Nevertheless, merely voicing your desire does not guarantee success. Within the game's framework, the deity of the divine realm embodies the essence of consciousness, wielding the power to manifest thoughts. Therefore, should your invocation be met with a response, it may indeed materialize. However, imagination must compromise with individual consciousness and experience. Thus, aspirations that exceed the character's capabilities may likely distort or even fail. We speculate that players might possess hidden attributes, such as experience points or threshold values. Though this remains unverified, Our sole female player, Shen, proposed an intriguing theory. Perhaps the developers have compiled an extensive library of skills, matching them based on descriptions. A low degree of similarity may lead to distortions, while a complete mismatch results in failure. The scale of this library may require numerous players to test it thoroughly. Yet thus far, all 5 of us have largely fulfilled our skill aspirations. Moreover, an NPC in the game imparts a thought-provoking line: every gift has its price. The skills we conjure from our imagination also carry costs, manifested as prerequisites and subsequent consequences. Personally, I find this to be the game's most captivating aspect. While the costs and conditions may be negative, they significantly enhance the enjoyment and unpredictability, giving rise to a myriad of peculiar strategies. Yet, this remains speculative. Extensive skill testing is necessary for definitive confirmation. P.S. Due to uncertainties regarding potential adversarial content in the game, we shall refrain from detailing our skills for the time being. In summary, the visual effects are stunning, strikingly lifelike. As for the resurrection cooldown, it is important to acknowledge that nothing in this world is flawless. Hence, even the most impeccable game will possess its shortcomings. In Grace, the drawback is that resurrection requires a full day, yes, a real-world span of 24 hours. In the realm of the game, time flows in perfect harmony with reality, adhering to a 24-hour system, albeit with a 12-hour time difference. The nights in the wasteland are particularly perilous, a characteristic intrinsic to the game's monstrous design, thus requiring no further elaboration. In essence, when one enters the game during the night, it is akin to experiencing morning within the game world. This design choice likely considers the schedules of working individuals, meriting commendation. However, should you meet your demise within the game, the stipulations dictate that you must linger in the Hall of Benediction for an entire day to dissipate the lingering aura of death. Consequently, the repercussions of death are exceedingly severe. Upon perishing, one can only observe as other players advance beyond their own progress. This could very well be a deliberate measure by the developers to deter overly ambitious players from recklessly pursuing their demise. In summary, Benediction is a truly remarkable game that authentically replicates reality, warranting its designation as a second world. Although the game lacks photographic and recording features, thus providing no corroborative materials, the reviews are unequivocally genuine and devoid of exaggeration. Should anyone declare falsehoods, let them be condemned. Ultimately, if any player is fortunate enough to receive an invitation to the closed beta, please reach out to me on the forum, and I will gladly include you in our testing group. Currently, this group is exclusively for closed beta participants and is not an official channel, merely a space we have created for discussing the game, so I appreciate your understanding. As for why this has not been posted on other more popular forums, Liang Yongqing believes that treasures are best uncovered gradually. Prematurely revealing them in crowded spaces would undoubtedly invite scorn, as no game has yet matched the caliber of Benediction. Netizens would likely dismiss their experiences as mere fantasies. However, the game must eventually undergo testing, and as the player base expands, this initial post will undoubtedly resurface and gain traction. Of course, as the author, I am indifferent to such superficial accolades, primarily aiming to emphasize the worth of the first batch of closed beta testers. Indeed, a well-laid plan. In today's gaming landscape, which game does not seek profit? Especially an epic masterpiece like Benediction? While the precise monetization strategies remain elusive, the development costs are undoubtedly substantial. Capitalists would never incur losses. They will only devise various schemes to entice players to spend, prompting me to start saving in preparation for enhancement. Praise for the Benediction group. Shen, I've read your post. It's well written, albeit a tad sycophantic. Muscular Titan, Brother Goo, your writing is exceptional. National Level 2 Retreating Drum Artist. How can genuine praise be deemed flattery? Loyal Hound on strike. The developers should compensate you. You're not a game reviewer, are you? A media personality? National Level 2 Retreating Drum Artist. Just a hobby, just a hobby. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Wow, I must check it out. National Level 2 Retreating Drum Artist. Don't forget to like. However, Liang Yongqing underestimated the number of bored players eager to flood the forum with comments. Mere hours after posting, the Benediction section, which had seen no updates for 3 years, was inundated with hundreds of replies. Time takes memories away. Another one has gone mad. Take them away. Do not call me old Sheen. Where's the live broadcast room? It's not for any particular reason. I merely wish to send the streamer a couple of rockets. A good person for life, eh? This game can actually be made? I would offer my chest for you. Covering ears as 0. Hilarious. The person above definitely has no chest. Lin Feng at the Snow Mountain Temple. I am a fool. Whether human or dog. Everyone is showing off. Is this for real? Has the game been developed? Land Immortal. A ploy to attract traffic. If such technology existed, there would be some noise about it. There are so many points of contention that I hardly know where to begin. Has the developer run out of funds and resorted to deception? Netizen 145YB0093. Welfare resources, private messages on the forum, discounted prices, the lowest on the entire internet. My second uncle is a commander. Truly, I am one of the 5 players in the closed beta. My second uncle is a director at the company. This game is incredibly impressive. Real battlefield boosting private message. Aren't you supposed to be the commander, second uncle? Doghead, doghead, doghead. Evening sunset on Dusk Mountain. A wild initial experience with 4 men and 1 woman. Avi, I roll. Mid lane solo is fierce. Absolutely true. Not a word of lie. I can vouch for the blogger. He truly eats dung. Full of muscles. It is indeed true. Everything the blogger says is genuine. Sandbox duration 30 years. Already reserved. Where do I collect the money? Indulgent poet. In the throes of death, I suddenly sit up. Could it be that the Pigeon King is actually me? Book, drama, and game drought. If it's this real, then surely that means we can indulge in some mischief? Wicked smile. Praise the gift group. Hearts clear. Screenshot. Hearts clear. Screenshot. Hearts clear. Screenshot. Hearts clear. The mouths of netizens. National level 2 retreating drum artist. Damn it. My private messages are blowing up. Jiangnan's most affectionate. I saw that the muscle guy commented. I dare not leave a message, or I will be roasted alive. Ha ha ha. National level 2 retreating drum artist. No worries. The harsher the criticism now, the more fervent the praise will be later. Let it be. Hearts clear. The drum master has attained enlightenment. Hands together. Loyal dog on strike. Can I log in? I have some matters outside and Haven T returned home yet. Jiangnan's most affectionate. No, I tried and couldn't connect. Why is there even a forced sleep time? National level 2 retreating drum artist. The first day was too intense. It's only been a few hours. Let's wait a bit longer. It should work by the afternoon. Chapter 14. The Sand Crocodile Gang. Thorny City is the name of the city where Shen Ming resides, a Tier 3 city under the dominion of the Slave Legion. Located at the lower reaches of the northern Great River Valley. The primary populace consists of not only humans, but also humanoid beings, particularly the tiger-footed and sand crocodile people. The tiger-footed are aptly named, as their calves and feet resemble those of a tiger, albeit without fur. They are descendants of experimental mutations and are considered low-tier humanoids in the realm of humanoids, easily distinguishable from humans, and while their legs are more agile, they possess no other talents distinct from humans. The sand crocodile people are descendants of slaves, their skin thick and rough like gravel, with eyes resembling those of a crocodile, possessing slightly greater strength than humans, and are also classified as low-tier humanoids. These are the tidings that Shen Ming has gleaned and observed. He has located an organization of beggars, seamlessly blending in with his adept grasp of the southern wilderness dialect. Within this assembly are individuals seeking employment to sustain themselves in the city or hoping to gather resources to journey further to larger urban centers. Cities generally do not welcome those from the wilderness, yet they do not outright reject them either, as long as one can pay the toll at the city gates. Access is granted. Moreover, these wandering souls, desperate for survival, are often favored as laborers by merchants. They consume little, work diligently, and do not comprehend complaints, requiring merely a guard proficient in both the southern dialect and wilderness tongue to significantly enhance the workforce of the merchant caravans. At present, Shen Ming does not possess a specific objective. He has ample time to unearth the whereabouts of the slave traders and feels no urgency. What is paramount is his ignorance of the North and its powerful factions. He must first familiarize himself with these entities while simultaneously enhancing his awareness. If he can cultivate several followers to bolster his influence, it would be an even greater boon, as he fervently describes his doctrines to the beggars surrounding him. An observer hidden in the shadows finally retrieves a signal transmitter and dials a number. Boss, Hells is alive again. The coarse voice emanating from the transmitter responds with scorn. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're drunk, go to sleep. Amidst the raucous cheers and the clinking of bottles, the figure in the dark speaks cautiously. I swear, boss. I saw him walking down the street, mingling with the southern trash, his accent unchanged, still speaking their drivel. The populace under the aegis of the Slave Legion refers to the southern wilderness dwellers as trash people, while those from the Mechanical Federation label them as scavengers. The injury on his neck has not entirely healed, yet it has mended sufficiently, leaving only a trace of blood. I nearly severed his head, and you tell me his neck has healed? The coarse voice retorts with irritation. Deceiving me will only lead to your own demise. I am not lying. I was right next to the slaughterhouse, and they were foraging beneath the walls. The figure in the shadows bends low, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety. Keep an eye on them. I'll be waiting. Unbeknownst to Shen Ming, he observes his companion digging a hole beneath the slaughterhouse wall and extracting a leg bone of some unknown animal, scarcely fleshed, before covering the hole once more. One of our brothers has been summoned to work at the slaughterhouse every couple of days. He buries a couple of stripped bones beneath this wall to provide us with some meat. Shen Ming, astonished, inquires, won't the employer catch him? Losing 2 large bones and leaving such a sizable hole. Every owner of a slaughterhouse likely knows of this practice. The wilderness dwellers consume little and work hard, making them valuable laborers. They tacitly permit the enslaved individuals to occasionally pilfer a couple of boneless remnants as a reward. For their wages consist solely of one hearty meal and a place to sleep, with no monetary compensation. Feeding the wandering wilderness dwellers occasionally serves to replace those who may perish from exhaustion, ensuring a swift acquisition of new labor. Upon entering, this brother discovered that his predecessor had perished within a mere fortnight, succumbing to the relentless demands of the environment. Who would still be willing to venture forth? If one refrains from going, starvation may await at the roadside by dawn. Yet, by taking the plunge, one might prolong their existence by at least another fortnight. Shen Ming felt an intense frustration constricting his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Having roamed for 3 years among the wild people, he understood their lives held little value, akin to mere grass. Yet, he was taken aback to realize that even in the northern cities they so yearned for, the wild people shared the same fate, treating life with such disregard, especially in this era where the creation of synthetic beings and rapid reproduction of humanoid beasts prevailed. As they retrieved bones, intending to relocate and prepare their meal, the leader of the sand barge, known locally as the notorious underground force, the Sand Crocodile Gang, made his appearance. The local boss, Sand Leopard, whose real name was Kinges, was a hybrid of the Sand Crocodile people and the Tiger Foot clan. Such hybrids held an even lower status among humanoids, yet through sheer ruthlessness, he garnered respect from the upper echelons of the Sand Crocodile Gang and was granted the position of a district leader. Renowned for his merciless nature, Sand Leopard, despite his unassuming physique, bore scars that spoke volumes of his underground glory. Observing the very person he had personally dispatched, now animatedly departing the slaughterhouse with a group of refuse collectors, disbelief washed over him. He turned back to the sand barge, demanding to know how this was possible, questioning whether the man had a twin brother. The sand barge operator, confronted by the fierce countenance of his boss, quickly faltered, stating, I've heard nothing of the sort. Boss, I merely saw him emerge from an alley and followed him here. Once I confirmed it was him, I contacted you directly. I truly know nothing else. Could it be some hallucinogenic agent? How could he come back to life? Didn't those hyenas at the city gate claim he had just entered the city? How could a wild person possess such substances? Boss, could it be possible he is an awakened one? One of the younger members replied earnestly. Sand Leopard cast a disdainful glance at him, spitting contemptuously. Fool, use your alcohol-soaked brain to think. If he were an awakened one, we would have been the ones lying down back then. Has anyone seen that refuse collector? From among the younger members, one with dog-like ears spoke up. I recognize him. He is an old refuse collector, has been roaming the streets for quite some time. Do you know where they reside? Yes, behind the Nightfall Bar. In the yard a couple of alleys away. It used to be a black powder workshop, but after it exploded, no one has tended to it. Sand Leopard cast another glance in the direction they had departed, his voice steely, regardless of the reason. Tonight, leave none alive. Chapter 15. Have you all found religion? Indeed. None were left alive. The leg bones were gnawed clean, with not even a fragment remaining. It was unclear what animal-esque leg meat it was, but it was surprisingly delectable. Shen Ming smacked his lips, noting that although the morsel of meat barely exceeded the size of 2 fingers, the culinary prowess of the old wild man, Sherry G, was commendable, rendering a dish reminiscent of exquisite haute cuisine. After meticulously stripping the meat from the bones, the marrow was pounded into a paste. A handful of earthy spices was added, followed by a brief steaming in a pot, resulting in each person receiving a lump of this mixture, roughly the size of a fist, accompanied by 2 leaves resembling blades of grass. All that remained was a refined plate for presentation. Shaliji remarked that frequent consumption of soil could lead to constipation, hence the necessity of the grass leaves to aid in digestion. Indeed, it was merely earth and grass. Shen Ming found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on how, in the wilderness, he had dined on dirt and grass, only to find that upon entering the city, his first meal was once again comprised of the same humble fare. However, considering the hunting in the wild, bones were typically used for broth, with the leftovers given to hunting dogs or employed in traps. Never had he encountered bone paste before. A group of wilderness dwellers gathered around the fire after their meal, engaging in idle chatter about leftover delicacies they had savored, the stunning women they glimpsed outside taverns, or their dreams of a brighter future. Shen Ming listened, occasionally interjecting with questions that conveyed genuine concern. The prolonged existence in the wild had dulled their expectations of life to a degree that was almost incomprehensible for them. Simply having food each day and surviving a little longer constituted a vision of a hopeful tomorrow. The notion of securing stable employment and living with dignity was merely a form of self-deprecation. Their yearning for a better existence was often shattered by the harshness of reality. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one of the wilderness dwellers near the courtyard door collapsed, a gaping wound in his chest. The instinct of survival did not incite panic among the seated individuals. Instead, they swiftly gathered their belongings and nimbly fled towards the walls and indoors, moving with agility reminiscent of those unburdened by the frailties of age. Yet, it was evident that the subordinates of the Sand Leopard had no intention of allowing anyone to escape. Outside the walls, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and 2 individuals attempting to scale the wall fell back. One, struck in the head, lay lifeless, while the other, riddled with bullets in the shoulder, writhed on the ground in agony. Shen Ming had also become alert, retreating with Shaliji to the doorway. Without confirmation of the enemy's numbers, he refrained from rash actions. Though he bore little concern for this body, the wilderness dwellers had no opportunity for resurrection. While they could not be deemed virtuous, their willingness to assist a newcomer from the wild in this city, where lives were deemed expendable, indicated a certain kindness, saving one life at a time. Hers. I never expected you to possess such tricks. Hand over the hallucinogenic concoction, and I may grant you a dignified death, Sand Leopard declared as he and his subordinates entered. To him, these insignificant wilderness dwellers posed no threat worth preparing for. Even if he were alone, he believed he could dispatch them all effortlessly. For 3 months prior, he had injected himself with a genetic agent, successfully altering his DNA. He was now a genetic warrior. The existence of the Sand Crocodile Gang was to undertake illicit tasks for certain high-ranking officials in the Thorn City military, extracting benefits from within. Clearly, these nefarious dealings must remain concealed from the law enforcement of the military, with no whispers of their activities allowed to escape. The line of trafficking gene serums and humanoid gene agents that Sha Bao had established took considerable time to cultivate, securing connections through the transport team from Thorn City. This was a unique advantage for him, unbeknownst to the gang. However, to his astonishment, during the second transaction, he encountered the newcomer from the wasteland, Hells. They had conducted their investigations, suspecting that perhaps other minor leaders within the gang had dispatched him to probe into affairs. Yet, the truth was rather straightforward. A bewildered and lost wasteland dweller, having resolved his dinner predicament through the sewers, inadvertently stumbled into the transaction seen upon lifting a manhole cover, rendering the gang's guards in the alley quite dazed. Consequently, Sha Bao had no choice but to send him back into the sewers. A trash dweller belonged in the refuse. What he did not anticipate was that Hells had somehow survived. Aside from the hallucinogenic serum, Sha Bao could not fathom any other plausible reason. An awakened one. He dismissed the notion, recalling Hell's desperate pleas for mercy. Even with a hint of defiance, he would not have perished so swiftly. Upon hearing the name, Shariji cautiously surveyed the remaining wastelanders around him and spoke carefully. Esteemed sir, we do not have anyone by the name of Hells here. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place. This may well be a misunderstanding. Sha Bao scoffed, fixing his gaze on Shen Ming. What is this? Haven't you revealed your true name to them? Come seeking me? Shen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the original owner of this body was named Hells, which indicated that these individuals were likely the perpetrators, possibly having pilfered their belongings. Shiriji looked at Shen Ming in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this newly arrived wastelander had concealed his identity and entangled himself in such dire troubles. He recognized that those surrounding them were members of the Sand Crocodile gang, one of whom frequently boasted of being a core member outside the bar. To wastelanders, the Sand Crocodile gang was synonymous with death. As for Shen Ming, he had never heard of any hallucinogenic serums. He was currently occupying a dead man's territory. Quietly assessing the Sand Crocodile members around him, he confirmed their presence, noting that there were no disturbances outside the walls. 7 individuals, unarmed. Perhaps they might hesitate. With his skills at the ready, it was an opportune moment for practice. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped forward, extending a fist toward Sha Bao. Sha Bao smirked, clearly intrigued. Though uncertain of how Shen Ming had acquired such a serum, he deemed it inconsequential. After all, death was inevitable. Unexpectedly, he had managed to procure a vial of hallucinogenic serum, a challenging substance to extract due to limited quotas in Thorn City and the high prices in the underground black market, marking it as an unforeseen gain. However, Sha Bao did not approach directly. Instead, he signaled a subordinate with a glance to investigate. The subordinate, sporting dog-like ears, brandished a gun and disdainfully approached Shen Ming, tapping the barrel against his face. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden electric flash erupted from Shen Ming's chest, and the subordinate lost consciousness entirely. Sha Bao was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. As he observed, a purple light flickered across his subordinate's chest, and in an instant, he collapsed as if all his bones had been extracted. Shock coursed through him, yet his hands remained steady, swiftly directing his pistol at Hells, firing 2 rapid shots. However, the bullets did not strike flesh, but rather collided with the oncoming thunder spear. Plasma surged forward with a howling sound, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Charred corpses appeared at the entrance. The entire event transpired in a flash, so rapid that none present fully grasped what had occurred. The remaining 2 members of the Sand Crocodile gang merely felt a bolt of lightning descend, annihilating their leader and fellow brethren. Could it be that their misdeeds had summoned divine retribution? Before they could ponder further, another clap of thunder echoed. The eyes of the 2 subordinates gradually lost focus, their final thoughts before death lingering on the notion of true retribution. The spear proved advantageous, honed by the wilderness hunts. Shen Ming's skill in throwing the spear allowed for precision within 30 meters, whereas shooting required careful aim. The spear was guided by instinct. A seamless connection between thought and action. Shen Ming conjured another thunder spear, remaining vigilant towards the courtyard entrance, where footsteps echoed, revealing the presence of yet another intruder. The sandboat's mission that day was to keep watch at the alley's mouth, and upon hearing the explosion, he hurried over. Upon entering, he beheld Hells standing amidst the courtyard like a deity of thunder, brandishing a bolt of lightning, surrounded by charred remains. A mere glance revealed the identities of the deceased, his leader and fellow gang members, while the wilderness dwellers knelt behind Hells. He was a clever man, one who feared death, thus choosing to kneel in unison with the others, discarding his weapon far away. How could one approach the divine while armed? Such an act would betray his lack of piety. This scene bewildered Shen Ming as he cautiously approached, retrieving the discarded weapon and gesturing towards the corner of the courtyard. Over there, get down. Upon hearing this, the sandboat swiftly maneuvered on his knees, his actions remarkably proficient. Upon reaching the corner, without uttering a word, he placed his hands on the ground, as if performing a grand act of reverence. The number of devotees reached 6. Turning to the 6 wilderness men, who had knelt at some unknown point, Shen Ming was taken aback. After preaching for so long, none had acknowledged him, yet now, with the glimmer of the spear, they all bowed in faith. Chapter 16. Has the game reset? Jubilant Grace Group. Jiangnan's Deep Affection. Panic. Jiangnan's Deep Affection. Why did I log in straight into the Grace Hall? Has it reset? Goodness, the server is so unstable. Qing Xian, you managed to log in? Your speed is astonishing. Jiangnan's Deep Affection. I've been trying every 15 minutes, and now I'm in. Loyal Dog on strike. Almost home. The game just started testing. Encountering issues is normal. Check if there are any changes in the hall. Perhaps there has been an update? National Level 2 Troop Artist. Let me take a look. The troop artist opened his eyes, realizing he still lay in the tree, not returned to the hall. Could it be a data error? How had he ended up in the hall? He touched his face and felt that the symptoms of facial paralysis seemed to have dissipated. His legs no longer twitched. Indeed, After nearly 7 hours of slumber, the side effects had vanished, which was quite pleasant. A swift glance revealed only 4 individuals remaining on the platform, while the sorrowful figure had vanished. Then, a faint whiff of blood wafted up from below, prompting him to lean forward for a better view. To his horror, just a few meters beneath the roots of a tree lay a mangled human leg, devoured halfway. Alongside what appeared to be a ribcage, all in disarray. Blood was smeared across the tree trunk, and a few meters away, beneath another tree, lay a tattered, torn shirt, riddled with holes and several bones. Instinctively, he reached for the life staff at his waist, relieved to find it still there. Everything seemed manageable. He then checked the pouch next to Shen Ming, which contained the foraged edible plants he had wrapped in his shirt. Thankfully, they were still intact. This was their unconsumed find from yesterday, now serving as provisions for the day ahead. Suppressing his discomfort, he slowly rose, cautiously surveying his surroundings. After a thorough inspection, he discerned that the trees in nearby area appeared normal, allowing him to relax and settle back down. Given that there were man-eating creatures lurking about, presumably arriving at night, he pondered why only the sorrowful figure had been consumed. Was it that the creature was not particularly hungry, satiated by just one meal? The retreating drum did not immediately log off to inform the sorrowful figure. He awaited the arrival of his companions. Although no monsters were currently visible, it did not guarantee their absence upon his departure. At the very least, he needed someone to remain vigilant here to relay any critical information. Poor sorrowful figure. His demise had been gruesome, and he remained oblivious to what had devoured him. Losing one member on the first day truly felt like a horror game. Before long, Shen Ming logged in. She opened her eyes, glanced at the seated retreating drum, and examined her own attire before slowly rising. No rollback. How did the sorrowful figure return? The retreating drum said nothing, wearing an expression that suggested he anticipated something dramatic, pointing towards the edge of the platform. Shen Ming, puzzled, crawled a bit closer to the edge, and before she could peek over, she caught a whiff of blood and decay. Upon looking down, she gasped. He was eaten? Why just him? Staring at the dismembered remains of the sorrowful figure, disbelief washed over her. The game's realism was uncanny. Why did she feel no discomfort? Had her perception of this gruesome reality been shielded somehow? She stared at the severed leg for a while before commenting, if this were real life, I would probably be retching right now. I noticed that as well. It seems the game has masked some of the psychological discomfort. What could have done this? I'm not sure. I've surveyed the area, yet found nothing alive. It doesn't seem to be a bird. If it were, there would be no need to drag the body away. What kind of solitary creature could it be? Perhaps the sorrowful figure met a tragic fate. Keep an eye out. I'll descend to inform them. All right, I'll log off. You still have the thunder spear. You can hold on a bit longer if trouble arises. My presence won't be much help if a monster appears. Understood. Hurry and call them online. We have no idea where the creature might be hiding. If it strikes again and the sorrowful figure is lost, we'll be left defenseless. Yes, indeed. Can this leg exchange for 4 guns? You are really something, Brother Gu. After saying this, Xi and Ming lay back down, preparing to log off and sleep. Logically, having just entered the game and witnessing such a scene, with the mind still buzzing with activity, how could one possibly fall asleep? It was precisely this consideration that led Tue Tangu to suggest that Xi and Ming keep watch while he logged off by crashing into a tree. However, Xi and Ming seemed to have her own method. After lying down, she took a few deep breaths and, gradually, astonishingly, she truly fell asleep. What the heck? What is she doing? Just like that, she drifts off to sleep amidst such chaos. I suppose one becomes accustomed to it after a while. Muscular one, I still have a class to attend. It will be over soon. Loyal dog, I'm home now. Wait for me to take a shower before I log on. Tonight, let us change tactics and go all out. Xi and Ming, may I grieve? Xi and Ming, is the first of Jiangnan still present? Xi and Ming, you've logged off. Loyal dog, no rollback? Xi and Ming, no. All 4 of us are here. I don't know what happened to Shen Ming. Only a leg remains. Loyal dog, what? This is intense. Loyal dog, the first of Jiangnan. Loyal dog, he must have logged back into the game. No worries, if we don't see him in a bit, we'll log off and check the messages. Muscular one, panic. Xi and Ming, you two hurry up and log on. Who knows if that man-eating creature is still lurking nearby. Brother Gu is keeping watch over us. Loyal dog, coming right up, I'll shower quickly. Muscular one, here I am, I've ditched the class. The 4 of them cautiously descended the makeshift platform. carefully avoiding the bloodstains on the trees, as they were uncertain whether the man-eating creature possessed a keen sense of smell to track its prey. Tue Tangu hurried to another tree, picking up a tattered robe and inspecting it. Aside from being torn, it was not stained with blood. With a face full of excitement, he discarded his own even more tattered robe and donned the remnants of Shen Ming. Brother Gu, you're truly remarkable. This is what it means to carry forward the legacy of Shen Ming. Thankfully, the staff wasn't lost, and we can continue our journey. In a day, Shen Ming will once again be a hero. If he finds out, he'll surely want to thank you profusely in the Hall of Grace. No need for thanks. We are brothers. Speaking of which, this game features a cannibal tribe. Does that mean human flesh is consumable? Tue Tangu gazed eagerly at the half-remaining leg on the ground, lost in thought. One shouldn't harm others. At least not to the extent that Deji Ba can no longer go berserk without meat. Brother Gu, it's not like Deji Ba would be keen on the thought, observing Tue Tangu's eager anticipation as he took a few steps back, covering his mouth. Ah, indeed, the environment is too perilous. Let us set off as we planned yesterday, heading toward the dense vegetation to see if we can find a river, and then perhaps locate some people. There will be plenty of opportunities for that later. Tue Tangu, with a face full of regret, waved his hand, signaling everyone to depart. Amid laughter and playful curses, they gently gathered the remains of Shen Ming, using a broken axe and a few branches to create a shallow grave. Paying their respects, then they tidied their belongings and commenced a new day of exploration. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment re-entered the Hall of Grace, meticulously scanning the surrounding area, only to discover an absence of updates. The space was rather limited. No matter how large a table may be, it only possesses a single surface, and he had yet to encounter any NPCs. Indeed, the abundance of game bugs is astonishing. After merely a day of testing, the situation had devolved to this. How could registration possibly be opened after just a few months of testing? As he waited in vain for his companions to come online, an ominous feeling began to brew within him, prompting him to log off and check the group chat. Sure enough, unbelievable. I am the only one who suffers every time. Praise for the Hall of Grace group. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. Damn it. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. Damn. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. This is illogical. The developers are targeting me. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. My Saturday. Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. Why must there be a 24-hour resurrection cooldown? Isn't this discouraging? Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. Have you all set off? Jiangnan's foremost sentiment. Xin Qing, the loyal hound, is on strike. I am a national-level retired artistic performer. In this modern age, why is there no developed mechanism for communication both within and outside the game? My heavens, this is unbearable. Having played for less than 12 hours. Now I must wait another 24. What differentiates this from imprisonment? Damn it, let us play a couple of rounds of real Battlefield. Chapter 17. General Falcon. Through interrogating the sand ship, Shen Ming finally uncovered the full story behind the events. The critical issues were corroborated multiple times through secret interrogations. Surprisingly, they proved effective. In truth, there was hardly any need for clandestine questioning, as the sand ship was eager to divulge everything it knew. Desperate to please the divine envoy before it, the sand ship believed that the figure before it, Hersey, must be a follower of some deity. Having learned of the legends surrounding the southern divine tribes, aware that deities indeed exist in this world, yet, witnessing the divine's thunderous descent firsthand was profoundly shocking. It ignited within him an inexplicable fervor, leading him to feel that this was humanity's ultimate destiny, to wield the powers bestowed by the gods in human form. A far more exhilarating prospect than the sordid dealings he had engaged in over the past decade with mere scraps of metal. In this moment, he transformed into a fervent devotee, yearning to pledge himself to the deity that Hersey followed, though anxiety gnawed at him. His prior warnings had led to the injury and death of several of Hersey's companions, and he feared the divine wrath would consume him as well. Thus, he lowered his body further, extending his hands longer, his lips nearly grazing the ground, allowing Shen Ming to perceive his sincerity. Shen Ming felt it. Believer count, 1. This was the first instance where a follower appeared without even knowing the deity's name. Fortunately, as he is the embodiment of grace itself, believing in him equates to believing in the divine. Otherwise, had it been another preacher, this count of 1 would likely not have materialized. It turned out that sometimes, Not only grace, but also fury could attract followers, a notion Shen Ming had not anticipated. He turned to the kneeling Shiliji, whose face reflected both fervor and trepidation, and comforted them. Please rise, we do not revere kneeling. He then approached the lifeless body of the wild man, who had been struck by 3 bullets, and checked for any signs of breath. It was evident that he had succumbed to his injuries. 1 bullet was lodged lower, suggesting a fatal hit to his internal organs. The life of the wild man elicited no sorrow. The 6 rugged companions behind him had no intention of coming to his aid. For self-preservation is the foremost rule of survival. O gracious one, how shall we address you? After much contemplation, Shiriji finally recalled the divine name of the gracious one that Hells had mentioned. You may continue to call me Hells, the agent of my Lord's grace, the herald of the divine name. I am but one of the many who walk under my Lord's banner, and you may also refer to me as the walking priest. Great priest. Shiriji and the wild men hastily bowed and exclaimed, Might we, humble as we are, be worthy of becoming followers of your grace? Shen Ming smiled. Do you all wish to enter my divine realm? Indeed, as long as you recite my Lord's name daily and engage in prayer, you shall be considered a devotee of my Lord's grace. When your faith becomes sufficiently fervent, my Lord shall surely regard you and bestow upon you the corresponding powers, those of the divine followers you have learned about in the south. Shiriji and his companions felt their breaths grow heavier. The wild men of the south had heard of tribes that revered the divine. These tribes, protected by the gods, feared not the red tide. Moreover, the followers and totem warriors within those tribes bore formidable abilities granted by the divine, rivaling those of advanced genetic warriors. However, these indigenous tribes were reluctant to accept wild men, preferring to preserve the purity of the bloodline of the Lord's servants. When a wild man suddenly found a deity to follow, it was akin to a parched traveler in the desert stumbling upon an oasis. No, even more profound than that. For countless years, the wild men had contemplated following the divine, yet they were unaware of the deities available to them. And the pervasive darkness and decay had turned the gods they invoked into harbingers of self-destruction. Thus, to the wild men, becoming a follower of the divine was the most arduous path. Yet when this celestial avenue presented itself before them in tangible form, Shiriji and his old companions believed without hesitation. You shall pray with me. Grace be upon all beings, and may suffering cease. With that, Shen Ming crossed his fingers, placing his hands in a vertical position against his chest, and bowed slightly. Grace be upon all beings, may suffering cease. The crowd followed suit, each face radiating sincerity, their faith values exceeding 100. Faith level 7. Shen Ming paused, turning to see Sandboat kneeling, earnestly offering a prayer. To his astonishment, Shen Ming quantified his faith value, discovering it reached an impressive 600, surpassing even the highest of previous candidates. No wonder, for the rugged brothers had witnessed Shen Ming's overwhelming power, and this individual, fully aware of the circumstances, had even witnessed Shen Ming's resurrection. If one who was dead could be brought back to life, did that not exemplify divine power? With such thoughts, Sandboat felt an even deeper sense of reverence. Now, let us discuss the status of the sand leopard and sand crocodile gangs. Very well, great priest. As the sand ship perceived Hell's demeanor softening, it hastily remarked, the sand leopard is the chief of several alleys on East Street, leading a contingent of over a dozen individuals, who typically congregate in the underground bar located in the Tailor's Alley. The bar owner is also one of his associates. This establishment primarily caters to patrons seeking humanoid services. You know, some have a penchant for features like cat ears or foxtails. To the point, indeed. The transaction with General Falcon was orchestrated by the Sand Leopard himself. General Falcon oversees the supply transport from the fortress to several tertiary cities in the Great River Valley. Whenever the allotment arrives in Thorn City, it is invariably reduced, as he discreetly siphons off supplies to sell in other cities. Upon learning of this, the Sand Leopard lavished him with numerous benefits, including dozens of those modified humanoid women, those with cat ears and foxtails, thereby establishing this connection. He expended more resources than other city factions to procure certain genetic agents for personal use or to sell at exorbitant prices in the underground market. Through General Falcon, he has also linked up with another figure of high stature in Thorn City, who possesses inferior quality genetic agents at a lower cost, which can be directly injected into humanoids or slaves, transforming them into barmaids for the underground establishments. subsequently selling them to distant locales or supplying them to high-ranking military officials. Only humanoids? Indeed, my lord, genetic agents for humanoids are not allocated in tertiary cities. One must venture to secondary cities for such resources. Warriors modified with genetic agents are already formidable fighters. The sand leopard himself injected one for personal enhancement, although he had no intention of disclosing this to others. Yet it seems everyone is aware of it. The sand ship appeared to recall something and hastily added, "Of course, in the presence of my lord's followers. These matters are hardly worth mentioning." "Goodness, so quickly invoking my lord." Shen Ming chuckled, casting a humorous glare at him, and continued, "Do you know where these agents are concealed?" "I do not know. The bar owner, Sand Jug, should be privy to that information, as he is the sand leopard's most trusted confidant." "What peculiar monikers? Does every member of the Sand Crocodile gang have to incorporate sand into their name?" "We shall discuss this later." "Who leads the Sand Crocodile gang?" "We have never encountered the leader of the Sand Crocodile gang. Some speculate he belongs to the military. Others suggest he is a genetically enhanced warrior. No one knows his true identity or whereabouts. The liaison for us is Scorpion, the Sand Leopard's superior, a notorious arms dealer in Thorn City's underbelly, with ties to the military's armory. What would the Sand Crocodile gang typically arrange if the Sand Leopard were to perish? Scorpion would appoint a trusted subordinate to take over, or the Sand Leopard's subordinates would provide sufficient resources to elevate someone new as leader. Of course, this depends on Scorpion's discretion, my lord. Shen Ming stroked his chin, contemplating the current strategy. It seemed that seizing control of the Sand Crocodile gang's territory would be most advantageous, as it could facilitate the assembly of a following, allowing for both clandestine growth of adherents and intelligence gathering regarding the military and slave traders. However, the crucial aspect would be how to navigate the inquiries and arrangements from the upper echelons of the Sand Crocodile gang. Is it possible to leverage General Falcon's connection to allow you to elevate your own leader? Esteemed lord, in my humble opinion, that appears quite challenging. The sand vessel seemed eager to showcase its capabilities. After a brief pause and a clearing of its throat, it spoke. The reason General Falcon acquiesced to Sand Leopard is that Sand Leopard possesses little notoriety. This revelation emerged during a drunken tirade, wherein he lamented that General Falcon's interest in him stemmed from his lack of fame, which made collaboration feasible. After all, the greater the renown of an underground faction, the higher the risk of exposure. General Falcon, being a cautious individual, would likely hesitate to engage in partnership with an arms dealer. Truly, it is akin to a thieving rat, scurrying away at the slightest noise. What if we were to relinquish the line of inferior genetic agents from Thorny City? This possibility exists, for the East Street is populated by the impoverished, devoid of any lucrative opportunities. Otherwise, a half-breed would not find themselves in such an undesirable position. Aside from the adults. Well then, let us proceed thus. After pledging allegiance to my lord, one must refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. I shall share my lord's teachings with you shortly, and you must remain vigilant at all times. Shen Ming surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "Take me to that underground bar tomorrow. For now, let us tidy up these bodies and rest for the night. May the gift of life bestow upon all, alleviating suffering." Chapter 18. The Two-Tailed Hyena. The four individuals continued their journey toward the rising sun, yet after half a day, they encountered no new discoveries. The scenery mirrored that of the previous day. They even speculated that the developers had not completed the map feature, merely repeating the same rendered scenes to appease them. However, just as they prepared to rest once more, they finally stumbled upon a new species. Free creatures, resembling hyenas but far more grotesque, trailed behind them at a distance. With disproportionately large ears, protruding jaws, and a mottled coat of black and yellow, they possessed two tails as long as their bodies. What on earth is this? The retreating drum let out a startled cry and immediately assumed a defensive posture. Two-tailed hyena? It could only be said to resemble one. Perhaps it was a fictional species from the game? Loyal Dog stood upright, seemingly eager to communicate with them. The other two grew alert, clutching their daggers and axes while observing the distant hyenas. Yet, the three hyenas showed no inclination to attack. Instead, they circled at a distance before darting away. "Wait, I noticed one of them wore a collar," Heartfelt exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. "This dog must be domesticated." But whether it is a creature or an NPC remains uncertain. They are too far away, overly cautious. Upon detection, they fled immediately. I was hoping to inquire about directions. Inquiring about directions from a dog? Once we finish, We would truly become akin to dogs ourselves, my friend. The retreating drum jestingly teased Loyal Dog. We ought to learn some sign language for preparedness. Otherwise, communication will pose a challenge when words fail us. Should we follow them? They have vanished without a trace. Can we even keep up? Perhaps we can find some clues, like footprints. In my previous hunting games, that was how we proceeded, though this feels less authentic. Let us go. Let us see. Perhaps we will indeed encounter someone. We might finally lay eyes on a person. I wonder if this game truly features a map of such vastness. With that, the group set off in pursuit of the two-tailed hyenas. 3 inept craftsmen can rival the brilliance of a single zhuge liang. Unexpectedly, the hunting game played by Dahiba and Tuatangu has indeed imparted some valuable experience. Following the trail, they found themselves in a small grove, where they spotted, from a considerable distance, remnants of extinguished campfires. Hush, there are indeed people here. It remains uncertain whether they are NPCs or monsters. Loyal Dog crouched low behind a tree, scrutinizing the surroundings. The 4 of them, apart from Tuatangu, were essentially unarmed. A chipped dagger and a blunt stone axe hardly qualified as weapons. Should they encounter any monsters, their only recourse would be to reunite with their beloved in the Hall of Grace. After confirming that the individuals seemed to have departed, the 4 cautiously approached. It appeared that a group had dined here, as the ground was strewn with remnants of roasted meat. Tuatangu picked up a morsel of meat, examined it closely, and then proceeded to chew on it. It bore no discernible flavor. Could it be from a wild man? There was not even a hint of saltiness to it, making its origin a mystery. Are you not afraid that this might be from a cannibal tribe? Dahiba remarked, astonished, his expression one of disbelief. A wave of mild nausea washed over him, yet it was not severe enough to deter him. Tuatangu hastily discarded the meat, spitting out twice as he said, "It can't be that bad. There are no people around, so where would the human flesh come from?" Upon saying this, his face turned slightly pale. Xinqing, observing the scene, teased, "Did you not want to nibble on the legs of your beloved this morning? Why the sudden loss of appetite? The meat from her is pristine. This, on the other hand, is entirely unknown. Ugh, spare me the details, or I might truly vomit." Tuatangu patted his chest, suppressing the urge to retch. It seems they headed this way. Should we follow? Dahiba crouched down, having studied the ground for some time, eventually discovering fresh tracks amidst the leaves and soil. Wait, let us craft some weapons first. It's quite inconvenient without Xinqing around. A sturdy branch, when sharpened, should serve as a spear. As Tuatangu selected branches, he added, "If we encounter monsters, Dahiba and I will hold them off while you and Xinqing stay back. If the situation turns dire, make your escape. I'll carve a wooden spear too. I won't be a burden to you," Xinqing remarked, also beginning her search. This game feels so realistic. If we run into any wild savages, who knows if we can withstand them? If we can't, well, gentlemen, we'll meet our end, and you, dear maiden, may find yourself in an unfortunate predicament. Tuatanga chuckled lewdly, his expression as crude as his humor. Xinqing, incensed yet amused, threw 2 heavy twigs in his direction, exclaiming, "Get away from me. If we die and respawn, it's just a game. Don't fret over trivialities. Awareness may return, but the corpses remain." Tuatangu seemed inclined to continue, yet Dahiba swiftly covered his mouth. He pulled him aside, advising, "Tuatangu, cease your chatter. Xinqing might just kill you." Xinqing shot them a glare, choosing not to respond, yet it seemed she had already made up her mind. In the wilderness, a modest tribe is situated a few kilometers away. The Agu tribe migrated here earlier this year. As carnivorous tribes seldom relocate outside the period of the red tide due to their indiscriminate dietary habits. Most of the tribe's members are robust young men with considerable hunting experience, making it relatively easy for them to procure food in the wild. As for the absence of the elderly, women, and children, they exist merely as food and breeding slaves. Earlier this year, the Agu tribe encountered a band of slave traders. Fortunately, this hunting team was small, comprising only a dozen individuals who were evidently unprepared for the tribe's significant growth to over 50 members in such a desolate area. War was imminent, with one side viewing the other as mere sustenance, while the other perceived them as a source of wealth. Both sides engaged in a deadly confrontation with no room for retreat. However, the slave traders ultimately fell victim to their over-reliance on firearms, failing to anticipate that the tribe possessed several energy-based grenades and stun grenades. They met their demise, becoming food for the tribe, while the slaves captured in the south became another's property. Nonetheless, energy firearms proved superior, resulting in the loss of nearly half the tribe's members. Aware that the slave traders had special means of communication, the tribe decided to drive their remaining slaves northward to avoid retaliation, striving to distance themselves from the battlefield before the slave traders realized their losses, thus preserving their legacy. Fortunately, this northern journey yielded an abundance of food. Chapter 19. The Agu tribe, 2 men clad in leather jackets returned from the sunset's glow, accompanied by 5 swiftly running two-tailed hyenas. A young boy, not even reaching their waists, emerged from the village to greet them. "Did you not catch anything today?" One of the burly men laughed, ruffling the boy's hair. "We did encounter a black wolf with a broken leg. We feasted on it. Not entirely fruitless." Another scarred man spat disdainfully. "The scouting claws discovered a few unfamiliar individuals. We lured them into the woods for observation. They wore red robes and did not resemble wilderness dwellers. Never seen their kind before, we must be cautious. No one would wander the wilderness unarmed. That would be courting death. No one is that foolish." The burly man chuckled, handing his gun to the boy before lifting him up as they walked back to the village. "They are not far off. Tonight we shall investigate further. The claws have memorized their scent. They cannot escape." "Can I go too?" the boy inquired. "You are still too young. Wait until you grow a bit more. What are we having for dinner?" Uncle Shen mentioned there's a meat slave on the verge of death. We can kill it and eat, along with some cannon-gourd dried snacks. The scarred man followed them into the village, visibly disgruntled, grumbling. "The meat slave is far too thin. There's hardly any meat. What is the point of eating something so lean?" The campfire within the tribe blazed brightly, wisps of smoke mingling with the evening glow, transforming the once desolate wilderness into a lively scene filled with the sounds of merriment. Of course, if one were to disregard the heart-wrenching cries and pleas, it would appear as a tranquil and harmonious tableau. As the tribespeople indulged in their evening meal, a scout returned from patrol, whispering a few words to the imposing figure seated at the head of the gathering, whose eyes narrowed slightly in response. "What did you discover, brother?" inquired the scarred-faced man, setting aside his snack and rising to his feet. "The red-robed ones are approaching us," the leader replied, wiping his hands before grasping a nearby crossbow and firearm. "As per usual, conceal the meat slaves and stow the weapons. We shall greet them. Let us observe first and refrain from hostility." Thanks to the players' insatiable curiosity and adventurous spirit, 4 individuals stumbled upon a village not far beyond the trees. If one could even call it a village. It appeared more akin to a stockade settlement. "Wow, we finally found it. Can you believe it? If we hadn't, I might have lost my lunch," exclaimed the player, leaning on a gnarled wooden spear, hands on hips as they gasped for breath, seemingly intent on expelling the pent-up frustration. There was no need for such an expansive map. It's exhausting. This is detrimental to player experience, and isn't the server resource conservation a priority? Despite the fatigue, the excitement on the players' faces was unmistakable. After 2 long days, they were finally about to encounter fellow beings, though they were uncertain what kind of gathering it would be. It did not resemble the gruesome sight of corpses hanging from the walls, as described by the high priest regarding the cannibalistic tribe. "Should we just go down and make contact?" one suggested. "Why not? If we encounter hostiles, we can retreat into the forest and regroup. It's a game, after all. Not every creature is portrayed by a live NPC. The AI is limited. Draw out a few, eliminate one, and proceed cautiously. There are plenty of foes willing to submit to us." With a self-satisfied grin, one player remarked, "Let the big guy attract their attention while we strike from behind. Surely, 4 of us can take one down." The loyal canine, skeptical of the plan, shrugged and pointed towards the entrance of the settlement. There's hardly anyone at the gate. According to the NPCs, the sentinels might have spotted us. The absence of an attack suggests this is not a monster den, but likely an NPC stronghold. "Good point. Dog brother. Let us go take a look," the others agreed, cautiously approaching the settlement. As they observed, a few figures emerged from within. They did not attack, confirming their suspicions. Indeed, they were NPCs. "The modeling is impressive," one player noted. "These wilderness outfits truly evoke a sense of the untamed wild." "What a shame we missed the new map and NPCs," another lamented. The loyal canine patted the first player on the shoulder and whispered, "See? A neutral tribe. It's likely a herbivorous settlement." Nodding in agreement, the player fixated on whether a new exploration cutscene would be triggered. The leader of the emerging figures appeared robust, clad only in a skirt of unknown hide and wielding a weapon resembling a crossbow. accompanied by 3 or 4 vigilant men, one of whom was noticeably elderly and limped, while another appeared to have lost an arm, with only a muscular forearm remaining. At the back was a young boy, cautiously clutching a dagger. Realizing the situation, retreating Drum cast a knowing glance at the elder and, placing his wooden spear behind him, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, calling out from a distance, "Greetings. We mean no harm. May I inquire where we are?" The imposing figure of the leader halted, scrutinizing the 3 men and 1 woman before him. The language spoken was unfamiliar, neither indigenous nor the dialects of the southern wilderness. Nor was it from the Southern Star System or the Federation, languages he was either fluent in or had at least heard. Was it a form of humanoid speech? Some humanoids were less than palatable. Lowering his bow, he attempted to communicate in the dialect of the Southern Star Wilderness. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The players were taken aback. This was an unexpected turn of events. Why could they not comprehend the NPC's words? Had they even devised a language for the wilderness inhabitants? Heartfelt astonishment gripped Exine Ching, who had silently observed the group since their arrival. Despite the apparent frailty of the others, the leader exuded strength, and the subtle expressions on their faces indicated a familiarity with dealing with outsiders. This game was quite demanding. What language was this? There hadn't been any language selection option upon entering the game, and did games still exist without a Mandarin voice pack? The immersion was unparalleled. Yet one had to consider playability. Must one learn a game language to play? The 4 members of the Agu tribe regarded the animated gestures of the newcomers with expressions of steadfastness and indifference, which for the first time showed signs of confusion. "Uncle Dashin, do these people seem mentally challenged?" The elderly man muttered, kicking at the dirt with his limp foot, dismissing the situation lightly. Humanoids are often the result of failed modifications. Perhaps their minds have been affected. Though retreating Drum grumbled. The glint of excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. This was a treasure of a game. "Let me show you, body language is universal." As he began to gesture wildly, making sounds and pointing with his fingers, neither the wilderness inhabitants nor the other 3 players could decipher his intentions. The Agu tribe remained unhurried, observing him as if he were a fool. The child at the back even pondered whether consuming such humanoids would alter one's mind. Ultimately, it was the loyal hound who stepped in to facilitate effective communication. He discarded their wooden spears and mimicked the action of eating. The leader finally understood. Breaking into a broad smile, he instructed Dashin to set their wooden spears aside and gestured for them to enter the village. The village is modest, comprising merely a dozen thatched huts and mud houses. The players eagerly surveyed the rustic structures while engaging in animated discussions. The imposing figure leading them found the incessant chatter rather irksome, yet, lacking clarity about their identities, refrained from taking any rash actions. It bore a resemblance to rural mud houses of yore, as depicted in documentaries I have watched. Externally, it appeared small, but I was surprised to discover that it housed over 10 dwellings. However, the living space per person seemed exceedingly cramped, perhaps only a few square meters. I couldn't shake the feeling that the gazes of those lingering at the entrance were rather unfriendly. If a few individuals stood outside your door chattering incessantly in a language you couldn't comprehend, would your temper remain intact? Indeed, their lack of understanding was evident. Despite my attempts to communicate, they remained perplexed. As we passed the doorway of the fire starter, he casually picked up a piece of dried gourd. Unfamiliar to him, but seemingly edible, hanging outside to dry. Taking someone else's belongings could diminish goodwill. I hoped it wouldn't escalate to hostility. The fellow at the entrance seemed unfazed, however. Observing that the NPCs displayed no reaction, others followed suit, each taking a piece, sampling it, and engaging in conversation. The dried plant, reminiscent of sweet potato, lacked any distinctive flavor. The fire starter stood bewildered as a throng of people passed his home, helping themselves to his provisions. Amused, he scoffed and called out to the leader, declaring, "I want that woman. I have no interest in the rest." Upon hearing this, the leader casually glanced at Xinqing and replied, "That's acceptable, but not today, perhaps tomorrow." "Look, the NPC is complaining, accusing you of taking their food," someone remarked. "What is the worry? A couple of bites won't harm anyone. Back in my days playing the Elder Scrolls, everything in the village was mine. If necessary, we could trade some goods. But what do we have to trade? Robes. The fabric looks promising. It should sell well. And there are undergarments too. Well, Xinqing's undergarments are a bit short, but the 3 of us could trade them for a good amount of supplies. I wonder if the NPCs deal in firearms." The people of the Agu tribe warmly welcomed them, presenting some dried gourd, cured poultry, and a rather bland juice-like drink. It was the first time the four had tasted anything beyond the usual sustenance in the game, and they devoured the food with the fervor of starving souls. The juice was passable, though not particularly sweet. The flavors were unfamiliar, evoking curiosity about how they could elicit new taste sensations. The dried meat was quite delectable. Finally, they savored some meat. I observed them wrapping the dried vegetables in their garments, indicating they were likely refugees, and thus, not posing any immediate threat. Having never encountered the red-clad individuals before, I pondered if they had allies. We should remain vigilant, as just days prior. The Firestarter had spotted slave traders to the north. We must avoid that direction. What shall we do tonight? We should keep an eye on them, allowing them to stay at the river house to discern their intentions. The muscular figure wiped his mouth, feeling a resurgence of strength. Despite the generally mediocre taste of the food, hunger made everything palatable, especially since he could not practice his breathing techniques without meat. At last, he felt satiated. We cannot simply take advantage of the hospitality of our fellow villagers. I shall inquire with them. Their attire appears rather ordinary. I shall offer my tattered robe as a form of exchange, and perhaps I can secure a place to rest, at least for tonight, free from worry. Retreating into contemplation, I fondly recalled my robe, a cherished remnant of the past. Had I known I would misplace my other ragged garment, it might have served me well in an exchange for sustenance. After some deliberation, both parties finally grasped each other's intentions. The village chief, with an odd expression, presented 2 red robes and instructed his companions to procure some dried gourds and jerky for us, subsequently allocating a room for our use. These villagers seemed rather peculiar, believing that 2 worn robes could yield such a bounty of food. Nevertheless, it would eventually belong to us, so I considered it merely a means of safeguarding our provisions. The 4 players, however, did not share my sentiment. Each one clutched a substantial amount of food as they ventured into the room assigned to them alongside a limping, old NPC. The rustic villagers proved quite pragmatic. 2 robes had indeed secured us an impressive amount of food. The loyal canine surveyed the sparse room, noting its lack of decor, merely a wooden table fashioned from a tree stump and a plank bed that could accommodate 3 to 4 individuals, with some beast bones adorning the walls, likely serving as rustic embellishments. It was primarily due to my adept bargaining that we had secured this deal. Initially, the leader had intended to offer only a few pieces of dried vegetables. How miserly! I placed all the food upon the table and addressed the group. How shall we convey our teachings without a common tongue? I estimate this village harbors a dozen or so inhabitants. Imagine if we could recruit them into our divine realm. They would be a bountiful blessing. The imposing figure among us continually scrutinized the jerky in his hands, pondering aloud. Perhaps the purpose of this game is to facilitate our learning of the wilderness people's language? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. There was an unsettling feeling that the NPCs regarded us with unusual scrutiny upon our entry. I noticed they had unleashed the 2-tailed hyenas, keeping a watchful eye on us from outside. Through the solitary modest window, I observed the pacing hyenas and marveled at the realism of it all. Each individual seemed to possess a distinct path in life. I watched intently as their gazes and expressions mirrored those of the high priest, rendered so lifelike that it was hard to believe they had employed a troupe of extras to enact this drama. Don't ask. Just acknowledge the brilliance of the developers. I exclaimed, Brother Dog, there are 2 hyenas outside. Why not engage them in conversation? We plan to log off tonight, and a brief rest will leave us untroubled come morning, I suggested with a mischievous grin. The loyal canine shot me a disapproving glance, but remained noncommittal. He approached the window, scrutinizing the unsightly 2-tailed hyena for a moment before noticing the absence of any villagers nearby, and inquired, What is your name, friend? The other 3, filled with excitement, crowded nearby to observe the interaction, thoroughly entertained. Upon hearing its name called, the rotund hyena perked up its large ears, staring curiously at the foreheads of the 4 unfamiliar figures peering through the window. It spun around in circles, glancing back towards its owner's dwelling, puzzling over the situation for a while, but failing to comprehend. Were there not 4 individuals who entered? How had it transformed into a dog? Woof woof, it responded, leaving the others eager to decipher its utterance. What did it say? Speak, brother dog, they urged, pressing closer. Oh, I almost forgot. The dog now speaks in the tongue of canines. Chapter 21. Woof 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 woof. The loyal dog, in a state of protest, looked helplessly at the 3 jesters, nudging them aside, and continued to inquire. Did you see what transpired in the wilderness today? What were you engaged in? Woo woo woof. We were searching for food. What do you typically consume? Woo woof woof woo woof. Anything really. We were initially going to eat you. But since you are now dogs, we could hunt, so we won't. Does your master also consume humans? Woo woof. Isn't that obvious? Dog brother. Your comrades seem to disdain you. Why the eye roll? This dog is utterly grotesque. Hyenas are already unsightly, and this one is transformed into something even more monstrous. The loyal dog, suppressing its shock, pressed on with its inquiries. Are they all taken inside to be slain? Woo woo woof. Some are consumed right outside. Woo woof woof. Are you truly dogs? Haha. I am your elder. The loyal dog felt a chill enveloping its body. A wave of cold rushing to its crown. A cannibal tribe. Not NPCs. This creature is deceiving us, playing tricks. It hastily pulled the three away from the window, exclaiming urgently, woof 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 woof. They are a cannibal tribe. Retreating Drum wore a befuddled expression, yet upon witnessing Dog Brother's incessant barking, found it amusing, laughing. What has triggered Dog Brother? It's nothing. Dogs are oblivious. Laugh at you if we must, but we do not mock you. Cuckoo. The muscular giant and Xianqing also struggled to suppress their laughter, though they felt too bashful to laugh aloud. It's over. Words failed them. The loyal dog felt that the four of them were doomed, yet in a moment of desperation, could only bark again. Woof 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 woof. We must flee. The language may have been incomprehensible, but expressions do not lie. Xianqing was the first to sense something amiss, interrupting retreating Drum's jest, speaking earnestly. Dog brother, write it down. Use writing. Indeed. The loyal dog hastily gave Xianqing a thumbs up, then squatted down, using a piece of jerky to write. Humans are food. They are not NPCs, lured in to be slain. As soon as the words eating humans were inscribed, it seemed everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Retreating Drum shouted, what the hell? The muscular giant even discarded the jerky he had been fiddling with. What we ate at night should not have been human flesh. But now it's hard to say. Outside the window, the two-pawed creature noticed the humanoid dog speaking to it suddenly retreating. A sense of foreboding washed over it. However, its limited intellect could not process such complexity, leading it to a simple solution: find a more capable mind to consult its master. It scampered to the door of the Firestarter's abode, barking fervently around the figure sharpening a blade at the entrance. Then, it received a kick. Get your filthy paws away. For fools barking away, and you join in. Keep it up, and I'll stew you too. Woo woo woo. The two-pawed creature understood. Its master intended to stew them. Not wishing to incur further wrath, it quickly retreated, tucking its two tails between its legs. After Xianqing and the loyal dog confirmed the existence of a cannibal tribe, the tension among them began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable thrill that permeated the room. This creature possesses a certain allure, having deceived me entirely. In the confines of a modest room, the retreating Drum paced restlessly, exclaiming, this is simply extraordinary. The moment Brother Dog penned those words, I felt a bead of sweat cascade down my spine. What a thrill. What shall we do? Should we confront them directly? After all, we can resurrect, if need be. We can engage them multiple times until they are utterly vanquished. Qingxin glanced out the window, spotting only dogs and no humans. She pondered logically. If they intended to eliminate us, they could easily poison our food. No need to wait for nightfall. Why grant us a place to rest? What are they apprehensive about? Are they concerned we might have reinforcements? Would we still be able to consume the food if it were poisoned? Indeed, that is a consideration. However, what about using some sort of sedative? Is there even such a thing in the wilderness? Sister Qing digressed. How should we proceed now? Should we fight our way out? At that moment, the silent loyal dog, having ceased his labor, inscribed 4 characters upon the ground, Staff of Life. Yes, the Staff of Life is crucial. It cannot fall into their hands. It must be safeguarded and delivered elsewhere, for being caught by the corpse guardians would be disastrous. We should quietly slip away. We cannot simply wait for our fate. Once Xinqing revives, he will return armed to confront them. By heavens, what a treacherous foe. Had it not been for Brother Dog, we would have perished at the first encounter. We owe him our gratitude. Brother Dog is a true legend. The loyal dog cast a sidelong glance at them, realizing he must carry the burden alone. After enduring a lengthy silence, he could no longer contain his joy and barked, woof woof woof. Of course, they gathered all the food, disregarding the expression on the burly man's face, stuffing jerky into his arms in case they needed to lure monsters later. Cautiously, they opened the door, surveying their surroundings to ensure no wildlings were observing them, and quietly made their way outside, relieved that the dwelling was not far from the village gate. As they walked, the loyal dog communicated with several companions. "We're going out to fetch some oranges. Remain here and do not move or bark." The dogs, bewildered, watched the four individuals sneak towards the gate, sensing something amiss, and began to howl. Nearby doors swung open, and wildlings emerged with crossbows in hand. The four players, upon seeing the weapons, shouted in alarm and dashed towards the exit. "Good heavens, there truly is a ghost. That damned creature deceived me. Just wait. The red-cloaked one is fleeing. Capture them." Fire glanced at the leader, who, with a grim expression, nodded and commanded, "Go. Capture them alive. It seems we have been discovered." Fire's face lit up with excitement, his scars twisting, and he declared, "The woman is mine," before seizing his weapon and rushing out. The 5 two-tailed hyenas, receiving their master's command, shot forth like arrows released from bows, their intellect momentarily dulled, yet their agility heightened. They moved with astonishing speed, reaching the players before they could even reach the village gate. Retreating Drum turned to see the ugly dog he had been speaking with. Now mere inches away, he shouted to his companions to run, then spun around, conjuring the spear of thunder in his grasp, thrusting it directly at the approaching beast. The long maw clamped down upon the spear of thunder, and a thunderous crack echoed, illuminating the space with electric brilliance. The two-clawed beast, charred and convulsing, was flung aside. As the igniter beheld the plasma morphing into a spear, his footsteps faltered, and he emitted a heart-wrenching roar. "I shall strip the skin from your bodies." Observing the unfolding chaos, the chieftain's expression turned grave. He seized his firearm and aimed, shouting, "They possess awakened ones. Kill them at once, swiftly." The loyal dog, having revolted, had already pulled Shen out of the village gates. Glancing back, he witnessed Brother Gu effortlessly incapacitate a hyena, and amidst the wild man's furious howls, he exclaimed, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Brother Gu is formidable. Though the igniter could not comprehend their words, he understood the mocking bark of the dog. He felt derided. How dare that cursed red-robed one slay his dog, and still mock him? This was unforgivable. Damn it, Brother Dog's foolishness had incited the monsters into a frenzy. The retreating Drum's expression shifted abruptly. He cast the thunder spear towards the nearby dwelling. Seizing the moment of the ensuing explosion, he swiftly turned and fled. The sounds of bullets discharging and crossbow bolts whizzing past filled the air. He dared not look back and focused on sprinting forward. Muscular Behemoth had activated his breathing technique, rhythmically adapting to the peculiar cadence of breaths, as he retrieved dried meat from his pocket and stuffed it in his mouth. He then located the place outside the village where wooden spears were stored, mimicking the retreating Drum's actions, and hurled them into the village with abandon. His unparalleled muscle strength and explosive power propelled the wooden spears faster than crossbow bolts, yet their accuracy was woefully lacking, landing haphazardly on the ground before the house. After throwing, he hurriedly ran away. The members of the Agabu tribe could only watch in astonishment as the most robust red-robed figure suddenly appeared, even more formidable, randomly tossing a few headless wooden spears while running, arrows protruding from his body without a backward glance. It was perplexing. Why, despite exhibiting such immense strength, did he throw the wooden spears chaotically? Why did he stand there to be struck by arrows before fleeing? And why did his physique seem to fluctuate in size while running? Did the arrows not cause him pain? Though unpoisoned, the arrows had barbs, and even the strongest and most resilient man would tremble from the agony of muscle tearing. How were these few individuals seemingly unscathed? Chase them. We cannot let them escape. Otherwise, we are doomed. The awakened ones must be eliminated. Another thunder spear detonated at the entrance, evading the players' counterattack as the warriors of the Agabu tribe and the hyenas surged forward. Chapter 22. Do speak again today must be a day of misfortune. Liu angrily removed his helmet, contemplating throwing it, but ultimately placing it aside in frustration. Every time the Gun King advancement tournament occurred, he was matched with a bunch of orphan teammates. How was it that his own teammates pushed ahead to break through while he remained behind tossing flashbangs? Who would plant a broadsword at the front and then die without a word? Were they fighting the enemy or their own kind? How could one snipe while engaging in a stubborn standoff without switching to a more suitable weapon? They were all orphans, damn it. The system was equally incompetent, continually pairing him with imbeciles. Thankfully, he too had a negative win-loss record. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Opening the group chat, he found it devoid of messages. It was well past midnight, yet within the game, it must still be midday. Everyone was likely busy exploring. The forum was lively, with countless replies to the retreating drum's post, mostly filled with insults. At that moment, he had no desire to read through them. As night fell, Liu eagerly anticipated the dawn, believing it would herald his revival. After swiftly completing his morning routine, he reclined into the gaming pod, donned the helmet, and soon found himself immersed in the game. One must admit, the rapid sleep function of this game is remarkable, a true blessing for those plagued by insomnia. Having interacted with every inch of the wooden table, Liu opted to venture into the distant darkness, pondering that he might uncover something intriguing. Thus, he wandered throughout the night. In the chat group, a fellow player, the national level 2 retreat drum artist, expressed his frustration. "Damn it, I just got disconnected." He added, "Jiangnan's most sentimental, are you there? We need you." He continued, "Tonight, a significant discovery has been made. This game is exceptionally cunning." When Liang Yongqing noticed the silence from his companions, he scrolled through the forum and saw an influx of private messages, 9,999 in total. Goodness, so many messages. It would be absurd to read them all, he thought, promptly marking them as read. The world feels peaceful again. They are merely filled with complaints. I will address them later. For now, the priority is whether they manage to escape with their bodies and strategize our counterattack. Despite having spent hours fleeing within the game, Liang Yongqing felt invigorated upon removing the helmet. After refreshing himself and having a light breakfast, he picked up his phone just in time to see new messages pop up in the chat group. "Whoa, you all finally made it out. What happened in there? How did I perish?" Jiangnan's most sentimental exclaimed. "Only I made it out. They are likely still running," replied the national level 2 retreat drum artist. "As for your demise, you probably fell victim to some creature that dragged you beneath a tree and devoured you. Alas, if only you had survived, we could have had a thrilling day. What did you discover? Where are the others?" Jiangnan's most sentimental inquired. "We found a carnivorous tribe, filled with dozens of cunning creatures that masqueraded as herbivores to lure us in, intending to slay us under the cover of night. Thankfully, Dog Brother managed to communicate with their dogs and glean some information. Otherwise, we would have been your companions in death." "Whoa, it can happen that way?" Jiangnan's most sentimental responded in shock. "It was incredibly deceitful. They pretended to conduct business with us, robbing me of 2 robes in the process. Damn it, when you return, we will arm ourselves and confront them," the national level 2 retreat drum artist declared. "Why do I feel as if the world has transformed? Why is there so much content in just one day?" Jiangnan's most sentimental mused. "I must tell you, the immersive experience of this game is unparalleled. After entering the village, we enjoyed a hearty meal and even changed our accommodations. We never anticipated that they would not attack us outright, considering they were monsters. Especially since we were armed with nothing but 2 shabby wooden spears," he recounted. "I was drenched in cold sweat while Dog Brother was writing. It felt like a horror game," he admitted. "To be honest, your skill is absolutely essential in the wilderness. Having a firearm is a true advantage. Lacking equipment renders one powerless," he concluded. "What did Dog Brother write?" Jiangnan's most sentimental asked. "National level 2 2A Tengu artist. It seems to be a cannibalistic entity. Not an NPC, rather deceptive? I can't quite recall the specifics. After conversing with the dog, Dog Gu could only bark. It was quite the spectacle. Fortunately, Xian Qing reminded me that one could write. I believe had we delayed further, we might have been completely encircled. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Don't say any more. I feel as if I've missed out on a fortune. National level 2 2A Tengu artist. Wry smile. National level 2 2A Tengu artist. Surely, there's more to it. I shall refrain from further comments until they log off. I hope they haven't met their demise. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Then do share more. Why did you log off?" National level 2 2A Tengu artist. National level 2 2A Tengu artist. "We realized the urgency and made a swift escape. They pursued us. Upon reaching a hillside, it seemed they were about to catch up. I hurled 2 thunder spears, causing an explosion, and then I disconnected. I suspect my mental energy was depleted, rendering me unconscious. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Goo goo. You're definitely finished." National level 2 2A Tengu artist. National level 2 2A Tengu artist. "That can't be. Damn it, the big muscle man was quite near me. There's no way he wouldn't drag me away." National level 2 2A Tengu artist. "Damn, let me log back in and check." Liang Yongqing hastily donned the helmet, but couldn't T-connect. Phew. Thankfully, I'm still alive. If I had died, I could enter the game, but would be sent directly to the Grace Hall. Not being able to connect is good news, indicating I am still unconscious. After chatting with Shen Ming for a while, I realized there was nothing to do once logged off, so I might as well update the post. Grace Forum. Updated 1 minute ago. How much resources has the developer injected into the game for immersion and engagement? They have created a language for the monsters. Indeed, a language. Unlike existing games, Grace does not offer a language pack option. The guiding NPCs speak Mandarin, leading us to believe it was merely a default Mandarin voice pack until the next day when we discovered the wild humans. Narrative. Each wild dweller possesses the ability to communicate, not merely with utterances like oh or ah, but with genuine dialogue. Though unintelligible, the varied pronunciations are discernible. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it is a derivative of some lesser-known language, but as per our current linguistic knowledge, it bears no resemblance to any major language family. Each day in this alternate world is filled with surprises. Based on exploration progress, this thread will continue to be updated. Thank you all for your interest. A brief farewell. Shortly after, the post received numerous replies. Time takes away memories. Why hasn't the 120 from yesterday arrived to pick us up? Both humans and dogs are flaunting. How can I obtain beta testing qualifications? I want to play Land Immortal in today's alternate world games. Which wild faction lacks its own culture and language? One can only say the original poster has truly seen too little. They merely repeat a few set phrases. And you think it's communication, but in reality, it's mechanical repetition. Of course, I'm merely stating some common knowledge. This game fundamentally does not exist. Jiangnan most affectionate. Goo goo. You didn't mention this part earlier? Art is about leaving blank spaces. It amused me to no end. How could those within the group fail to communicate before sharing this? Lin Feng, in the Snowy Mountain Temple. Declared, I am a fool. User 105OP0047 retorted. The one above is a fool. Rain God Jing Z888 inquired. What exactly is a setting game? Boss. I crave noodles. Link. Chindu Bai Ki setting game. The diligent worker shall never be enslaved. It seems quite intriguing. Are you still hiring? My imagination knows no bounds. Schwezcat remarked. I just discovered such an interesting post. Is the concept of unlimited skills genuine? Wouldn't that render one invincible? Beer paired with goji berries. Smirks. You know what it means to pause time. The chaos of mundane life. Wow. How does one join the group? I merely wish to assist in testing for bugs. I would even pay for the opportunity. As per usual, once I finish, I vanish. Responding is an impossibility. The trolls thrive on interaction. When you engage them, they gain a thrill, but when ignored, their enthusiasm wanes and they quiet down. At last, the chat group stirred with fresh activity. Praise the gifted group. Xine Qing. I'm so anxious. Upon removing the helmet, my heart continues to race. Loyal Dog on Strike, a national-level artist of the retreating drum. Thankfully your body is intact, thanks to the Mighty Muscle. Mighty Muscle. Cool, Jiangnan's most passionate. Wow. Did you all win? National-level retreating drum artist. Did you shake them off? Loyal Dog on Strike. Allow me to elaborate. The two blasts you set off must have injured their dogs, and the wilderness folks who chased closely managed to restrain them. Your position upon fainting was unfortunate. Far from both Xine Qing and me. Mighty Muscle felled a tree, crashing it down. Loyal Dog on Strike. You missed it. Ding Di Sun uprooted a willow. It left me utterly astonished. The monster was likely taken aback as well, seizing the chance for Mighty Muscle to drag you away. And we continued to flee for quite a while. They didn't pursue us much longer. Probably, they lost track. Mighty Muscle. What on earth is Ding Di Sun? Sweating Loyal Dog on Strike. The arrowed tiger, covered in arrows. Such a vivid image. Enough of the distractions. Loyal Dog on Strike. We hastily found a ravine to jump into. Then pressed ourselves against the mountainside, burying ourselves in dirt, leaving only our nostrils exposed, and logged off. National-level retreating drum artist. What if we get eaten? I have no idea what lies on the mountain. Xine Qing. There's no other option. We have reconnected several times. Our mental and physical energies are severely depleted. However, we are concerned they may regroup and bury the life staff elsewhere. Even if we perish, at least the resurrection point remains outside. National-level retreating drum artist. Thumbs up, Loyal Dog on Strike. It's just that your arms and legs were twitching so violently, burying you deeper. Otherwise, I feared you might not stay hidden. I'll dig you out tomorrow. national-level retreating drum artist. Jiangnan's most passionate. Tears, I too wish to experience this. Xian Qing, hurry and revive. We await your return to regroup and strike back. Laughter, mighty muscle. The passion skill is incredibly useful. National-level retreating drum artist. Let us hope no one perishes. Once our passionate one revives, we shall assemble again. Those pursuing me will all be vanquished. Chapter 23. The higher UPS are aware after a night of rest. The following day saw the sand vessel arrive at Taylor's Alley on East Street, bearing only Shen Ming. The underground bar lay at the end of the alley, typically catering to familiar patrons, with the secret knock being 3 firm taps on the door, followed by a request for clothing. The city's nocturnal ambience indeed offered a sense of security for slumber, and upon witnessing the faith levels of a few individuals, there was little concern of betrayal or revenge. The current fervor for the divine gift was likely to endure for an extended period. Last night, Shen Ming had returned to the Hall of Grace, but apart from glimpsing a minor player rolling in the distant shadows, the others were absent. Thus, he paid no heed to the rolling figure, known as Jiangnan's most sentimental, and returned to the wasteland for a direct slumber. Had Sha Bao vanished for an entire night without raising suspicion among the bar's patrons? As Shen Ming followed the sand vessel to the bar's entrance, despite his uncertainty about the internal dynamics, he deemed it prudent to inquire. Returning to the master. It is not uncommon for Sha Bao to be absent from the bar for several days. No one knows his whereabouts, and he is only summoned when necessary via a signal device. The sand vessel responded respectfully while guiding the way. The bar's proprietor, Sha Hu, serves as his deputy and can generally handle minor matters. Aside from Sha Bao, the other members of the Sand Crocodile Gang on East Street are merely ordinary individuals, possessing some firearms and perhaps slightly enhanced strength, but the only genetic warrior among them is Sha Bao, whom you have already dealt with. Reflecting on the grim circumstances of disposing of the bodies last night, the sand vessel felt a renewed sense of reverence for this walking priest. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming pondered the nature of the sand vessel's ability to gain faith while conversing. Could such a phenomenon be widespread? Knock, knock, knock. Here to collect clothing. The door of the tailor's shop creaked open, revealing a bald sand crocodile man who, upon spotting the sand vessel, relaxed his guard and inquired, "Why are you alone? Where's the boss? Is this your new client?" The sand vessel cast a quick glance at Shen Ming, wary of him rushing in, but upon noting his composed demeanor, he exhaled in relief. This is the esteemed priest. He knew that such an introduction would be met with skepticism, as all were aware of the nature of this establishment. As expected, the bald man was momentarily taken aback, a playful expression crossing his face as he scrutinized Shen Ming. He stepped aside, muttering, "Who would have an affinity for this kind of style? We don't stock nuns' attire here." Shen Ming suppressed a smirk at the absurdity of the situation, ignoring the bald man as he followed the sand vessel into the bar. The interior bore resemblance to a quaint tavern, albeit with considerably more space. It appeared business was slow during the day, or perhaps the previous night's dealings had yet to conclude, resulting in a lack of liveliness. The bar's owner, Sha Hu, was casually polishing a rifle at the counter, which was adorned with an array of ammunition. Observing the sparse clientele, merely 3 or 4 patrons, Shen Ming nodded and directly addressed Sha Hu. "Where are Sha Bao's genetic agents concealed?" Upon hearing this audacious inquiry, the bald man behind him was momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, he instinctively reached for his firearm, cursing the treachery of the sand vessel for having betrayed them. Unexpectedly, an even more bewildering event transpired. The leader of the sand pot seemed to recognize the individual and spoke directly, stating that the experimental agents were hidden beneath the bed in the house he had illicitly purchased, while the other genetic serums were stored in the warehouse above the bar. What other unspeakable secrets did he possess? He knew that Lord Scorpion had concealed a vial of genetic serum, but the location, before he could complete his sentence. Shen Ming had already drawn his gun and aimed it at him. With a resounding bang, his head erupted in a shower of crimson. The second in command of East Street collapsing onto the bar counter, meeting a fate that rivaled their leader's swift demise. For the time being, Shen Ming could not afford to provoke Scorpion, and the experimental agents were not an immediate necessity. What he required was a relatively stable underground force to gather intelligence. Those who dared to hoard resources for themselves while deceiving their comrades would ultimately face dire consequences. Shen Ming holstered his weapon, forcing a fierce expression as he surveyed the stunned, speechless staff around him. The higher-ups had been alerted, The bald man's first instinct was that the higher-ups had sent someone, and that the leader was acquainted with this individual. Otherwise, why would he so readily divulge these deadly secrets? He discreetly relaxed his grip on the weapon, wiping the sweat from his brow, grateful he hadn't drawn it, lest he too end up in a similar predicament. That scoundrel Sandboat had secretly connected with the higher-ups, and he had muttered a few words about him at the entrance. Surely this gentleman would not be offended. Not only he, but the other staff members, upon witnessing this scene, also deduced that this person had been dispatched by the higher-ups. In Thorn City, opposing the crocodile gang was tantamount to courting death. Each could only watch in silence, too fearful to act. According to their prior agreement, after Shen Ming's performance concluded, he would no longer concern himself with anything else and would proceed directly to the bar counter. Sandboat called over several staff members to begin explaining the situation. Sand Leopard and Sand Pot, in their pursuit of self-interest, had already drawn the attention of the higher-ups, who were aware of their actions and had executed them. If they wished to survive, they must redeem themselves by eliminating Sand Leopard's subordinates. The gentleman could offer them a chance to follow him, as East Street would inevitably see a new leader emerge. Everyone held their breath, patiently listening, observing that Sandboat seemed to have gained the favor of this gentleman. The new leader was likely this very individual. With that in mind, why delay? They should first bind the remaining brothers not present and present a gift to the gentleman. After all, it was better to die as a friend than as a foe. Loyalty could be proclaimed while Sand Leopard was alive, but with his demise, what need was there for loyalty? Survival took precedence. The human heart is indeed difficult to fathom, particularly when one is ensnared in their own conjectures. Before long, 3 or 4 individuals had successively lured the remaining subordinates of Sand Leopard to the bar and bound them, employing methods that were astonishingly efficient. Sandboat respectfully reported to Shen Ming that everyone was accounted for except those who had perished the previous night. After all, East Street was not particularly large, and a dozen individuals constituted a formidable force. After identifying 4 or 5 subordinates known for their unsavory deeds, the remaining individuals received the directives for their allegiance from Shen Ming, thus disregarding their past brotherhood and, with tears in their eyes, eliminated them before eagerly joining the ranks of the new leader. Surviving in the wasteland, it is difficult to claim one's hands are free of blood. Shen Ming does not intend to establish a purely virtuous organization. Such a notion is neither realistic nor feasible. As long as one is not irredeemably wicked and possesses a heart inclined towards goodness, there remains a potential for utility. Observing the remaining 4 individuals, Shen Ming nodded. These 4 brothers, including the bald man who had just opened the door, were all affiliated with the Sand Crocodile gang. Yet they belonged to the periphery, regarded with skepticism and distrust. They had been marginalized by the former Sand Leopard. They were indeed worth a trial. Gazing at the 4 anxious men standing before him, he instructed Sha Chuan, bring Shi Li Ji and the others over. Merge them with your group, and, under the guise of the Sand Crocodile gang, observe for a while. Once the issues within the upper echelons of the gang are resolved, we shall proceed with the next phase of our plan. Naturally, the sordid dealings of the bar would cease. The enslaved women under control would be relocated to a safe place, with further arrangements to be made once matters were settled. The 4 men grew increasingly uneasy as they listened. How could this gentleman not be a high-ranking member of the Sand Crocodile gang? At that moment, Sha Chuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yes, esteemed priest. I understand your doubts. I am not a member of the Sand Crocodile gang. My name is Hels, and you may refer to me as the Walking Priest. You bear the blood of the Sand Crocodile gang, and there is no turning back. By embracing our beliefs, you shall embark upon a new life. Seeing the shock and fear etched on the faces of the 4, Shen Ming extended his right hand, and a spear of thunder materialized in his grasp. He understood that sometimes, words pale in comparison to direct evidence. Occasionally, one need not speak at all. Merely presenting the object would suffice, and the followers would naturally accept it. Not only would they accept it, but their thoughts would also spiral into fervent excitement. Indeed, the moment the spear of thunder appeared, the once fearful and astonished expressions of the 4 transformed, their eyes igniting with extraordinary brilliance, zeal, shock, disbelief. A tumult of inexplicable emotions surged within them. They realized that following such a leader, and awakened, held far more promise than aligning with the Sand Leopard. It was no wonder they were overwhelmed. Not everyone immediately associates divinity with the miraculous. The notion of deities was largely confined to the South, while the North remained largely unaware of their existence. As for the peculiar churches, the existence of their gods was still a matter of debate. There exists a stark distinction between awakened beings and the powers bestowed by deities. Awakened individuals can utilize, but not create. Nevertheless, every awakened being is a prized asset among various factions. Even the most rudimentary awakened possesses combat capabilities rivaling genetically enhanced warriors, while the legendary leader of the Sand Crocodile Gang is merely akin to a genetic warrior. The number of followers had not increased significantly, as he had yet to propagate his divine name. Such intricate matters could be entrusted to Sha Chuan, who would adeptly introduce his beliefs. As anticipated, by evening, after Shi Li Ji and his companions arrived, Shen Ming once again reviewed his attribute panel. Cognitive power, 1260 faith power, 12 number of followers, 16 might. 2. Cognitive projection 10, skills, firearm trade, covert interrogation. Spear of thunder, linguistic diplomacy, dragon's breath. The number of followers increased by 4, yet their faith values were not sufficiently elevated to generate faith power. There was no need for haste. Progress would come in due time. Shen Ming was quite pleased, having gained an additional point of power within just 2 days of his arrival, which provided him with a greater sense of security for his survival. Chapter 24. Shearing for arms. I have finally returned to life. Jiangnan's foremost sentimental figure hurried to log in, just in time to coincide with the moment of his resurrection. This time, upon opening his eyes, he found himself not in the Grand Hall, but on the hillside where Brother Gu and the others had escaped. He swiftly rose to his feet, secured the staff of life at his waist, and surveyed his robe and attire, noting no significant changes. Everything was newly refreshed. Indeed, it was reasonable that resurrection could also rejuvenate one's garments. As previously discussed in their group chat, he had likely logged in before the other 4. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution and refrain from hasty actions. With dawn breaking and ensuring there were no unexpected threats in the vicinity, he sought refuge, awaiting the arrival of his companions. With determination, he endured the pain and plucked a handful of hair, summoning a pistol, and cautiously sought out a sturdy tree to climb. Shortly thereafter, he spotted several figures stealthily approaching from the higher part of the forest. It was none other than his friends. "Goodness, you all look dreadful," he exclaimed upon seeing the 4 individuals, grimy and disheveled. None of them wore their robes. Dog Brother appeared to be the least soiled, though covered in mud, with 2 bandages wrapped around his right leg, which upon closer inspection revealed strips of torn clothing. Xinxing, whose top was already short, now resembled a makeshift bandeau, with tattered threads and fabric fluttering from its hem, and her waist bound with a lengthy strip of cloth. Both of her pant legs were missing. Gugu was even worse off, entirely coated in mud, with no upper garment, and his shoulders and chest wrapped in bandages, his legs similarly adorned. The most unfortunate was Dehiba, resembling a mummy, as the amount of cloth wrapped around him suggested that most of the others' clothing had found its way onto him. His bandages were soaked with blood, mingled with dirt, rendering them a dark hue. There was little recourse. They had hastily tended to their wounds before logging off the previous night, fearing infection. Xinxing leaned against the tree, touched the wound on her lower back, exhaled, and remarked, "This morning, I feel somewhat better, though it still hurts more than when I was first struck by the arrow." "I no longer feel any pain," Dehiba stated solemnly, as if the blood seeping from his wounds was not his own. "Truly a brave warrior. You would undoubtedly be a god of war in reality," he said. "You all completely buried me yesterday. I still feel tightness in my chest when I breathe, for heaven's sake." Tutang Gu complained, continually pinching at his wounds, causing fresh blood to mingle with the darkened, congealed blood, staining the bandages. The pain suppression feature of this game is truly remarkable, akin to a death-defying warrior. Xinxing shot him a disapproving glance, swatting his hand away from his injury, and handed a dagger to Xinxing, saying, "Be careful. You are our primary combat strength now. Don't let your own blood lead to your demise." "That cannot happen," Xinxing replied, taking the dagger and gesturing towards his hair. "I'm not adept at this maneuver." "Xinxing, could you assist? How much should I shave?" "I think half would suffice. It's enough for now. If we win, the remaining half can serve as a backup." He resembled a customer communicating with a barber, turning away to await the stylist's deft touch. However, a barber could never truly execute one's wishes with precision. The retreating drum quietly seized a dagger, gesturing twice towards the tender locks, then commenced to tug and sever the hair from the center. With the robe catching the falling strands, every single one was akin to a bullet. Waste was not an option. After a while, he even contemplated trimming his nails, pondering if they might yield a firearm. Could this truly be feasible? The notion of cutting more hair surged forth, perhaps trading it for a couple of cannons to blast the adversary. But wait, if it became too sparse, it would look unsightly. At most, only half could be taken. Ultimately, it was uncertain whether half had indeed been cut, as there was no measuring tool. Several individuals took turns, and the hair was left resembling something a dog had gnawed upon, with not a single strand smooth or even. Shen, gazing into the hood filled with hair, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Deep emotion, your contributions to the organization shall be remembered. I am always the one who suffers." Just as Deep Emotion was prepared to sacrifice his hair for a few rifles, the loyal hound restrained his hand, stating, "Hold on, let us proceed downward first. Based on yesterday's ascent, it will take at least another hour to descend. Summoning now would be a significant loss. You possess a handgun and brother drum spear. That should suffice for emergencies." Indeed, he had a point. Deep Emotion carefully wrapped the solitary robe and placed it into Shen's embrace, declaring, "Let us go back and deal with them. Dawn was fast approaching. They might come searching for us. We must be wary of an ambush. Do not worry. I excel at marksmanship." The five of them cautiously descended the slope, scrutinizing their surroundings for traps or signs of sentinels at every stop. This caution stemmed from Deep Emotion's sagacious advice. In the realm of the true battlefield, there existed a map for a woodland stronghold contest, yet it attracted few players. The reason being that the map was rife with the old six, often leading to absurd scenarios where skilled marksmen fell without ever laying eyes on their adversaries. Consequently, the number of regular players dwindled as marksmanship became secondary. Surviving against the old six was the true challenge. Over time, this map transformed into a sanctuary for a select few, where each match resembled a celestial battle, and one would invariably perish in unseen corners. Of course, their carefulness diminished the likelihood of encountering danger, yet it also prolonged their descent. What was once an hour-long journey painfully stretched to nearly 2 before they reached the edge of the forest. Had they perhaps been overly cautious? Reflecting on yesterday's events, it seemed the adversaries possessed high intelligence, yet their combat AI appeared rather lacking. The retreating drum pondered over the handgun in hand, finally voicing his concerns. A mere half a head of hair had summoned 4 handguns and 5 magazines. The handguns lasted 3 hours, while the magazines had a notably longer duration, around 7 or 8 hours. Better safe than sorry, considering that they had just fled yesterday. It was improbable that their foes would be unprepared today. Given the peculiar intelligence of these foes, it was hard to believe they hadn't set up any traps. Deep Emotion clicked his tongue, his brow furrowed. Encountering enemies in the forest wouldn't be too bad. With these handguns, charging out would be straightforward, but the path before the stronghold is barren, devoid of cover. How shall we engage? MMP, I never expected that summoning would also demand mental fortitude. I should have prepared some smoke grenades beforehand. Due to the limitation of summoning only one weapon or accessory at a time, the duration of the summoned rifle, derived from hair, is far too brief, leading to the apprehension that it may vanish before engaging with the enemy. Consequently, I must resort to the slightly longer-lasting pistol. However, as the numbers increase, my emotional stamina wanes significantly, rendering it impossible to exchange for smoke bombs with the severed hair. I had no intention of annihilating them all at once. I estimate there are at least a dozen or 20 individuals in this village. It is undoubtedly impractical for us to eliminate them in a single encounter. Similar to yesterday, we should rush in, take out a few, and then retreat to the mountains to lure them away. A couple of rounds would surely result in their demise. What if they respawn? Goodness, that cannot be the case. We must first engage and see. It is unreasonable to expect a respawn daily, which would be far beyond our current capabilities. The loyal dog, eager yet hesitant, glanced towards the village and exclaimed with excitement, "Yesterday, I was defenseless and could only be struck. Today, I might at least take down a couple. Besides, we can always respawn, so what is there to fear? I just wonder if we lose experience upon death. We had not slain a single creature, so where would experience come from?" Heartlight patted Brother Dog on the shoulder, chuckling. "Let us be bold. We shall not concern ourselves with any death penalties for now. Let us vent our frustrations first. Taking down 1 is not a loss. Taking down 2 is a profit. Charge." Chapter 25. Hit the ground. Grenades. A few individuals, resembling a suicide squad, brandished their pistols and charged fervently towards the village. However, as they were on the verge of breaking through the edge of the forest, an unforeseen twist occurred. Suddenly, two grenade-like objects were hurled from the branches of a large tree before them. Jiangnan, deeply invested, was at the forefront and spotted the incoming projectiles immediately. "Damn it! Hit the ground! Grenades!" he shouted, diving forward to evade the descending grenades. Everyone was taken aback, after having encountered no issues along the way. They were now faced with an ambush, mere steps away from freedom. Drawing upon prior gaming experience, they instinctively obeyed Li Yu's command and scattered to the sides. A tremendous explosion erupted, revealing it to be a stun grenade. These were among the few stun grenades that the Agu tribe had stockpiled. The others had been utilized in their conflict against the slave traders. Had it not been for the presence of an awakened individual among their ranks, the Agu sentinels would not have dared to carry stun grenades while on patrol. Lying in the dirt, retreating Drum felt the outside world fade away, replaced by a persistent buzzing in his ears. Struggling to shake his head, he realized that his vision had become somewhat blurred, as though tears were forming. However, he felt no pain throughout his body. He quickly rolled a couple of times, half kneeling, and, recalling the direction from which the stun grenade had come, conjured a thunder spear to throw in that direction. Through his hazy vision, he saw a streak of purple light soar forth, crashing to the ground with a resounding thunderclap, though he could not discern where it landed. At that moment, deep emotion had already taken cover behind a tree, engaging with the wild men. Firing his pistol in quick succession, it was evident he had struck someone among the trees. There appeared to be few adversaries. They were not an ambush, but rather sentinels. There were not many. They were scouts. Time to conceal ourselves. Regardless of whether they could hear or not, I shouted first and foremost. Leaning affectionately against the sturdy trunk while signaling to those in front, no longer concerned about my comrades behind. Heartclear was knocked down by the mighty figure to the side. Their position was relatively far back, thus less affected, yet tears streamed down their face, having temporarily lost their hearing. Rolling on the ground a couple of times, their blurred vision confirmed the enemy's position. Grasping the firearm, they sought refuge behind a tree and lay low on the ground, while the formidable figure suddenly leapt up, causing the bandages on their torso to burst open, muscles swelling with renewed vigor, wounds reopening, blood flowing profusely as they charged forward with a roar. Huzzah! A warrior indeed embodies ferocity. The awakened are truly formidable. Hidden behind the trees, Dave felt a stroke of luck as the lightning spear narrowly missed exploding at his feet. Just yesterday, his dwelling had been obliterated, and the debris from that scene had made the entire Agu tribe aware of the terror posed by this awakened. Little did he know, today he had narrowly escaped a similar fate. There was no time to ponder why these awakened seemed largely unaffected by the shockwave. He and the three others entrenched here unleashed their firepower upon the enemy, the last vestige of hope for capture vanishing, now solely intent on exterminating this group of awakened. The weapon in his hand was not an energy gun, but merely a standard mechanical rifle, together with 2 rifles and a formidable crossbow. They effectively suppressed the firepower against opponents armed only with handguns and hindered by mobility. Day shot a signal arrow into the sky, then hastily reloaded, turning his attention to the awakened who had crawled to the roots of the tree and lay in wait. He riddled them with bullets, turning them into a beehive of chaos. His comrades were not as fortunate. The individual rolling forward was alarmingly close, and a shot struck Shershur in the leg, eliciting a piercing scream as he fell from the treetop, only to be met with a fist from another awakened, akin to a beast, which caved in his skull. "Did you dare to shoot at me?" The ferocity of the mighty figure was astounding. Could they hear? Were they all alive? Concealed behind the tree, they shouted out to those atop the branches, "How are you all doing?" Yet the deafening roar and the explosive sounds of bullets rendered them unable to hear each other's voices. Perhaps due to heightened agility, Heartclear sensed their hearing gradually returning. First, they heard the bullets striking the grass and tree trunks before vaguely detecting the sound of barking dogs. They fired off a couple of shots, only to realize their forearm had been struck at some point, a penetrating wound bleeding profusely and staining their shirt crimson. It seems my vision is returning as well. Damn it, I've been shot. All of you perish." A furious roar resounded as arcs of purple light, like thunder from the heavens, surged towards the enemy's position. Following this, a series of thunderous booms erupted, transforming the area where the enemy had just been into a storm of lightning. the thunderclaps rendering their newly restored hearing temporarily useless. Amazing, Brother Gu, they thought. Damn, I'm done for. Retreating behind the tree, he felt the bullet wound on his neck, blinked a few times, muttered a curse, and severed the connection. Reinforcements have arrived. It was time to flee. Emerging from beneath a colossal tree, split by lightning, the formidable figure of Dehiba crawled forth, blood spilling from his lips, his physique gradually dwindling. The absence of sustenance weighed heavily upon him. He could no longer endure, thus he must flee. Deep emotion, sensing the commotion, glanced at the approaching throng of wild men and, startled, sprang to his feet, taking off in haste. Sister Qing, we must retreat. They have pursued us, he exclaimed. First, let us extricate ourselves from this predicament. Where's Dog Brother? Heartfelt, raising her weapon, fired 2 shots into the distance, shouting, We're done for, secure the staff. Do not abandon it here. With that, she hastened deeper into the woods. Upon witnessing the signal arrows, Dehua immediately unleashed his dogs. Though only 2 remained, there was no time for sorrow. At night, they had refrained from a deep pursuit, wary of predators lurking in the woods. Yet, come dawn, those reckless awakeners had acted before them, emerging with murderous intent. The leader was insistent on eradicating the threat entirely, otherwise, they would face relentless consequences. They could not linger in this place, and thus preparations were made to depart swiftly. A tempest of anger brewed within Dehua as he sprinted faster than the rest. The sight of the devastated trees and the charred remains of his kin ignited a fury within him. Pursue them. They have claimed 2 lives already, and the strongest among them has perished. They must be punished. With a furious kick, he overturned a fallen corpse, retrieving a handgun from the ground. After a cursory examination, he secured it at his waist and continued the chase. How exhilarating! Deep emotion gasped, exhilaration coursing through him as he ran. Dog is on our tail, too swift. We must eliminate the dog first. Chapter 26. Annihilation. No sooner had he spoken than 2 vicious hyenas leaped from the underbrush, their tails thrashing as they lunged at Qing Xin and Dehiba. At this juncture, Dehiba was already somewhat fatigued, his fresh and old wounds converging. While the pain was muted, blood continued to flow, exacerbated by the scorching marks left from the explosion. With steely resolve, he altered his breathing and, with his incredibly muscular arms, seized one hyena by the head, sinking his teeth into its neck. In a primal display of ferocity, his powerful jaws tore through the soft flesh, causing the hyena to writhe in agony, its limbs flailing, yet it remained ensnared in Dehiba's grip. As he felt the warmth of blood filling his throat, an overwhelming strength surged within him, awakening a primal craving for raw flesh. The dragon's breath had revealed the true potency of this ability, his eyes reddening as his skin visibly sprouted tiny, jagged horns with each breath. Meanwhile, Qing Xin was knocked to the ground by a hyena. She fired a shot at the creature that had latched onto her calf, but the beast evaded her aim, the bullet striking its back. With a howl, it leapt away, only to viciously pounce again, sinking its teeth into her blocking left hand. Deep emotion, having aimed cautiously to avoid hitting Sister Qing, quickly lowered his weapon and dashed towards her. Before the hyena's tail could be seized, Xian Qing swiftly wrapped her right arm around the creature, executing a sudden roll that pinned it beneath her. A series of gunshots rang out, halting both human and beast in their tracks. Xian Qing flipped over, gasping for breath while her left hand remained caught in the hyena's jaws. Deep emotion, overwhelmed with concern, hurried to pry the hyena's mouth open and extract her hand, revealing a gruesome mess of flesh and bone on her forearm. Sister Qing, your remarkable run, keep running. We cannot afford to linger today. Xian Qing glanced at her injured arm, furrowed her brow, and suppressed a flicker of discomfort, calling out, Tank, hurry up. Don't get distracted. You all go ahead. I've exhausted myself severely. I feel I might faint as soon as my skills wear off. You won't be able to carry me. The muscular giant discarded the lifeless hyena, wiped his blood-streaked mouth, and his face and neck were smeared with a mixture of fur and blood, resembling a true savage of the wilderness. Let us move, at the very least. We must find a place to conceal the staff of life. I will hold them off until I recover. With that, he picked up the dropped handgun, reloaded it with a fresh magazine, waved goodbye to the 2, and, with an exhilarated expression, charged toward the approaching savages. His cries as he ran resembled not those of a warrior charging into battle, but rather that of a frenzied baboon. This is certainly not a foe we should be encountering at our level, the The numbers are overwhelming. Enough chatter, we must flee. Can you summon a weapon? No. I just tried and received no response. Then we must run. The savages advanced at a pace far quicker than anticipated, after only a few strides. They heard the furious shouts of the muscular giant clashing with the savages, which lasted mere seconds before a war cry echoed as the savages surged forward. The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air and gunfire grew increasingly distinct, forcing the two to navigate through the trees, seeking refuge behind them from the incoming bullets and bolts. However, their condition was no match for the seasoned hunters and warriors of the wilderness. Amidst the cacophony of projectiles, the unmistakable sound of bullets striking flesh finally emerged. "Damn it, I've been hit," Deep Emotion shouted, although he felt no pain. He noticed a large stain of blood spreading across his chest, likely a bullet wound to his shoulder. Xianqing glanced over. Good heavens. It was not just a bullet wound. It seemed the savages had taken a particular interest in Deep Emotion, as 3 arrows were lodged in his back, with another half buried in his rear. To the right, there's a hollow in the hillside. We circled around there yesterday. Let us head that way, hold on. The problem was, he was uncertain if he could endure. While he wasn't dead yet, he might bleed out. Just ahead, jump down. What the hell, Sister Qing? Jumping down will kill us. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 bodies hitting the ground echoed. Deep Emotion lay prone, barely using his uninjured hand to prop himself up, surveying his grotesquely twisted legs, and he couldn't help but chuckle through his tears. I've barely respawned, and your route is too perilous, Sister Qing. I didn't get shot dead, but I might as well have jumped to my demise. Yet, one must admit, this game of extreme sports was rather exhilarating. With 100 experiences to spare and no fear of death, dying just allowed for a different kind of experience. What a thrilling venture. Xinqing lay on her back, silent, propping herself up with her arms as she shifted slightly, resting against a stone of moderate size. She gazed at her deformed legs and the bone-exposed arm. Releasing a deep sigh, it was unfathomable to think that, in reality, such severe injuries would leave her unable to observe calmly. They could not have jumped down directly. It was merely a matter of buying time, destined to perish sooner or later. If you could conjure 2 grenades before you die, that would suffice. What? So that was your plan. I thought perhaps survival was still possible. Survive? Nonsense. Xinqing cast him a sidelong glance and slowly crawled towards his position. Xinqing seemed to grasp Xinqing's thoughts. He sensed his vision beginning to darken. With a grin, he remarked, since we're bound to die, might as well go out with a bang and offer myself as a sacrifice to see what I can exchange for. No, if you manage to conjure something. I might not even use it. Just a grenade will do. Damn it, my mental strength is lacking. Hold on, I must endure. They won't locate us anytime soon. Dahua pursued closely, witnessing the 2 leap down the mountainside. In a fit of rage, he fired 2 shots below. The height was not daunting. Yet the mountain walls were treacherous. A direct descent could result in severe injury, if not death. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether the remaining 2 possessed any means of escape. Should they descend, waiting for them would be 2 guns, sealing their fate. Just yesterday, there had been 4 of them. Today, an additional one had appeared, evidently stationed outside to keep watch, as they had been unarmed the previous day. His scarred face twisted in fury. Not only had he lost all his dogs, but 6 able-bodied men from his tribe had also perished. Their prowess as sentinels was unparalleled, but alas, they were gone. That muscle-bound awakened one had brutally taken down 2 of his brothers amidst the gunfire. These awakened beings were terrifying. Fortunately, the formidable ones had fallen, leaving only 2 behind. They must be eliminated. They circled around, determined to capture them. They could not let Dahua's men die in vain. They found them. A throng of wild men shouted, rushing towards the distance. When they finally located the 2, one was already dead, not only lifeless, but missing both legs. The sole survivor, a woman, clutched her bloodied clothing around her legs and left arm, staring blankly as they approached. After scrutinizing the area for some time, the wild men, realizing there were no allies to be found, reluctantly accepted the grim truth of their fallen comrades. As for the missing legs, perhaps they had been severed by the vines on the mountainside. Who could be bothered with such details? Dahua, upon seeing the last remaining woman, grinned maliciously as he approached her with his gun in hand. I shall treat you well, once I tire of you. I will slice you piece by piece to prepare jerky for my kin. Xinqing, of course, did not comprehend his words, but the sight of his scarred face and lewd demeanor made it clear that he had no good intentions. She watched as the wild men drew closer, their expressions growing increasingly depraved and lascivious, some even beginning to discard their weapons and remove their trousers. Ugh, I once thought the wild men had something of worth. Yet it seems they are just this. Harching suddenly laughed, casting a disdainful glance at them as she declared, "Farewell, toothpicks." With a resounding crash, the connection was severed. Why? Why did they not utilize their grenades earlier? The thought eluded Dahl, leaving him engulfed in crimson before descending into darkness, an abyss of emptiness, void, and chill. Chapter 27. Post-war conversations. Zhongshan Bagong. Damn it, I was struck by lightning and disconnected. Just as I reconnected, I met my demise. Zhongshan Bagong. Crying. Guoja Yisujia. That was exhilarating. At least I managed to eliminate 4. Aunshun Da Ji Ba. Brother Gu, one of those was me. Guoja RG Tuitangu Yisujia. In shock, Guoja Adi Tungu Yisujia. Did I blow you to pieces? You revealed yourself later than I did. Aunshun Da Ji Ba. Almost. I nearly reverted to my original form. Guoja Adi Tungu Yisujia. Sorry. How is the battle faring? Can they still escape? Aunshun Da Ji Ba. Uncertain. I turned back and took down 2 more, so that should buy us some time. Guoja RG Titangu Yisujia. Thumbs up, great job, Da Ji Ba. Zhongshan Bagong. Crying Guoja Titangu Yisujia. Doggo S role isn't on the battlefield. This round is fine, we shall return next time. The 3 engaged in fervent discussion until Li Yi logged off. Jiangnan Di Senqing. I've been disconnected again. It's only been a few hours. Jiangnan Di Senqing. Guoja RG Titangu Yisujia. What the hell? Why did you log off first? Did you leave Xinqing behind? Did she manage to escape? Onsun Da Ji Ba. No way, right? Jiangnan Di Senqing. Jiqing is incredible. She led me to leap off a mountain. Damn it, my legs are broken, and my bones are protruding. Guoja RG Titangu Yisujia. Thrilling. Onsun Da Ji Ba. Thrilling. Zhongshan Bagong. Thrilling. Jiangnan Di Senqing. With my legs shattered, I can't flee. Iching is preparing a surprise for this group of old foes. I sacrificed my legs before I perished, crafting a thermobaric grenade, but now I am uncertain of the outcome. Zhongshan Bagong. Well done, Shenqing. Guoja RG Tuitangu Yisujia. Well done, Shenqing. Onsun Da Ji Ba. Well done, Shenqing. Jiangnan Yi Senqing. I hope Jiqing takes down a few more. Damn it. After another day, I shall seek vengeance. After a brief interval, Xinqing returned. Xinqing, I'm back. I expected death to come with some special effects, but it turned out to be a mere disconnection. Guoja Di Titangu Yisujia. What transpired? Did you eliminate anyone? Xinqing, I'm not certain. There were 7 or 8 in close proximity, but the moment the grenade detonated, I was disconnected. If the grenade was reliable, they should all be dead. Zhongshan Bagong. No way. Onsun Da Ji Ba. Jiqing, you are formidable. Jiangnan Di Senqing. It must be reliable. I exchanged my legs for this. Guoja RG Tuitangu Yisujia. Impressive. The losses are acceptable. They must have lost over 10 in total. Likely more than half their forces. If we strike again, they will be vanquished. Loyal dog strike. Only I have not committed murder. It's so difficult. Heartlight, dog brother. I noticed that after you got back up, you hid behind the tree facing them. Loyal dog strike. Damn it, 2 stun grenades landed right at my feet, exploded. And I got disconnected. As soon as I logged back in, I sought cover, unable to see or hear anything. I crawled a bit and then perished. Heartlight, Jiangnan's most affectionate. Wow, Sister Qing, do we count all these heads for you or for me? Heartlight, mine. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Damn, I lost too much. My legs. Count me for half. Heartlight, I can't be bothered with you. National Level 2 Retreat Drum Artist. Where's the scepter? Jiangnan's most affectionate. I threw it down before jumping. It should be fine, similar to a twig. National Level 2 Retreat Drum Artist. That's good. Let's wait for the cooldown. Though the moment had arrived. Every day upon returning to the Hall of Blessings to check on the situation was a step preordained by Shen Ming. Yet, he did not anticipate that upon his return today, 5 players would be present in the Hall of Blessings. The great power that had once clung to him had vanished. Were they all eliminated? Had they encountered a predator? He pondered the combat capabilities of the arms trade and the thunder spear. Ordinarily, a typical predator should pose no significant threat. Could it be a hunter? Or perhaps they had stumbled upon a pack of predators. He did not consider that they had encountered a carnivorous tribe, for the wilderness was vast. and the odds of encountering others were low. During his previous wanderings in the wilderness, it was common to go months without seeing another soul. While predators were encountered on occasion, the retreat drum was the first to notice the sudden appearance of the high priest, letting out a strange cry and summoning everyone to come over. "High priest, we have discovered a carnivorous tribe." To be honest, in the 3 years Shen Ming had been there, he had encountered very few hunters from such tribes, let alone found their home directly. He was unaware that due to the previous small group's leaders' sense of crisis, they had circumvented those tribes. They even tried to lure us into kill and eat us. We engaged them, but they were too numerous, at least 20 of them. We managed to take down a dozen, but outnumbered, we still perished. "No worries, we will take them down next time upon resurrection." The players chattered incessantly, not allowing Shen Ming a moment to interject. He stood there, bewildered, attempting to feign a knowing demeanor, nodding graciously at their accomplishments. Jiangnan's most affectionate had just died. How had he met his end again? The frequency was rather alarming. Did he sacrifice himself every time he summoned a weapon? It turned out that the cannibal tribes were not only out hunting the inhabitants of the wilderness, but also deceiving them before attacking. This was an enlightening experience, and his awareness had indeed increased. The ability to resurrect was reckless. Such mutual destruction tactics were utterly confounding. By the way, what was a thermobaric grenade? He wanted to inquire, but needed to maintain his persona. Silence. The words were spoken at such a rapid pace that Shen Ming felt as though his mind might explode. He gazed at the 5 players who had fallen silent, then continued, "As a follower of the divine, one must show compassion towards the innocent, yet exhibit no mercy towards adversaries. I still have a little time left. If you have any questions, I shall provide answers to the best of my ability." Indeed, information is gleaned through inquiry. Deep Affection had long been curious about whether there were any unexplored maps left, so she boldly asked, "Great High Priest, where did you go during your absence?" To traverse the ocean of consciousness, seeking the lost brethren within, Shen Ming thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. He couldn't exactly say he found the Hall of Grace too dull and simply went for a stroll. Indeed. The second batch of closed beta players had likely found their way here. The narrative was entwining quite well. Deep Affection contemplated further inquiries, but before she could speak again, Dog Brother interjected, "Great High Priest, may I ask if the game features a map function?" Shen Ming maintained a stoic expression as he regarded him. Whether such a feature existed was beyond his knowledge. Should he claim it did not exist, and it later appeared, he would be left embarrassed. Conversely, claiming it did exist, and it later proved absent would not bode well either. Was he to disregard his own dignity? Observing the silent NPC, the loyal hound seemed to grasp something profound. Chapter 28. The map function unveiled. I misspoke. Might I inquire, Great High Priest, can we recreate the locations we have visited to contribute geographically to the reconstruction of the divine realm? His words were slow, as if he were carefully crafting his phrasing. In such an immersive game, it seemed necessary to fully engage, adhering to the game's logic to unlock new functions. Shen Ming, to his surprise, discovered that a map function indeed existed. Originally absent, the moment the loyal hound articulated his request, a radiant orb appeared within his consciousness, seemingly responsive to the supplications of his followers. Disregarding the 5 expectant players awaiting a response, he sought to verify his thoughts. He lifted his gaze to the dome above and gestured, smoothly transitioning to a page of pure black sky, with a solitary yellow dot flashing incessantly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he confirmed that he could indeed restore the locations they had explored. So this is how the Hall of Grace operates. Shen Ming possessed the power to create anything within the Hall of Grace, yet could not initiate creation actively. He could only respond to the prayers of his followers, the players who entered, without offering any directional guidance. This was indeed in harmony with the nature of grace, merely a borrowing. Lowering his head to regard the players who stared at him intently, he pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. You may expend accumulated grace points to obtain the maps you desire within the Hall of Grace." Wow, Dog Brother is incredible. The loyal hound was brimming with excitement, feeling he had grasped the essence of the game. Thrilled, he raised his fist and exclaimed, "Indeed, one must embody the perspective of the faithful to unlock new functions. Great High Priest, I wish to exchange for the map function. Currently, each of you possesses 103 points, which equates to 3 days of prayer and the 100 points granted by retrieving the life staff. Considering that new players will join later, this function need not be excessively costly. Let it be set at 20 points. I shall evaluate your contributions to the divine realm and assist you in reconstructing the places your consciousness has traversed, all in praise of grace. Shen Ming feigned an air of mystery as he recited a passage, his hands gesturing dramatically before reaching toward the dome, his consciousness brushing against the orb of yellow light. The interface of the loyal dog's attributes revealed a new message. Blessing points, 20. Good heavens, how exorbitant. He then noticed a sand table-like object had materialized in the middle of the desk, resembling the three-dimensional map he had envisioned in his mind. I correctly anticipated the planner's intentions, he thought, chuckling to himself. He hastily climbed onto the desk to scrutinize the map closely. This map was elongated. Since their initial arrival, they had proceeded in a straight line toward one direction, resulting in a shape akin to a long-handled hammer, until they stumbled upon that peculiar village. Incredible. This map is astounding. A holographic projection in tangible form? We can certainly prepare some tactical strategies here. The loyal dog squatted on the desk, observing intently while addressing his companions. However, the other four individuals failed to perceive the so-called map, gazing at the animated dog on the table with bewilderment. Much like spectators at a zoo marveling at a baboon. Quite amusing indeed. Is the map function something everyone needs to switch to? One queried. I thought if the dog switched, we could partake for free. The developers would never allow such generosity. Who knows? We might have to purchase it later. How much do you think a square meter of map would cost? The thought was daunting. In reality, one buys property, and in this game, one buys maps. What if the maps become so extensive that loans are required for acquisition? Is it true that if one does not switch, they cannot see it? What kind of fundamental game feature requires personal purchase? Another chimed in. So, will you buy it or not? Of course, we must purchase it. Great priest. I too wish to acquire the map function. Blessing points, 20x4. Remarkably, a map had indeed materialized. The five of them leapt onto the table, squatting or sitting beside the map, engaging in fervent discussion. Hey, is this the ravine where you all jumped down last time? It seems absent from the map. Can the map complement each other? One pondered aloud. Incredible. This means that as long as different individuals explore distinct locations, we can expedite our progress. By the way, did we traverse such a long distance over the past few days? What is the situation with this fork? Who ventured there? I did. I dashed over to use the restroom. Why on earth would you run so far to relieve yourself? I didn't even notice at the time. The terrain was remarkably flat. The proximity posed minimal obstruction, which was not ideal. As they conversed, the drummer had a sudden inspiration and tapped on the location where Shen Ming had done his business. The map conjured a wooden sign resembling a milestone, inscribed with the words location of Shen Ming's excretion. Incredible. Can it be played this way? Hey, drummer. I want in too. Don't just mark mine, drummer. Include others too. Sister Ching also traveled quite a distance. Sister Ching, please don't kick me. I was wrong. Shen Ming observed the playful players, a smile reminiscent of a capitalist gracing his face, or rather, a benevolent smile, radiating vitality. There was a need for diligence. Only by discovering more devout followers could he attract additional players and grow stronger himself. Great priest, may I inquire if you have any guidance or suggestions regarding the reconstruction of the divine kingdom? This is my first time as a deity. I have neither experience nor suggestions to offer. Thank you. The divine kingdom resides within your hearts. Dear High Priest, could you kindly elucidate how one might diminish the cooldown for resurrection? Upon becoming a candidate for divine grace, one is liberated from such limitations, albeit with the unpredictability of resurrection. The confusion wrought by death can only be dispelled by divine favor, and patience is a gift from our Lord. Esteemed High Priest, what offerings must one present to fortify oneself? No. How might I contribute materially to the construction of the divine realm? At present, I find myself devoid of funds. Any monetary contributions would likely benefit the former acolytes. Thus, I shall conclude for today, embarking once more upon the ocean of consciousness in search of the Lord's faithful. You must labor diligently each day. I take my leave, weary and in need of slumber. The four of you gaze with affection, seemingly perplexed. This unreliable dialogue has sent the NPC away. Embarrassed, deep affection murmurs. I was merely contemplating ways to swiftly enhance our strength. The retreating drum stifles a laugh, pats him on the shoulder, and remarks, with a map, we can strategize our next resurrection tactics, devising several systems to ensure their total annihilation. Let us hope the man-eating creatures do not respawn. Otherwise, we shall have to start anew. Cursed be the raven's tongue. By the way, tomorrow is Monday. Do you not have work obligations? Resurrection time is approximately in the afternoon. An early departure should suffice. I am on summer break. I can log in at any time. What a delight. No worries. I shall simply take a leave of absence. Gaming is far more engaging than work. Chapter 29. An unexpected social death upon returning to the wasteland. Shen Ming found himself reclining on a bed within the dwelling of the sand leopard, where gene serums lay within arm's reach, 3 vials in total. After consulting with numerous individuals, he finally mastered the injection techniques and effects of the gene serums. The gene serums, developed by the Slave Legion, are stable gene modification agents that, upon injection, yield a modest enhancement of certain bodily functions, including but not limited to vision, hearing, muscular endurance, explosive strength, and reflexes. The effects manifest subtly, often resulting in a 37-day period of weakness, high fever, and unconsciousness, irrespective of the outcome, with no fatal side effects. This is a basic serum employed to broadly enhance the combat capabilities of soldiers within the Legion. Despite being only a modest enhancement, it is comprehensive in nature, derived from an array of superior genetic fragments across various species. Only those who have successfully injected these serums can gain entry into the ranks of the regular army. The Slave Legion possesses a complete methodology for genetic modification, ranging from stable variants to those resembling divinity. To augment oneself through these means, one must first inject lower-tier serums prior to progressing to higher-grade ones. The greater the serum's potency, the higher the probability of injection failure. Similarly, the dissimilarity to preceding lower-tier serums exacerbates this risk. Failure can result in the production of genetic editing-resistant toxins, and should these toxins accumulate to a critical level, genetic annihilation and corporeal dissolution may ensue. Thus, a normal humanoid genetic enhancement cannot exceed 3 failures. In essence, if one fails thrice with even the most basic serum, all hope for genetic modification is lost, relegating one to merely perform adequately within the slave ranks or face the front lines as cannon fodder. Due to the fact that tertiary cities serve merely as vassals of the Legion and are not directly governed cities, their quotas are exceedingly limited. Primarily, these allocations are designated for the local Legion stationed there, with a fraction being distributed to the city as higher echelons. Consequently, the 3-tiered resources in Thorn City represent a significant fortune. Shen Ming pondered how to allocate these resources. He had already attempted to transport them back to the Hall of Blessings, but that proved unfeasible. Injecting them into himself seemed a sheer waste, as he did not intend to retain this body for long. Once Thorn City stabilized, he would support the emergence of a new regional bishop and subsequently choose to reincarnate anew. Cultivating multiple avenues for faith accumulation appeared to be the most efficient path. Lacking confidence in management and planning, he recognized that the denizens of the wasteland, driven by survival instincts, possessed diverse abilities and a stronger will to live, making them more cautious and suitable for such roles. He decided to reserve 1 vial for Sherich, intending to bestow it upon him once the Wildlanders established a foothold on East Street, serving as a clandestine blessing within Thorn City. Another vial would be set aside for the sandboat, to be given once any doubts harbored by the Sand Crocodile Gang's upper echelons were dispelled, acting as a public boon in Thorn City. The remaining vial would be kept in reserve, potentially for resource exchange or to avert disaster at a critical juncture. Although the distance between Thorn City and the players remained uncertain, should they ever discover each other's locations, new choices and avenues for development would arise, an appealing prospect indeed. As for the underground bar's closure, sourcing funds for General Falcon's genetic serum posed a significant dilemma. Susini worked as a psychological consultant assistant at a prominent psychological consulting firm in the Magic City, despite not holding a degree in psychology. Her acceptance into this well-established company after graduating was largely serendipitous, aided by a fortunate friendship with a close companion whose father was the company's director. Life is indeed replete with dramatic twists. A graduate from an education program found herself in a psychological consulting firm, while her academically accomplished friend in psychology became a schoolteacher. Given the variable workload of her assistant position, Susini opted for a lighter day, spending hours at her computer watching videos of jungle combat, including both practical demonstrations and recorded sessions from the real battlefield, seeking inspiration. As the end of the workday approached, her colleagues began to log into the game, and she too wished to leave early, having already requested a leave of absence from Dr. Chen for the next 2 days to focus on her gaming endeavors. After tidying her belongings, she exited the office and, upon encountering a well-acquainted colleague, whimsically inquired, "Xinjia, I had instant pasta last night. What did you have?" Xinjia paused momentarily, then playfully tapped her on the head with the materials in her hand, saying, "I celebrated my anniversary with my husband at the revolving restaurant." Such a young one, already so curious. What a gossip. Su Sini beamed with delight. "Ah, so it's true. Ha ha, I'm off work now." With that, she darted toward the elevator. Xinjia, both amused and bemused, watched her skip away, reminiscing about her own early days at the company. Youth truly is a splendid thing. As they turned the corner, Su Sini once again donned an expression of utter boredom, letting out a sigh. "Ah, Su Sini, what is wrong with your mind?" "Ching, wait for me. I'm off work soon, ready to roll." Jiangnan's most affectionate. Already in action, already in action. Jiangnan's most affectionate has been muted by the administrator for 1 hour. Loyal dog on strike. Hurry up, we just need you. Though the resurrection time had not yet arrived, they had already been fervently discussing in the NC hall for quite some time. The 5 of them, piecing together their recollections, estimated the number of monsters in the village to be between 25 to 30. They confirmed that 6 had been replaced since the last encounter, and when Qing had perished, there were approximately 111 to 13 monsters surrounding her, with around 79 in close proximity. Thus, in an optimistic scenario, if the pursuers at the base of the mountain were all obliterated, there might be at most 611 remaining in the village. In a less favorable scenario, there could still be 1217, which would mean a fierce battle ahead. The players expressed their opinions, quickly devising several strategies, all eager to revive and engage in a grand showdown to annihilate the foes. At last, the resurrection time arrived. Suddenly, a faint door appeared next to Loyal Dog on strike. Much like the first arrival, opening it would lead directly to revival. Dog Brother glanced at his teammates and said, "I'll assess the situation first and take the staff with me. Be careful, stay safe. We don't want you to perish before we even revive, Dog Brother." He swung the door open and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the retreating drum, inspired by a sudden thought, attempted to follow him through the door. However, Loyal Dog on strike's form vanished entirely, leaving retreating drums stumbling in place, with no changes whatsoever. Damn, not even a little bug to exploit, no freedom whatsoever. Drum Brother, show some restraint. If the developers hear you, they might just nerf you. The developers are incredible. The difficulty is off the charts. Qing was the last to revive, opening her eyes in the very hollow where the grenade had detonated. The scene was filled with charred remains and ash. It seemed as though an explosion and inferno had ravaged the area. Rocks lay shattered, trees turned to dust, and not a single corpse was in sight, only ash within a dozen meters. Even though she had anticipated this, the reality still shocked her. Was the thermobaric grenade truly this powerful? Qingjie is here. Amazing. Qingjie. It has completely incinerated everything. I looked around, and there's nothing left, unless they move the bodies. This scene bore no semblance to one littered with corpses. Loyal Dog on strike picked up the staff resting on a rock and pointed towards a charred area outside that appeared to have burned. Look over there. There are traces of intermittent burning. I suspect the distant wilderness dwellers were ignited and fled, only to perish here, with everything around reduced to ash. Fortunately, the vegetation here is sparse. Otherwise, it could have sparked a wildfire that would have reached their village. What a shame. It would have been perfect if everything had burned. Treasure. In this game, relying on monsters to drop equipment from their bodies is rather unrealistic. The real loot is likely nestled within their village. If it's burned, what else left to play for? Indeed, it seems to be the most optimistic scenario. If the people here have been burned away, there won't be many monsters left in the village. Let us take them down. With hearts aflutter and hands trembling in excitement, we pondered whether to share our experiences or boast of our gear. Was the leader who received us last time a mere minion or a formidable boss? Likely stronger than the lesser foes. Yet what did it matter? Our numbers were few, and before long, we decided to shear our hair, determined to take a greater risk this time, for another death would be too great a loss. No, please, a pistol suffices. I cannot bear to appear so shorn. What does it matter? No one will mock you. Even if the beasts do, you won't comprehend their jests. Huzzah! This time, they refrained from repeating previous mistakes. Despite having claimed many lives, they advanced cautiously, pausing frequently to survey their surroundings, ensuring no threats lingered before proceeding. The closer they approached the forest's edge, the longer their observations grew. Yet, until they emerged from the woods. Gazing upon the village standing in the distance, they failed to detect any sentinels. I felt as if we were 5 simpletons. Spitting out the chewed grass, I gazed at the village and remarked, they must be toying with us. This game is rife with malice. Not discovering any guards was fortuitous. It neither alarmed the enemies nor indicated any remaining defenders. I tenderly stroked my thinning hair and glanced at the bolt-action rifle in my hand, displaying a grimace of regret. What a loss. My ammunition will last less than an hour, and I have yet to encounter a single foe. Let us seize this opportunity before they notice us. Charge ahead. As we neared the village entrance, we were taken aback to find 3 naked corpses hanging there, their familiarity striking. Good heavens, Brother Dog, is that you? Why are you hanging there in the nude? Alongside him were Brother Drum and Tank, likely drying out their flesh. Goodness, Brother Drum's physique is impressive. Is that for real? Or has it been enhanced? With wide eyes, I gazed at the 3 exposed bodies, astonished. The 3 individuals were frozen in shock, staring at themselves hanging at the village gate, their demise arriving unexpectedly and in an unimaginable manner. Nudity holds no terror. Those who are embarrassed are the ones who should feel awkward. The muscular figure even covered his face with a hand while sneaking a glance at Sister Ching. Oh my, this is quite the spectacle, though Tank's physique does not align with his name. Sister Ching, her eyes wide with curiosity, critiqued the scene incessantly. Enough is enough. I cannot tolerate such an insult to my remains. Let us take revenge on them. Damn them to oblivion. With fervor, the 3 raised their pistols and charged forth, their spirits soaring even higher than when they first descended. Sister Ching laughed heartily and cautioned, mind the entrance. Beware of guards. We cannot let them run rampant. Dying would be too great a cost. Deeply aware of this risk, I raised my weapon, aiming with precision, feeling confident that I could strike from this distance. Fear not. I am skilled, I assured her. Sister Ching nodded in agreement, sprinting toward the village. However, despite hours of strategizing countless plans, all proved ineffective. As the lone guard at the gate beheld the 3 rushing figures, he prepared to raise his weapon, only to suddenly become unhinged, discarding his gun and kneeling, fervently knocking his head against the ground. Chapter 30. Will the planners be summoned for tea at the station? Before him stood 3 invaders he recognized all too well, for it was merely this morning that he had hung their effigies at the village gate. Just yesterday, the awakened ones had invaded, and nearly all the able-bodied members of the tribe had rushed out, yet they never returned after a thunderous explosion. Even in the midst of battles against slave traders, he had never witnessed such a grave expression on the leader's face. The leader had ventured out with Deshawn, armed with the energy guns they had never dared to use, to assess the situation in the forest. When darkness fell, only the 2 of them returned, accompanied by 3 lifeless bodies of the awakened ones. All had perished. The awakened ones were dreadfully formidable, leaving no survivors. Only 6 remained in the tribe: the leader, the limping Deshawn, the one-armed Dahua, the half-blind Delay who could only craft crossbows, the young Dai, and himself. The leader proclaimed that this place could no longer be their home. Although the awakened ones lay dead, their tribe had been decimated. They could not hold their ground here or in the forest and needed to relocate. Thus, today they would hang the bodies at the village gate as a mere facade, hoping to deter any passing wanderers, while the remaining tribesmen busily packed to depart. The number of slaves was excessive, necessitating the culling of some, as with the last migration. Their numbers had dwindled significantly, yet their food supplies appeared ample. They had truly become a tribe of the frail and the infirm. However, now he beheld the very awakened ones from yesterday, the ones hung at the gate, charging towards them with firearms in hand. He gazed up at the still-drying corpses of the awakened ones, suspecting they had incited the wrath of the divine. Fear and dread consumed him, leaving him no choice but to repeatedly bow his head in fervent supplication to the gods for mercy. The retreat signal was disregarded. The cannibalistic monster met him with a gunshot. Bang, bang, bang. The soul guard was instantly transformed into a mass of flesh, blood spilling profusely, his eyes wide with terror and release in death. The tribesmen of the Agu clan, hearing the gunfire, rushed out with weapons drawn. But when they beheld the 3 vigorous and wrathful awakened ones, their courage and hatred crumbled. They had inspected the bodies. These awakened ones were living beings, not the blue-blooded mechanical immortals they had come to fear. Yet how could they have revived unscathed? Their corpses had been displayed at the entrance. Engaging in combat with those who could not be slain was surely a losing battle. The leader felt his strength drain in an instant. These were the servants of the divine, and only the followers of the gods could be resurrected by divine will. They had provoked the gods, and now divine retribution had come upon them. The leader discarded his weapon and knelt, bowing repeatedly, while the other tribesmen followed suit. Their terrified cries and pleas incomprehensible to the players, yet it was clear they were begging, trembling in fear. The elder wild man at the slope and the young child were visibly shaking. What in the world was happening? Were they truly surrendering? Could surrender even be an option? The French were indeed not to be trifled with. Was this even possible? The loyal hound scrutinized these wild men, whose heads were bloodied from bowing, yet he remained on guard. Having been deceived once before, they could not afford to be misled again, lest they meet death once more. Before approaching the wild men, a series of gunshots echoed from behind. Each person lying on the ground sustained a bullet to the head. The wild men stared wide-eyed in terror at the two divine servants who entered, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. They whimpered, gasping for their last breaths, blood frothing from their mouths, their hands reaching out in a desperate struggle before collapsing to the ground. Their kin had surrendered. Yet why were the gods unwilling to grant them mercy? Was it not said that the divine always welcomed those who yielded? The chieftain could not comprehend this in his final moments. By the heavens, this is all my experience. No one is quicker than I. Gazing affectionately at the gun in hand as it gradually vanished, he felt no sense of loss, instead exclaiming joyfully, "For big ones, and one small one. Every shot a headshot. Surely, this means a level up." He sensed that they had likely surrendered moments ago, filled with emotion. The imposing figure, Dehiba, stood bewildered at the side, staring vacantly at the lifeless bodies scattered on the ground. "I suspect it was a feigned surrender. I wish to confirm this further." Loyal Hound approached the chieftain's corpse, examining the bullet wound atop his head, ensuring that these wild men were indeed beyond resurrection. "It goes without saying. It was undoubtedly a ruse, and then we dispatched them all, this cunning lot." Deeply moved, he pouted and jogged to the chieftain's side, picking up the discarded energy gun with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Goodness, I've struck gold with this equipment. What a remarkable weapon." The gun's all-metal structure gleamed with a seamless silver body, adorned with a blue stock featuring a triangular design and diamond patterns, while its serrated barrel resembled something straight out of a science fiction film. It appeared to accommodate a scope, though none was present. "Incredible. This weapon is astonishing. It feels substantial. But where's the magazine? Surely, it looks far superior to the mechanical rifles. Why did they not use it against us? Such extraordinary equipment must be a reward for defeating a formidable foe." Tuatangu picked up another energy gun, handling it with fascination as the blue luminescence within resembled the very veins of the weapon. "This must be a skin gun. Look at how the light dances. What kind of design is this? Let us test its power. Quickly, fire a shot." Deeply moved, aimed at a stone outside the door, his fingers squeezing the trigger. Bang! A flash of blue light erupted, obliterating the stone into dust. "Goodness, that is powerful. What sort of ammunition is this?" Tuatangu also fired a shot outside before passing the gun to the eagerly watching Dehiba. After a lengthy examination, deeply moved and Dog Brother finally discovered a subtle button along the gun's ornate side. Its design was so intricate that one could easily overlook it. Upon pressing it, the back of the gun sprang open, revealing a circular frame with a fixed device, housing a blue transparent cylinder encased in circular black metal at both ends, likely the magazine. Could this be an energy gun? Just like in the movies, where you simply insert an energy cell to use it. With a gleam in his eyes, he thought, "We've struck it rich." Xinqing observed the four gentlemen, their eyes shimmering with childlike curiosity as they engaged in animated discussion. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "Enough of your deliberations. We have ample time for that. Let us first uncover what treasures the village may still conceal. We shall discuss matters later. Your corpses remain here. Do you wish to keep them?" Startled, the group hastily rushed to the entrance to dispose of the bodies, while the other two hurriedly thrust their firearms into Xinqing's hands, scurrying off to salvage their dignity. As they laid their own remains to rest on the ground, an unusual sentiment washed over the three. It was best to bury them, for it would be quite peculiar to constantly conceal them beneath robes. Thus, they began to dig, finding a suitable spot just outside the village gate. Meanwhile, Xinqing busied himself with gathering spoils, meticulously assembling visible firearms and crossbows, pondering their uses. Xinqing scrutinized the village, which appeared more expansive from within, cautiously wielding the yet-to-disappear handgun as she inspected each house. Near the village entrance lay a patch of charred earth, remnants of the dwelling where they had first arrived. Thoroughly obliterated by Gyuj. Counting carefully, she noted there remained 14 houses, 3 larger ones situated at the village's center and further from the entrance, while the remaining 11 were of similar size. The 3 men hastily buried their bodies and joined Xinqing in examining the various structures. Inside, the contents were largely uniform. Some houses contained a single bed, others 2, with simple furnishings adorned by bone ornaments of indeterminate origin, be it animal or human. Yet, each dwelling boasted several complete pelts, either resting upon beds or spread across the floor, offering a pleasing texture to the touch. The larger house near the village center was undoubtedly the chieftain's quarters, significantly more spacious than the others, stocked with an abundance of dried meats and vegetables. In one corner, a heap of energy rifles and pistols awaited, numbering perhaps a dozen, alongside 2 shock grenades that had ambushed them, and grenades emitting a mysterious blue glow. We've struck it rich. The group suppressed their exhilaration and began to meticulously scour every inch. For players, searching for items resembled a locust swarm. Nothing could be overlooked. Come look. There seems to be a basement here, Dajiba exclaimed, pointing to a massive hidden door beneath the pelt rug. Drawn by his voice, the others gathered around. Indeed, could there still be people concealed within? Xinqing raised the energy gun in her hand, declaring, "Dog brother, and I will keep watch. You all can fire if necessary." Dajiba tentatively pulled at the handle, noting its weight, then adjusted his breathing, exerting himself to wrench it open. A glimmer of light emerged, revealing a basement that was indeed spacious and not particularly deep, with a ladder nearby. Faint sounds emanated from within. "Shall we venture down?" "Of course. It might be a new quest or something," Dajiba proclaimed boldly, leaping down without hesitation. With a resounding thud, he landed in what appeared to be a sizable stone chamber. Although termed a stone hall, it was primarily composed of earthen walls, excavated and merely reinforced with stones at the edges, rising perhaps halfway up. The depths ahead were shrouded in dimness, revealing what appeared to be several chambers. Within, the rooms were obscured, and as they descended, a commanding figure urged others to step aside. A peculiar odor wafted through the air. Was that the stench of a lavatory? With a series of thuds, the male players began to jump down one by one. However, Xinqing chose not to leap, but rolled her eyes and descended the staircase instead. They discovered torches affixed to the walls and ventured forward, only to find that the rooms were excavated spaces, approximately a dozen in number, with narrow confines and wooden barred doors. Each chamber contained a woman, stark naked and bound. A chain, as thick as a man's arm, connected a dark iron ring affixed to the woman's neck to the wall. Each woman bore the marks of bruises, their long hair veiling their faces, rendering their features indistinguishable. Some had their feet shackled together, while others were suspended by their hands against the wall beside a wooden bed. The floor littered with filth, yellow and white substances indistinguishable in their mingling. Above them, small ventilation holes allowed scant beams of light to filter through. The nearest woman seemed to sense their presence. She slowly lifted her head from the bed, shaking her hair to reveal a striking visage. Her vacant eyes blinked a few times before she mechanically adjusted her posture, gradually parting her legs toward the barred entrance of her cell, exposing herself utterly before the players. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over the 5 players, leaving them momentarily speechless. What kind of hell on earth was this? These inhuman creatures. "I need to step outside for a moment," one player muttered darkly before retreating. "Cover them with our robes." Xinqing and Xinqing acted in unison, shedding their robes to shield the women, only to discover that the door was locked. "There's a lock. Find a key," Xinqing shouted, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye as she turned to seek the key. Could this scene possibly pass inspection? Surely. The planner would not escape a visit from the authorities over such content. The loyal companion sighed, removing his robe and shirt to hang them on the door. He patted Xinqing's shoulder in a gesture of comfort and then turned to Xinqing, saying, "Keep an eye on things here. Be cautious. These individuals might act unpredictably. I need some fresh air, damn it all." Xinqing stood in stunned silence, gripping her energy gun tightly, nodding in agreement. Her palms were slick with sweat. Witnessing this scene felt akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb in her psyche. What torment had these women endured to bear such vacant expressions? "The key is right here, Sister Qing. It's hanging on the wall," the commanding figure announced, tossing the key across and also offering his own garment. "Tank, help by removing the clothing from those outside and find something for the women inside. Xin seized the key and hurried to unlock the door. All right, wait for me. The commanding figure swiftly climbed up, calling for assistance from the others, only to find another player venting his emotions by pummeling the corpse of their leader. Shen, lend a hand, don't just stand there. Understood. He slung the energy gun across his back, then took the keys to unlock the door. Some women inside, appearing somewhat spirited, witnessed his actions but chose not to enter. Instead, they grew increasingly terrified. They cried out, struggled, and knelt on the bed, fervently bowing their heads. The sound of rattling chains mingled with the thuds against the floor. A few even swept their hair aside, revealing forced smiles, striking various poses as they wailed, pleading not to be dragged out and killed. Naturally, neither of the two could comprehend their cries for mercy. When the player engaged in the game through a VR perspective, the display acted as a barrier, shielding the player from humanity, rendering the events within the game as mere observations. Yet, when one is immersed in such a scene, witnessing calamity firsthand, especially as bloodied and living beings lament before one's eyes, the stark reality is inescapable, evoking a visceral response. Upon finally opening the door, unable to endure the cacophony of anguished cries and the oppressive atmosphere any longer, she hastily sprinted to the stairs, covering her ears and gasping for breath. Shen could only focus on unfastening the chains from the women's necks while continually offering solace to those whose mental states were frayed to their limits. Although they could not communicate verbally, her comforting presence proved effective, for she was a woman, the only one who had entered, alive and unconfined. A muscular figure descended, clad in several leather garments, offering a few words of comfort to the dazed Shen before joining Shen in assisting the women with their clothing. Perhaps due to the absence of additional torment and violence, the liberated women gradually began to understand that these individuals were not from the Aga tribe. Perhaps they had come to save them. The wails of despair instantly filled the filthy basement, as several familiar women embraced one another, weeping and speaking in unintelligible tongues. While Shen silently shed tears nearby, a few women seemed to grasp their predicament, crawling and rolling towards Shen's feet, repeatedly bowing their heads and murmuring incomprehensible words of gratitude. After considerable effort, Shen managed to coax them to their feet, whether it was her encouragement or their exhaustion. She could not discern, given the language barrier. Nonetheless, they had calmed their emotions. Cautiously, they followed Shen out of the basement and into the chief's quarters, where they beheld the sunlight outside, shielding their eyes with their hands, tears streaming down their faces once more. What to do? They could not understand, and neither did she. First, they must ensure their safety. It would be cruel to abandon them. They could not simply leave them behind. After all, they were arguably the first group they had rescued. Well, the first group of slaves. Did not the high priest proclaim that the kingdom of God resided within her heart? She believed this was it, a liberation of the enslaved in the wilderness. With a sigh, she observed the women adorned in a kaleidoscope of attire and pondered. Perhaps they could learn their language and, in turn, teach them Mandarin. If they established this place as a stronghold, it might attract more people from the wilderness, gradually building the kingdom of God. Indeed, once communication flourished, they could transform them into followers. The resurrection point can indeed be established here, providing a secure resting area and supply station for future revivals. The rescued women, trembling with trepidation, stood to one side. Upon realizing their inability to comprehend the adults' discourse, they refrained from wandering and remained at the entrance, awaiting new directives. The loyal canine counted a total of 13 individuals. First, we must deal with the remains and procure some food and drink. Earlier, I spotted several male slaves in the large house behind us, emaciated and lifeless, evidently slain just today. It seems they were on the verge of abandoning this place, with weapons and provisions already packed. Perhaps they feared our reinforcements after suffering significant losses yesterday. Regardless, we must first handle the bodies and jerky. Other matters can wait. Sister Qing, can they assist us? I will attempt to see, though communication may prove to be cumbersome, and I cannot be certain they will understand. Let us give it a try. Put away the guns. Shen, keep them together, as we must prevent them from accessing any firearms. All right, leave it to me. Rest assured, I am now the weapons manager. At the mention of guns, Shen's spirits lifted. He scrutinized the women with the energy weapon in hand before retreating into the chief's quarters. Chapter 31. The disturbing clients and unemployed slaves the following day. Sha Chuan and the former members of the Sand Crocodile gang returned from Square Street bearing news of uncertain merit. Following Shen Ming's instructions, they sought an audience with their former leader, Scorpion. As anticipated, Scorpion did not meet them. Instead, one of his subordinates entertained them. Upon learning their purpose, this subordinate ridiculed them for quite some time. Only when Sha Chuan mentioned the subpar genetic serum he possessed did the small leader regard them with any seriousness. The interests of East Street paled in comparison to the profits Scorpion reaped from arms trafficking. It was merely a matter of admiration for Leopard, who maintained a cadre of female slaves in constant supply. Scorpion had granted Leopard a position as the leader of East Street. With Leopard now deceased due to a conflict with outsiders, East Street entertained new notions. As long as sufficient tribute was provided, other considerations could be made. However, the individual responsible for Leopard's death must be identified. The reputation of the Sand Crocodile gang must not be tarnished. Thus, Sha Chuan received the small leader's promise that if he eliminated the killer, he could ascend as the new leader of East Street. The issue of the underground bar no longer operating was a minor concern. After all, with the tribute submitted, pathways to procure foxtail and cat ear genes would be available. In the small leader's eyes, the existing female slaves were likely to be seen as rewards for Sha Chuan's efforts to win over new subordinates. As long as he controlled the source of these inferior genetic serums, he could acquire as many female slaves as desired. Upon hearing Sha Chuan's anxious report, Shen Ming's eyes brightened. This was undeniably the most favorable scenario. Shiriji and his old companions had acquired new identities, and Sha Chuan had secured his standing within the upper echelons of the Sand Crocodile gang. He merely needed to eliminate himself from the equation. This required no sacrifice, yielding boundless profit. He contemplated carefully, intending to collaborate with Sha Chuan and Shiriji to stage a performance before the higher-ups of the Sand Crocodile gang. Certainly, prior to his demise, let us endeavor to bestow skills upon a select few individuals of considerable faith, transforming them into devoted followers who may more effectively propagate the divine name. The indigenous denizens of the wasteland differ fundamentally from players. They lack the ability to resurrect. Hence, their method of disseminating the divine name cannot mirror that of players, as their primary concern must inevitably be their own safety, followed by the cautious sharing of beliefs within a trusted circle. I am aware of this matter, and I shall make arrangements forthwith. You are to become the new leader of East Street. Sha Chuan could hardly fathom the fickleness of fate. Today, it had turned upon him. Fearing it to be a test of loyalty from the esteemed deity, he lowered his head even further and reverently declared, "Respected Lord, you shall forever remain the sovereign of East Street. Sha Chuan is but a humble servant of my master. As a wandering priest, I must not confine myself to a singular locale. I shall traverse far and wide to spread the name of my lord. I will orchestrate a pursuit. When you and Shiliji slay me before the gaze of many, you shall be commanded to become the new leader of the Shahu gang in East Street. I shall resurrect in another realm, so do not fret." Just as Sha Chuan was about to respond, Shen Ming continued, "I shall appoint 2 new regional priests in Thorn City to represent my master. In the absence of higher priests, regional priests will serve as the voice of my lord. I will elevate you and Shiliji to the status of new regional priests. You shall operate in the light while he remains in the shadows. And you are to assist one another in spreading the name of my lord throughout Thorn City. My master will surely answer your prayers and grant you the power you seek." Sha Chuan inhaled deeply, feeling a tingling sensation course through his body. His eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Shen Ming, stuttering with excitement. "Praise be to the divine gift. I shall dedicate everything to my lord." His heart raced, overwhelmed by the tremendous joy of being elevated from the depths of the underworld to become the voice of the divine in Thorn City, leaving him momentarily speechless, even contemplating the unthinkable act of exposing his heart to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, another regional priest, Shiliji, remained oblivious to his newfound role as the divine emissary in Thorn City. He found himself in a predicament, confronted by a throng of 30 to 40 women of various dispositions. Unlike Sha Chuan, whose duties were to bestow honor, Shiliji's initial task was to inventory the legacy of Shabao, reclaim the wealth of East Street, and subsequently manage the female slaves of the underground bar. The power dynamics of East Street transitioned smoothly in the shadows, with no significant upheaval within the Shahu gang. However, another group erupted in unrest due to the closure of the underground bar, namely, the rejected patrons of East Street. The residents of East Street predominantly belonged to the lower echelons of Thorn City, earning their livelihoods in factories or engaging in discreet, illicit trades, leading a monotonous existence. Many sought solace in the bars and casinos, with Shabao's underground establishment being a veritable paradise for regulars, offering an array of inexpensive and enticing services, albeit with the exception of overpriced counterfeit liquor, which surpassed that of other establishments. On the first night that Shen Ming took control of East Street, after several familiar patrons were turned away, a series of absurd rumors began to circulate among the circles of debauchery and revelry. Sensing that something was amiss with Shabao, the seasoned clients who had previously feared his ruthless demeanor began to gather, demanding the reopening of the underground bar, a reduction in rates, and refunds for counterfeit drinks. The crowd in the bar erupted in shouts, whistles, and the clattering of furniture, mockingly eyeing the seemingly new proprietor, who paled in comparison to the formidable Shahu. The sudden shift in the status of Shi Li Ji left him ill-prepared for such large-scale unrest, particularly with a few mercenaries from other districts stoking the flames of discord, casting doubt on the absence of orchestrators behind the scenes. In contrast, the bald-headed Sha Pai appeared quite adept in his approach. He advised Shi Li Ji to single out the instigators for a beating and expulsion, assuring him that the rest would not dare to speak out. Shi Li Ji quickly grasped the essence of the situation. He not only heeded Sha Pai's counsel, but also infused his own thoughts into the strategy. The bar now belonged to the deity, and while they could vandalize his possessions, defiling the property of the deity was an affront to the divine, which would incur a price. Thus, after some deliberation, a group of rugged patrons armed themselves and locked the bar's doors. No one truly knew what transpired that night. But when the doors finally opened, those who emerged were fewer than those who had entered. Strangely, the patrons who exited each morning muttered incantations that were barely discernible, with only faint references to blessings being overheard. After addressing the patrons' concerns, the situation evolved into its current state, with an overwhelming number of women under the bar's employ, leaving little room for their accommodation. To Shi Li Ji's surprise, a small faction among them had a voluntary arrangement with Sha Bao. They willingly sold their bodies, not entirely coerced by him. Some hailed from the wilderness, while others had lost everything in gambling halls. Their reasons were myriad. Yet they shared a common desire to prevent the bar's closure, fearing the loss of their livelihood. Ultimately, after consulting with Shen Ming, Shi Li Ji decided on a course of action. The small group of willing women could remain, with the bar continuing to cover their tabs as before, provided they assisted in gathering information for the establishment with a slight reduction in their cut. Those who felt compelled could choose to stay or leave, with no severance pay offered to those departing. Shen Ming had extended appropriate assistance, yet he would not bear the repercussions of Sha Bao's misdeeds. Surprisingly, the majority opted to stay. They were destitute, homeless, and their bodies, tainted by inferior genes, had lost their ability to lead normal lives beyond their fleeting beauty. Since they were not coerced into their predicament following Sha Bao's demise, it was evident that the new leader retained a semblance of humanity. Thus, having lingered in the bar for so long, it seemed the most suitable refuge for them. After absorbing all this information, Shen Ming stared blankly at Shi Li Ji, who had come to report, blinking in silence, unable to articulate a single word. Number of adherents, 61. Faith power, 26. Chapter 32. Occupation of the stronghold and inventory of spoils. Evening. The wilderness, the Agu tribe, alternatively referred to as the player's inaugural stronghold. The campfire cast a warm glow upon the faces of those gathered around it. The women, clutching their dried vegetables and jerky, finally unveiled long-lost smiles. The players laughed and cheered, raising their cups and singing songs unfamiliar to the wilderness dwellers, reveling in their first victory. The women, inspired by their enthusiasm, either hummed tunes from their homeland or gently harmonized with the melodies of the players. After an afternoon of meticulous inventory and organization, the entirety of the Agulu tribe's possessions and food supplies had been unearthed, far exceeding expectations. Among them lay numerous items that appeared to be of advanced technological origin, all piled in a spacious room resembling a warehouse, clearly unused for some time. Naturally, the task could not have been accomplished swiftly by the 5 players alone. They were immensely aided by the rescued female NPCs. After much gesturing, Xinxing was finally able to convey the intentions of the adults who had liberated them, prompting the women to assist in tallying the food within the village. A minor incident occurred when they attempted to identify human flesh solely through taste testing, subsequently spitting it out as instructed while discarding the jerky made from human meat. One emaciated girl, upon tasting the first morsel, burst into tears and, in a frenzy, swallowed the jerky whole. This left the overseeing muscular guardian speechless, who could only gesture for a considerable time to convey that this place no longer consumed human flesh. Consequently, the girl was reassigned to assist in organizing the room instead. They were astonished to discover that the tribe's water source was neither a well nor a river, but rather a device resembling a hot water machine, a piece of energy technology. This was discovered in the large room where the jerky was being dried, appearing like a vertical black metallic coffin, square and angular, with a battery-like compartment at the back housing a large energy rod, considerably thicker than those found in energy guns. Its color having dulled significantly, suggesting extensive use. The front was entirely seamless, save for a diminutive circular outlet from which a fine stream of water flowed continuously. They speculated that this might serve as a tap, although such a fixture was absent from the tribe. The flowing water was potable, and although they found no instruction manual, nor could they comprehend it if they had, the women realized upon seeing the water being drawn and consumed that this device was likely a drinking machine. They also unearthed numerous energy-dependent devices, yet the Aguila tribe possessed only a limited supply of energy rods, which could explain their lack of utilization of such equipment. What was the principle behind this mechanism? Collecting moisture from the air and condensing it. The outflow was remarkably consistent. The muscular guardian examined the water in his cup, noting it bore no distinct flavor, likely akin to that of mineral water, though he could not discern the difference between mineral and purified water. It seemed plausible. There were no visible welds or screws. Otherwise, he would have dismantled it for study. The game was merely a black box. Perhaps opening it would reveal nothing within. Merely a cyber-styled water generation device. After the loyal dog took a break, he reclined on his back, propping himself up with his hands on the ground. He observed the NPCs across from him engaging in cheerful, yet somewhat awkward conversation, and he sighed. The sense of incongruity is overwhelming. A cannibalistic creature clad in leather armor, wielding a crossbow, is somehow utilizing such advanced technology to create water. It must have been seized. The retreating drum chuckled. Perhaps they robbed a caravan from the wasteland or something similar, and this was the spoils. By the way, are there actually caravans in the wilderness? What trade do they engage in? The vastness of the land and sparse population would make it unwise for caravans to conduct business in such desolation. Just look at this tribe. Aside from human flesh and wood, I have yet to discover anything resembling currency. Do they not even use shells or bones? The deeply affectionate from Jiangnan remarked while examining the bone necklace adorning his neck, the most exquisitely crafted piece found within the village. Each round bone fragment was inscribed with incomprehensible symbols, and he referred to it as the exquisite bone necklace, considering it at least a purple epic-grade accessory. Except for Xinqing. They had given their clothes to the female NPCs and donned the leather armor scavenged from the Aigu tribe. It wasn't solely out of consideration for the NPCs. They also wished to experience a new appearance, which genuinely lent them an air reminiscent of wilderness dwellers. Xinqing was conversing with an NPC named Muna, of course. That name is a transliteration. Muna was perhaps the smartest among the rescued NPCs, as she often grasped Xinqing's intentions first and clumsily relayed Xinqing's requests to the others, proving to be immensely helpful during the afternoon's inventory. Xinqing pointed to herself and said, Xian, Xiyin Xian, Qing, Qiying Qing, Xinqing. Muna blinked her large eyes, awkwardly hugging her legs as she tried to mimic, but her pronunciation was only barely close. It was only under the condition of hearing Xinqing's pronunciation that it could be deemed somewhat similar. Xinqing, how long are you going to teach Pinyin? Just point to things and say the words. That way is much quicker to memorize. Xinqing rolled her eyes at the retreating drum and replied, Then you do it. It's just a matter of recognizing names. This is too tedious. It would be far better for us to learn how to converse with them. As for tonight, the guns have already been stowed away in the basement, but the smell down there is overwhelming. It would be uninhabitable for at least 2 days. We could simply find a place to sleep, leave the basement door open to air it out, and rest in that room. There are plenty of fur blankets, which would be far more comfortable than sleeping in a tree. Time is an issue. We cannot leave it unattended every night. Although today should be manageable, we cannot rely on that indefinitely. For now, this will suffice. It should still be safe for the time being. Once we can communicate with these NPCs, Perhaps they can assist us in keeping watch. Alas, it is unfortunate that they are all female. If only those few male comrades had survived. We could have formed a militia for self-defense. Let us take our time. At least we now have a place to sleep and provisions to eat. Discarding all that human flesh, the food supply in the village is rather limited. We must devise a way to procure sustenance. There was a patch of edible greens on the way here. That should sustain us for a while. Tomorrow, I will venture out to hunt with the Heba. Since they have established themselves here, there must be hunting grounds nearby. Perhaps we can even find game on that mountain where we fought. In summary, the world is poised for revival, yet it is perplexing how an adventure game has unexpectedly transformed into a management game. One may wonder, where is the toilet in the village? How do they relieve themselves? Perhaps they venture outside. The nearby forest offers ample cover, rendering them unseen. But what do they do at night? Do they find a secluded spot to bury their waste? I noticed a few wooden barrels at the back. Since they do not fetch water, they might be used for other purposes. Surely they are meant for collecting water. I even saw Shen Ming wearing a heartfelt expression earlier. Let us not speak in jest. I am not what you think, nor have I claimed to be. Chapter 33. The activation of team functions on the following day, at the break of dawn, the loyal hound, having staged a protest, unearthed its own remains buried at the village's edge. According to their discussions, it was better to incinerate these remains together to prevent the stench of decay and blood from attracting unwanted creatures at night. Xinqing and Shen were testing the functionalities of the remaining energy bars on the technological products, while the Heba allocated breakfast to the NPCs. Seemingly surprised that food was available in the morning, the NPCs were exhilarated, each holding palm-sized dried vegetables and expressing their gratitude, though the Heba could not comprehend their words. He assumed their expressions conveyed thanks. Last night, they had been assigned to 4 adjacent rooms, 3 in one and 4 in the larger one, primarily due to uncertainties regarding nighttime safety. Thus, they were grouped for mutual support. The beds had been moved in early, and there were enough beds in the village. With little to occupy their time, the women were tasked with tidying up and making minor repairs, which unfortunately consumed a significant portion of Xinqing's time in communication. The day's plan involved Tuatengu and Deheba hunting in the woods, while the loyal hound and Xinqing would take a few of the less emaciated NPCs along the route. They had come to gather some foraging vegetables. Xinqing would remain behind to guard the village and attempt to teach a few NPCs the daily prayer. They believed that mastering the daily prayer would signify the development of new followers, thus earning them points of grace. However, the distribution of these points posed a challenge. If only those who preached benefited, the 13 NPCs could not equally share them among 5 individuals. Ultimately, Tuatengu proposed a solution. They would find more people in time. And for now, Xinqing could instruct the NPCs, and they could later consult the high priest in the main hall to explore the possibility of shared distribution of grace points, ensuring that the 5 could divide them equally. At that moment, Shen Ming was in the grace hall. Although East Street had not entirely found its footing, it had established a semblance of stability. Apart from monitoring the gene transaction agreed upon with Sha Bao and General Huan in a fortnight, there were few pressing matters. Thanks to Sha Bao's efforts to procure the gene serum from General Huan, a substantial sum of money had been stashed in the bar, sufficient to sustain this ragtag group for a while. As for future plans, Shen Ming had not considered them. As he was on the verge of death, why worry about matters beyond his grasp? Even when the wilderness proves harsh and food is scarce, survival persists. The greatest fear is a lack of funds. As for Sha Chuan and the others, their cleverness suggests that once they receive their endowments, they are likely to carve out a successful path. He glanced at his attributes and believed that the second batch of players could soon be accommodated. Consciousness, 1262 faith, 51 number of followers, 90 might, 10, consciousness projection 10, skills, firearms trade, secret interrogation, spear of thunder, diplomatic language, dragon's breath. The increase in followers by a dozen or so puzzled him. Could it be those released patrons? He recalled a previous surge and wondered how it had risen again. Were the patrons spreading the word to others? Just as he was mulling over this, 5 players gradually appeared in the Hall of Grace, marking their first return through the collective meditation method. It felt no different from their arrival after death. Everything remained the same. He gazed fondly at his attire, clad in tribal leather rather than the death standby's red robe. Yet the Hall of Grace was unchanged and devoid of novelty. I had anticipated a new map upon entering through meditation. How dull. High Priest, we have conquered the carnivorous tribe. We rescued a group of slaves. and they are now our followers. Nay, our Lord's followers. So soon? Listening to the players exuberantly recount their conquest of the carnivorous tribe, Shen Ming felt a pang of emotion. Their fearlessness was remarkable. It turned out the increase in followers and faith stemmed from the liberated slaves. No wonder. Although the players glossed over the details of their rescue, Shen Ming inferred the situation upon hearing they were female slaves. In the wild, carnivorous tribes typically do not keep laboring slaves as their ranks are filled with able-bodied individuals. They only raise two types of slaves: meat slaves and reproductive slaves. As the name suggests, meat slaves are raised for consumption, only slaughtered when fresh meat runs low. They are generally skilled in hunting and raiding, which is why few are kept, as they not only consume food, but are also less palatable when emaciated. Reproductive slaves, on the other hand, are women captured from various places, confined together to satisfy the tribe's primal urges. If they bear children, boys become new members of the tribe, while girls face a grim fate. Although Shen Ming had witnessed countless tragic fates befall women in the wild, each revelation still brought a wave of discomfort. You have done well. Bringing them equality and respect is also my Lord's will, Shen Ming said with a smile, nodding continuously. As for the issue of grace points, you may allocate them based on your contributions. The attribute interface was a manifestation of consciousness, not creation. Shen Ming could alter it freely. The previously added grace points and titles were his own additions. The former holder had merely established a framework without detailed refinement. As his words faded, a new team function appeared on the players' attribute panels. Teams could now be formed directly by a captain or elected through a public vote after formation. Wow! A new feature, team formation, is live. It was evident that the High Priest needed to initiate the opening of new functionalities. Several visits to the hall were required. Team, untitled captain election imminent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loyal Dog Strike 1. National Level 2 Retreat Drum Artist 1, X4. The National Level 2 Retreat Drum Artist was elected as the team leader. Oh no, not that. The Retreat Drum exclaimed, pointing at the Loyal Dog Worker, and said, "It would be so much better if Dog Brother were the captain. I can't handle this responsibility." The Loyal Dog Worker chuckled, patted his shoulder, and shook his head, responding, "I want to take on this role. It diminishes the gaming experience. We play games for enjoyment. Brainstorming ideas is acceptable, but beyond that, I cannot do." Observing the laughter of the others, he could only reluctantly accept the arrangement. He noticed changes in his team panel, with each member now having an option for assignable blessing points behind them. Team, unnamed captain, National Level 2 Retreat Drum Artist, assignable blessing points. 130. Now this is manageable. Each person gets 26 points, perfectly balanced. Wow, we received free attribute points. Did you see that? Before I arrived, I glanced at it, wondering why there was no experience gain, and now it appears. Indeed, is it possible that one can only see attribute changes upon returning to the Blessing Hall? It was confirmed. There was nothing Shen Ming could do. Ultimately, the player's attribute interface was a manifestation of consciousness, and all quantification of data was Shen Ming's responsibility. Therefore, until he observed the player's consciousness levels, he could not allocate attribute points to them. As long as players appeared in the Blessing Hall, regardless of Shen Ming's presence, their consciousness could be quantified, and based on the increase in consciousness, they would be awarded additional attribute points. Regarding how the added attribute points would take immediate effect within their bodies, Shen Ming speculated it was related to the life staff, which he had yet to see. So it remained a mere conjecture. Gazing tenderly at the additional 2 points of free attributes, he hesitated momentarily before allocating 1 point to Constitution and 1 to Spirit. The decision to invest in Spirit was straightforward, as it would allow for wielding additional weapons, with each summoning slightly consuming spirit energy. He allocated points to Constitution primarily for growth, thinking it might prove beneficial. The Retreat Drum and the Loyal Dog Worker both directed their 2 points towards Spirit, as they aimed to become mages. Xi and Qing, after a moment of contemplation, allocated 1 point to Strength and 1 to Spirit. The muscle-bound player, without hesitation, dedicated both points to Constitution, believing that the Dragon Breath had already provided ample strength. Now he simply desired more vitality. He would soon test the effects of 2 points in Constitution, anticipating that with 4 points, he would likely be the player with the highest Constitution, embarking on an unwavering path as a tank. Shen Ming quietly observed the player's consciousness levels, which generally exceeded 140 slightly. With a bit more growth, They would reach the threshold for promoting to petitioners, at which point he could bestow new abilities. To enhance their powers, let us go, players. He encouraged. I have already discovered the traces of our compatriots in the chaotic sea of consciousness, and I believe new divine citizens will arrive shortly to support you. Praise the blessings. Praise the blessings. The 5 players shouted excitedly. It was indeed a time of personnel shortage. Ideally, a few hardcore players would join. While these casual players could explore, they might struggle with managing a domain. Wow. The second batch of closed testing has arrived. This is excellent news, bringing us one step closer to the public release. This surely warranted an update on the forum, allowing the critics to be put in their place. Chapter 34. Closed Beta Diary 1. We are poised to compile and share every intriguing discovery, advancements in the game narrative, newly unlocked features, and the latest updates with the eager community awaiting this game. Hence, we have aptly titled this post Closed Beta Diary. Naturally, these entries will not be daily. Their frequency will be contingent upon our progress in exploration. Today, we have an abundance of content to document, as our explorations have unveiled new game functionalities, the map and team features. To begin with the game content. Those who perused the previous post may recall our encounter with the Outlander stronghold. Link. Game Forum. Indeed, the ultimate triumph of war belongs to us. We have successfully seized this tribal stronghold and liberated the enslaved individuals imprisoned therein. On the very site of the tribe, we have established the first bastion of the divine kingdom, which will serve as the cornerstone of its restoration and the inception of our burgeoning dominion. Thus, we earnestly seek the guidance of adept simulation entrepreneurs to lead us towards prosperity. This is a fully autonomous simulation game, beginning with a stable stronghold and a sufficient food supply, allowing you to architect its development according to your imagination. The experience is imbued with an authenticity that positions you as the new lord of this alternate realm, according to NPC revelations. The second batch of closed beta slots should soon become available. What are you waiting for? Be sure to reserve your place. Now, let us discuss the new functionalities. Unlike traditional games that offer portable flat maps or electronic maps, the map in this game can only be viewed within the Sanctum of Grace. You may envision it as a holographic projection displayed on the table in the Sanctum, mirroring a miniature world. It is not a hollow model, but a meticulously scaled reproduction that authentically reflects our previous journeys. The map's functionality does not activate merely by locating signal points. Rather, it reproduces only the areas you have traversed and observed, thereby recreating the paths we have walked. Interestingly, as each individual's experiences differ when diverse players convene, the map amalgamates all explored locations, thereby completing a cohesive whole. The map offers extensive interactivity. We have currently uncovered various means of interaction, including standard markers, area delineation, and highlighting features. Another feature is the team functionality. Thus far, this feature does not boast the myriad options found in other games. It lacks channel communication and resembles more of a loot distribution system. The allocation of grace points within a team can be facilitated through this functionality. Our testing revealed that items cannot be distributed within this system, but must be allocated freely in the game reality. However, a system of team points can be established, allowing for distribution upon unanimous consent of team members, reminiscent of the ancient DKP model. The current intelligence extends far beyond this. There are numerous items and NPCs, and relying solely on descriptions is unrealistic. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate the intricate and vast design of the game. Once again, immense gratitude is owed to the developers for crafting such an unparalleled masterpiece. This day concludes here. Until we meet again, farewell. In the Cosmic Architect group, Ban Sheng Shu Kuang remarked, Link, Game Forum, and see Forum Closed Beta Diary 1. Ban Sheng Shu Kuang observed a new game introduction, finding it quite exciting. Have you seen it? Sandbox Duration 30 Years shared a screenshot, followed by an amused expression, stating, I've already made a reservation. No one has sent me any funds. Earth Survival is too difficult commented, I saw it a few days ago. It doesn't seem real. Sandbox Duration 30 Years responded, it must be fake. Every speck of dust can interact. What kind of computational power is that? Alien technology? The loneliness of Whale Fall added, just enjoy it. There are still 70,000 stones untouched in the side hall of the Daming Palace. Why not log in and do something about it? Ban Sheng Shu Kuang replied, I'm eating right now, but I'll be there soon. Zhang Xin put down his phone and quickly gulped down a couple of bites, feeling he had eaten enough. He then combined the leftover rice and dishes, discarding them into the sink, planning to wash them tomorrow. First, he needed to get to work. With that, he climbed into the game pod, preparing to launch the game. Just as he was about to click on My Universe, Reconstruction version, he hesitated and opened the NC official website. Upon seeing the millions of reservations, he chuckled. What utter madness. Setting aside the odds, with this many people, winning is akin to hitting the jackpot. Forget it, I'm not that lucky. He closed the webpage and readied himself to enter the game. As the game loaded, Zhang Xin paused once more, his expression wavering as he exited to revisit the official site, clicking on the reservation button. After filling out the reservation details, he exhaled deeply and returned to the game. What if? It's not a loss. Today, Shen Ming was particularly mindful of the time, as he intended to summon the second batch of players. His plan to pursue them was scheduled for 3 days later, thus reserving any significant power was unnecessary. What he required now was more skills, to then descend elsewhere and explore fresh possibilities. Since accessing the consciousness projection channel required waiting until 8 p.m., he pondered whether summoning players at that moment would lead to their immediate arrival, without the need for waiting. Shen Ming was still unaware of how players entered the game. He hadn't seen any discussions on the matter during player interactions, and as he maintained his NPC persona, he couldn't inquire about such things. His curiosity was piqued. Glancing at the time, it was 7:55 p.m. Considering the projection link time, it was indeed close. With a wave of his hand, he returned to the vibrant nebula dome, selecting a few amiable blue-purple star points, capturing them. 5 beams of starlight descended, and the bronze bell transformed into a transparent countdown. 23, 59, 59. Goodness, what is this? Shen Ming stared at the 24-hour countdown, baffled. How had it been delivered? Liang Yongqing, as usual, cleared the forum's private messages, only to discover that someone beneath the closed beta diary claimed to have obtained a closed beta qualification. Shall we engage in a gaming session? I cannot believe I have indeed received the helmet. Is this the second batch? I have sent you a private message, dear host. I will be online at 8 p.m. tonight. Kindly add me to the group. The Prince of Rhythm. The shills have emerged. Everyone, flee. I always seek excitement. What model is this? I am rather inclined to purchase one. Is this a helmet advertisement? The artist of the national level 2 gong. This marketing strategy is quite effective. I find it appealing as well. Has the second batch commenced distribution? Upon checking his private messages, the user Shall we engage in a gaming session? Discovered that he had previously messaged himself, but had cleared the messages without noticing. The helmet appears genuine, suggesting that the second batch of players has indeed received their qualifications. The artist of the national level 2 gong, private message apologies. I did not see this earlier. Congratulations. The artist of the national level 2 gong, private message, please send me your chat ID so I can add you to the group. Shall we engage in a gaming session? Private message, thank you, esteemed one. Shall we engage in a gaming session? Private message, another individual has also received a qualification. She messaged you but did not receive a reply, and then she messaged me. The artist of the national level 2 gong, private message, there are so many messages I cannot find it. Do you have her forum ID? I will add her. Shall we engage in a gaming session? Private message, good person for life. This ID looks rather familiar. The artist of the national level 2 gong, private message, alright. I will add you to the group first. Chapter 35. The second batch of players online, gratitude and blessings group. The group owner invites, shall we engage in a gaming session? To join the group. The group owner invites, good person for life, to join the group. The most affectionate of Jiangnan, goodness. A newcomer. Has the second batch been distributed? Shall we engage in a gaming session? Shall we engage in a gaming session? Greetings, esteemed individuals. I am utterly exhilarated. Is this game for real? Sunny Heart, you should have received the helmet, right? Surely they wouldn't deceive you while also sending a helmet. Shall we engage in a gaming session? I am overwhelmed with excitement. I never anticipated this to be real. We have already gathered over 500,000 people. The artist of the national level 2 gong. I have scoured the posts. There is nothing else left. I shared my private messages, but found nothing. Are there only 2 this time? The most affectionate of Jiangnan. What a stroke of luck. Shall we engage in a gaming session? Good person for life, The most affectionate of Jiangnan. Why is the other person silent? Confused good person for life, holding her phone. Gazed at the newly joined chat group, and then at the helmet she had connected, feeling a strange sensation within. Initially, she had been skeptical about the existence of such a game. She had made a reservation 3 years ago, and then there was silence. One day, while idly browsing the forum, she stumbled upon that post and made a sarcastic remark, not anticipating that the developers would overlook past grievances and send her a helmet. What a gesture, letting facts speak for themselves. Gratitude and blessings group. Good person for life, A. Apologies, beautiful JPG. Good person for life, A. I never expected to obtain the closed beta qualification. Just a few days ago, I was criticizing the group owner's post. Shall we engage in a gaming session? Absolutely on point. Loyal Hound strikes. No wonder the ID seems so familiar. It's a black fan. Jiangnan's most affectionate. It matters not. Once in the game, one will naturally become a true fan. National Level 2 Troop Artist. A good person lives a peaceful life. Expressing emotions is permissible, but do not exceed the bounds, for we are a serious group. Good person lives peacefully. The beauty has received the JPG. National Level 2 Troop Artist. Jiangnan's most affectionate. Collected. Loyal Hound strikes. Collected. Playing together. I'm quite skilled. Collected. Universe Architect Group. Half-Life of Indulgence. Image. Half-Life of Indulgence. I've obtained the qualification for the closed beta. It doesn't seem like a hoax. Sandbox duration of 30 years. What closed beta qualification? Cold and Proud Evil Youth. The helmet looks pretty cool. What model is it? Whale S Solitude. Half-Life of Indulgence. It's that Grace. You all think it's impossible? Whale S Solitude. No way. Is it real? Little Radish and Little Pineapple. No way. Is it real? Sandbox duration of 30 years. You got into? Where do you collect the funds? Half-Life of Indulgence. No one gave me money. I received a package. Sandbox duration of 30 years. Nowadays, fraudsters are going all out. They even provide helmets to deceive. Be wary of your game storage being compromised. Half-Life of Indulgence. I've set it up, and the system passed the inspection. However, I can only connect at 8 o'clock, and I haven't entered yet. Cold and Proud Evil Youth. I will also make a reservation. Getting a helmet would not be a loss. Whale S Solitude. Indeed, I'll go too. Sandbox duration of 30 years. Sandbox duration of 30 years. That S impossible. I've been reserving for so long and haven't seen any helmets being distributed. Not to mention the millions of people. Half-Life of Indulgence. It's luck. I'll go up and check the situation first, then inform my brothers. The first batch of 5 little players from the troop artist awaited in the Grace Hall, perusing the recently explored maps. Their base was steadily developing, and the issue of food had been somewhat resolved. They had unearthed a considerable amount of edible greens, unexpectedly discovering an NPC capable of cultivating such crops. They entrusted her with the vegetables and instructed her to plant some in the vacant land behind the village. The hunting results were also quite gratifying. Although nothing was spotted during the first ascent, on the second attempt, they returned with 2 wolf-like creatures, dark as night. If the fire were still lit, he would surely recognize them as the black wolves previously encountered. Interestingly, this harvest was not arduous. Upon spotting the black wolves, the Jiba and troop artist were momentarily taken aback before the wolves lunged at them. The Jiba adjusted his breathing to reinforce his muscle density, and the 2 wolves sank their teeth into his arms, unable to bite down further, yet reluctant to release their grip, ultimately being dispatched by troop artist at close range. Fierce as they were, their intellect was somewhat lacking. Upon logging in today, they gestured to the NPCs for a considerable duration, instructing them not to disturb, and then gathered in the largest room to meditate, awaiting the impending arrival of the second batch of players. Until just before entering the game, no one had contacted them, leaving them uncertain about how many had indeed secured the closed beta qualification. The high priest stood before the table, clad in a silver robe, reminiscent of their first encounter. Bathed in holy light. As time progressed, the distorted starry sphere once again opened its mouth, releasing 5 fresh players. Of course, they were oblivious to the impending retreat. They merely believed the moment had not yet arrived. Though they had engaged in extensive discussions within the chat group throughout the day, the instant they entered the game, the thrill of camaraderie rendered them utterly astonished. As the information gleaned from the conversation accumulated, his anticipation for the game intensified, yet he remained skeptical, attributing the articles to an element of exaggeration, dismissing the rhetoric as commonplace. However, upon witnessing his own avatar, he was convinced this truly was an extraordinary game. The texture of the skin, the fabric of the robe, the reflective effects of the mirror. What a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Shen Ming scrutinized the newcomers who were customizing their characters, his eyes growing increasingly dull with astonishment. Had there not been other players present, his jaw might have unceremoniously dropped, perhaps having seen the forum's introduction. The newcomers erupted into exuberant exclamations, flailing their limbs before swiftly embarking on the familiar character customization phase. Unlike the initial batch, this time a countdown timer appeared at the top of the mirror, 40 minutes. Once the time elapsed, they would plummet into the game without further opportunity for customization. Perhaps due to the urgency instilled by the countdown, the players immediately began to examine their physique and appearance, resulting in the sudden presence of 5 naked avatars in the virtual air. Indeed, they were stripped bare, their limbs moving with surprising agility. Shen Ming's lips twitched as he observed their uninhibited creativity, though he had underestimated their imaginative prowess. One player hesitated for an extended period, searching behind the mirror for his reflection. Upon finding none, he stealthily crouched down, extending his finger towards an indecorous area, then bringing it to his nose for a sniff, and finally, delicately licking it. "Please, stop. This is unbearable to watch." Another player boldly performed an act right in front of the mirror. It was indeed prolonged and rather impressive. The remaining 2 players maintained a semblance of decorum, although their focus repeatedly lingered on the same subjects. At least they managed to retain some dignity. Lastly, another female player, whose initial appearance was already strikingly tall and beautiful, commenced adjusting her voluptuous figure with even more pronounced curves, audaciously tweaking other attributes as well. "My dear lady, such meticulous adjustments are unnecessary. I fear the game may not survive this." As the countdown gradually approached 0, not a single player concluded their session prematurely. They all meticulously timed their choices, savoring the moment before stepping through the door and materializing onto the ground. Chapter 36. The old welcomes the new, a good person, with a life of peaceful aspirations, gazed upon the figure clad in a moon-white robe adorned with golden threads, instantly recognizing him as the high priest described in the posts by the esteemed Gugu. Truly, he was striking. Such a feeling of cosplay had never been witnessed before. Blessings of grace. Shen Ming composed himself, suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, and solemnly proclaimed, "Welcome to the Hall of Grace. I am the favored one of the Lord of Grace, the executor of his will, and the harbinger of the divine realm. You may address me as the High Priest." Indeed, the scene unfolded as if it were a live-action cinematic experience. As she scrutinized the NPC while simultaneously assessing the 4 male avatars who had entered the game alongside her, realizing she was the only female among them. Then she noticed 5 individuals squatting behind the NPC's desk, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement as they observed her group. The inaugural batch of beta testers. Wow. Little A is a beauty. She must be a model. TSK, Sister Ching, your title as the most beautiful in the wilderness is at risk. This fellow seems to be a warrior, rivaling the strongest of the strong. Ahem. The divine kingdom has crumbled, and we are the unfortunate souls saved by the Lord of Grace. We lost our homes in the divine war, yet we must not succumb to the sea of consciousness. Our compatriots have embarked upon this unknown planet before us, establishing new strongholds. This will be the cornerstone of our reconstruction of the divine kingdom. We shall let the name of grace resonate far and wide, that every soul on this planet may extol the name of grace. Grace to all beings. May all suffering cease. Upon hearing this, the good man A Life of Peace and Gaming with Me immediately recognized it as the storyline the Great Ones had mentioned following, quickly crossing their fingers and bowing their heads to chant, "Grace to all beings, may all suffering cease." The other 3 individuals appeared bewildered, watching as the 2 mimicked the NPC's actions, soon realizing and joining in. Wow, the NPC dialogue has changed. How is it still progressing with the storyline? Incredible. We are propelling the narrative forward. Huh. If we hadn't succeeded or had been defeated, would the NPC's dialogue have remained unchanged? Surely. These must be employees who emerged from the gaming warehouse. Listening to the soft murmurs behind him, Shen Ming stifled a laugh and continued, "Now, please introduce yourselves. Enter your IDs." The veterans had mentioned this place. Gaming with Me quickly raised his hand. "I am Gaming with Me." The other 3 stared at him in shock, seemingly wanting to laugh, but holding back, not daring to break the immersive atmosphere. It turns out they were referring to game nicknames. Quite a unique design. "I am Iron Hook. I am African Penguin. I am Half Crazed. I am A Life of Peace." Ladies, this is no place for deception. You're at least AD, thought Gaming with Me. Casting a glance at her impressive figure, Shen Ming averted his gaze, clearing his throat. I have summoned the second batch of divine citizens back to the Hall of Grace. I trust you have noticed that you will bask in the divine light for a day in the Hall of Grace before descending to the wasteland. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult with them. After stating this, he wandered aside, perusing a forum he hadn't looked at in ages. It seemed the cutscene had concluded. It felt so realistic, akin to a film. While the newcomers were still marveling at the experience, the seasoned players leapt off the table, approaching them with smiles. Sister Qing, a life of peace, joyfully ran to her side, linking arms with her. I can hardly believe it. A company has truly managed to create a game like this. I was utterly astounded when I touched my own skin. Curious, Qing nudged her with her elbow. Questioning, is this for real? I'm salivating over your figure. How did you come up with this idea? A good person, with a pout, gently pinched Xian Qing's cheek and remarked, what does it matter to me if a good person is flat and unremarkable? I'm no good person myself. While it may not appear so, Xian Qing, feeling playful, expressed her delight at finally having a female companion to share in the adventure, leading the two girls into a playful scuffle. Greetings. I am a national second-level practitioner of the Daitengu to a Tengu art. This is Xian Qing. This is the loyal dog on strike. This is the muscular giant. And this is the most affectionate soul from Jiangnan. The drum artist greeted the newcomers, introducing his companions. Hello, drum brother. I've read your posts, and they were exquisitely penned. I initially thought they were mere fabrications, but stepping in here has been nothing short of astonishing. I sincerely apologize. The African penguin extended a hand for a handshake, creating a rather formal atmosphere that evoked laughter from those around. There is no need for such formality in gaming. We are simply fortunate to be among the first. We must assist each other in this realm. The newcomers had likely perused the posts, so I shall take a moment to brief you on the current situation. We have a chat group. Do remember to join it upon logging off. I couldn't locate you earlier today, hence I only managed to invite 2 individuals. Not a problem at all. My mind is still in a daze, feeling as if I am in a dream. No, it feels even more real than a dream. The character, half reckless, displayed no signs of restraint, brimming with excitement to the point of nearly wearing his clothes to tatters. Take it easy, Xian Qing chuckled, linking arms with the good person. Your robe is almost in shreds, and I currently have no splendid attire to offer you. The best I can provide is Drum Brothers' leather jacket. Can we truly build anything? I mean houses and such? The eyes of the seasoned players lit up with intrigue. Ah, a builder has arrived. Indeed. As long as you desire, you can construct anything, even a pyramid. But you'll need to move actual bricks. Ha ha ha. The enthusiasm of the new players was overwhelmingly high, with an array of questions flowing one after another. However, the veteran players were not merely managing 5 game characters. They also had a host of NPCs to care for. Thus, they could only designate 2 individuals to remain and address the inquiries of the new players while the other 3 returned to the wasteland to maintain the village's operations and tend to the NPCs. Removing his helmet, Zhang Xian touched his face and arms, feeling the same texture as in the game, momentarily lost in a daze. This game is incredible, though I have not yet descended into the wasteland. The descriptions provided by Drum Brother and the others paint a picture of a game that is the embodiment of my dreams. I aspire to be an architect of the wasteland. Indeed, even after conversing through the night, their spirits were remarkably high. Had it not been for the slight dryness in their throats, they would have wished to continue playing indefinitely. However, the experience of logging off by colliding with the table was refreshingly exhilarating. Quickly, he grabbed his phone, disregarding the group messages, and opened the new message interface. National second-level drum artist invites you to join praise and blessing group. Will you join? Yes. The most affectionate soul from Jiangnan. Welcome. We are all set. All 5 have joined. The loyal hound strikes. Tonight at 8. Let us not miss it. Xinxing. Currently, due to the need for exploration, our online hours are somewhat prolonged. Some of us are on leave while others are on vacation, but you should log in according to your own schedule. Do not let it overly disrupt your real life. Playing games. What significance does reality hold? It is undoubtedly the game that matters. Iron Hook. In any case, it is not peak season now, so I shall simply close up shop. This game is astonishingly enjoyable. Let us indulge in it for a couple of days. The most affectionate of Jiangnan. Wow. Hook brother is the boss. Impressive. Iron Hook boss? Nonsense. I'm just a small-time vendor getting by. A good person's life. I'm on summer vacation too. Not worried at all. National level retreat artist. Take a moment to contemplate your skill settings. We've shared nearly all our ideas with you. Now it's your turn to reflect. African penguin. I think I have some ideas, as I mentioned before. I plan to venture out to discover maps. Traveling is my sole purpose in life. The most affectionate of Jiangnan. Penguin, you are amazing. Where are you streaming? I'd like to follow you. African penguin. No more streaming for now. I took a break after returning from the Southwest. I initially intended to rest for half a year abroad, but it seems unnecessary now. Life in the game is quite sufficient. Xinqing, impressive. Half-life of indulgence. I have time too. I can log into the game every afternoon without conflict. Zhang Xin, observing the barrage of messages in the chat group, suppressed his excitement, casually found something to eat, and began to peruse the drawings he had made during his idle moments. This wave represents dreams materializing into reality. Well, dreams manifesting in the game. As for the universe architects still inquiring about the gaming experience, I shall respond tomorrow. I have yet to delve into the grind and remain uncertain about what to say. I'll revisit the insights shared by the experts and organize my thoughts. After exiting the game, Heyu stepped out of the gaming pod and examined himself in the mirror. He flexed his arms and puffed out his chest, only to discover that his muscles were slightly smaller than those of his in-game avatar. How intriguing. I wonder how much muscle mass is represented by a power level of 2. He is a travel streamer, spending nearly half the year exploring various locales, not merely urban tourism, but rather hardcore, niche adventures. He immerses himself in local societies, experiences the customs and traditions, and resides for a time with seldom-seen mountain dwellers or villagers, truly embracing their way of life. He ventures into rarely trodden deep forests, explores mysterious caves seldom visited, and has even experienced solitary drifting at sea, surviving on deserted islands. His life is replete with adventure and challenges. He yearns to behold unseen landscapes, and of course, the scenery in games counts as well. He plays a variety of games supported by the gaming pod during his travels, primarily seeking to explore unknown worlds. To his surprise, a game like The Gift emerged, seamlessly blending his two passions into one. What a double victory. Heyu synthesized the feedback from the initial batch of closed beta testers, and, considering the unique limitation of respawn points in this game, he has come to a conclusion regarding the skills he desires. If these can be realized, this game will be nothing short of impeccable. He is utterly thrilled. Contemplating these matters, he accessed his fan group, despite the niche nature of his streaming content, which was nonetheless profound and substantial. He had garnered a respectable following. He shared the official game link within the group, extolling its virtues, thereby contributing to the developer's efforts. Chapter 37. The Bestowal of New Skills in the Hall of Blessings. An hour prior to his arrival, Shen Ming finally made his appearance in the Hall of Blessings. He observed 5 eager new players, brimming with anticipation, gazing at him expectantly, which left him both amused and exasperated. Initially, the plan for the first skill bestowal had been to preemptively grant abilities due to the risks associated with players arriving unexpectedly, especially after losing the life staff. However, he had hoped that the players would first experience a period of wilderness life before seeking skills, as the outcome might be more beneficial. Yet, faced with their enthusiasm, he found himself unable to withhold the granting of skills. Very well, it must be done eventually, and considering their high faith values, now seemed as good a time as any. With a smile, he beckoned the players to gather around and proclaimed, "I shall elevate you to the status of followers on behalf of my lord and bestow upon you the abilities you desire. I will initiate the guiding ceremony for the 5 of you. When one of you articulates the desired ability, the others must remain silent, allowing the supplicant's consciousness to take precedence. I will then connect him to the ocean of the subconscious, enabling him to receive my lord's blessing." Uttering these words almost verbatim, he understood that for a deity of consciousness, memory is merely a reflection of the traces left by awareness over time, a minor technique. Now, you may express the abilities you wish to possess. The 5 players exchanged glances, hesitant to speak first, their apprehension stemming from the novelty of such a game's setting and the fear of embarrassment in articulating their desires. Zhang Nan's most sentimental observer watched intently from the sidelines, the only one not assisting in the village, shamelessly eager to discern the skills envisioned by the newcomers. Brother Dog mentioned that their abilities would only be testable in the wasteland. However, the thrill of articulation was unparalleled. The potential for social embarrassment loomed large. Ultimately, it was Half-Life Crazy who stepped forward, reasoning that his skill was rather straightforward and thus inconsequential. The ability I desire is to shape and solidify earth or sand, preferably in a permanent manner. Wow, so it's for building houses. The sentimental observer's eyes widened with excitement. Initially, Half-Life Crazy had envisioned directly summoning cement. But Brother Dog advised him that, based on their speculation, such summoned materials might come with a time limit. Therefore, he opted for this approach, adding a stipulation to avoid it becoming a temporary ability. A connoisseur indeed, it appeared that the first batch of players had gleaned some insights. Shen Ming's eyes brightened as he nodded approvingly. From the magnificent celestial map, he drew forth a brilliant beam of light that collided with the ancient bronze bell. What a grand production! Unlike the live-action CG of the previous day, today's special effects were astoundingly spectacular, truly a marvel. Amidst the awe of the new players, the bronze bell vibrated once more, stirring waves of mist and resonating with a deep, mysterious voice. Buzz, the mud and sand shall endure eternally. In a whirlwind of exuberance, the name echoed with striking familiarity. The seasoned experts asserted that the name aptly encapsulated the essence of the skill, thus it seemed that I had indeed manifested my ability. The grandiose halls of the Daming Palace, the majestic Forbidden City, and the opulent Yuan Minjiwen awaited my arrival. Next, the African penguin exhaled deeply, stepping forward with gravity. The skill I desire is to resurrect not in the vicinity of the life scepter, but precisely at the location of my demise. There was no objection. Being revived near the scepter was the greatest constraint imposed by this game. This limitation would confine him to retracing perilous paths across treacherous wilderness, thus stripping exploration of its significance and rendering it a mechanical endeavor. Is that even possible? Deep Affection was taken aback, as they had seemingly accepted this rather inhumane setting for so long. One would have thought this skill should have been conceived earlier. Its feasibility remained uncertain. However, Shen Ming pondered not on the feasibility, but on how this skill would manifest in his situation. He could not resurrect through the life scepter, nor had he grasped the scepter's mechanics. Would he rise again in place? That would not do. He was set to depart tomorrow. To be stuck in a loop of resurrection would be futile. After a moment's pause, he observed whether the African penguin would amend his request, but after waiting in vain, he sighed and captured a glimmer of light. Buzz, the flesh mark. The African penguin was drenched in nervous sweat. As the NPC's gaze bore into him without granting the skill, he worried that his skill might falter, but thankfully, it seemed to hold. Yet, the disparity in the name was quite pronounced. He hoped it wouldn't be excessively distorted. Next, can we team up? I'm eager. The player, known as I Am Awesome, blurted out, slightly ahead of Steel Hook. The skill I seek is Blink. I wish to appear beside my foe, who is searching for me. I will strike from the shadows while he remains unaware. Deep Affection let out an involuntary laugh. The scene was vividly painted in words. Allow me to rephrase. I wish to suddenly manifest in my desired location. As an assassin player with exceptional APM, I Am Awesome had swiftly determined his skill, an assassin's ultimate technique. With Blink, all monsters would have to acknowledge his supremacy. Shen Ming's eyes sparkled. What a splendid skill. The realization of this ability would significantly enhance his prowess. He extended his hand, drawing forth a new beam of starlight. Buzz, Luminous Leap. Remarkable. Both I Am Awesome and Deep Affection exclaimed in unison, before instinctively lowering their heads to temper their excitement. Steel Hook, upon hearing the skill, remained unfazed. It was a topic of considerable discussion on the forums, yet he found it cumbersome and inconsistent with his character. He believed that confronting adversaries should always be unexpected, delivering a decisive blow. Next, he glanced at Good Person, who gestured for him to proceed. Thus, he articulated, I wish for a skill that renders my enemies feeble, stripped of all strength and combat capability. Yes, that would suffice. You are cheating. Deeply astonished. They had just discussed yesterday that causing enemies to die directly might distort the gameplay experience, potentially leading to a one-for-one trade-off, which would be detrimental. Unexpectedly, today, Hook Brother altered his perspective, opting instead to weaken the enemies directly, which is not much different from causing their immediate demise. The players today were exceptionally skilled, and Shen Ming nodded incessantly. It seemed that his combat prowess was on the verge of a qualitative leap, with skills like Blink and Weaken, Dying and Reviving. He felt invincible. Buzz, Contract of Hatred. Next, finally, it was her turn. Good Person, Lifelong Plane A, understood that the game's most significant flaw was the excessively long resurrection cooldown. Missing out on 24 hours of content after dying was far too costly. Therefore, her objective was clear: to reduce the resurrection cooldown. She had spent a considerable amount of time discussing this with Sister Qing during the day. Reducing it by a little felt too inadequate, while a more significant reduction risked failure or distortion. Hence, Sister Qing suggested finding a middle ground or contemplating other useful modifications. An aficionado of soul-type games, known for her fierce prowess against bosses, she was unwilling to change her strategy. As long as she could revive, she would eventually figure out the enemy's patterns. Furthermore, she wished to attempt the most extreme option first. In her mind, if the harshest approach failed, it might just revert to a more ordinary outcome. I want to revive immediately after each death. You must be kidding, that's a bug. Deeply astonished, she scoffed. Given the game's nature, achieving such a feat seemed implausible. Shen Ming twitched his lips, realizing that overcoming the resurrection threshold was inevitable. He would adapt as needed later. Observing the eager expression of the female player, he extended his hand and bestowed a gift. Buzz, will of immortality. That's unreasonable. How can that even be allowed? This is clearly a bug. I'm reporting it. Deeply astonished watched as good person, lifelong plane A, jubilantly leaped in excitement, her gaze inadvertently drawn to something captivating. Ahem, female players should also be mindful of their influence. With the granting concluded, Shen Ming instructed them to prepare as well. He glanced at the time and swiftly vanished from the hall. The five of them engaged in animated discussions, barely concealing their excitement as they awaited the moment of arrival. Meanwhile, Deeply Astonished had already returned to the wasteland ahead of time to relay information. Wasteland, Divine Kingdom Outpost. Communicating with NPCs still posed considerable challenges, with new arrivals expected today. In order to avoid startling them, Retreating Drum and Loyal Dog took the life staff and retreated to the mountains, a far better approach than appearing directly in the village, saving a great deal of time that would have been spent on explanations. Retreating Drum, in a fit of eccentricity, gathered a considerable number of branches and piled them together, placing the life staff at the bottom. He then dragged Dog Brother up into a distant tree to hide and observe, explaining to him that this was called a sense of inheritance. Dog Brother rolled his eyes several times at him, eagerly waiting for the newcomers to arrive. Much like their first arrival, the five appeared out of thin air beneath the pile of branches, then disheveled. They pushed through the branches to emerge. Wow, incredible. This is absolutely amazing. I'm so happy. Five individuals exuberantly surveyed their surroundings, taking in the diverse textures of tree bark, the varying thicknesses of trunks, and the unique veins of leaves, none resembling another. Everything was as vividly described in the posts of the Retreating Drum's master. This was truly a second world, astonishingly authentic. The African penguin nibbled on leaves plucked from the trees, caressing the bark as if it were the beloved form of a woman, exclaiming, "What kind of tree is this? Is it a game species? It feels so real. The leaves are slightly sour and a tad bitter. Are the trees in this wilderness all so tall? Be careful not to poison yourself, penguin. By the way, isn't their stronghold? How did it come to be in the forest? Could there be a second staff?" Half Crazy picked up the slightly responsive life staff, grumbling, "This is hardly different from a twig. It falls far short of my imagination. No wonder they wouldn't speak about it. It diminishes its value. Disguising oneself ensures better survival. The resurrection point is less likely to be discovered." The African penguin glanced at the staff, examining it, and remarked, "You see, if you toss this anywhere, who would suspect it to be a treasure? That makes sense." The good-natured individual, standing tall, surveyed this novel world, clicking his tongue in awe. "It's perfect, simply exquisite. The only imperfection is that the women's tops are a tad short, leaving the hem a bit drafty." The Retreating Drum, satisfied with the view, leaped from the tree with the Dog Brother to greet them. The group rolled their eyes at the sight of the two masters observing their antics from above. "Let us go. The village lies just below. We usually hunt on this hilltop, but so far, we've only encountered the clumsy black wolf, nothing else. The village has 13 female NPCs, all of whom we rescued, and who have now become our followers. I've mentioned the language barrier. Please don't bully them. They're quite pitiable." "Of course not. We're all comrades, united in camaraderie. We'll venture outside to find a couple of monsters to battle." "What are your skills like?" he asked passionately, though he didn't listen closely to the responses. "I have Blink. It seems to come with a cost. I'll try it again when we return, lest trouble arise on the way. Both Little A and I have Resurrection." "I don't know. Calling you Little A feels odd. What is strange about it? That's what my old friends called me. Otherwise, Penguin, you can call me Sister A. Even though I'm younger than you, half crazy is all about building houses. I swear, just hearing the name makes me think it must be identical. Yes, it's what we discussed earlier, but I too have a cost. I'm unsure of what it entails. Mine is weakness. Wow, this is nothing like I imagined. How come it's like this? What is going on? Share. Chapter 38. Have you also lost your expression? The group continued their discussion as they returned to the stronghold. Although modest in size, with only a dozen houses, the distinctly wild style and the utterly authentic NPCs left the new players speechless. Reminiscent of discovering a mountain village while traveling in reality, only for the villagers to reveal that this was, in fact, a Western world. How is this possible? A kind-hearted individual approached a shy NPC girl, observing her meticulously. He noted her clenched leather-clad hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and strands of hair trembling with nervousness. With a gentle touch, he poked her plump bosom, harboring a thought that it might not cause any harm. "Don't bully her," exclaimed Xianqing, frustrated by the scene. As she promptly pulled the girl away, she gestured an apology to the NPC, saying, "I'm so sorry, please disregard her. She is a bit unhinged," while pointing to her head and making circular motions with her hands. Despite her trepidation, the girl stood her ground, wiping her damp eyes and mustering a faint smile as she stammered, "Nini, it's stuffy." Earlier that day, Xianqing and Dejiba had gathered all the NPCs, communicating through gestures and shouts to reassure them that others, similar to themselves, would soon arrive in the village, urging them not to worry. After days of interaction, Muna had surprisingly learned several commonly used pronouns. Evidently, she was the first to decipher their meanings, assisting in calming the women, who, perhaps due to the trust fostered by their rescue and the equal treatment they had received over the past few days, chose to believe, though they had no alternative but to comply. Yet, upon seeing 5 unfamiliar faces, instinctual wariness from the wilderness and the inherent fear of strangers lingered among them, leaving them visibly anxious. "Are we gaming?" exclaimed a surprised figure. "Wow, did you teach them to speak Mandarin?" They've even learned to greet. The little girl, witnessing the excitement of the newcomers, took a few steps back, tightly clutching Muna's arm, intimidated as if she were facing men from the wild. "Is this what wilderness slaves look like? What can a foster slave do?" "Ah, I think I understand now," murmured Banshou Kwang, scratching his head in slight embarrassment before continuing. "So, do they now possess a status akin to commoners?" "Well, one could say so," replied Tue Tengu, stepping forward to pat the shoulders of both individuals. "They pray alongside us daily, thus they can be considered our compatriots, sharing the status of the divine people. However, while the game provides main quests, it offers no further guidance. We have yet to uncover the economic and power systems within this game, so we navigate blindly, taking one step at a time. We share food when available, seek it together when it is not, and we currently control all weapons. They merely assist with minor tasks. Oh, by the way, we'll need them to remove their robes shortly. It will be requisitioned. Some can alter clothing, so we'll modify the robes to create a few more outfits, which will serve as their initiation fee." "Sounds good to me," responded Feijo Penguin, promptly shedding his robe, even removing his top, displaying a physique that drew attention. "I've been wanting to switch to your type of leather. It looks appealing. I'll trade this novice outfit for one of yours." "That is perfect. We have plenty of leather. I'll have Shenxing find you one shortly. He is in charge of the supplies now. What shall we do now? Can you give us some direction?" asked the kind-hearted individual, embracing Xianqing from behind and leaning forward to inquire. "I am not the one to arrange these matters. I am merely the one leading the charge. Let Dog Brother explain to you." With a hearty laugh, I pointed to my loyal canine companion, who had declared a strike. Initially, we were short-staffed and intended to maintain the status quo, exploring our immediate surroundings before stockpiling provisions and then focusing our efforts on a specific area. Now that you have arrived, I believe we can deliberate and divide the tasks. Of course, if you have any ideas, feel free to share, as this game offers immense freedom and the developers have imposed no limitations. We have merely entered a few days earlier. We should not confine you here. Seeing everyone laugh, my loyal dog joined in and continued, "My proposition is to split into 2 groups. One will venture out to map the area, primarily seeking food or resources, and possibly exploring new factions. The other will remain here to defend our home, preserving our respawn point and developing our stronghold to ensure its safety, thereby establishing a stable communication point." Naturally, balancing the contributions of both groups poses a challenge, especially since the game does not seem to have a currency or economic system, making it somewhat difficult. We will need to devise a workable system ourselves to maintain operations here, ensuring that it is applicable to NPCs as well. I will stay at home to oversee the expansion of our camp. Half crazed, I raised my hand to interrupt. I can transform our stronghold. ISNT, it said that predators emerge at night. Let us construct a castle with high walls and sturdy mud walls to dwell in. Impressive, exclaimed Shen Ming, who had just arrived with an energy gun, enthusiastically applauding the idea. We urgently require a restroom and bathing area. Stepping outside to relieve myself and fetch water to bathe feels like a return to my university days. Indeed, we must expand. The village is too small, and with more people, it will become overcrowded. We should build a row of houses outside. Is customization possible? I would like a small villa. Yes, but it will cost extra. Goodness, you merchant, who has money to spare? I remained steadfast in my original intention, prepared to pursue a singular path, savoring the landscapes and diverse civilizations within the game. I glanced at my skills. Upon death, I would leave a mark at the location. As for the cost, it remains uncertain. Perhaps one must perish to ascertain it. The African penguin seemed to feel a bit awkward about separating from the main group, slowly stating, I will relay information and approximate locations to you along the way, but I may not be able to return to the Hall of Gifts. Let us meet on the forum instead. If I encounter any wilderness dwellers, I shall attempt to spread the faith and gather a few followers. Observing his discomfort, the retreat drum remarked with a smile, what is there to feel awkward about? The essence of gaming lies in enjoyment. Stay here for a while and see if you can learn a few phrases of wilderness language. If that proves difficult, familiarize yourself with survival techniques before setting out. The African penguin, encouraged by Brother Drum's support, felt touched and replied, all right. Xiaowei, what about your skill? ISNT, it also resurrection? Xing turned to inquire softly of the ever kind-hearted Ping A behind her. I sense nothing at all. The will to live is merely resurrection, and I feel no other sensations. Perhaps I should perish once to truly understand. After all, it is just resurrection. It is hardly worth it, should the cost prove troublesome. One would indeed suffer a loss. When encountering the peculiar, one must charge forth. Fear not, I shall handle everything. I excel at defeating bosses. While I mutter quietly, the conversation among the others has also veered off course. After all, testing skills holds its own allure. Half-Life Madness has already begun to scoop up a handful of soil from the ground for experimentation. Before our eyes, the soil twists and melds within his hands, gradually forming into a perfect brick. Goodness, a human brick-making machine. Curiosity piqued, Dog Brother approached, taking the brick from Half-Life Madness's hands. He patted it and tested its strength, exclaiming, this hardness is impressive. It feels significantly tougher than red bricks. Everyone gathered around, intrigued by the brick, while Half-Life Madness remained rooted in place, merely observing. Madness, your skill is astounding. How does it take shape? It's all in the mind. Thus, there is no need for molds. Whatever shape one desires can be conjured. This is exceedingly convenient, akin to a human 3D printer capable of crafting a house. Hey, Madness. Turning back, they found Half-Life Madness still in the pose of cradling the brick, utterly motionless, with a face that bore an expression of wanting to cry but being unable to. Have you also become expressionless? Chapter 39, The Cost of Luminous Leap. Who else is expressionless? The good-hearted, forever average player grasped the crux of the matter. Seasoned players had shared much, yet none mentioned the side effects of skills. Brother Drum. The biological electrical signals are in disarray. How intriguing. What does that even mean? Is this for real? What happened to Madness? The retreating Drum, seemingly encountering his long-lost brother, approached with excitement, only to discover that Madness was not merely expressionless but entirely immobilized. Goodness, why is he so rigid? What is this? Has he petrified himself? Indeed, it seemed so. His skin was unyieldingly stiff. I have a bold idea. You do not. Half-Life Madness appeared to have broken free from some constraint. His body suddenly relaxed, and he stumbled back 2 steps, grimacing as he said, the cost is a temporary petrification of oneself. The experience of comprehending this skill was rather wondrous. It was an epiphany, a sudden clarity that unveiled much. I shape objects from soil and sand by infusing spiritual energy to mold and solidify them. The more spiritual energy I infuse, the greater the hardness and intricacy, Yet the duration of petrification also lengthens. Just now, was I stiff for a few seconds? Perhaps hardened for about 10 seconds? The good-hearted, forever average player blinked and feigned disappointment, saying, "It seems the duration is a tad short." Heartfelt, pinching her. She exclaimed with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "Stop steering the conversation. Oh, what about you, Hook brother? You've been shouting for ages without trying it out." Iron Straight Hook wore a pained expression, stating, "I already know the prerequisite. A weakened enemy will experience a temporary period of enhancement before becoming fully weakened." Goodness. What sort of condition is that? Dog Brother pondered, stroking his chin. Is that all? How strange. This is the first skill that has been realized without any personal sacrifice. Could it be that I have misunderstood previously? Are we certain there is nothing more? Alas, it appears I have reached an impasse. There is, however, a point that requires me to harbor animosity in order to utilize it. Yet, there is little of merit in this, as the cost of adversarial enhancement is nothing less than my own demise. Such a price is a matter of life itself. Indeed, it is so. The most sentimental figure from the Jiangnan region could hardly contain their laughter at the notion of a contract of hatred, a name that sounds quite plausible. Yet the implications are utterly debilitating. After considerable contemplation, none could ascertain a means to mitigate the adverse effects of this skill, prompting a collective decision to abandon the matter entirely, urging the test of prowess instead. This day hosts the simplest of tests, as well as the most dazzling of skills, the Radiant Leap. Preparing for this endeavor, I, the Cunning One, positioned myself strategically and guided my companion, Ban Shengshu Kuang, to a less populated area, instructing, "Stay here and do not move." The skill necessitates a well-lit environment, and I fear the shadows may interfere. Please refrain from approaching. With that, I sprinted approximately 10 meters away, stretching my limbs in anticipation, and with a mere thought, I vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Ban Shengshu Kuang. What in the world? Incredible. Is there still a place for science in such phenomena? The onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing the instantaneous transition to a spot 10 meters distant, devoid of any forewarning or hesitation. A good-hearted individual, with eyes aglow, expressed envy. This is not mere chaos. Once I level up, I shall choose this skill for myself. However, what was I, the Cunning One, doing? Why did I remain still, standing there? I gazed at the robe draped upon me, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and rustic dwellings, my mind swirling with questions. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? Was I not preparing a meal for my wife? How did I end up here? Did I fall asleep? Could it be that I had been excessively fatigued these past nights, to the point of dozing while standing? Goodness, I hope the pot isn't burning. I must awaken. And with that thought, I disregarded the gathering crowd and delivered 2 sharp slaps to my own face. Smack, smack. The onlookers were taken aback, while the nearby NPCs peered curiously to discern the commotion. Upon witnessing someone striking themselves, an elderly woman quietly retreated, pulling a young girl away, glancing back thrice as they departed. Still not awake? Just as I, the Cunning One, prepared to administer another 2 slaps, my hand raised. My expression shifted from confusion to clarity, only to revert to bewilderment in an instant. How did I end up here? What a predicament. I had been so preoccupied with the execution of the skill that I veered off course. Embarrassed, I gazed at the astonished faces around me, fearing I had made a fool of myself. Wait for me. I shall attempt it once more, I exclaimed, feeling a slight sting on my cheek. I touched my face and hastily returned to the 10-meter mark, concentrating once again. With a whoosh, I reappeared behind Ban Shengshu Kuang, amidst the crowd. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? Was I not merely shopping for groceries? How did I arrive here? Did I fall asleep? Could my exhaustion from these past nights have led me to doze off while wandering the supermarket? What kind of dream is this, with a throng of people observing me? What an astonishing scene. One must wonder if the cashier was startled. Let us refrain from calling emergency services again. It is imperative to awaken swiftly. With a sharp clap, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd was genuinely bewildered, paralyzed by uncertainty. Was this a hysterical episode? Was it a manifestation of his inherent affliction, or merely the toll of his abilities? It appeared quite alarming indeed. Suddenly, as if jolted back to reality, he observed the gathering crowd and remarked, "Hey, why are you all crowding around? Please stand back. I intend to leap behind the Wild One to test my skills. You all should proceed ahead." Completely oblivious to the unfolding events, he merely sensed a fleeting distraction before everyone followed suit. Noticing their reluctance to move, he sighed and declared, "All right, I shall dash over. You all stay put, and I will attempt to blink back shortly." At that moment, the loyal companion, taking a stand, grasped the arm of the eager adventurer, solemnly advising, "No need to attempt again. You have already tried twice. Observe, this is the realm of the Wild One, and even he remains motionless. Do you not recall?" The adventurer seemed to grasp an elusive revelation, glancing at his companion with newfound clarity and chuckling. "Are you trying to prank me? Let us not engage in jest. I must first ascertain the cost of my skills." Yet, as he continued speaking, he noted the serious and inquisitive expressions of the onlookers, prompting a sudden realization. A chill of apprehension crept down his spine as he inquired, "Is it truly so?" "Indeed, you have blinked twice," Heart's Clarity articulated thoughtfully. "The effect of your blink is genuine. You indeed teleported. However, during your initial arrival, you appeared momentarily dazed, then struck yourself twice, subsequently forgetting the incident entirely before returning to your starting point. Upon your second attempt, you again seemed momentarily lost, struck yourself once more, and yet again forgot the act, failing to even notice the change in your surroundings. Could it be that the cost of his skills was forgetfulness?" The adventurer's jaw dropped in disbelief, the sensation of pain intensifying upon his face, teetering on the edge of embarrassment and fear. "Surely, it cannot be amnesia," he exclaimed, as the revelation struck with fervor. "Consider this: teleporting, slapping oneself, and subsequently forgetting both the teleportation and the self-inflicted blows. Indeed, it was quite the conundrum. Yet, why the act of self-slapping? Was the skill so dazzling that he doubted his own reality? It seemed rather more that he was in a state of unfamiliarity, as though he had never encountered this place before. "Is it true that you strike yourself in moments of excitement?" he pondered aloud. "Surely not. I am not so deranged. Perhaps it occurs only in dreams?" 2 instances of amnesia? His loyal companion proposed a conclusion that left everyone aghast. What does that imply? Did he forget upon arriving through the blink? Let us hypothesize. If the moment of teleportation is time A, perhaps in that instant, he lost the memory of engaging with the game, leading him to believe he was merely dreaming. Then, as time A concluded, he returned to normalcy, yet lost all recollection of time A. This indeed aligns with all of his actions. Remarkable. A good person listened attentively to the voice of Dog Brother analyzing the situation, lamenting, "What a waste of a fine skill. Why did he not even notice the change in position after waking up for the second time? I realized it. I saw all of you beside me, but I was momentarily stunned. Shall we team up?" I stammered, feeling as though I had been immersed in a horror game. 2 episodes of brief amnesia, how absurd. It seems that it truly is a temporary lapse. After the blink, there was one instance and another upon awakening. How intriguing. Liang Yongqing's eyes grew brighter as he spoke, almost as if he had discovered a treasure, exclaiming, "This is fascinating. However, the effect of the ambush cannot be executed. Shall we team up?" My brows knitted together in frustration, and I cursed like a bitter melon. What the hell is this? Loyal Dog patted me on the back, offering consolation. "Skills are merely embellishments. This game encompasses more than just skills, so do not take it to heart. Indeed, aside from Brother Drum and Muscle King, haven't the 3 of us been shooting all along? It hasn't affected us. By the way, Sister Ching, what is your skill? You have yet to disclose it." Good person listened with his head tilted, and the 5 seasoned players fell instantly silent. The retreating drum chuckled softly and said, "You wouldn't want to know. All right, let us discuss how to handle this place. Starting tomorrow, we shall build our home." Chapter 40. The Bestowal to the Natives Consciousness. 1266 Faith. 56 Number of Followers. 95 Might. 1. Consciousness Projection. 20. Skills: Firearms Trading, Secret Interrogation, Spear of Thunder, Linguistic Diplomacy. Dragon's Breath, Blood and Flesh Mark, Undying Will, Eternal Quagmire, Radiant Leap, Contract of Hatred. Shen Ming continually tested his skills. Aside from 2 resurrection skills that required him to perish once to grasp their essence, he had a good understanding of the other 3. He initially thought that Radiant Leap would be the most rewarding skill acquired this time, but upon actual use, he discovered that Eternal Quagmire was the true marvel. With a bit more might, one could be considered a high-level Earth Awakened, capable of solidifying the Earth around oneself, linked to one's consciousness, into cold weapons or shields. Judging by just 1 point of might, it would certainly be sufficient to block ordinary bullets. As for what constituted Earth associated with one's consciousness, it could be grasped or trodden upon, Anything that bore his essence would suffice. The players had all dispersed, leaving only Shaliji and the others. He decided to select a few individuals whose faith values met the criteria, allowing them to come to the Hall of Bestowal to receive teachings from the High Priest. Granting them insight into the power of bestowal, he would then publicly bestow a skill upon Shaliji and Sandboat to encourage them to work diligently. Acting swiftly, he opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and picked up the signal transmitter, instructing Sandboat and Shaliji to discreetly bring several chosen individuals to meet him. He had recently kept a low profile, residing in the house of Sand Leopard. Once the bestowal concluded, he planned to hand over the Thorn City stronghold to them and seek his fortune elsewhere. High Priest, we have arrived. Shaliji bowed respectfully against the wall, gazing devoutly at the walking priest seated upon the bed. In just a few days, he had gradually acclimatized to the bar's business, his demeanor transforming from that of a beggar to that of a lower-class resident. Indeed, a slight improvement. Shen Ming surveyed the 5 individuals before him. They were the only ones in Thorn City whose faith values exceeded 200. The reason he had refrained from bestowing gifts upon them until now was to ensure he gathered 5 individuals with such faith values to unlock the gateway to the ocean of the subconscious. At last, prior to the initiation of his plan, he had succeeded in assembling them. For wasteland dwellers and a sandboat captain, this was to be expected, as the minions of the Sand Crocodile gang, though also believers, had not progressed as swiftly as the seasoned wastelanders. Given your devotion to our Lord, today I shall guide you into the Hall of Grace to meet the High Priest. He will convey the blessings and encouragement from our Lord in recognition of your contributions. A collective breath was held among the 5, the atmosphere within the room thick with excitement and fervor, palpable to the naked eye. It is our honor to be in attendance. Now, join me in prayer and meditation. May grace bestow upon all beings, and may suffering cease. This marked Shen Ming's inaugural occasion leading wastelanders into the Hall of Grace. The process was quite simple. He was well aware of the coordinates of the hall within the subconscious ocean of the wasteland. With a little guidance, the faithful imbued with the essence of grace would find their way there. A veil of mist materialized from thin air, enveloping all the meditating believers. In an instant, the scene shifted, and the 5 found themselves in the Hall of Grace. The sandboat captain opened his eyes to behold a magnificent table adorned with a grand bronze bell and a young figure radiating divine light standing before him. Trembling, he knelt down. Praise the grace. Is this the realm of the divine? Is this the might of the gods? With but a single thought, one can traverse mountains and rivers to arrive here. He felt that all his past experiences were mere folly, and only by following the God of grace had he begun to comprehend the wonders and magnificence of this world. The 4 seasoned wastelanders, upon opening their eyes, also knelt, their heads bowed as they muttered indistinct prayers. Shen Ming did not urge them to rise, allowing them a moment to acclimatize. Shaliji was the first to regain composure, trembling as he stood and respectfully performed a 90-degree bow. He understood that the Lord of Grace preferred not to receive such gestures of submission. Yet the overwhelming aura of the divine, nay, merely the High Priest's presence, rendered them breathless, compelling them to kneel close to the ground for a semblance of support. It is our honor to be summoned by the High Priest. He did not ponder why the High Priest appeared so young. After all, as the emissary of the divine, he possessed the secrets to eternal life. The sandboat captain and the others gradually stood up, bowing with their bodies, too fearful to meet Shen Ming's gaze, uttering, "It is our honor." Observing their continued tremors, Shen Ming remained unconcerned and spoke. "I have received the report from the traveling priest and acknowledge your devotion. You must understand that it is grace that has granted you a new life. Henceforth, you should always hold grace in your hearts, spread his holy name, and remember his teachings, dedicating your strength to the revival of the divine kingdom." Revival. This was a deity emerging anew. The breath of Sha Chuan grew noticeably heavier. His head lowered as he joined in the chorus of praise, "Praise the bestowal." Shen Ming nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to elucidate the rules of the bestowed gifts. Although all 5 had met the requirements to ascend as followers, Shen Ming intended to bestow gifts selectively. Only Sherry Ji and Sha Chuan would receive the blessings as previously planned. Granting gifts too liberally could engender arrogance among the followers, while judicious bestowal would serve as a source of motivation. Considering that he already possessed several potent abilities, which he could directly impart without requiring their imaginative input, he took into account the limited creativity of the wilderness dwellers. Their desired skills might not be practical and could carry undesirable side effects. Thus, during the introduction, he mentioned several skills to a few of the older members, including Thunder Spear, Dragon Breath, Diplomatic Language, Firearm Trade, and Undying Will. The skill of Secret Interrogation was too convoluted. Reckless inquiries could place this fledgling faction under undue pressure, so he opted not to bestow it at this time. The remaining skills had relatively minor side effects, as unlike players, they could not resurrect. Abilities with severe costs could easily lead to complications. Additionally, Shen Ming had previously experimented with resurrection skills before their arrival, finding it to be exceedingly useful. When empowered sufficiently, one could choose to undergo immediate flesh and blood recomposition for instant resurrection, albeit currently usable only once due to the escalating power requirements, of which he possessed merely 1 point. The blood mark ability, manifesting in Shen Ming, offered even greater versatility. After he shot himself in the temple, he returned to the Hall of Bestowal, where the Undying Will skill activated first, marking the passage to Hells among the numerous arrival channels. Choosing this path for descent would trigger the Undying Will, enabling his flesh and blood to be reconstituted. The Blood Mark skill identified all channels with a conscious connection to this passage, allowing him to arrive within the body of a corpse temporally linked to Hells. In summary, it was undeniably effective. Through acquiring the ability to resurrect, Shen Ming also confirmed that players' Undying Will skill lacked agency. They could only passively choose immediate resurrection, incurring the cost of increased rejection of divine power, manifesting as a cooldown of 2 days for resurrection. The 5 individuals listened, their minds momentarily stalled, as the high priest spoke of the wondrous possibilities of resurrection and the divine's might. It became clear why everyone yearned for the divine's gaze and made wishes. After a brief stupor, filled with exhilarating contemplation, Sherry Ji and Sha Chuan each requested the skills they desired. Sherry Ji chose Undying Will, while Sha Chuan opted for Thunder Spear. As for their reluctance to dream up their own wishes, they reasoned that since the high priest had offered recommendations, those must be exceptional. To seek personal desires further would seem greedy in the presence of the divine, potentially leaving a poor impression on the high priest. Moreover, he had indicated that should they grow more devout and contribute more, further opportunities for bestowal would arise. Therefore, the imperative was clear: they must survive. The choice made by the Wild Brother came as no surprise. However, the decision of the Sand Ship took Shen Ming aback. He had assumed that in the face of a second life, everything else would pale in significance. The Sand Ship harbored his own thoughts, fervently worshipping the deity while having received divine gifts, leading him to believe that from this moment forth, he truly embodied humanity, a genuine person endowed with capabilities, status, and a promising future. No longer was he the downtrodden wretch living each day in despair. Instead, he was a figure of consequence, one who had been acknowledged by the divine and was no longer subject to ridicule or oppression. He opted against resurrection, for it could not bestow upon him what he desired. It would merely allow him to tread cautiously in his second life. Only through strength could he secure a brighter future. He had witnessed the walking sacrifices wielding the Spear of Thunder and yearned to experience the sensation of holding such power himself. Naturally, Shen Ming could not have anticipated these ambitions and had no intention of doing so. After all, they were merely laborers, free to choose whether to tighten screws or haul bricks as they pleased. Shen Ming nodded, and after bestowing his grace, he refrained from issuing further instructions, sending them all back. Chapter 41. Suddenly elevated to management. Architects of the Universe Group. Loneliness of the Whale Fall. By the way, Shu Kuang wasn't he around yesterday? I completed the foundation of the side hall. Sandbox duration 30 years. Perhaps the construction site was inspected again. Dog emoji. Loneliness of the Whale Fall. Wasn't he just inspected? Which company is so diligent? Loving mode. ISNT. There a closed beta for the new game? Maybe you want to play it. Drunk in this life. Is there anything more entertaining than my universe? I doubt it. Half-Life of Recklessness. I'm here. Half-Life of Recklessness. The game is truly remarkable. Half-Life of Recklessness. It is indeed more enjoyable than my universe. Well, I can't say that entirely, as they are not even comparable. Little Radish and Little Pineapple. No way. Is it true? Have you played it? What genre is it? Sandbox. Sandbox duration 30 years. Vomiting. A traitor has emerged among us. Half-Life of Recklessness. Did you see that post? It mentioned something, though I'm not entirely sure of the genre. In any case, it can be played as a sandbox. Loneliness of the whale fall. How do you haul bricks? Didn't you say every speck of dust is independent? How can you haul bricks? With mud? Loving mode. Perhaps it's about making cement? Sandbox duration 30 years. Making cement? If every particle of soil were real, I'd de-stream myself eating dirt. Half-life of recklessness. Half-life of recklessness. It is indeed real. Cold and proud, evil young master. Lying is for dogs. Drunk in this life, what? Half-life of recklessness. But it's not what you think. Alas, I'm slow at typing and can't express it clearly. Group leader has appointed half-life of recklessness as an administrator. Group leader has activated group mute mode. Architects of the universe. I'm quite interested. Please elaborate. Half-life of recklessness. Zhang Xin also did not expect that playing a new game would lead to being elevated to management. He began typing according to his own thoughts, introducing the group leader and the brothers in the group to the game bestowal. Half-life of recklessness. The game indeed engages all 5 senses. Aside from being able to summon an attribute panel with thought, it bears no difference from the real world. The functions of the game need not be elaborated upon, as Brother Goo's posts have already covered them. The primary focus of interest lies in the labor of bricklaying. The environment in the game bears an uncanny resemblance to reality. However, due to the wilderness setting, the variety of materials is limited to wood, soil, and stone. These can be processed into building materials, yet no processing methods exist, necessitating manual labor for chopping or grinding, and the tools available are rather scant. Nonetheless, this game features a remarkable mechanic of unrestricted skills, which is truly impressive. Players can manifest any skill they desire. In my quest to construct, I wished for the ability to alter the shape of sand and permanently solidify it, and thus acquired this skill, which matched the description perfectly, albeit with some minor side effects. I felt quite pressured. After a brief pause to reflect on the day's gaming experiences, I resumed typing. Initially, I shaped a piece of stone brick from the soil I had gathered. Aside from its earthy hue, its hardness surpassed that of ordinary red bricks. It was simply a matter of thought. The soil restructured in my palms and then solidified. The sensation was so vivid that it created an almost surreal detachment from reality, indescribably exhilarating. We then set out to construct a wall outside our village, which had been established by the first batch of players as a stronghold, featuring buildings that embody the game's wilderness aesthetic, a refreshing sight. I discovered that not all soil could be molded directly. It required prior contact with my hands. Thus, we devised a plan to first create a trough with the soil I had touched, then mix in more soil before proceeding. The trough was approximately the size of an excavator's bucket, very thin and incredibly hard, impervious even to bullets. I dedicated over half an hour to this endeavor. Did you really lay there for half an hour? One player inquired. Overcome with excitement, I neglected to mention that the skills came at a cost. My ability to shape and solidify the soil resulted in my own petrification. The more intricate the form I created, the more prolonged my own petrification became. Previously, a single brick required only a few seconds, but this trough took half an hour to solidify. Fascinating, another player remarked. Continuing, I noted that our focus had drifted. We abandoned the wall project and spent the entire afternoon crafting numerous high-hardness clay shovels, clay axes, clay spears, and clay buckets. They even suggested I create a clay pistol. But without any blueprints, we ultimately decided against it. By evening, after dinner, we concluded our activities. Half madness. Right, there's also the matter of sustenance. When one is weary, hunger inevitably follows. Last night, I indulged in wolf meat for the first time. The flavor was rather acceptable, albeit lacking in seasoning. The primary sensation was its remarkable freshness. After our meal, we used shovels to transfer a substantial amount of soil into the troughs, mixing it with wooden sticks. They mentioned that since we were about to log off, with several hours of petrification looming, we might as well construct a room. Thus, I prepared 2 additional troughs and directly fashioned a house from the soil of 3 troughs, replicating my bedroom at home perfectly, relying solely on memory and imagination. Half madness. I began stacking the soil directly on the ground, akin to 3D printing, with walls that were alarmingly thin, merely 5 millimeters thick. I surmised that it would undoubtedly fail in terms of insulation and soundproofing, primarily due to the insufficient amount of soil, which hindered the construction of thicker walls. Nevertheless, the hardness was commendable. Even with a mud axe, one could hardly make a dent. Half madness. Before logging off, I had become utterly immobile. And they carried me into the house, where I promptly fell asleep and logged off. Cosmic Architect. Understood. I shall make an appointment first. Group mute has been lifted. Arrogant Rogue. Damn, I really want to play? How does one get selected? The solitude of Whale Falls. With so many details, it hardly seems fabricated. I'm quite intrigued. Sandbox duration 30 years. I do not believe it. It must be a fabrication unless I can experience it myself. Love's mode. I remain skeptical. It surely must be concocted unless I can venture inside to try it out. Egyptian Bricklayer. Speaking of petrification, what does it feel like? Is the entire body rigid? Half madness. Indeed. Drunken in life. I have a bold idea. Little radish and little pineapple. Let me see the punishment. Zhang Xin expressionlessly typed the words "you have none" on the keyboard, contemplated for a moment, then deleted it. Ah, let them be. Everyone harbors bold ideas. As I was carried back to the house by the crowd last night, my gaze was intimately drawn to my lower half, though thankfully, I refrained from unzipping my pants for a quick glance. I'm exhausted. Let it be as it may. Chapter 42. Evading consequences. The following day, upon logging in, Zhang Xin discovered that his body had become languid. He sat up in bed, observing that the other bed in the shared room was already vacant. It appeared that Penguin had logged in. With an increase in players, the notion of residing in the same house had become nearly impossible, prompting them to reallocate their living arrangements. Each pair of individuals would occupy a small house, leaving the largest one available for a meeting room and armory. Today's tasks were numerous. Due to the failure to construct the walls as planned the previous night, a new effort was required. First, they needed to select the type of wall, determining whether it would prioritize hardness or thickness, ultimately establishing the specifications. Next, they had to gather soil. It was impractical to continue excavating around the village, as this vast undertaking would deplete the limited soil supply, potentially transforming the area into a basin. They considered relocating to a more distant site or even excavating a basement as a viable alternative. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to find the loyal hound on strike. Xin and the others were animatedly discussing matters in the open space before the meeting room. While he occasionally spotted several NPCs entering and exiting other rooms to clean, yet he saw no one else. I find this approach feasible, at the very least. It will allow us to navigate through the initial phase. Furthermore, with the recognition of amnesia, the second phase will prompt him to realize that he has indeed completed the flash. The only drawback is that we must rewrite the prompts each time and carry a writing instrument, which lacks flexibility. Listening to the analysis from Dog Brother, Zhang Xin appeared utterly bewildered, pondering the subject of their discussion. As he approached the trio, he observed that Steel 6 was bound by ropes, with obscure symbols or writings painted in a deep black on his forearms. Dog Brother, with his hands smeared in darkness, gestured with a slender piece of charcoal, while Xinqing assisted in untying Steel 6. Engaging in such binding games in the early morning? Quite intriguing. What are they up to? It seems that Dog Brother and Xinqing are assisting in the exploration of skills. Steel 6 appeared quite pleased. He raised his bound hands, signaling to Xuanquang to examine his arms, stating, "Look, if I fill my arms with prompts, I can maintain composure during the period after the flash, at least enabling me to execute the positional shift properly." Xuanquang listened, his expression one of confusion. He turned to Loyal Dog, who smiled and explained, "Recently, there has been a resurgence of interest in online literature, bringing forth works from the early century. I have collected a number of films and series, and yesterday, when I saw the skill cost of Steel 6, it felt familiar. After logging off, I revisited some of those films and found inspiration in one. Although the amnesia following the flash diminishes the possibility of a surprise attack, it still serves as a means of positional transformation. Thus, I thought, since we cannot evade it, we might as well mitigate the losses, making the positional shift function more normal. To illustrate, in a duel where two individuals cannot see each other, if one side discreetly changes position, leveraging the information gap could yield unexpected advantages. "Ah, I see," Xuanquang responded. "Based on this line of thought, we simply need to ensure that Steel 6 remains quiet post-flash, refraining from movement or noise, and patiently await the end of the amnesia. Therefore, we endeavored to inscribe prompts on his arms, indicating that this was merely a psychological test, advising him not to move or make sounds, and that it would conclude shortly. As for the rationale behind this method, let Xinqing elucidate. These ideas are her concoctions." Xinqing, seemingly displeased that Dog Brother shifted the explanation onto her, untied the ropes for my steel six, and addressed Xuanquang. To realize Dog Brother's vision, there are two main points: psychological guidance and suggestion. When a person suddenly appears in an illogical situation, their instincts compel them to immediately check their body and assess their surroundings. Thus, we simply need to guide them to discover the clues promptly, and binding their hands serves as an excellent method. Not only does it restrain movement to some extent, but it also ensures that he notices the prompts on his arms immediately. Moreover, binding the hands serves as an excellent means of suggestion. We must consistently reinforce this implication in our daily interactions, such that he comprehends that upon seeing his hands bound, he has successfully executed the maneuver of teleportation. Thus, when he transcends the phase of amnesia, the sight of the ropes and the markings on his arms will remind him of his objective, allowing him to proceed with the prior plans. Naturally, due to the initial phase of amnesia, we remain unaware of the extent of his memory loss. Considering that individuals of varying ages might react differently to the binding and guidance, it is advisable to employ a fastening mechanism that he has recently mastered, one that he can untie by himself, thereby avoiding any forced struggles, and upon regaining consciousness, he will intuitively understand how to release himself. Half Insane listened as they conversed animatedly, his expression growing increasingly astonished. What on earth were these two up to? Their professionalism was striking. Remarkable. Had the experiment succeeded? The results were quite promising. I, the crafty one, was brimming with excitement. They had drawn a circle behind the house, and I had teleported inside it. Meanwhile, Dog Brother and Xian Qing hid nearby, observing. They remarked that upon noticing the cues on my hands, I squatted down and remained motionless. After the amnesia subsided, I found myself at the designated target location, and I understood that I had succeeded. Half Insane suddenly pondered how gaming could be so mentally taxing. Speaking of which, what is it like to experience amnesia? If I were amnesiac, I would surely have no idea. So I asked, gazing at myself with disdain. I, the crafty one, rolled my eyes. Half Insane paused, then awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled lightly. The experiment concluded here. We would study further at another time. Today was significant. We needed to delineate the area of our new stronghold and determine its size. Where were the others? They were absent. There were too many people. Last night, they had devoured all the fresh meat, and this morning, they had all ventured up the mountain to hunt. Damn. I suddenly felt an urge to experience that as well. There will be plenty of opportunities. You are the foreman now. Focus on the housing first. Chapter 43. The actors are in position in the City of Thorns. Despite it being midday, the alley where Shen Ming found himself was rather dim. The winding passageways and adjacent high-rise buildings obstructed direct sunlight, and the humid air blanketed the ground in corners with a fine layer of moss. Shen Ming walked briskly, seemingly eager to traverse the alley and reach the main street. In the shadows behind him, a few indistinct figures trailed, their faces obscured, yet their menacing aura betrayed them as hunters in pursuit of their prey. Not bad. After 2 days of intensive training, this group of wilderness brothers finally exhibits some semblance of a mafia. However, I wonder where the members of the Sand Crocodile Gang are lurking. As per our prior arrangements, early this morning, the sand boats reported the location of the killer who had slain the sand leopard. Since the body of the leopard was absent, we had no knowledge of who had taken its life. All information had been relayed by the people of East Street. To prevent the East Street crew from randomly executing a wandering soul to fabricate evidence, the Sand Scorpion's deputy had dispatched 2 individuals to follow them and track the murderer. Sand Elephant and Sand Tower received orders to observe their capabilities and ensure they witnessed the East Street individuals eliminate the culprit firsthand. Although the exchange of interests had been completed, the facade of appearances still needed to be maintained. Even if Dong Street had found an inconsequential individual to substitute for the true assassin, this person at least needed to possess the capability to eliminate the target, Sha Bao. After all, the reputation of the Sha Crocodile Gang was earned through strength, not deceit. The two had been tailing the assassin with Dong Street's men for some time. He was indeed an exceptionally cautious individual, nearly discovering them on several occasions. Fortunately, their professionalism ensured that they remained undetected. In densely populated areas, initiating violence would be classified as a provocation against the city's laws, thus it was imperative to strike in a secluded location. This alley appeared to be the most opportune place. As long as they acted swiftly, by the time anyone in the building noticed something amiss, the body might already have been disposed of in the sewers. Just as they were approaching the designated spot, Shen Ming suddenly accelerated and dashed outward. At that moment, the two believed the assassin had spotted them and was about to flee, when suddenly a figure emerged from the second-floor balcony on the left, firing 2 shots at the assassin. It seemed the assassin had anticipated the trajectory of the bullets, as he deftly evaded to the right and took refuge in the doorway of a nearby building, swiftly drawing his pistol to return fire at the balcony. A master. Undoubtedly a master, likely enhanced by genetic modifications related to crisis response, for such rapid reflexes were beyond the ordinary. A scream echoed from the balcony, followed by the sound of someone hastily fleeing through the door. Realizing escape was futile, the assassin turned back, firing several shots toward their location with resolute precision. The crowd quickly sought cover, but Sha Lu, positioned further back and slower to react, was caught off guard. At that moment, a subordinate from Dong Street unexpectedly pushed him aside, only to be struck by a bullet in the arm. Coming to his senses, Sha Lu gazed at this older Dong Street lackey, who bore a striking resemblance to a wild man, and felt an unprecedented flicker of gratitude. In a world rife with treachery and underhanded dealings, it was remarkable to find such loyalty within the ranks of the Sha Crocodile gang, especially from a former subordinate of Sha Bao. Even if it was motivated by a desire to curry favor with superiors, one could not deny that this man had saved his life. With no time for further words, the members of the Sha Crocodile gang retaliated immediately. Outnumbered and outgunned, they quickly established a suppressive fire, and the alley erupted in gunfire. The 2 observers refrained from joining the fray, having received no orders to assist. Instead, they maintained a watchful distance, retreating slightly to avoid injury. The assassin was clearly a formidable foe. Sha Bao had likely provoked him and met his demise as a result. Meanwhile, Shen Ming, concealed within the doorway, silently counted down the rounds of gunfire before suddenly bursting forth towards the alley's exit. He must not be allowed to escape. Taking advantage of the suppressive fire, Sha Chuan and his 2 companions sprinted to a nearby doorway. When they saw the assassin emerge, they instinctively raised their weapons and fired. Perhaps overly confident in his instincts, the assassin managed to evade several bullets, but ultimately sustained a wound. A bullet struck his leg, momentarily halting his momentum, after which he tumbled back into the doorway, rolling for cover. Ah, so you are but a novice, perhaps newly endowed with enhancements. Thus dismissing the members of the Sand Crocodile gang. Observing the wounded assailant, Sha Xiang smirked twice. He had encountered individuals of this ilk far too often, those who, by mere chance of acquiring enhancements, delude themselves into believing they stand above others, disregarding the common folk. Little do they realize, although most of Sand Crocodile's subordinates are ordinary, they have vanquished countless genetically modified individuals. Struck in the leg and now surrounded, he is destined to perish here today. In the daylight, one must act swiftly, striving to evade the approaching law enforcement. Before long, the assailant, attempting to retaliate, found his firearm disarmed. A cry of despair escaping his lips as the underlings of East Street rushed towards him. Neither Sha Lu nor Sha Xiang moved. They merely needed to observe from afar as the assailant met his demise. The underlings of East Street were mere novices, and caution was paramount. Should the assailant abandon his weapon, it could very well be a trap, and rushing in would surely lead to their downfall. This cautionary philosophy, honed over many years, was their means of survival. At this moment, Shen Ming leaned against the wall of the doorway, having sustained gunshot wounds to his forearm and thigh, allowing blood to flow freely without any attempt at immediate first aid. Surrounding him were the members of East Street, each bearing expressions of awe and tension, for they had wounded the esteemed sacrificial lord. Shenli Ji, how is it that you 2 have been struck? I aim towards an unoccupied area. How could I have hit you? My lord, the Sand Scorpion's men were carelessly colliding with the bullets. I was compelled to give him a push out of concern for his safety. Hurry, fire your weapon, lest the law enforcement arrive and all this be in vain. Sha Chuan observed the sacrificial lord, who seemed impatiently yearning for death, tremblingly raised his handgun, closed his eyes, and fired. The shot went awry, the bullet grazing Shen Ming's ear before embedding itself in the wall. Why the theatrics of tormenting a captive? This was not part of yesterday's script, Sha Chuan thought, opening his eyes to the sacrificial lord's bewildered gaze, which only intensified his panic, prompting him to shut his eyes once more. Bang, bang, bang. To his surprise, Sha Chuan demonstrated remarkable loyalty, firing multiple shots. Was this an act of vengeance for Sha Bao? Sha Xiang remarked as he and Sha Lu approached to ensure the assailant lay defeated. 2 shots to the forehead, 1 to the neck, and one to the ear, he was thoroughly dead. "Well done. You are now the new leader of East Street," Sha Xiang praised, patting Sha Chuan's shoulder. Then adeptly lifting the assailant's corpse and personally disposing of it into the sewer. Meanwhile, Sha Lu scrutinized Shun Li Ji, pondering for a long while before finally inquiring. "What is your name?" Shun Li Ji, taken aback, replied in the rugged dialect of the Southern Star System. "I am called Shun Li Ji, my lord." "A wildling, is it?" "Your intonation is unmistakably distinctive, reeking of trash talk." "Indeed, my lord." Shun Li Ji appeared somewhat embarrassed, standing still while cradling his injured arm. No wonder. The Sand Crocodile gang was not devoid of wildlings. These individuals often drifted aimlessly within the gang, lacking a stronghold or support, mere foot soldiers in the fray, seeking to cling to a powerful ally in hopes of saving their own skins. A fleeting sensation of emotion and fervor gradually faded away. Sha Lu nodded slightly and, with a tone of indifference, remarked, "Return and tend to your wounds. The news of your slaying of the murderer will soon reach the boss. Conduct yourselves well on East Street, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards." With that, he disregarded the group standing nearby and departed to report back. Sha Chuan gazed at the blood-stained well cover, restless and tempted to retrieve the body of the venerable sacrifice for a more honorable burial. Yet, he feared that any slip of the tongue would render today's efforts futile. Beside him, the seasoned wilderness dweller, Brother Saman, cast a composed glance at Sha Chuan and said, "Since the venerable sacrifice has forbidden us from handling his sacred remains, he will surely have his own means of reclaiming them. We must adhere to the instructions given." Uncertain whether he had come to understand or had merely been persuaded, Sha Chuan nodded. He bowed deeply to the well cover several times before signaling for everyone to return to East Street. Chapter 44. A New Journey in the Hall of Grace. Shen Ming reflected on his final moments with a sense of exasperation. The actions of Sha Chuan left him speechless. It was only after the third shot that he met his demise, having acutely experienced the sensation of a severed throat. However, considering he had successfully managed the upper echelons of the Sha Crocodile gang, all that remained was to cultivate in silence and await the forthcoming transaction with General Sun. He pondered whether, in light of Sha Bao's death, General Sun would still be inclined to collaborate with the new leader of East Street. Before his demise, he had instructed Sherridge and the others to visit the Hall of Grace around the middle and end of each month to report the latest news via meditation. Of course, whether they would be received by the wandering priest or the chief dignitary depended on their own state of mind. He observed the map formed by the players' collective consciousness on the wooden table, noting that with the increase in participants, the exploration range had indeed expanded significantly. The map of the small Grove Hill outside the village had grown more than double its original size since its first display, indicating the players' diligent efforts. He resolved to strive equally hard. After several days of study and preparation, the African penguin finally decided to set off. He organized all the known information from the players and resolved to retrace the route they had taken. Indeed, they had oriented themselves by the sun. The initial group of players had traveled northward, while he chose to venture south. The north was likely a stronghold for various factions, where miscommunication could lead to trouble in the untamed wilderness. Thus, he opted to journey southward, to appreciate the scenic landscapes crafted by the developers, while also gathering information from comrades stationed at their base. His preparations were somewhat inadequate, as resources were limited and many survival tools were unavailable in the game. He would have to utilize whatever was at hand, relying on improvisation. Additionally, provisions at the base were scarce, further constraining their support. Nonetheless, everyone earnestly endeavored to equip him with a variety of gear and supplies, which deeply moved him. The most valuable items were the extraordinarily resilient tools that had taken an entire morning to craft: a high-strength earthen dagger, a high-strength earthen hand axe, and a high-strength short-handled saw shovel. For the first time utilizing earthen equipment, I felt an exhilarating sense of novelty. Although the three pieces of gear appeared to be crafted from soil, they were adorned with a unique coating infused with psychic energy, rendering them remarkably sharp and exceptionally durable. To minimize weight, the handles of the hand axe and the saw shovel were fashioned from wood rather than solidified earth. Given that the energy gun required energy rods for power, and with the scarcity of such rods and the absence of a stable supply for firearms, I opted against carrying a weapon, instead choosing tools that could also serve as weapons: the axe and the shovel. My comrades at the outpost provided me with some dried vegetables and jerky, enough to sustain me for 2 days, after which I would need to forage for food myself, as our food reserves were not abundant. Notably, through communal effort, a female NPC fashioned a leather bag from the pelt of a captured black wolf. This could be considered the first character backpack in the game, slightly larger than a conventional backpack, perfectly accommodating the supplies I had prepared, though anything beyond that would be impossible to carry. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for their generosity, especially since I had yet to contribute anything in return but had taken some provisions. Standing at the entrance of the village, I gazed at the newly erected earthen wall, approximately 10 meters tall, perhaps more aptly described as a soil stick due to its mere 1 meter width. The African penguin was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on the brief 3 days spent here, reminiscent of the time spent living among the mountain folk. This experience transcended mere gaming. It was a genuine second world. The retreat drum accompanied the group to see me off, patting my shoulder and advising, "Be cautious out there." Although we have yet to encounter predators, as the NPCs indicated, they are among the most common threats in the wilderness. I nodded with a smile, reassuring him, "No worries. Even if I were to perish, I could always respawn. My only concern is losing my tools, which would be truly unfortunate. I now realize how beneficial it is that traditional games do not allow for equipment loss. Such a relief. Alas, it is a pity that I cannot return to the Hall of Grace to view the real-world map. I can only catch glimpses of it on the forum. How is your drawing skill, Penguin? If you come across something interesting, sketch it for us. I'll do my best, but please don't critique my artistic abilities too harshly." I chuckled. "All right, let us embark. With the morning upon us, we have ample time to traverse further before nightfall. Do remember to take care of yourselves as we log off this evening. Farewell, my friends, until we meet again." With a tender smacking of lips, I observed the earnest African penguin and teased, "Why the poetic flair? We see each other in the group every day?" The loyal hound laughed, nudging the tender heart beside him. "The atmosphere has reached this point. You ought to refrain from speaking." Watching the resolute penguin set off, the retreat drum rolled his eyes and quipped, "This fellow enjoys embellishing things. Let us also depart for the mountains. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves without meat in a couple of days. I shall join as well. I can no longer build walls. A 1-meter wall has me lying down for an entire afternoon. This gaming experience is abysmal. It simply cannot be played this way. Such heights are unnecessary." Shukong. Recently, I came across a comic from the early 2000s, and ever since I have been contemplating the construction of an identical wall. It is rather absurd. Every time Muna gazes at me, her expression suggests that she perceives me as somewhat unhinged. Perhaps she is merely curious about my fortitude? I could certainly endure for quite some time. Can she? Such musings render the situation rather dull. Today, our expedition team was led by the retreating drum, accompanied by fellow adventurers Hearts Clear, Little A, Iron Hook, and the ever-enthusiastic Half-Lively Madness, who insisted on joining. Remaining in the village has proven excessively monotonous, as one can only engage in rudimentary conversations with NPCs or assist them with menial tasks. Thus, we alternate daily, venturing out to hunt and relish the thrill of exploration. Whether due to a language barrier or the NPCs lacking intricate backstories, despite our daily gestures and attempts at communication, we have yet to trigger any new quests. This has led players to momentarily regard these NPCs as mere background characters. However, it seems peculiar that an NPC with such advanced AI would not strain server capabilities. They behave as if they are fully sentient beings, yet aside from their mundane existence, they offer no interaction with players. Were it not for the slight increase in awareness gained from conversing with them, I doubt any players would remain in the village. Currently, hunting and exploration significantly enhance awareness. Yet as the number of black wolves hunted increases, this enhancement diminishes. Moreover, the areas we can traverse within a day have been thoroughly explored, without venturing into new territories. Awareness gains cease. Thus, the only reliable method to steadily increase awareness remains communication with NPCs and learning their languages. After several days of experimentation, we have summarized a few methods for enhancing awareness and shared our findings on the forum, titled Closed Beta Diary 2. Naturally, the usual critics abound in the comments section. Chapter 45, Closed Beta Diary 2, posted an hour ago. With the arrival of the second batch of players, our numbers have increased, and our outpost is steadily undergoing renovations. Thanks to the inclusion of our comrade from the Half-Lively Madness group, we now have a broader array of options for our construction endeavors. To briefly outline our renovation plans. Once we complete the basic security measures within the village, we intend to erect a formidable new outpost adjacent to the village, complete with towering walls. Anticipating that new players will inevitably arrive near the life scepter, we aim for this new outpost to serve as the primary spawn point for all players, as well as the first fully functional player haven, providing temporary shelter, intelligence exchange, and resource trading, a veritable novice village. Players with a penchant for management and construction are welcome to collaborate with us in building this outpost, while those who seek adventure can gather the information and resources they desire before embarking on their own quests. Additionally, we have compiled and organized recent intelligence regarding game attributes. As mentioned in previous posts, the game features 5 attributes: awareness, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Currently, consciousness can be defined as an experience bar. Following our recent victory over the wildlings and the subsequent occupation of their stronghold, we have noted an increase of approximately 30 points in consciousness throughout the process. After several days of exploration, we have formulated some hypotheses regarding the avenues of this increase, primarily as follows. 1. The utilization and comprehension of skills. With an increased frequency of skill usage and the resulting insights, consciousness will experience a slight uptick, although the rate of increase will gradually diminish. This conclusion was drawn by myself and the esteemed Jiangnan's most passionate and muscular compatriots, who have engaged in extensive testing. 2. Exploring new, uncharted territories yields a modest enhancement. This observation was contributed by the loyal canine, who tirelessly endeavors in his pursuits. 3. Learning to craft tools and everyday items also results in a slight increase. This was contributed by the ever-optimistic Heart's Clarity. 4. Engaging in dialogue with NPCs or acquiring the game's language will lead to a stable increase. This insight was provided by Heart's Clarity, whose benevolence is well known. 5. Consuming novel foods contributes to a modest increase. This was tested and confirmed by the Iron Hook, who, in his quest for knowledge, endured 2 days of discomfort. 6. Physical exercise can result in slight enhancements. This was contributed by the muscular individual. 7. Repetitive labor, such as woodcutting, can also lead to a slight increase. This was noted by the Iron Hook. 8. Combat experiences may lead to increases as well. This remains speculative, as the excitement of the first battle caused me to overlook changes in attributes. 9. To be continued. Furthermore, the enhancement of the other 4 attributes is contingent upon the growth of consciousness. For every 20 points of consciousness gained, 1 free attribute point is awarded, which can be utilized to enhance the game's 4 dimensions. Presently, the mental attribute appears to be the most cost-effective, as each skill activation necessitates a consumption of mental energy. Other attributes can, to varying degrees, be improved through training within the game. For instance, an increase of 1 point in strength can instantly augment muscular power. Yet daily exercise can also gradually enhance strength, albeit this improvement will not be reflected as attribute points. This was substantiated by the muscular individual, the epitome of self-discipline. Lastly, we have confirmed that the language of the wild NPCs is an entirely new and systematic language, complete with its unique intonations and grammatical rules. I am unaware of the extent of labor invested by the developers in creating this language, but it is truly remarkable. We are still in the process of learning from the NPCs. However, due to our lack of foundational grammar in this language, we can only glean insights through practical interactions, resulting in a rather slow progression. Notably, one NPC, a gifted young lady, has begun to gradually master a small portion of spoken Mandarin. This represents a reverse output of the language. Today's records encompass these insights, and I look forward to our next encounter. Farewell. Time carries away memories. Hello? Is this 110? I would like to report a case. Yes. I called 120 regarding a person, and the individual is still here, yet 120 has vanished. Am I the only one who has noticed the charming young lady NPC? Infinite 18 games, the relentless struggle. This warrior, filled with curiosity, wonders what kind of food caused such distress. The intriguing delicacy, a sausage wrapped in a sausage, leads to a cycle of consumption and expulsion. Diarrhea is akin to drinking diluted substances. The laboring souls shall never be enslaved. A werewolf resides above, whether human or canine. All are showcasing their prowess. How envious I am of these Europeans. I, too, desire to partake. Choose me. Shall we team up? I am exceptionally skilled. The relentless struggle. The cannon melon, a plant reminiscent of watermelon, whose skin is edible, yet the flesh is sour, and its seeds are toxic. Hook brother consumes without spitting out the seeds, falling victim to its allure. The earthly immortals. Can anyone truly believe this? With such rudimentary game mechanics, even elementary students could devise something superior. It leaves me in stitches. I am not a wealthy heir. I seek to purchase a closed beta slot for 100,000. If available, message me, and I shall transfer immediately. What a muddle-headed boss. Bear Union's leveling service. The boss is truly perplexed. League leveling straight to the pinnacle. Interested parties may contact via forum. Lin Feng at Snow Mountain Temple. I am a fool. Shall we team up? I am exceptionally skilled. I am not a wealthy heir. Personal information is linked, rendering others unable to play. My family has attempted. Donga Shiga Hami Jie. In the end, there has been no mention of the imagined skills. If one cannot fabricate, then they resort to writing trivialities to gain experience. No? A good person lives life plainly. Hail to the developers. Bravo to Brother Gu. Covering ears to avoid the truth. I never expected the seemingly ordinary you to betray. Liver-friendly games. I am quite curious, if it were entirely authentic. What would the experience of possessing a slave entail? A place of feudal learning. Naturally, that would be a knowing chuckle, you understand. The poor monk. Spitting out large candies. Share the tale you just spun. The lively chatter of the forum starkly contrasts with the desolation within the game. In a stronghold of merely a dozen souls, tranquility reigns, punctuated occasionally by the sound of chopping wood. From a distance, it hardly resembles a dwelling. Loyal canines engage with NPCs, handling the cannon melons they recently discovered. The name of this peculiar melon was mentioned by the high priest long ago, and only recently did they uncover a few similar seedlings in the distant plains, which they have unearthed. The NPC, likely well acquainted with these melons, skillfully scoops out the flesh, dividing the skin into sections, stringing them together, and leaving them to dry on a rack. This seems familiar. Is this not the vegetable that Brother Gu pilfered near the entrance to the monster lair? The muscular titan continues to lift weights in the small plaza outside the conference room. Or rather, he lifts timber. Each log, large enough to embrace, measures a full 2 meters. After carving out 2 handholds, he fashioned smaller pieces for grips, persisting in his daily regimen. His physique noticeably improved since entering the game. Deep affection and I, exceptionally skilled, are chopping wood at the entrance. The camp is never short of timber, yet an entire log is not conducive to burning. A couple of days prior, the ironclad individual had cut a heap of wood near the entrance. Fortuitously, we converted it all into firewood, enhancing our awareness, thus not in vain. However, all tranquility and harmony are destined to be shattered. A heart-wrenching cry emanates from the forest beyond the village. Chapter 46. What in the world is this? Hold on. Damn, they are upon us. We are almost there. Help. Help me. In the heart of Jiangnan, a profound sense of urgency gripped the scene as he faced the dense woods. Upon hearing desperate cries for help, he swiftly turned his gaze towards the depths of the forest, where a few figures were seen frantically racing towards the village, seemingly pursued by an indistinct entity. What on earth is happening? He discarded his muddy axe and retrieved a bundle of hair wrapped in leaves from his leather jacket. There was no time to fetch a firearm. He had to assist immediately. With a ritualistic incantation, a rifle materialized in his grasp. Lao Lu, go inside and summon help. Bring out the guns. I'll scout ahead. With a spark of excitement, the mischievous companion nodded vigorously and shouted as he dashed into the village. Big muscle brother. A monster is approaching. Quick, grab the energy guns. It's a city defense battle. Hearing the commotion, Big Muscle hurriedly dropped a tree trunk and rushed into the armory. Meanwhile, Dog Brother, facing a bewildered NPC, felt a surge of panic. Why did you bring the monsters here? There are NPCs around. What happens if they perish? He gestured vehemently, instructing them to follow him to the basement for refuge. Muna, grasping Dog Brother's intent, comforted the others and led them hastily into the leaderess room. However, at the entrance to the basement, they paused, hesitating to descend. Hurry down. It's dangerous up here. You need to hide, and I'll let you out later. The dozen or so women exchanged fearful glances, their eyes reflecting anxiety, as if the basement entrance were the maw of a ravenous beast. The NPC's emotions seemed overly complex. It was as if they were crafted with uncanny realism, displaying signs of PTSD. With little time for further reassurances, he pointed towards Muna and then the basement, snatched an energy gun, and bolted outside, regardless of whether they understood him, shouting, "Stay inside. Quickly descend." Deep affection had reached the edge of the woods, where the formidable Steel Hook was carrying a bloodied good man, while Half-Mad was trailing behind with a mechanical rifle, glancing back intermittently, the gun barrel aimed skyward. Oblivious to its target. What is going on? There's a spider demon. Run. Grab the energy guns. This wretched gun is useless. What spider demon? Where are Gu Gu and Qingjia? Deep affection felt a colossal shadow surging behind him, yet the thick foliage obscured his view, preventing him from discerning the true nature of the beast. He raised his rifle and fired 2 shots into the ominous silhouette. Don't waste your ammo. It's impervious. A spider the size of a 2-story building. Damn, it's terrifying. Gu Gu has already been devoured. Devoured. As they neared the village, Liu holstered his weapon, supporting the faltering Xiao A as they continued towards the settlement. I need a boost. I can't run anymore. The immense shadow seemed to close in. Yet Deep affection dared not look back, only hearing Half-Mad emit a terrified scream followed by a barrage of gunfire. Stay away. Die, you wretched creature. The echoes of gunfire resonated through the air. 2 beams of blue light streaked past, heralding the arrival of the muscular giant, who charged forward with a firearm in hand. He discarded the excess weapons on his back onto the ground and excitedly rushed behind the others, inquiring about the nature of the impending threat. Steel Hook, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, exhaled a sigh of relief, his strength seemingly drained, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. Behind him, Little A collapsed like a rolling gourd, eyes fluttering open and shut, pallid and unable to utter a word. Heaving breaths akin to a ruptured bellows filled the air, and Steel Hook swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he cautioned, avoid close combat. Keep your distance. The spider's legs are too swift for melee. Unfazed by the plight of the 2 fallen comrades, Deep affection seized an energy gun and followed the muscular giant to provide support. The thrill of their endeavor had not yet peaked when they were suddenly chilled by the fearsome sight of a colossal spider emerging from the depths of the forest. A massive leg, resembling a gnarled tree trunk, thrust forth from the dense foliage, piercing the earth mere feet in front of them with a swift motion. Instantly, 7 additional enormous spider legs descended like plummeting steel rods, embedding themselves into the ground and nearby tree trunks. The bristles on these limbs resembled steel needles, and the thick joints bore an uncanny resemblance to animal bones, with 2 circular black spots on the protruding segments that, at first glance, appeared to be distorted skulls. Following this, a grotesque spider visage, adorned with large black eyes and 6 long, jagged fangs, emerged from the treetops. Its mandibles opened and closed rhythmically, dripping fresh crimson blood, accompanied by the unsettling sound of gnashing. At the front of its abdomen, 4 pairs of black, hairy appendages cradled a pulsating egg sac, at least half the size of its own body. What on earth is this? The first Deep affection from Jiangnan cast a fearful glance at the creature, nearly succumbing to panic, but fortunately, the game had somewhat mitigated negative emotions, and with strong willpower, he managed to suppress the sudden urge to flee. Stimulated, the muscular giant swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he beheld a genuine spider spirit. He raised his energy gun, aimed at the spider's head, and firmly pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fire. The enormous spider, sensing the threat, shrieked in response, its front legs darting forward with the fury of electrically charged sewing needles, forcing the 2 to dodge left and right to evade the onslaught. What the hell? Is this a boss? Where did you conjure this from? At that moment, the loyal dog, seemingly also engaged in the fray, arrived with a firearm in hand, his jaw dropping at the sight of the massive and bizarre spider creature. Recovering from his shock, the dog first helped Steel Hook to his feet, then turned his attention to Little A, whose chest had been pierced. Tentatively, he reached out to check for her breath. Good grief, her chest is perforated. Yet she still lives. How on earth can we save her? Steel Hook, after catching his breath, picked up an energy gun and, leaning against it for support, declared, "We'll carry her back. It nearly exhausted me. Thankfully, this spider spirit isn't swift, or we would be doomed." What about Brother Gu? Has he fallen? In the midst of chaotic turmoil, the gun in his hand seemed to have run out of bullets. He limped forward, picking up another weapon. His face ashen as he recounted, "I was devoured. 2 long spears pierced the spider's hind legs, and in an instant, the creature turned and swallowed me whole. Ugh. Just the thought of it makes me want to retch. Ugh, you just vomited on Little A's face. After all the trouble we went through to bring you back, now you've suffocated him again." Steel Hook stood speechless, wiping little A's face with his sleeve. There, that's better. Are you using a face mask? ISNT little A's skill resurrection? Why not just revive him directly? I completely forgot. Upon seeing that thing, my soul nearly fled. All I could think about was saving him. I just picked him up and ran. What about Xianqing? Is she dead too? Steelhook pointed to the left of the spider and looked up, exclaiming, There? That damned creature. I'll make you pay for this. With that, he raised his gun and charged forward. The loyal canine, having taken a moment to assess the situation, finally noticed that Xianqing was impaled on one of the giant spider's legs, her chest wedged in a joint, lifeless and utterly still. What kind of peculiar hobby does this spider have, to wear its prey like a trophy? I was exhilarated, experiencing this kind of battle for the first time since entering the game. While battling nausea, I cursed the game developers and hid behind cover, taking potshots at the spider's head whenever its legs were exposed and vulnerable. Suppressing my chaotic thoughts, the loyal canine also picked up a weapon and joined the fray. Shouting back, Shu Kuang, revive Little quickly and help us out. Blue lights converged in the forest, weaving a terrifying web of firepower. Under such relentless suppression, the spider finally began to show signs of fatigue. No matter how swiftly it waved its legs, it could not evade all the bullets. Soon, its face and limbs were marred with deep indentations. Chapter 47. Death Delivery. This is absurd. With such high defenses, how can these bullets not penetrate? What kind of spider is this? Are all game bosses this massive? Don't ask us. It's our first encounter too. Damn, that leg is as tall as I am. Damn it, I've been hit. The muscular giant shouted, his breathing faltering as his muscles began to contract. Although the spider's leg had not completely pierced him, it had left a deep gash across his chest, the barbed hairs adding crimson streaks to his injury. The muscular giant rolled to the side to evade another incoming strike from the spider's leg. He lifted his gun and pulled the trigger towards the joint in front of him, but no blue light emerged. It seemed the energy gun had run out of power. Discarding the weapon, he felt the blood on his chest and resolutely altered his breathing, his body swelling as he lunged at the spider's leg, seemingly intent on grappling with the creature. The intention was noble, but blood flowed more swiftly from his wounds. Yura, the loyal canine, observing from the rear, smirked. What kind of game fosters such a reckless fighting style at such a young age? He and I stayed back, lurking in the shadows, continuously firing at the spider's egg sac. He noted that every time he shot at its abdomen, the spider instinctively retracted its legs to shield itself. Surely, that egg sac cradled in its grasp was its Achilles heel. To devise a method to prevent it from blocking is essential, for the spider's legs move with astonishing speed. Have you ever danced the tap dance? The loyal dog paused, contemplating, then shouted to the person ahead. On the count of 3, everyone aim for its belly and fire. Let us see if we can momentarily control it. Hurry up, dog brother. I can't hold on much longer. With a fervent determination, I crawled along the ground, evading the sweeping spider legs above, and unleashed a barrage towards the spider's abdomen. There was no time to aim. All my energy was devoted to dodging those lethal limbs. I hoped it would be effective. 1, 2, 3. The loyal dog inhaled deeply, fixating on the spider's pitch-black eyes, and unleashed a barrage of ancestral insults. The spider creature momentarily halted, retracting all its legs, then tilted its head back and let out a piercing shriek, accompanied by the chilling sound of grinding teeth, akin to countless nails scraping against a blackboard, inducing nausea and dizziness. Damn it, dog brother, are you sure about this? You've enraged the boss. The boss unleashed its abilities. Oh no, the area of effect stun. Quickly, cover your ears. I can't take it anymore. I feel I'm on the brink of death. My face flushed. I wiped it, only to find my hand stained with blood, uncertain whether it was from my eyes or a nosebleed. Shaking my woozy head, I leaned against a broken tree and glanced back, only to see dog brother standing motionless, thick black liquid gushing from his ears, nose, and mouth. His eyes had turned completely white, and his skin appeared to be melting away, flaking downwards until he resembled a bloody specter. What the hell? Damn it. Everyone noticed dog brother's transformation, rendered speechless by fear. The loyal dog trembled as the black liquid flowed over him, causing his skin and fat to peel away in patches, while his muscles expanded. In no time, he was entirely enveloped in black. Half crazed and nauseated, having just recovered, he gazed at the discarded human skin and fat, only to retch again. His stomach was empty, merely dry heaving. Damn it, dog brother was taken out. This is it, He turned into Black Dog Brother. While the players endured auditory torment and visual shock, the black loyal dog raised his hands, a predatory instinct awakening within him. His limbs moved, seemingly adapting to his new physique. Then, his head and neck grotesquely twisted 180 degrees. His obsidian pupils locking onto the bloodied figure of Goodman Ping, lying on the ground. What the hell? Dog Brother has mutated. Damn it. He's been controlled by the boss, a necromancer boss. Don't just stand there. One more, and we're all done for. The NPC is still in the village. Let us deal with Dog Brother first. The black loyal dog leaped high into the air, landing squarely on Goodman Ping A, raising his hands to strike down. Thud. A face, stained with blood and vomit, yet still remarkably beautiful, was crushed in. What the hell? Has he gone mad? Half-crazed, seized his weapon and unleashed a barrage at the mutated Dog Brother. However, the enhanced body, altered by the black liquid, exhibited surprisingly high defenses. A few shots of blue light merely staggered him. As the mutated dog charged towards him, he swiftly rolled to the side, lifting his head from the soil with a smirk, and exclaimed, "Here's a new house for you." Countless clods of earth tainted by vomit floated into the air, swiftly dispersing into dust around the mutated dog, before reconstituting and solidifying in an instant into a cage towering to a man's height, trapping the creature that was poised to leap again. Inside the cage, the mutated dog howled in fury, relentlessly battering the earthen bars, yet it remained unbroken. Curse it. I'm truly formidable. The dog is under my control. Let us deal with the boss first. Damn, I need a stone. With a thud, a rigid body collapsed onto the ground. This is insane. Leaning affectionately against a tree, he precariously aimed his gun with his remaining hand, while the other hung limply. A gruesome wound gaping on his upper arm, blood oozing from the torn flesh. After a shriek, the spider had already commenced a new round of assault, and the players at the forefront resumed their battle against the arachnid. The brawny player, unbeknownst to Win, had latched onto one of the spider's legs, his legs coiling tightly around it, desperately clawing at the crevices between its protruding joints, striving to inflict damage. I'll dismantle your legs, so you can't stab me. Desperation seeped in. I can't hold on much longer, damn it. Why can't I just win for once? Old Six, hurry. I have a plan. He had already discarded his gun, cautiously dodging the spider's strikes, and circled behind the tree. What is the plan? The shell is too tough. We need to attack from the inside. Send a delivery, Old Six. I'll prepare 2 grenades. You shove them in its mouth. Are you asking me to aim for its head? I'm at a loss, man. If I miss the first shot, I'm done for. I didn't say aim for its head. Just get them in its mouth. This is turning into a death delivery. Am I just a disposable asset now? There's no other choice. You're the only one who can do this. If we send Hook Brother in, we'll die even faster. Reflecting on the skill of the iron hook, he was momentarily silent. Stop dawdling. If we don't kill it here, the girls in the village will be doomed. Damn it, let us do it. Where are the grenades? Wait, I can't lift my hands anymore. Use your gun to help me remove my legs. Don't panic. It's just a game, don't overthink it. Bang, bang. With excitement, he shattered a leg, raising it triumphantly as if to boast. How about this? Is one leg enough? Are you even human? Who removes a teammate's limbs with such zeal? Hurry, deep affection. Time waits for no one. Hook and the brawny player can't hold out much longer. Deep affection coughed blood, gazing at the 2 legs and an arm in his hand, willing them as a sacrifice with the last remnants of his strength. As the grenade materialized, his head tilted and the connection was severed. It's not working. There are too few of us to withstand this. The iron hook panted, observing the spider's abdomen, already punctured by a bullet. Where's Old Six? A gunshot rang from behind, a blue light piercing through the trees, striking the spider's mouth and erupting in a bloom of crimson. Bingo! What the hell? You're alive? I reconnected after a long struggle. This is exhilarating. A virtuous soul, armored and resolute, sprinted forward with a firearm in hand. His face devoid of any trace of blood, his hair unblemished, reminiscent of a figure freshly emerged from the sanctum of grace. He knelt upon the earth, expertly positioning his weapon, eyes fixed on the spider's maw, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash his fire. And where was Sister Ching? She had valiantly rescued you from the spider's embrace, only to find herself ensnared in a sticky predicament. This game is utterly exhilarating. The combat experience far surpasses that of virtual reality. Her expression revealed no hint of panic or fear. Instead, a flush of excitement graced her cheeks. Steel Hook had intended to jest with her, but upon turning, he found the virtuous soul sprawled on the ground, her right shoulder pressed into the soil, forming a perfect arc. A tear in her garment revealed a delicate hint of white amidst the crimson battlefield. "Ahem, your attire is torn," he remarked. The virtuous soul shot him an unamused glance, retorting nonchalantly, "A true warrior is not troubled by trifles. Dare to gaze upon my eyes again, and I shall pluck them from your head." Steel Hook promptly turned back to unleash his fire, feeling an inexplicable surge in his attack speed. In the distance, the muscular giant clung to the spider's leg, the creature's jerky movements akin to a thrill ride, eliciting cries of exhilaration as he occasionally sank his teeth into the already mangled joints to replenish his health. "I'm still waiting for a chance. There's only one life to spare. If the timing falters, we're finished." He scrutinized the terrain for the ideal moment to utilize his blink ability, only to discover that the light filtering through the trees was scant. Clear the leaves overhead, let the sunlight in. Just as Steel Hook pondered, the virtuous soul had already taken action, swiftly firing upward, each shot targeting the junction of branches and trunk. Soon, a circle of emptiness was cleared, and the afternoon sun cascaded into the woodland, illuminating the spider's grotesque form in a more terrifying light. Strike its abdomen, compel it to retract its legs, and create an opportunity for Brother Six. The virtuous soul exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the spider's belly. Steel Hook hesitated no longer, following suit with fervent fire. "I'm still waiting for a chance," and with a thumbs up of appreciation for the virtuous soul, I remained vigilant. Just as the spider's front legs retracted, I blinked. The massive arachnid was taken aback by the sudden appearance of prey, its predatory instinct overpowering any moment of hesitation as it opened its gaping maw and swallowed me whole. The winds of fate churned, mission must proceed. A thunderous roar erupted behind, sending shockwaves that propelled stones and timber into the backs of the two, forcefully hurling them away. "Whoa, Six, you just healed the beast," I exclaimed in disbelief. "Let us retreat, lest we be obliterated." The virtuous soul grasped Steel Hook, who was retching against a tree, and they hastily retreated, her voice a steady murmur. "Brother Hook, you must do better. Such trifling matters should not rattle you. It will be challenging to lead you henceforth." "How can I not be capable? I simply require some acclimatization," he protested. Chapter 48, Spider Egg Shinching. "Brother Gu, please act like a human. You've been consumed. Stop inundating the group with images of face-hugging creatures." National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "My tender heart has endured a tremendous blow." National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "That mouth will forever haunt me as an inescapable shadow." Shinching. "If you continue to share, I too shall be left with nightmares." National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "What on earth is this? Even a mutated spider shouldn't appear in such a grotesque form." Shinching. "A predator, perhaps? It could be one of those NPCs transformed by the second moon's influence. I can't shake the feeling that this second moon may be the ultimate boss of the game." National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "The terrifying creatures and the moon boss remind me of a certain game." Shinching. "Which one?" National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. From the nostalgia section of the forum, a title from the early century, called Elder Ring? My memory is a bit hazy. National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "I recall watching a review on D Station, which left some impression." Shinching. "I shall look it up. There may be inspiration and references to glean." National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "Sigh, why haven't they returned yet? Our main combat force is missing. This defies logic." Shinching. "You are not human. Since the chat group isn't bustling, it indicates they have at least managed to escape. Perhaps that creature possesses territorial instincts. Or they fled swiftly, drawing the monster away." Although the game is exceedingly realistic, it remains a game, and monsters can indeed be led astray. This was validated during our initial battle, I'm certain of it. After a while, the Loyal Dog Strike made its appearance. Loyal Dog Strike. "Damn, Brother Gu. Your tastes are quite macabre. First, you gaze upon spiders, and now this?" National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "How did you come down? What happened to the village?" Shinching. "Where's Muna? What has become of them?" Loyal Dog Strike. "I am unloved." Loyal Dog Strike. "I couldn't get in. When I lost connection, I was still in the forest. How did you attract such a creature?" National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. "How did you meet your demise?" Shinching. "I'm unsure of its origin. We've been to that place before. Today, we noticed the corpse of a black wolf nearby and decided to investigate, only to have a spider emerge from the cliff's base." Shinching. I can no longer bear to utter the word spider. Loyal dog strike. I initially intended to converse with the boss. I merely greeted it, and suddenly, I could see nothing. Then, an array of bizarre symbols filled my vision. I barely had time to comprehend before the connection was lost. National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. What could you possibly discuss with a spider? Your legs are rather long. Loyal dog strike. Loyal dog strike. This is utterly exasperating. My energy gun couldn't even affect the spider's legs. National Level 2 Exit Drum Artist. Goodness. Does that mean it's all over? National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. It seems my Thunder Javelin is quite formidable. I even managed to pierce it. Xian Xing. Brother Gu, aren't your priorities a bit misplaced? National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. How astute. The three continued their discussion for a while until our good brother, Jiangnan's first romantic, logged off. Jiangnan's first romantic. What on earth did Brother Gu just post? Goodness. Jiangnan's first romantic. I reported it. National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. Is there still a village left? Xian Xing. Crying emojis. Jiangnan's first romantic. There must be. I'm certain we can win, though I keep dying every time, which is so frustrating. Jiangnan's first romantic. I'm astonished by this old six. Dismantling my arm is quicker than butchering pork. Luckily, my agility is high. Otherwise, I'd be unable to sacrifice myself before death. Damn it. Loyal dog on strike. Another thermal pressure grenade? Xian Xing. Romantic is amazing. Jiangnan's first romantic. That 1T work. The shell is too hard. Afraid it 1T penetrate. I swapped in 2 anti-tank grenades and let old six send them into the spider's mouth. Jiangnan's first romantic has been muted for 1 minute. National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. This cannot be discussed. Loyal dog on strike. Xian Xing. 1 minute later. Jiangnan's first romantic. Jiangnan's first romantic. What is this? Is this how you treat a hero? You all deserve a military tribunal. Loyal dog on strike. Brother Gu has developed PTSD. He got kissed, haha. Loyal dog on strike has been muted for 1 minute. Jiangnan's first romantic. Jiangnan's first romantic. We are professionals, unless we can't help it. Loyal dog on strike. Our current tactics are too simplistic. We need some offensive skills. If there's news from the third batch, we should discuss it with them. Jiangnan's first romantic. Dog brother, how can you still speak? You promised to control. Yet you betrayed us. Loyal dog on strike. How could I betray when I'm already dead? Xian Xing. Breaking news. National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. What on earth is happening? Jiangnan's first romantic. I roll. I don't know how dog brother operated. The boss went berserk and then transformed him. The scene was so gruesome I nearly vomited. Human skin everywhere, transformed into a black man, and even crushed little A. National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. That was somewhat expected. After all, he's the master of taunts. Loyal dog on strike. Xian Xing. Little A didn't come down, did she? Revived? Jiangnan's first romantic. I'm not sure. I didn't see her when I died. Perhaps. A little while later. Are we playing together? I'm awesome logged off. Are we playing together? I'm awesome. Goodness, what did Brother Gu post? Are we playing together? I'm awesome. I just got devoured, and then I log off to see this. I nearly lost my lunch. National Level 2 2A Tengu Artist. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Jiangnan's first romantic. Are we playing together? I'm awesome, tell me. Did it succeed? Are we playing together? I'm awesome, of course. This tactic is truly effective, KBXJ, though it's a bit costly, 2 attempts. Jiangnan's first romantic. Impressive. This cannot earn me the MVP title. Alas, this game lacks a campaign evaluation system. I shall leave a message on the forum. Shall we team up? I performed admirably. How did you become the MVP? Without me, it would have been impossible. I was even devoured by a spider. I have both merits and hardships to claim. National Level 2 Retired Drum Artist. Heartfelt. Doghead Loyal Dog on Strike. Doghead Mighty Muscle. How did this image get posted? Isn't it against the rules? The most affectionate of Jiangnan. Wow. Mighty Muscle. How did you come down? Did you lose? Did you not get blown to bits? Heartfelt. Loyal Dog on Strike. Oh my, Mighty Muscle. We must have won. I feel dead. The spider's face was obliterated, and my hand got stuck in the joint. Unable to pull free. A front tooth blew up in my face, and then it went black. Heartfelt. Quote, my hand got stuck in the joint, unable to pull free. What position is that? Did the tank penetrate you? Shall we team up? I performed admirably. Doghead, Mighty Muscle is incredible, gnawing on spider legs. How does it taste? Heartfelt. Frown. Frown National Level 2 Retired Drum Artist. Stimulating. Mighty muscle. Sour and stinky, filled with blood and viscous fluid. It must be toxic. My tongue feels like it's burning away. The most affectionate of Jiangnan. National Level 2 Retired Drum Artist. I shall declare you the strongest. Heartfelt. I shall declare you the strongest. Shall we team up? I performed admirably. I shall declare you the strongest. Chapter 49. After the battle, the good person, having survived a lifetime, rose from the ground, rubbing her bruised neck. Although the sensation of pain was muted, the residual discomfort gave her a feeling akin to having twisted her neck. She glanced at the steel hook nearby, who seemed yet to reconnect to the game, and surveyed her tattered attire. With a dismissive pout, her heart steady, she removed his shirt and donned it herself. Unlike the resurrection provided by the life staff, her skill merely reassembled the scattered remnants of flesh around her into a semblance of a person. Her clothes did not refresh. Thus, when she resurrected and noticed her pet white rabbit was out for a stroll, she had to fold the already short hem of her top to manage the situation, as there were no other garments available. After being knocked to the ground, the back of her shirt had suffered considerable damage and could no longer provide adequate coverage. Therefore, she borrowed the shirt from Steel Hook, as there was no issue with the man being bare-chested. However, it must be said, the leather was quite comfortable to wear. She crouched down and shook Steel Hook, noticing his furrowed brow and the apparent lack of consciousness. It seemed he had been knocked out by a stone or something similar. Thus, she let go of him, preparing to retrieve her firearm and return to the scene to assess the situation. The game did not feature a call to reality function, so if the system had not reconnected Steel Hook, shaking him would likely not revive him. It was prudent to confirm whether the monster was dead before anything else. Resupplying ammunition was essential. Years of experience with soul-like games had taught her that the scene of a boss retaliating with a single hit was all too common. A good person, cautious and deliberate, held the gun firmly as she stealthily approached the location of the exploding boss. After taking just a couple of steps, she spotted a mutated loyal hound ensnared in a muddy cage not far away. Its body was engulfed in darkness, and aside from its humanoid shape, it was nearly unrecognizable. What on earth is this? I didn't see it before. Was it captured in a frenzy? It does seem somewhat familiar. The artistry in this game possesses a rather unique flavor. She observed the blackened creature within the cage, relentlessly pounding against its confines yet unable to escape, and chose to ignore it, carefully circumventing the area. The scene was a chaotic spectacle. Viscous yellow-green fluid was splattered everywhere, and remnants of spider carcasses littered the ground and trees. No, to be precise, it was the remnants of spider heads, as their abdomens and the egg sacs embraced by 6 legs still dangled in the air. 8 enormous spider legs stood erect, embedded in the earth and trees, supporting the grotesque remains of the spider monster, suspended precariously above. One of the legs had a joint that was fractured, yet the corpse of a colossal creature clung tightly to it, its head impaled by a fong nearly the size of its own head. This is utterly horrific, a testament to humanity's battle to defend its last bastion against the monstrous spiders, she mused. It appeared the spider monster was beyond the point of revival, yet the eerie egg sacs continued to pulsate in the air, leaving her uncertain of their potential for resurrection. Thus, adhering to her instincts, she raised her weapon and fired several shots at the spider's abdomen. The blue light shattered the not-so-firm wall of the egg sac, and in an instant, a mixture of blood and yellowish slime cascaded down, accompanied by numerous black spider eggs the size of a head. The eggs appeared fragile, but exhibited an inexplicable resilience. Upon hitting the ground, they rebounded several times before scattering in all directions. The sheer volume was overwhelming, creating an illusion akin to a waterfall of bubble tea spilling from the spider's belly. As she beheld this bizarre scene, a wave of nausea surged through her throat, and she swallowed repeatedly to suppress the urge to vomit. She approached the nearest spider egg, prodding its surface with her gun, which yielded slightly under pressure. Yet the opaque black shell obscured any view of its contents. Stifling her disgust, she retreated a bit and aimed at the spider egg, firing a shot that caused the black liquid to erupt, splattering the surrounding soil and trees with a coat of darkness. I must extend my gratitude to the game designers for this gastrointestinal cleansing experience, she thought, feeling the urge to retch surge within her. Unable to contain her nausea any longer, she leaned against a nearby tree and succumbed to her discomfort. What in the world is this? Ugh, it reeks. My nose is about to fail me. Steel Hook approached, wielding an energy gun, and upon witnessing the scene, his eyes and nose scrunched in unison. What have you done? Hey, it's like a bomb went off in a latrine. Holding her nose, she gestured toward the nearly drained spider abdomen above. In a hoarse voice, she replied, I had to finish it off. I was afraid there might be something inside capable of revival. The atmosphere was thick with an unpleasant odor as Steelhook gazed at a nearby spider egg, casually firing a shot that only added to the grim scene. The good person, feeling exasperated, covered her mouth and nose and turned towards the village, wanting to escape the stench. Wait for me. Damn, it's truly foul. Where's Dog Brother? I can't see him, she muttered. Is he still in the cage? Have we just left him there? Is that dark creature in the cage Dog Brother? What on earth has transpired that I am unaware of? Ah, you weren't revived then, and Dog Brother was controlled by the boss. It seems somewhat reminiscent of the black liquid within the spider egg. Could it be that Dog Brother has transformed into a spider offspring? Regardless, the cage is permanent. Perhaps we should leave it for now and revisit once they are revived. Who knows, we might even uncover some insights. Steelhook appeared somewhat reluctant to finish off his companion, searching around while inquiring, by the way, where has the madman gone? I remember him collapsing nearby. There he is. Good person, A exclaimed, taking a few brisk steps to uncover the stiff form of their comrade, the madman, buried beneath a pile of dirt and branches. Noticing his wide, vacant eyes, she gently touched his nose, which was filled with earth, blinking innocently. He seems to be gone. What? He probably suffocated. How tragic. We nearly faced total annihilation. Yet, thankfully, we were clever enough to flee quickly. Good person, A shot a glance at Steelhook, rolling her eyes. Let us head back for now. We can deal with the bodies once the stench dissipates. Sister Ching once warned me that the heavy scent of blood might attract other entities, and we can call on the NPCs for assistance later. Understood, Steelhook replied, snapping off a green leaf twig and playfully inserting it into the madman's hair. Madman, here's a token of your grave. No need to thank me. Chapter 50. The Hunter and the Fallen. Observing the 7 players gathered in the gift hall, Shen Ming felt utterly speechless. Were they really so reckless as to dare die again, having just regained their powers after only a few days? High Priest, we discovered a spider monster. An enormous one. One of the players exclaimed, animatedly describing their findings. Shen Ming was genuinely astonished. He was certain that this colossal spider was an invader tainted by the second moon, a predator nurturing its young. He pondered whether the eggs were laid before or after the pollution, as these two states would yield vastly different types of invaders. The second moon of the wasteland appears only once every few decades, with an unpredictable cycle. As far as Shen Ming recalled, the last occurrence was 44 years ago, and the one before that nearly a century ago. However, for the denizens of the wasteland, such a span of time was too lengthy. They lacked the habit of chronicling history, only able to depict a droplet in the vast river of time with their fleeting lives. Each time the second moon re-emerged, the wasteland would be engulfed in endless darkness, devoid of light. During this period, any place devoid of light will give rise to malevolent entities, where the anguished whispers and demonic murmurs resonate in unison. Decay and corruption will erode the will of living beings, transforming them into dark adherents, the very predators that the denizens of the wasteland dread. Fortunately, the reign of darkness is not protracted. The creatures of the wasteland need only remain in illuminated areas to minimize their exposure to taint. Yet, with the arrival of the second moon, the time for the dark beings to revel arrives, spawning a plethora of new predators, further deepening the despair of this hopeless wilderness. The tainted predators have largely lost their sanity, driven solely by the instinct to feed. Their forms have mutated to become more formidable, yet they instinctively cower from the light, their power waning in brightness while amplifying and growing ferocious in darkness. The hunters, on the other hand, represent a more advanced evolutionary form. Through sufficient slaughter and consumption, the predators enhance in size and strength, gradually evolving a consciousness and intellect for the hunt, thus transforming into hunters. These hunters begin employing tactics such as luring, trapping, and herding in their predation, even forming small groups. In such instances, the light's debilitating effect diminishes, rendering them colder and more rational in the shadows. Undoubtedly, a colossal spider, feasting upon the carcasses of dark wolves while traversing the light, epitomizes a quintessential hunter, though its size may not be exaggerated compared to other known hunters. The egg sacs on its abdomen serve as a conspicuous indicator. Should this hunter have laid spider eggs prior to the corruption, those nascent lives would undoubtedly perish post-taint. Conversely, if the hunter commenced laying eggs subsequent to the corruption, it signifies its progression toward a higher form of darkness. Upon this realization, Shen Ming felt compelled to caution the players, urging them to remain vigilant and thoroughly investigate their surroundings after resurrection. If his suspicions hold true and the spider laid eggs post-corruption, it would signify the direst scenario, indicating the presence of at least one small cluster of corruptors lurking nearby. The players listened intently to the NPC as it elucidated the game's lore and monster intelligence, as this represented one of the few avenues to glean information within the game. Presently, they lacked proficiency in the dialect of the wasteland. With only the High Priest NPC capable of coherent conversation, Loyal Hound, having absorbed the High Priest's explanation, sighed inwardly, contemplating whether the game's difficulty was excessively high and suggesting a feedback channel for optimization, lamenting that after slaying a single monster, only 2 remained alive. Should there be a nest, they would inevitably face demise once more. Liang Yongqing appeared to carry a lingering apprehension regarding the spider, unusually silent as he patiently listened, while Li Yu was beset with numerous questions, fervently eager to ascertain the nature of the creature he had obliterated, as it could pertain to future rewards, at least. In his self-imposed perspective of reward, mighty High Priest, what then is the evolutionary form of a hunter? Does the colossal spider we vanquished still qualify as a hunter? The High Priest replied, hunters evolve in various directions through the consumption of more flesh and blood. In the worst-case scenario, you have encountered one on the brink of evolving into a fallen hunter. Fallen, unlocking the names of advanced monsters. After the predator, there are branches of monsters? Goodness, the players do not even have a skill tree yet. How can the monsters choose their career paths? Is this a team play? How can I express my astonishment like this? Exclaimed a player. Isn't the skill tree right above you? Xianqing pointed to the dome above her head, saying, each individual's skills correspond to a star, a rather traditional skill interface. We simply have not observed the extended branches. Perhaps our skills also have upgrades, yet to be discovered. Ah yes, I recall now, skills descend from above. Li Yu, however, was oblivious to their discussion, focused solely on extracting information. The NPCs in the wasteland could only utter vague sounds, rendering such a splendid game akin to a mute experience, devoid of immersion. Here, however, was where one could truly feel the essence of exploring another world. The High Priest is eternally divine. The faith of the player known as Jiang Nan, the most sentimental, seemed to grow akin to a sand vessel, continually expanding through dialogue. Shen Ming chuckled softly and continued his explanation. Corruption typically arises within clusters of predators. As their social consciousness intensifies, they evolve reproductive capabilities. The urge to reproduce far surpasses their instinct to feed. Wait, has the NPC gotten stuck? Is there a bug? Shen Ming pondered, instinctively pausing, recalling some rather unpleasant experiences. Yet, upon observing the puzzled expressions of the players, he sighed internally, deciding to press on. When not driven by hunger, they are instinctively compelled to reproduce, engaging in reproductive behaviors with all controllable beings, though most of these actions are futile. Only in rare circumstances does a new generation of predators emerge, stronger and more intelligent, potentially awakening dark talents. Goodness, all beings, is there no reproductive isolation? Is this the intel returned by the first batch of NPCs? What on earth did those who discovered this information encounter? Perhaps it was merely hearsay. One should inquire what happened to the first individual who summarized such information, he chuckled. By the way, is corruption not necessarily linked to any specific creature? Goodness, you have discovered a blind spot. Will we have the chance to witness this scene in the future? Human X corruption? TSK, indeed intriguing. Right now, I am merely curious about the parentage of the little spider monster. Hey, we are digressing. The High Priest intended to discuss the predator clusters. There may be more than one predator around us, and little A and Iron Hook certainly could not withstand it. This is dire. Muna and the others must be getting far away. Shen Ming twitched his lips, continuously reassuring himself to remain calm. Fortunately, the first batch of divine subjects truly lived up to their blessings. Then, High Priest, what about other evolutionary directions? Butcher. Not all predators prefer to live in packs. This is related to the intelligence they develop. The lone wolves among them evolve into butchers, acquiring the wisdom to wield tools and weapons. However, at this point, feeding is no longer their sole need. The thrill brought by brutality and slaughter can also provide satisfaction. If one day you encounter a butcher, my counsel is to flee. As frail beings, you stand no chance against it, for it has awakened a unique talent that belongs solely to the shadows. Escape is an impossibility, a futile endeavor for this lifetime. It is merely a matter of spending a day in the Hall of Grace. The High Priest speaks with such eloquence. What of the higher beings? Shen Ming glanced at the players, sighing, your strength is too feeble. Knowing such things brings no advantage. Let us conclude here for today. I must continue to traverse the ocean of the subconscious in search of our kin. Goodness, is the third wave already upon us? Is it customary for a new batch of players to arrive after every battle? Shen Ming, observing his remaining 1 point of power, secretly rolled his eyes. It was clear he must rely on his own efforts. Chapter 51. The NPC's reactions. Goodman A and Steel Hook returned to the village, suppressing their disgust as they picked up the scattered energy weapons. After all, they were strategic resources that could not be neglected for long. The village was eerily silent as the two clutched their weapons and made their way to the conference room. Upon opening the door, they found it empty. Evidently, the NPCs had sought refuge in the basement. Steel Hook casually tossed his weapon to the ground and said to Goodman A, you go down and take a look. I cannot communicate with them. Reassure them that I will guard the upper level. Goodman A nodded and proceeded towards the hidden door leading to the basement. The once cumbersome, heavy wooden door had been replaced with a standard flat wooden door, as the basement now served as an armory and food storage area, necessitating ease of access. As she descended the ladder, she heard exclamations and the sound of a door closing from within the basement. Noticing that the torch by the ladder had vanished, likely taken deeper inside by them, she pressed on. It's all right now, we have one. So do not be anxious. She made her way toward the basement cells, and her eyes quickly caught the flickering light. A dozen women huddled together in the innermost room, embracing tightly, while a few older ones stood guard around them, protecting the younger ones within. A small girl on the outskirts heard the voice and her eyes brightened. It was the voice of that beautiful sister. War was over. Before descending, the handsome male figure with the melodious voice had brought them here, led by Sister Muna. Despite their lingering fear of the room, as Sister Muna said, to avoid causing trouble for the adults fighting outside, they steeled themselves and followed. As denizens of the wilderness, particularly the lawful among them, these women feared conflict and dreaded war. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would face graver fates, either captured as slaves or witnessing their strongholds or tribes diminish, leaving them unsafe. After all, conflict and war inevitably lead to loss of life. Thus, they could only pray in the basement, adhering to the beliefs of their elders, beseeching the oddly named deity of grace for victory and peace. Goodman A embraced the rushing little girl with warmth, smiling, for a smile is the simplest salve for the heart. It's over now. Will you come up with me? Or, do you understand? Up we go. She pointed at the soft ladder and above her head, gesturing as she spoke. We need a few people to assist in retrieving the bodies, essentially transporting them. Goodness, this is so difficult. How did Sister Qing communicate? Observing the bewildered Muna, Xiao A felt helpless. If even Muna could not comprehend, then the other NPCs stood little chance. It must be said that this NPC Muna possessed a remarkable linguistic talent. In just a few days, she had genuinely learned several Mandarin phrases, and her meanings were consistently accurate. They unanimously believed that this was a language guide designed by the game developers to assist players in overcoming communication barriers. Little did they know that Muna, in her quest for survival, was fully alert during every interaction, fearing that these kind adults might dismiss her for being unable to follow their commands. At the age of 20, she had wandered the wilderness since birth, witnessing an array of hardships and adversities throughout her brief existence, and encountering various individuals. However, she had never before met adults who treated her with such kindness and equality. It felt like a divine blessing. After gesturing for a considerable time, she finally understood that this beautiful adult wanted her to ascend, but she remained unclear about what was to follow. Noticing Muna's eyes turning red, the good-hearted Xiao A sighed. Well, I suppose I am inadequate. Let us proceed together. With that, she took Muna's and the little girl's hands and led them outside. The ironclad Zhao offered a hand to Xiao A as she climbed up, then pulled the other NPCs waiting in line up as well. He discarded his depleted energy rods, leaving only 3 behind. I think it's best to log out for a moment, convey a message to them, and then arrange for them to retrieve the bodies. They might be in the Grace Hall. The sun hasn't set, and it's certainly not yet morning in reality, he mused. Indeed, there are still enough NPCs. By the way, this meditative map-switching operation is quite impressive. The good-hearted Xiao A observed the NPCs gradually settling down and encouraged them to rest inside the house, advising against venturing outside. She then handed an energy gun to Muna, gestured to her with instructions, and found a chair to sit on, entering the Grace Hall. Muna, clutching the energy gun, stood still, feeling somewhat at a loss. Though she had seen energy guns before, this was her first time actually holding one. The beautiful lady A seemed unprepared to explain its use, closing her eyes as she sat in the chair, which left Muna feeling anxious. Yet she understood that this was the adults' profound trust, as they needed her to guard. Why have only 2 adults returned? What of the others? Where is Lady Qing? Has the war not yet concluded? She dared not think further. Muna? She snapped back to reality, looking at the middle-aged woman softly calling her name, quickly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. We must guard these 2 adults here. We cannot go outside. Klissa, did we win? The little girl, hiding under the bed, inquired softly. Yes, we won. The adults surely prevailed. But now they have important matters at hand, and they need to rest. We must remain vigilant here. The little girl believed, convinced that the adults were indeed formidable, especially since the Agubu tribe had been defeated by them. However, the anxiety and fear in the eyes of most women upon hearing Muna's words could not be concealed. They had only just begun to experience a semblance of human life, and could very well lose it in the next moment. Muna sniffed, moving to the window where she could observe the square outside the door and the open space in front of the village gate. Imitating the adults, she held the gun, aimed it at the door, and fell silent. The worries and fears, once soothed, began to swell as time dragged on. An hour passed, yet the room remained eerily quiet, devoid of even the faintest whisper, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. The adults had not yet returned. Could it be that they? At that moment, the good-hearted A and Iron Hook opened their eyes. Why did the room feel so oppressive? Iron Hook picked up a gun, slung it over his shoulder, and joked with Muna. You have become quite the capable soldier, Muna. Although Muna did not fully comprehend his words, the sight of this adult smiling at her alleviated some of her anxiety and fear. Chapter 52. Licking the pack. We need a few people to accompany us outside to transport the bodies. Alas, someone has died. Dead, do you understand? We need to burn the bodies. Ignite a fire. Yes, that's right. Start a fire, and then burn them. I'm not skilled enough. Iron Hook, could you assist? I lack the patience of Sister Qing. Iron Hook scratched his head, then selected a few older NPCs from those huddled on the bed and brought them to the door. He took the gun from Muna's hands and placed it into the hands of a young, brown-haired female NPC who had not been chosen. You all, come with us. You stay here. Understand? Are you acting the part of an officer here? Muna suddenly realized, speaking to the young woman who received the gun, Huagu. You must stay here. We need to follow the adults outside. They require our assistance. The flustered Huagu tightly clutched the energy gun, nodding, I understand. But I don't know how to shoot. I'm afraid of breaking it. Then don't shoot. If you hear any noise, you should go down and hide underground. All right, we will wait here. Muna nodded and gestured to the good-hearted A to move, her 2 fingers swaying as instructed by Master Xen Qing, indicating that they should follow the adults. Little A raised an eyebrow, kicked the gun on the ground into his hand, and nodded to Muna. Let us go. We're going to strip off clothes. Don't be afraid when you see the bodies. They can come back to life. Well, they're dead. But tomorrow they'll be alive again, understand? Forget it. You want to understand. But you'll get it when you see people tomorrow. Muna closely followed the 2 adults out of the village. Along the way, the beautiful adults spoke many words, yet they truly did not comprehend much. Muna managed to grasp a few words through listening, watching, and guessing. I, you, sleep, and that was all. The battlefield lies just beyond the nearby woods. The foul stench still faintly detectable, though considerably less pungent than it was a few hours prior. The dog, confined within its cage, appears to have succumbed to the sun's oppressive rays, no longer struggling but instead standing listlessly in the center of its enclosure, pacing anxiously. This demeanor of the dog might well be what Sister Qing described as that of a predator. However, the spider's eggs contain no living beings, suggesting that this particular spider is not fallen but rather a hunter. This revelation undoubtedly brings good tidings, as it significantly reduces the likelihood of nearby predator clusters. Yet, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. We must adhere to our plan, incinerating the corpses and reclaiming the clothing, as fabric has become a scarce resource. The men in the stronghold now bathe without changing their undergarments due to a lack of replacements. While leather garments are plentiful, these underclothes are only refreshed upon revival, with no additional production feasible. Despite attempts to have the NPCs craft leather undergarments, they proved impractical, being overly constricting and uncomfortable, particularly in the case of certain sensitive areas. The few meager offerings of primitive clothing have catered to female players' needs, resulting in the creation of women's underpants and bandeaus, essential for bathing and the necessities of female NPCs. Unlike female players who possess undergarments, the NPCs toil daily in the open, creating an atmosphere that feels oddly inappropriate for the stronghold. Before long, the battlefield's devastation reappeared before them, in stark contrast to the composed players, Muna and her companions. Upon witnessing the gruesome aftermath, could no longer contain their rising panic and fear, erupting into screams. The immense corpse of the spider and the predator trapped within the cage left them in shock, rendering them weak in both body and spirit. They realized the adults were not engaged in battles with other wasteland inhabitants, but rather combating these monstrous beings. From a distance, Muna spotted the lifeless bodies of the adults, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She suddenly felt a lack of oxygen, her vision darkening and nausea rising within her. Her trembling legs could no longer support her, and she crouched down, clutching her head as she wept uncontrollably. Lord Xanqing had been slain by the monstrous SP, a good person, throughout their life, quietly stood aside, observing them weep. In the past, Qing Jie had mentioned the emotional conveyance of game characters, and it had not seemed particularly significant, as one cannot truly grasp the intricacies of a storyline without experiencing it firsthand. The insidious nature of game design is well known, yet when one is immersed in the experience, the palpable emotions evoked are undeniably compelling, making it difficult to avoid empathy. After all, with a language barrier, they could not comprehend that players could resurrect. They must have genuinely believed they had lost vital companions. Such meticulous details by the designers provoke a sense of incredulity. Xiaowei, offer some comfort. If they continue to weep, the sun will set, and we must hasten to gather everything and return. All right. Had it not been for the need to dispose of the spider carcasses, perhaps summoning the NPCs could have expedited matters. Through continuous communication and consolation, the two finally managed to gather the sobbing women and pile all the player corpses together, along with the scattered spider eggs and movable spider remnants, igniting a fire that consumed them, along with the trapped dog brother. Naturally, Xianqing's body was handled separately by Xiao A and Muna, wrapped in several large leaves and cremated alone. As for the 8 massive spider legs and the dilapidated abdomen suspended in the air, they could not be moved or dealt with, and would have to wait until the following day for everyone to resurrect and devise a plan. As he watched the flames devour the corpses and the tainted dog brother, Gang Taiji Go felt a wave of melancholy. I had hoped to study this further. It would have been fascinating for dog brother to see himself in such a state upon revival. Why isn't there a photo or recording function? What a pity. Fearing the attraction of other predators at night, who knows if these creatures have means of communication, they decided to end it decisively. The good person, throughout their life, patted Moon Na on the shoulder, who was still wiping her tears. All right, no more crying. Let us return. We all need to sleep in the basement tonight. Wow, I never thought I would experience this day. Sharing a room with a dozen women. Can you believe it? Hope brother, could you please be quiet? On the enrichment forum, Yu gazed at the edited post before clicking the send button. He had not anticipated that after spending several uneventful days at the base, his departure would trigger a boss battle. What bad luck. However, the good news was that he was still alive. After communicating with his companions in the group for quite some time, he organized today's itinerary, documenting his observations along the way, and then shared it on the forum. Although there was no video recording, this served as a form of textual live broadcast for his fans. The first day merely retraced the path taken by the initial players of the retreating trumpet, so there was nothing particularly novel to report. He had reviewed this route several times on the map in the enrichment hall, and he remembered the areas marked by distinctive features. He simply provided a rough description of the fascinating vegetation he encountered along the way, and based on memory, he reconstructed a few types of trees he had never seen before, accompanying them with several sketches. The sketches were indeed rudimentary, resembling the scribbles of a primary school student at first glance. However, This travelogue-style post has sparked considerable reactions, primarily because it is the first to publish content related to the game Enlightenment beyond the retreating drums, offering a detailed description of various game items and species. Additionally, the author is a somewhat renowned travel streamer within the community. This undoubtedly strengthens the assertion that the game is indeed authentic. Cavalry Charge. So, it's essentially a travel game, right? Cosmic Architect. Half crazed. How has a brick mover become a craftsman? Your skills are quite intriguing. Black Army reports. Cosmic Brother, you're amazing. I've made a reservation. The Black Army is ready for action. Land Immortal. Laughing to death. Has the little streamer run out of money and resorted to such gigs? How much does a post earn from the developers? Deception, pure deception. Black Universe is my husband. Hey, look out your window upstairs. Your mother has flown away. Buddha does not save me. I self-indulge. NC fans, roll out of the gaming forum. National Level 2 Retreating Drum Artist. Be cautious when logging off from a tree. You might get bitten, referencing Jiangnan's most heartfelt. Jiangnan's most heartfelt. Be it man or beast. Everyone is showing off. How can one obtain the closed beta qualification? I beg you. Lofty aspirations, unrepentant heart, not to be rude. But my nephew in kindergarten draws better than the original poster. Mixed gender banter. How dare you post a texture with such drawing skills? Chapter 53. Rebirth in the Hall of Enlightenment. As players gradually logged off, Shen Ming finally found the time to prepare for his descent. He had been practicing skills in the hall for some time, mainly because there were numerous skills but little power. He needed to ascertain the limits of one point of power and determine which skill combinations would be most effective. Based on the current testing results, the combination of the Hatred Contract, Radiant Leap, and Thunder Spear proved to be the most straightforward strategy. A Weakness Blink followed by a Thunder Piercing could likely overwhelm anyone below high combat power, but the consumption was significant. This combo could only target one individual, and after use, the power would be temporarily depleted. Moreover, the Radiant Leap could only be utilized in areas illuminated by light, which posed a considerable limitation. Next, the combination of Dragon's Breath, Mud, Eternal Light, and Radiant Leap could ensure self-preservation in virtually any daytime scenario, preventing him from falling into a dire situation. With a plethora of skills as support, his mindset became steadier. Shen Ming continually searched for a suitable descent channel, selecting from several dimly lit passages he discovered. This is the one. Descent. Heat. Sweltering heat. It was not the heat of the external environment, but rather the warmth emanating from within his body, akin to a fever. With a slight burning sensation coursing through his limbs, his consciousness gradually awakened, only to be met by a fierce, biting cold wind that pierced through his neck and forehead, accompanied by a chilling sensation. What the hell? Has the wilderness ever been this cold? Where am I? The far north? Drawing from his previous experience of descent, Shen Ming no longer cautiously examined his body and surroundings. He abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. All he saw was a blinding expanse of white, with snow and wind howling around him. Indeed, it was the far north, the territory of the Empire. He found himself in a cloak-covered carriage, moving forward against the snowstorm. He was seated in the middle of the cart, with several frostbitten individuals lying beside him, their faces pale. Below him, there seemed to be more, while the surroundings were crowded with individuals clasping their hands and embracing their arms, alongside orcs. The orc directly opposite seemed to sense a disturbance, raising his previously drooping head to reveal a bear-like visage adorned with gray fur, breaking into a grin. Damn it, Bruka, you're still alive. Shen Ming assessed his own hands, which were frozen, cracked, and purplish, yet appeared human. He glanced at the thick fur coat enveloping him, swallowed a few times with little saliva, and hoarsely inquired, "Where is this?" "We're about to exit the Howling Gorge. In another day, we will reach the front lines." The front lines? What front lines? Though the bear-like creature's facial muscles were difficult to read, Shen Ming detected the flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The front lines of the slave army. Have you gone mad from the cold? I've heard that humans can experience hallucinations and amnesia in frigid environments. Is that true? The elderly figure seated nearby also lifted his head, his face a tapestry of wrinkles resembling a layered pastry. Hallucinations come only before death, if one hasn't perished. Where would the hallucinations come from? You're merely feigning ignorance. He opened the mouth hidden within his creases and made an effort to pry open his eyes, which were squinted into mere slits, casting a glance at Shen Ming. It's futile. Our sole purpose is to slow their advance on the battlefield at night through our deaths. To die at the hands of predators is our ultimate fate. You would be better off freezing to death, at least that way you would suffer less. Slave army? Predators? Who is the Empire waging war against? What kind of predator requires an army's intervention? Shen Ming continuously absorbed the new information, piecing together his current predicament. Observing his silent contemplation, the two seated beside him ceased their chatter and lowered their heads once more. Before long, the swirling snow began to dissipate, the biting winds ceased their howling, and the gritty snowflakes transformed into fluffy cotton. As the wind diminished, everyone lifted their heads, revealing their true appearances beneath their fur hats. On the left side of the vehicle sat humans, many bearing injuries, dark red scabs congealed on their faces, resembling smeared crimson paint. On the right side, there were orcs, bear people, dog people, and even two lizard folk. Their golden vertical eyes and smooth, scaled skin inspired a primal fear. It was said that in the Empire, humanoids were esteemed, with both humans and orcs relegated to the status of slaves. This seemed undeniably true. The slaves aboard this vehicle served as the most compelling evidence. "Stop the vehicle!" An anguished shout erupted from the front of the caravan, followed by the sound of hooded carts extinguishing their engines and coming to a halt. "Are we camping here? By nightfall, the winds at the mouth of the howling gorge will blow us over. Have these people lost their minds? They understand nothing. The offspring of humanoid nobles are merely here to earn military merit. In any case, we all die. Who cares where you perish?" Listening to the discussions among the surrounding slaves, Shen Ming stood up, peering toward the front of the convoy. He appeared to see two individuals standing in the snow outside the leading vehicle, whipping a kneeling slave. The armed humanoid overseer had approached from the front vehicle. His face darkened as he spotted Shen Ming standing atop the cart. "Sit back down. If you stand again, I'll have you bound and dragged behind the cart." Shen Ming furrowed his brow, opting not to resist, but instead squeezed between the bear-like figure and the pancake spirit, taking a seat on the bench. In front of him, a person was being lashed, the circumstances shrouded in mystery. He shared the intelligence he had gathered with the two, yet they paid him no heed. The bear-like figure glanced at the overseer who had already moved to the rear of the vehicle and murmured, "Curiosity can be perilous, should you perish along the way. No one will come to your aid." Shen Ming detected the peculiarity in those words and quietly inquired, "Will anyone rescue us on the battlefield?" Upon hearing this question, the bear's eyes flickered with an inscrutable light, yet he remained silent, lapsing into a thoughtful quietude. The nearby dog-headed elder regarded Shen Ming with a mix of suspicion and scrutiny before tightening his garments and turning away. Realizing he had misspoken, Shen Ming understood that he was now under suspicion. It appeared that his original self had shared some common understanding with them, likely concerning survival tactics on the battlefield. However, lacking the memories of his predecessor, he had inadvertently created a discrepancy in their communication. Nonetheless, this posed little concern, as both individuals were slaves, and revealing his possession of another soul would not alter their current predicament. Shen Ming yearned to witness the battlefield firsthand, both to comprehend the nature of this world's warfare. Such fresh insights could enhance his consciousness, and to ascertain the current state of the Empire. Furthermore, forging bonds with fellow combatants could solidify his standing. If he could rally a contingent of slave soldiers in the far northern regions, it would be immensely advantageous. Based on the bear's words, it was inferred that there existed means of survival on the battlefield. By closely following them and demonstrating his capabilities at a critical moment to save a few, he might gain their trust. As for rescuing everyone, Shen Ming was acutely aware of his limitations. With a mere point of might, he could only alter the fates of a few individuals in the right circumstances on the battlefield. He was still far from being able to contend with the Empire. Feeling the biting wind and snow swirling at the mouth of the howling canyon, he wrapped his garments tighter around himself. The distant sounds of punishment continued, the wails of slaves mingling with the icy breeze, a haunting echo that sent chills through the heart. Yet, those around him, both human and beast, seemed accustomed to such horrors. They stood with hands tucked away, collars turned up, motionless, resembling mere ice sculptures imbued with a hint of warmth. After a considerable time, the driver, having received orders from the head vehicle, reignited the engine and embarked towards the horizon. As their vehicle passed the site of the punishment, the snow had already concealed the blood, leaving only a corpse partially exposed by the roadside. Shen Ming turned his head for a moment, catching a glimpse of a face covered in fur and a pair of drooping fox ears. This was hardly an auspicious omen. Chapter 54, Spider Legs. The following day, In the wasteland, at the stronghold of the divine nation, outside the conference room, resurrected players stood in opposition to NPCs, each group glaring defiantly at the other. Muna's face glistened with tears, reflecting disbelief. One hand clutched tightly onto the hand of the flower drum, squeezing her delicate fingers to the point of losing color, while the other hand carelessly wiped away tears and snot from her face. The women behind her were equally tense. Some bore expressions of excitement, while others displayed fear. Meanwhile, Xinxing could only helplessly gesture, attempting to comfort them and explain why she had reappeared, despite having been burned to ashes just yesterday. After all, this was the first instance of death and resurrection for the NPCs they had saved, a concept utterly unfathomable to the indigenous people. The encounter was undeniably dramatic. While cleaning the meeting room, Krisa suddenly noticed the wooden door to the basement being forced open, and out sprang the once-deceased muscular giant, his face alight with enthusiasm, greeting her amicably. However, to Krisa, the situation was anything but pleasant. The sight of the burned corpse resurfacing was terrifying and eerie, causing her to faint and scream in shock. Soon, the women of the village armed themselves with sticks and brooms, watching in disbelief as the adults who had been cremated just the day before crawled out of the basement. It was as if the basement had transformed from a mere prison into the very gates of hell, though today, hell seemed to be on holiday. Tuatangu and Dog remained unfazed by this spectacle, confident that the NPCs would eventually come to terms with their deaths, especially considering the high casualty rates during team battles. They stood back, refraining from explanations, instead discussing fortifications, wall constructions, and the utilization of the spider legs that had not been burned. The ever-unchanging good person Pinga and Iron Hook, who had not experienced death, observed with great interest from the sidelines. "This is too awkward. I can hardly bear to watch." "Hey, Hook, what are you drawing?" Good person Pinga inquired, noticing Iron Hook sketching rectangles in the dirt with a stick. "Oh, just designing a 3-bedroom apartment. My toes are too clumsy to carve it out," Iron Hook replied with a serious expression. Pinga rolled her eyes, thinking that Hook's talents were misplaced. He was truly inept in battle but had a sharp tongue. Finally, after an hour of persistent communication from Xinxing and Dog, the NPCs began to stabilize emotionally, accepting the reality of their rebirth. Yet, Tuatanga believed that it was not Xinxing's explanations that had calmed them, but rather Muna's ability to regain her composure, which allowed her to employ her formidable understanding to soothe the women behind her. In any case, the matter of resurrection had reached a conclusion. The outcome was favorable, as the women now appeared to regard the gifts with greater reverence. Perhaps they had only just begun to grasp the significance of the term blessing, which represented a divine power they had never dared to aspire to or revere. "Let us go, no more drawing. Drum Brother is calling us. We need to take down the spider legs today," Pinga said, patting Hook on the shoulder as she stood and jogged toward the main group. Steel Hook reluctantly discarded the small branch in his hand and gazed at the meticulously crafted blueprint for an 8-room apartment, reveling in his own creativity. To his surprise, he discovered a latent talent for design. Perhaps he could persuade Shukong to construct a genuine 3-bedroom apartment based on this plan, with a well-ventilated layout. "Shukong, wait for me. I have something to discuss with you," he called. Standing beneath the enormous spider leg, which resembled hard wood, the retreating drum slowly touched the needle-like hairs and the bizarre, keratinous texture, pondering, how could evolution lead to such a form? What does one consume to develop such keratin? Could this be considered skin calcification? The mighty muscle scrutinized his own mangled spider leg joints, stained with remnants of blood, and inquired of Steel Hook, after being skewered like a candied hawthorn. "How did you manage to retrieve my body?" "You probably don't want to know," Steel Hook replied, seemingly conjuring an unpleasant image in his mind. "The scene was too beautiful. I closed my eyes and just pulled it down. Is it even possible to take it back? With just a few of us, we wouldn't be able to move it, even if we summoned the NPCs." He gazed at the nearly 2-story-high spider carcass, filled with affectionate doubt. "It's certainly impossible to transport the entire thing. Let us see if we can detach the legs and take them back. We can burn the body later." The loyal Dog contemplated, stroking his chin, and proposed what he deemed the best solution. "But how do we detach them? The joints connecting the legs to the body are encased in thick armor, impervious to energy weapons, as I noticed during yesterday's battle. Isn't that where I come in?" Retreating Drum puffed out his chest and clapped his hands confidently. "My spear can pierce through the outer shell. I'll climb up and cut it open, then we can lift the legs back." "Are we really going to make a specimen?" It seems wasteful. This hardness could serve as a primary weapon. The main issue is that we lack the means to process it. We have neither the machinery nor the requisite skills. Loyal Dog sighed, lamenting otherwise. Fashioning a couple of spears would have been quite advantageous. Upon hearing this, Hard-S Clarity chuckled and remarked, creating a specimen would be quite fitting. Aren't we planning to erect a city wall? Placing it atop would showcase our strength to outsiders. It's akin to how carnivorous tribes display their kills at the entrance. We've slain such a formidable predator. It would make other factions think twice before confronting us. Sunny Sister is right. Deterrence fosters diplomacy. Goodman, always amiable, chimed in, linking arms with her. All right then, let's get to work. First, we need a safety rope to secure me to the tree. It would be a tremendous loss if I fell and met my demise. Retreating Drum considered the potential side effects of his skills. Should he start sawing off a leg and his leg spasmed, causing him to lose his footing and fall? It would be quite the embarrassment. Everyone chuckled and began to twist the nearby vines into rope. After a day of hard work, they finally managed to transport the 8 spider legs back to their base before nightfall. When the first spider leg was severed by Retreating Drum, the dust that erupted and the thunderous noise alerted everyone that their earlier discussions had indeed underestimated the weight of a single leg. Reluctantly, they returned to the village to fetch ropes, calling forth the women who were laboring everywhere. Except for 2 petite girls who remained in the village, 20 individuals, pulling and dragging, finally placed logs beneath the enormous spider legs to transport them back. The 8 spider legs sprawled outside the village gate, resembling a grotesque decoration for a monstrous nest. In addition to the 8 legs, they also made an extra trip to bring back the comically inept figure of the Retreating Drum, whose face was frozen in a blank stare, hands and feet trembling. The moment they returned the drum to the stronghold, joyous laughter erupted within the village. This was decidedly absurd. The Retreating Drum lay upon the wooden planks, its tongue twisted in complaints, yet it could not muster even a wry expression. Chapter 55, Diary of Testing 3. Hello, I am back. After bidding farewell to the Penguin Brothers, African penguins, we made new discoveries in the depths of the forest. There is much to record today, all of which consists of substantial game data, so allow me to elaborate bit by bit. Firstly, we encountered a new boss near our stronghold, which led to a fierce battle. Although we ultimately emerged victorious, the conflict was brutal, depleting nearly all our energy gun ammunition. Out of the 9 participants, only 2 survived. Battle narrative, Spider Monster JPG. However, this is not a significant issue. We have since revived and thoroughly cleaned the battlefield. Next, I would like to share information regarding the boss monster. Earlier, I mentioned the term predator, and this segment pertains to the monster data unlocked through dialogue with NPCs in the Hall of Grace post-battle. To better illustrate the evolutionary relationship of the predator, I have created a chart to share with everyone. Predator Evolution Path JPG. As indicated in the evolutionary path chart, the predator is the most rudimentary of the tainted creatures. Here, rudimentary refers to its low rank within the monster hierarchy, rather than its combat prowess. During the battle, one of our companions, the Loyal Dog on Strike, was tainted and, at the moment it transformed into a predator, unleashed astonishing strength and agility. Thus, contamination also grants a dark enhancement. The paths for either group or individual predators diverge into 2 distinctly different evolutionary directions. Currently, our data has only unlocked the Fallen and Butcher stages. Further evolutionary paths may only become accessible once we truly encounter monsters of this caliber. At present, regardless of our inquiries, the NPCs no longer respond to us, likely due to our relative weakness. After all, we are struggling to contend with a single predator, let alone more formidable creatures. Laughter. Nevertheless, this marks the most comprehensive monster intelligence we have obtained since the server launch. Additionally, regarding the previously mentioned method of increasing consciousness, the 8th point, that battles enhance consciousness, has been validated. Throughout the entire battle, I recorded the number of players who noticed changes in their consciousness levels, with an average increase of approximately 20 points, and nearly all participants gained a point in their free attribute pool. Finally, we have received news that the High Priest is once again searching for the lost divine citizens. Does this imply that the 3rd batch of beta testing qualifications is ready to be distributed? Why still make reservations? Hurry up and act. Well, that concludes the information regarding the latest exploration. Until next time, farewell. The enshrinement forum has attracted a greater number of active players as game content leaks have proliferated, with many netizens shifting from skepticism to cautious observation, even to hopeful anticipation. Reserving only requires a mere click, with no risk involved. Who knows what might happen? The moment the post was published, comments surged forth like a geyser. Time has taken away memories. Is it 12,345? Yes, I wish to report this. Dialing 110 yields no response, and 120 seems to be absent. Lin Feng at the Snow Mountain Temple declares, I am the first. No, I am the fool. Both humans and dogs are showcasing their prowess. Please, grant me a qualification. I click on the reservation 100 times every day. Aspiring and undeterred. You're drawing rivals that of a certain small streamer. It would be better to find a photo of a spider. Netizen 145YB0074 states, welfare resources. Private messages on the forum, discounted prices, the lowest in the entire network. Land Immortal remarks, the monster design is exceedingly stiff. A spider of such size only employs its legs for piercing actions, which pales in comparison to the diverse skills of monsters from major studios. Fortunately, the game does not exist. Otherwise, such designs would be utterly discouraging. Evening Mountain Sunset expresses, I am particularly interested in passing through the chest. Could you elaborate, dear host? Wu Lin Ninmorong suggests, the prototype is likely this, magnified 100 times. Image of a high-legged spider. Drinking milk tea may lead to drastic weight loss. Damn. Don't post spider images. I almost spewed my milk tea. Fear. Xiao Sei Chioku remarks, is there a skill for teleportation? Why is the process of delivering it so vague? Host, why not share your skills? Hunter Mother muses, I wonder if a skill to control creatures would allow for the direct taming of monsters? Or would taming also lead to corruption? 7 Chi-Chi notes, this has been discussed, but players from the first test did not disclose detailed skill settings, so everyone is speculating. Link to the game forum enshrinement forum. What skills offer the greatest advantage at the start? Kobe does not come to end. I have read this post, usually just for light reading. Liang Yongqing, as usual, closed the forum content immediately after posting to prevent any trolls from dampening the mood. Upon removing his helmet, he felt invigorated as he stepped out of the gaming pod. The dawn had just begun to break, streetlights extinguished, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city appeared to be still slumbering, with scarcely any pedestrians on the riverside promenade. Glancing at the time, it was only 5 o'clock a.m. Logging off so early was unexpected. He had intended to stay a while longer, yet he could not suppress the twitching of his limbs, feeling akin to a madman. The only effect being to bring a modicum of joy to his companions. This simply would not do. It was far too undignified, a desecration of handsome men. Thus, he resolutely chose to log off, with Dog Brother lending a small hand, delivering a gentle tap on the neck. One wonders if Coach Chen's friend would be capable? Liang Yongqing muttered to himself, pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and sent a WeChat message to a user saved as Extreme Sports Coach Chun. Coach Chun, has your friend who excels in javelin responded? Is he available for one-on-one lessons? I'm rather pressed for time. To his surprise, at 5 in the morning, he received an immediate reply. Extreme Sports Coach Chun. Yes, he can, small private classes, right here at our studio. Though the price may be a bit steep as my friend conducts lessons only during his free time due to his extensive training schedule. Liang Yongqing, that is fine. I can manage the cost. Can we start soon? Extreme Sports Coach Chun, the boss is generous, JPG. I'll arrange it for you. Chapter 56, Setting Up Camp. Dawn broke. Yet the brightness was minimal, obscured by the relentless wind and snow. After a day of intermittent movement, the command to halt and set up camp finally reached them. Shen Ming was famished. He had never imagined that every human and beast aboard the transport would remain utterly still, not only to shield themselves from the biting cold, but also to conserve energy. They had truly gone an entire day without food, and the slave army was left to suffer, their bodies merely filling the void, without a shred of compassion shown. His feet had grown numb from the prolonged stillness, and his legs felt weak from hunger. He limped down from the transport, supporting himself against the side, acutely aware that if it weren't for the presence of the other men, one might think he had engaged in some shameful act within the confines of the vehicle. The atmosphere among the caravan was decidedly dismal. He had overheard from the patrolling soldiers the grim details of the incident where a slave was mercilessly whipped during a brief stop. Their commander, having indulged excessively in the carriage, soon met his demise, leading to the immediate execution of a slave who had been summoned to serve him. Shen Ming could still vividly recall the foolish expression he wore upon hearing this news, juxtaposed with the nonchalant faces of the surrounding beastmen. How frivolous were the nobles of the empire! Yet, the lifeless body sprawled in the snow was unmistakably that of a male foxman. Quickly now, no dawdling. Set up camp here. Tonight we advance to the front lines. Do not harbor any illusions. Survive the onslaught of predators, and you shall earn your freedom, you worthless scum. Praise the Empire's leniency. The humanoid overseer, armed and vigilant, approached, firing 2 shots into the air, his breath visible in the frigid air, laden with disdain and contempt. As Shen Ming stood aside with the other slaves, pondering how to establish a camp amid the icy desolation, the slaves from the rear transport brought forth several large machines resembling blowers. One end of the blower appeared to be a hopper, while the other featured 2 discharge outlets connected to 2 30-centimeter wide pipes made of an unknown material. Observing the surrounding beastmen and human slaves, Shen Ming joined in, scooping up handfuls of snow from the ground and depositing them into the hopper. As the snow gradually filled the hopper, a lion-headed man kicked the base of the blower, and an ear-splitting roar erupted, signaling the machine's activation. The lion-headed man and another human slave each grasped a tube, beginning to maneuver it before them. They seemed to be positioning themselves, and once they found the right spot, they activated the switch on the tube. In an instant, a solid material resembling snowy foam was extruded from the opening, and the 2 men, akin to squeezing toothpaste, sprayed and moved simultaneously, layer upon layer. The walls of a house swiftly took shape, reminiscent of a human 3D printing machine. As they reached the roof, the 2 of them rose onto their toes, continually compressing towards the highest point of the surrounding walls until they converged into a single point, extruding the final drop of snowy foam. Shen Ming, while gathering snow and additives, watched the entire process with curiosity, feeling an overwhelming sense of novelty. The extruded snowy foam, initially fluffy like real foam, solidified into crystalline ice in no time, and after a while, it gradually transformed into a solid state, akin to sand and stone. A simple snow-resistant house was completed in under 10 minutes, and soon, slaves from various races brought over blankets, tossing 12 beds into each house, thus establishing the temporary camp. Convenient and swift, windproof and snow-resistant, it was akin to an ice house and could be deemed an essential for survival in the extreme northern wilderness. How long could this last? Shen Ming could not resist nudging the bear man beside him, inquiring. The bear man regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, yet remained silent. Never mind, I shall abandon this line of questioning. This bear brother is genuinely difficult to engage. It was likely that he had already surmised that Shen Ming was not a Bruca. Perhaps he harbored doubts about his own identity or feared that he might jeopardize their escape plan. Throughout their journey, he had refrained from answering Shen Ming's queries. With a sigh, Shen Ming followed the others as they carried the snow compactor to the designated parking point for constructing the houses. The slaves from the back vehicle assisted those in the front, while those from the front aided the ones ahead, and after about an hour, the entire camp was settled. They even erected a massive roundhouse in the center of the camp, where a bonfire and an iron pot had already been set up. Finally, there would be food. Shen Ming gazed at the flickering light emanating from the fur door flaps of the roundhouse, unable to suppress a gulp. Humph, don't get your hopes up. That food isn't for you. He turned back to see the bear man staring at him, clearly having noticed his swallow. Was it customary not to eat before going into battle? Shen Ming retorted, for the bear brother had likely guessed that he was no longer the same person as before. There was no need to conceal anything further, especially since tonight marked the onset of war. They were to use their flesh and blood as a fortress, merely to slow down the relentless tide of predators during the night. You are indeed not a Bruca. Such things were mentioned before the slave army's assembly. The bear man defensively stepped back a couple of paces, even beginning to scan for the overseer. Enough of this. You certainly wouldn't call the overseer over here. So cease your charade. Shen Ming observed the bear man's somewhat clumsy performance, smirking. Let's reintroduce ourselves, hells. The bear man steadied himself, gazing at Shen Ming for a considerable time before speaking. Bell, who are you? And what of the Bruca? I am a herald of the divine name of grace, a walking priest under my lord's command. You may refer to me as the esteemed priest. The old vest is back. The name of Hells is quite misleading. A sinister deity? You are the true embodiment of malevolence, as is your entire family. I am a true god, But considering your ignorance and lack of understanding regarding divinity, I shall pardon your sacrilege this time." Shen Ming feigned indifference, elevating his tone to an impressive height, attempting to adopt an inscrutable demeanor. "Has Bruca perished? His soul has returned to the tempest." A peculiar emotion flickered in the bear man's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and after exhaling a deep breath, he slowly inquired, "What is your purpose in occupying his body? You appear utterly unfazed by the notion of borrowing a corpse for resurrection. The Empire possesses such techniques, though they require a certain degree of manipulation. What else in this world is worthy of astonishment?" Shen Ming was taken aback. The Empire indeed harbored the technology to transfer human consciousness, a fact he had never encountered before. "How is it accomplished? You have yet to disclose your intentions." The bear man regarded the astonished Shen Ming, his gaze still brimming with vigilance. "To assist you." "Assist us? Indeed. We are on the brink of death upon the battlefield. How can you help? If you could assist, you would have done so upon awakening in Bruca's body." The bear's voice was tinged with sorrow as he mentioned his former comrade's name. "Ah, a bear with a sharp mind." Shen Ming chuckled, surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no overseers, and spoke with conviction. "It is naturally impossible to aid everyone. But if a portion of individuals is willing to worship my Lord and follow him, then my kin are certainly deserving of assistance." "You have come to preach?" "You may interpret it as such." A flicker of internal conflict crossed the bear man's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "If we worship your God, can we survive tonight?" "I cannot guarantee it, but I shall do my utmost. Even if death is inevitable, I can assure you that I will be the first to perish." The bear man gazed at Shen Ming with shock, scrutinizing him for a while, as if he had come to a realization, and then self-deprecatingly remarked, "Of course, you might awaken in another's body, but we possess only one life." Shen Ming smiled. "You need not fear my refusal. Such an ability to gain an extra life is irresistible to a wildling. As long as you worship my Lord, on the day you become a follower, you too may choose to live once more, just like me." "Really?" The bear man widened his eyes in disbelief, seizing Shen Ming's wrist with fervor. His heavy breaths indicated his tumultuous emotions, perhaps a storm raging within his heart. "I am the best example, am I not?" Shen Ming forced a smile, noting the bear's firm grip. If he winced in pain now, all his earlier pretense would be lost. "Release me. I can't bear it any longer. This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." With that, Bell grasped Shen Ming and briskly led him toward the ice house of his vehicle. Shen Ming stumbled after him, grimacing in pain in a manner unseen by the bear man. "Damn it, my wrist is going to break. Let go of me." Chapter 57. The shaky joy of a full stomach inside the ice house. 9 individuals sat huddled together, while Shen Ming occupied a solitary position across from them. It appeared as though he were interrogating a group of criminals, but in reality, it was a singular interrogation of 9. Upon hearing that Bruca's body had been possessed by the emissary of the divine, a primal fear and an unnamed hope instinctively arose within the hearts of the slaves. Shen Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, rubbed his fingers together, yet outwardly presented an image of unwavering reliability as a high priest. "Pray tell, how can we place our trust in you?" The layered pancake creature spoke up. Having previously introduced himself as Gaisk, a human whose facial skin had become exceedingly slack due to the injection of a counterfeit genetic serum clandestinely sold by the Legion. After seeking retribution from the Legion, he was sold into slavery in the far north, a pitiable fate indeed. Shen Ming remained silent, extending his hand. Fingers curling as a spear crackling with plasma gradually materialized within his grasp. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the wind outside seemed to hold its breath. What it must feel like to stand before a true representative of the divine was perhaps the most fitting question to describe the atmosphere within the chamber. The radiant spear, too dazzling to behold, vanished from Shen Ming's hand in an instant. Gaisk propped himself up with his hand, his eyelids drooping as he widened his eyes in astonishment at the spectacle, involuntarily shivering. This was all too bizarre, far beyond reason. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he hesitantly inquired, "Great One, why? Why choose to assist us? We are but a group of slaves awaiting death, of no value to the deity you serve." He silently added, "Except for our lives." Not only Gaisk, but also Bell and all the other slaves in the room pondered this question. Why offer aid to them? They possessed nothing but their worthless lives, leading them to wonder if they were merely sacrifices for a malevolent god. If that were the case, Dying at the hands of a predator bore no difference to perishing upon the altar of a dark deity. At least the former would not bring additional misfortune to this repugnant world. I never claimed I would assist you. I am aiding the followers of my lord. Shen Ming replied. There is no need to deceive us. Is it not the same? Shen Ming was at a loss for words. Unprepared for the complexity of persuading these souls on the brink of death, the sand ships of Thorn City and the Shaliji had found life. Thus they yearned for a better existence. However, the fate of these individuals remained uncertain, leading them to desire mere survival, dismissing notions of strength as fanciful. Why would a great deity, along with his devoted followers, travel such vast distances to the far north solely to save a handful of inconsequential slaves? They could not comprehend it. Shen Ming sighed, recalling his own interview, where the employer painted grand visions. And he prepared to weave an elaborate narrative about a prosperous future and the revival of the divine realm. This monologue could easily consume half a day. Shen Ming found himself parched, his voice hoarse, and an overwhelming hunger surged within him, threatening to force him to retreat to the Hall of Grace for his next descent. Yet, diligence often rewards the industrious. Upon comprehending the divine realm's equitable treatment of its followers and the preparations for revival, the eyes of those before him finally sparkled with a glimmer of hope, murky yet tinged with a flicker of possibility. The number of believers, 11. Why is it that slaves are denied food? A well-fed slave army could surely better resist, or at the very least, delay the onslaught of their predators. Shen Ming could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question, as he had never felt such overwhelming hunger in all his lifetimes. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from outside. The humanoid overseer pried open the fur curtain with the muzzle of a gun, tossing in a metal plate and a small black dumbbell. Indeed, it was a diminutive dumbbell, fashioned for women. Dinner was served. Eat to your fill, HMPF. The nutritional cup must not be damaged, or else you shall find yourselves buried before facing the battlefield. With that, he turned and left. Gazing at the items on the ground, Shen Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he waited just one more minute to ask that question, he could have preserved his grand stature. Had the overseer arrived a minute earlier, this situation would not have been so mortifying. Curse it, I'll have my revenge tonight. The others watched the ravenous priest, feigning politeness as they gestured for Shen Ming to eat first. After all, having embraced the bosom of grace and become a believer, it was essential to display a modicum of goodwill toward their superiors. What is this? Shen Ming was engulfed in confusion. A metal plate and a dumbbell. How could these constitute dinner? Was he to lick the dumbbell placed in the plate? Perhaps sensing the priest's discomfort, Whisk chuckled lightly and said, Esteemed priest, this device is called a shake and serve, a product of Federation technology, specifically designed to provide sustenance for slaves. Its official name is the biological nutritional cup. A dumbbell as a cup? How could it produce food? Whisk, perceptive as ever, rose to retrieve the dumbbell from the ground, opened a side lid, filled it with snow, then capped it and began to shake it vigorously with one hand. The posture was, how should one say, somewhat awkward. After 2 or 3 minutes, he ceased shaking, lifted the plate, and pressed a barely visible button on the dumbbell's center. A thick, white, viscous substance flowed from a small opening at the top of the dumbbell, filling the plate. Are you serious? While the single-handed shaking was somewhat understandable, this state was baffling. I can't help but let my imagination run wild. Where are you directing one's head with this? What is this? Esteemed one, this is biological nutritional fluid, which replenishes protein and carbohydrates, providing substantial satiety. An adult typically requires 2 to 3 plates to feel full, and it must be consumed while hot. If it cools, it solidifies into a biscuit, resulting in nutrient loss. With that, Whisk offered the plate to Shen Ming. Snow, water, air, carbohydrates, protein? Is this really technology? Some form of magical science? Shen Ming swallowed hard, gazing at the gradually solidifying white porridge in the plate, managing to muster a strained smile, and said, You all eat first. I will partake shortly. Whisk's eyes, hidden within the folds of his skin, obscured his expression, yet he nodded and tilted his head back, consuming the entire plate of white porridge, or rather, pouring it into the folds of his skin, as his mouth was presumably concealed within. Upon hearing the sound of swallowing, Shen Ming glanced over to see Gisk stuffing another handful of snow into his mouth, initiating yet another round of shaking. Shake Shake Fun, what a delightful name. What sort of otherworldly technology is this? We must fill our bellies, for after tonight, we cannot say when we shall feast again. Bell cautioned as he observed Gisk's voracious eating. Solid state can be made into biscuits. We should create more to carry with us, Shen Ming suggested, recalling Gisk's earlier description. Sir, these biscuits will evaporate when exposed to air, lasting only a few hours at most. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, falling silent thereafter. At last, the room was filled with the sounds of ravenous consumption, 12 individuals taking turns to partake, using the white porridge to honor their internal sanctums. How to describe it? There was little flavor, yet it provided a profound sense of fullness, akin to rice paste. Observing his growing awareness, Shen Ming felt his own experiences were still rather limited. Chapter 58. Westward bound as night fell upon the slave encampment, a distant unmanned reconnaissance drone returned with the latest movements of the predator wave. Approximately 4 hours remained before the tide from the south would engulf this place, meaning, under normal circumstances, the slaves had merely 4 hours left to live. The camp was rife with noise, complaints, curses, and shouts intertwined. Even the falling snowflakes were scattered by the sound waves. On the eve of death, some slaves could no longer bear the pressure and began to defect, yet the guards' guns were not mere decorations. The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the encampment, adding splashes of crimson to the white world. To defect meant certain death. Only by surviving the tide could your sins be redeemed, and the Empire would grant you your freedom. Bah! Bell spat in disdain as he listened to the guards' furious roars. No slave has ever survived the tide. Such claims are mere fabrications. So what is your plan? Shen Ming inquired, puzzled, for he had discerned earlier that they possessed a means of survival. Yet they had withheld such information from him. Now that they were aligned, surely their strategy would be revealed. We intend to ride the wave back against it when it arrives, taking down a few of the overseers among the soldiers, and then find a way to escape. Hank, the dog-headed man, described their plan with unwavering determination, as if victory were within grasp. Is that all? You've hidden for 2 days only to come up with such a scheme? Shen Ming retorted. It's not that I look down upon you. If, as you claim, the predator wave is caused by the fallen mother nest's northward migration, who knows how many predators and prey will be unleashed? It's absurd to think such a vague plan could succeed. Do you believe it will work? Shen Ming turned to Bell, who wore a stoic expression and remained silent. It seemed they harbored their own doubts. Well then, it appears my arrival was indeed timely. Now, the only recourse is to carve a bloody path through the tide, hoping their faith may increase amidst the chaos of war, thus enhancing their power and improving their chances of success. Form your ranks and distribute the weapons. The military supervisors brought weapon crates to the front of the camp, but chose not to distribute them immediately. Instead, they formed a circle at the camp's entrance, encircling the weapons within. Should the slaves obtain these arms, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant number of defections and resistance. Only when the impending tide approached would the anthropoid soldiers activate the transport vehicles, leaving the weapons for the slaves. With their limited mobility, the slaves had no recourse but to resist fiercely against the impending wave, for they possessed no means of transport. To refrain from fighting would be to await death. Today, there were still hundreds of such camps. The Empire intended to forge a line of defense from the bodies of tens of thousands of slaves, thereby allowing its firepower to eliminate more predators during the day. After all, at night, both predators and prey wielded enhanced capabilities, making them even more formidable. It was only at this moment that Shen Ming comprehended why there had been such an influx of slave traders heading south to hunt the wildlings this year. The Empire was the shadowy purchaser behind it all, embroiled in a war against a nest on the brink of producing a queen. The transport team prepared to depart. As the vehicles roared to life, all the military supervisors boarded, weapons raised not towards the crates, but aimed at the slaves observing from the icehouse door. They could not advance just yet. They had to wait until the vehicles had moved far enough away before they could retrieve the weapons. Inside those crates were energy guns. Indeed, mechanical firearms posed little threat to the predators. They were all brand new energy weapons. The Empire was affluent, capable of manufacturing vast quantities of arms, having procured immense amounts of energy or from the Federation, instilling unwavering confidence in the noble class of the Empire. Bale leaned against the wall, hands tucked away, surveying the restless slaves outside the other houses without any intention of rushing forward to seize the weapons. Aren't you afraid of not having a gun if you don't act immediately? Shen Ming inquired, puzzled. A raspy voice responded, My lord, perhaps some may not take a gun tonight, but none will carry two. For carrying an extra weapon does not guarantee an additional bullet, but will assuredly slow one down. and to be slow is to invite death. As events unfolded as he predicted, when the transport team distanced itself from the camp and only the exhaust fumes lingered, the anticipated rush did not materialize. Groups moved sporadically, opening crates and selecting a single firearm before returning to their respective quarters. Meanwhile, their firearms had been reclaimed by Hank the dog-headed man and another lizard man named Bistan, observing the scattered weapons and several unopened crates at the camp's entrance. Shen Ming felt a pang of sorrow. These were energy guns, powerful arms that could not be obtained in the southern wilderness, now abandoned here like discarded vegetable leaves. If only he possessed the ability to store or transport items, he would have distributed these invaluable resources among the players. Thus, with the supervising soldiers withdrawn, how could they counteract? Where could they possibly flee? The tide would arrive in half an hour. Shen Ming found himself at a loss for words. Unable to express his frustration, Bale grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. They would establish a second line of defense within 100 miles. With overseers patrolling the battlefield, we plan to retreat now and see if we can seize a transport vehicle. Clapping in astonishment at their whimsical idea, Shen Ming praised them. After all, one must at least attempt, for death is inevitable. Hank, the dog-headed man, smiled broadly, appearing to be the most optimistic orc in their ranks. How extensive is the line of predators? Several kilometers, perhaps? It stretches for dozens of kilometers. Although the predators are under the control of the mother nest, they lack a sense of teamwork, merely charging forward in one direction. The contact line on the battlefield is exceptionally long and deep, earning it the name wave. Shen Ming nodded, his thoughts aligning closely with reality. He merely needed to organize the slaves around him into a sharp spear, piercing through the lengthy front to strike at the relatively fewer predators on the flanks. However, it was imperative that their numbers remain small, for a larger group would attract more predators. Truth be told, Shen Ming felt uncertain. He had never participated in such large-scale battles and was unsure of his current capabilities in the face of this near-apocalyptic war. Nevertheless, his goodwill towards the slaves yearning to survive was genuine. He would certainly face death ahead of them. Let us not hesitate. Although we are uncertain of our position along the entire contact line, we have two directions to choose from, east or west. You are familiar with the far north. The decision is yours. The west, near the edge of the Howling Valley, has fewer stationed troops. Yet I cannot be certain of our whereabouts. Perhaps we are indeed situated on the eastern segment of the front. Bale's face was etched with conflict. This was a judgment of fate and must not be taken lightly. Then we shall head west. May Providence favor us. Shen Ming made a gesture of reverence towards Providence, then picked up the weapon at his feet, beckoning a group to proceed westward. Meanwhile, the slaves in the camp, freed from the oversight of the overseers, scattered in flight towards what they believed to be a more promising path to survival. Chapter 59. The war begins as a modern individual. Having witnessed contemporary firearms on the battlefield and various FPS simulation games, Shen Ming found it difficult to fathom that in this wasteland planet, where technology far surpassed that of Blue Star, he must engage in close combat with enemies wielding what resembled sci-fi weaponry. Merely 20 minutes into their westward march, a torrent of predators surged from the distance, forming a dark wave on the horizon. Yet, as the predators approached, their numbers were not as overwhelming as they initially appeared. They were scattered and independent, charging forward without coordination, each focused solely on their own advance. Despite this, Shen Ming and his companions remained vigilant. Unlike ancient armies facing each other, they were confronted by a horde of tainted monsters. One could never be certain whether the creature that reached them first was a contaminated humanoid, a burrowing beast lying in wait, or a predatory bird circling above. They could only use the scattered boulders in the snowy expanse as makeshift cover, arranging their defensive formation to deal with the predators charging towards them. At the forefront were two colossal snow bears, their once pristine white fur now mottled with black and white. Dark mist emanated from their pitch-black eyes, and their massive teeth resembled the horns of a rhinoceros. Following closely were two humanoid predators. One appeared to be a Sasquatch, its furry black arms and legs pounding the ground as it ran, while the other was a diminutive male human predator, bare-chested and menacing. The dragon's breath and the spear of thunder were insufficient to eliminate all four predators in one fell swoop due to a lack of formidable power. The optimal strategy was to rely on energy guns for primary firepower while providing support. Crouching beside a rock, watching the advancing, snarling bears with their sharp fangs and gaping maws, Shen Ming shouted, Fire at whatever I point to. Do not disperse your firepower. Let's finish them in one wave. At this moment, Bell tightly gripped his gun with both paws, his eyes filled with tension and determination. He nodded and echoed, "Praise the gift. Onward." Shen Ming silently commended him and then pointed at the giant bear that had leaped into the air, activating the skill-hate contract. This ability weakened the target directly, at the cost of first enhancing it. However, Shen Ming wielded great power, allowing him to negate this cost. The bear, hurtling towards them like a cannonball, suddenly seemed to lose its strength. Its momentum diminished significantly, and the dark mist surrounding it receded considerably. Fire! With a barrage of gunfire, countless beams of light pierced through the snowstorm, striking the bear still airborne. Its once resilient hide was as fragile as wet paper, yielding to a single puncture. Black blood erupted from the bear as its extended claws lost their energy, drooping limply. Yet the sheer inertia of its mass propelled the lifeless body into their defensive line. With a thud, the bear's carcass carved a deep trench in the snow. Indeed, the strategy was effective. Shen Ming's eyes sparkled. The hate contract skill proved to be exceptional, significantly weakening the enemy far beyond his expectations. As long as he could offset the cost, their chances of survival increased dramatically. Without hesitation, he pointed at the other charging giant bear. Fire! On that moonless night, several beams of blue light illuminated the surroundings once more, striking the bear's head and chest. However, this bear merely staggered to a halt, weakened by the energy guns but not slain like the first. Black blood oozed from its wounds as it slowly rose again. Damn! A predator, Shen Ming thought. The energy guns had breached its defenses, but evidently, they had not penetrated its innards, becoming lodged within its muscles. The predator's defenses were far superior to those of the mere hunter. Encountering 4 predators and facing one that was a hunter was an unfortunate twist of fate. Reacting swiftly, as the bear paused, Shen Ming leaped onto a rock, pointing at another approaching humanoid predator, shouting, "Hold it back for me." He then rapidly conjured a spear of thunder, hurling it toward the location of the giant bear. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to strike while the iron was hot. Indeed, the energy guns paled in comparison to the might of the spear of thunder. A tremendous flash of lightning illuminated the surrounding small battlefield. As everyone gazed in terror towards the spot where thunder struck, momentarily blinded by the blinding white light. In all, the dog-headed Hank stared at the strike that resembled a divine battle, offering his sincerest respect from the depths of his heart. "Be careful," Grisk shouted, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling into the snow. He then aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The piercing cry of an eagle echoed, as an enormous black bird abruptly halted its dive, flapping its wings and soaring upward. "There's another one." The darkness not only enhanced the predator's prowess, but also concealed their forms. Upon hearing that trouble had arisen at the rear position, Shen Ming had no time to ascertain whether the colossal bear predator was dead. He could only turn and command, "Focus on the one on the ground. Quickly, take down the gibbon." The roar and shriek resonated together, as light danced with the swirling snow. Ultimately, the 2 predators, aided by the cover of night, charged into their ranks with a speed advantage. One swung its long arm while the other leaped to bite, scattering Grisk and the others. While dragging the fallen Hank through the snow, Bell fired at the approaching gibbon predator with one hand. Fortunately, the 2 encroaching invaders, being predators themselves, did not possess exceptionally high defenses. Furthermore, with the weakened buff in effect, they were quickly dispatched by the group after a brief moment of chaos. Hank, the dog-headed creature, lay on the ground as Bell tugged at his collar, gazing at the now silent predators and exhaling a sigh of relief, tossing his gun aside, too exhausted to move. Although the battle itself was not lengthy, the sheer terror it instilled left him drained not in body, but in spirit. Bell kicked the gun back into Hank's embrace, scolding, "Foolish dog, there's still one in the sky. Get up if you wish to survive." Shen Ming leaped down from the rock, retrieving his discarded energy gun, cautiously surveying the peculiarities above. His divine power had been depleted, having endured for instances of weakness, wielded the thunder spear, and not a drop remained. With the darkness already limiting visibility, compounded by the snowstorm, it was exceedingly difficult to trace the predator's earlier whereabouts. Had it retreated? Though Grisk's eyes were concealed within the folds of his skin, he seemed to perceive more clearly than the others. After a thorough scan, he confirmed that there were no anomalies in the nearby sky and approached the fallen giant bear predator's corpse, preparing to deliver a finishing shot. Do not waste bullets. It is pointless. We must leave swiftly. Predators are everywhere. Killing this one holds little significance. Shen Ming grasped his arm. For although he possessed extraordinary mental prowess as a divine being, the exhaustion from overextending his power, General. Reports from the front indicate that the western flank has been breached. The coordinates from 174 to 235 have been devastated, and the vanguard of the predators will arrive here in 2 hours. General, we must retreat. We need to report to the Marshal and request the early deployment of the 10th batch of slaves. Nudis reclined on an exquisite sofa crafted from the hides of blood elephants, his hands caressing the softness of the slave girl before him. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he opened his squinted eyes and was met with the tearful expression of the kneeling slave girl, which irritated him profoundly. The breach in the western flank means that the battle will commence earlier today. The few hours before dawn will become a nightmare for the next line of defense. The defensive pressure now rests entirely on the daytime firepower units, which could potentially undermine his standing before the Marshal. Even more infuriating was the fact that his nephew had met his end in such a dishonorable manner during the escort of the slave army. Although this incident would hardly make headlines among the imperial aristocracy, its exposure would subject him to ridicule from other generals. Ironically, the very coordinates where his nephew's convoy, the 194th, was located have been obliterated, and the capital's nobles, who revel in casting aspersions, would surely seize upon this to tarnish his reputation. After all, the empire's acquisition of slaves has tightened, with each subsequent batch sending fewer troops to the front lines. Inform Constantine that I require an hour of fire support. I need him to suppress the wave of predators on the western flank for that duration. Nudis kicked the slave girl aside and rose. Gazing at the holographic map on the conference table, he pointed to a stretch of plain east of Howling Valley and declared, "Here, I need a barrage unleashed here. Tell him that with this hour of firepower, his defense will be considerably more manageable tomorrow." General, I fear that General Constantine may not grasp this gesture of goodwill. His aide remarked helplessly, standing by as he prepared to contact the general in charge of the rear fire line. He will understand. Although the number of male slaves has significantly decreased this year, the total number of slaves purchased remains consistent with previous years. He will be interested. Nudis smiled nonchalantly and patted the messenger on the shoulder, instructing, "Notify everyone to set the traps and prepare for retreat." "Yes," the aide echoed with a chuckle. Dialing General Constantine's number to convey Nudis's request, receiving immediate agreement from the other end. "You always have a far-reaching vision. I merely understand him. Inform Farah that his performance this year has been subpar. If he fails to capture enough slaves before the red tide, I shall not hesitate to include him among the casualties." "Understood, General." "We may have chosen the wrong direction," murmured Shen Ming, burdened on Belle's back. They had been fleeing westward for several hours, yet the number of predators showed no sign of diminishing. On the contrary, it was increasing. Evidently, they had breached the front line from the eastern edge and penetrated the heart of the battle. Unbeknownst to them, the breach in the western flank had altered the dynamics, transforming the situation into a primary breach from the west, causing the entire front line to shift westward. Throughout this arduous journey, they encountered numerous predators, and Shen Ming's remarkable performance utterly captivated everyone, earning the unwavering support of the enslaved individuals. He was truly embodying his vow. If anyone were to perish, it would undoubtedly be him first. A vertical gash marred Gresk's face, resembling a ravine that cleaved through all his wrinkles. He chuckled in resignation, his voice hoarse. "My lord, we have survived for several more hours, have we not? Without your presence, we might have met our demise during the second or third wave of predators." Bale, bearing Shen Ming's weight, remained remarkably vigorous, as though he possessed boundless stamina. Between gasps, he proclaimed, "We have done our utmost. It is merely our ill fate." Shen Ming's body had become entirely uncontrollable during their previous travels, although he had guided everyone in prayer and gained 2 points of divine power. The restoration of such power required time. The frequency of skirmishes had compelled him to bear the cost of unleashing his abilities. All his divine power was expended to invoke the contract of hatred to weaken the enemies, leaving the Thunder Spear to endure the repercussions. The toll manifested as every muscle in his body seemingly acquired its own consciousness, twitching as though influenced by some potent drug. Consequently, he had now lost his combat efficacy and could only allow Bale to carry him onward. He had contemplated bestowing skills upon these individuals to enhance the team's configuration. Regrettably, despite having garnered their acknowledgement, the imminent specter of death rendered their sentiments toward him a blend of trust and reverence rather than faith. They were indifferent to the divine, for all they could perceive before them was the path to death. Thus, the faith values of the group, save for Gresk and Bale who possessed over 200, rested at a mere 100 for the others. If only 3 more could gain skills, they might endure until dawn to devise a strategy. Shen Ming found himself at an impasse. Throughout this journey, he had incessantly extolled the benefits of divine bestowal to the slaves. Yet most had simply let his words pass through one ear and out the other, filled with self-doubt regarding their futures. Time was of the essence. He had to make one final attempt. The number of predators was escalating, and the ratio of hunters was rising, indicating they had reached the heart of the battlefield. If this continued, another 1 or 2 waves of predators would spell their annihilation. After arduous efforts, he had gathered 10 individuals. He could not allow their story to end here. "Put me down, Bale." Bale showed no sign of acknowledgement, continuing to run as if he had not heard. "I am serious. Put me down. In this area, advancing a few miles makes no difference." Shen Ming gazed at the expanse of unblemished snow before him, where all the undulating hills had vanished. A vast plain lay ahead, a realm where the predators would revel upon their arrival. Bale hesitated, gradually coming to a halt, and the enslaved individuals trailing behind him also slowed their pace. Hank, the dog-headed man, collapsed to the side, panting heavily. "Very well, let us face our final battle here. I can scarcely run any longer." Sliding down from Bale's back, Shen Ming fell directly into the snow, convulsing, as the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. "Listen to my words. Have faith in our Lord, and he shall bestow his grace upon you. Your sincere prayers will surely reach him, and he will respond. Trust in me, for it is through his blessings that we shall endure." Such words are spoken with utmost sincerity. Had it not been for my body's incessant tremors, the effect might have been even more profound. Even the seasoned Bell and Grisk, confronted with the bizarre convulsions of the preacher, could not conjure the visage of the true deity in their minds. Their thoughts are now consumed by a malevolent entity, one that drives minds to madness and bodies to frenzy. Chapter 61. The slave trader in the desolate wasteland of the southern wilds, a brawny man, muscles taut and sinewy, ended a call with a ferocious slam of his signal device onto the ground. "Damn it, boss, have they sent more work our way?" A subordinate with serpentine eyes inquired respectfully, treading cautiously. Farah was incensed. The number of slaves captured this year was not lacking, albeit the male ratio was somewhat diminished. In previous years, such a scenario was often welcomed by the empire's nobility. Who could have anticipated that a fallen nest would arise in the north this year, igniting a war of resistance and drastically increasing the demand for male slaves? His superior, Lord Natiz, had altered the previous quotas for slave capture to focus solely on males, creating a significant shortfall for the year. This was not his dilemma. It was a calamity, and he refused to shoulder the blame. However, considering the countless slave bombs lodged within his heart and lungs, he could not remain indifferent. Indeed, the notorious slave trader of the South was also a slave in his own right. "Let us transport this batch back. They need male slaves up top. Let them cast their nets wide and seek out those tribes that feast upon flesh." Understood, the subordinate nodded, diligently committing his superior's orders to memory. Preparing to contact the underlings to deploy the reconnaissance drones for an unprecedented search effort. "Have we lost contact with Team 36 as well?" Farah inquired, his irritation palpable. He commanded a total of 70 slave trading convoys, capable of hunting down tens of thousands annually before the Crimson Tide. Yet this year was particularly ominous. In the midst of the hunting season, 3 small teams had already gone dark. In previous years, such losses typically occurred only in the late stages of the hunt. Despite possessing excellent equipment and reinforcements, the wilderness is fraught with unpredictability. Thus, losses are commonplace. However, an entire team going missing is exceedingly rare. This suggested they had encountered a more formidable force in the wilds. Generally, communication among slave traders persists, for despite their competitive nature, as long as core interests are not at stake, large-scale conflicts are improbable. Furthermore, Farah's subordinates were seasoned veterans of the hunt, equipped with extensive experience in assessing wilderness powers and countering intruder assaults. The disappearance of 3 teams at this juncture was highly unusual. After a prolonged silence, the subordinate picked up a tablet, perusing the information. However, the energy firearms of Team 19 have registered new firing positions in the northern wilderness, and not just once. Farah's gaze flickered as he pondered this revelation for a moment. The north? The movement of the wilderness dwellers was remarkably swift. Yet it appeared that the tribe which had annihilated Squad 19 encountered yet another crisis. It was uncertain which convoy had set their sights upon them. Could it be the forces from the Legion? Our delivery route fortuitously passes through that area, Chief. Shall we take the opportunity to eliminate them? The young subordinate made a gesture across his throat. Exercise caution. Let us first ascertain the situation. If they are indeed targeted by the Legion, we shall eradicate them altogether. If they are our own, we shall reclaim our weapons and leave them be. Understood. In the Hall of Grace, Bell opened his eyes to the swirling, intricate symbols that filled the space, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. The other slaves around him were caught in a tumult of emotions, some kissing the ground, others wailing in despair, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope, venting their deep-seated anguish. Grisk, in disbelief, slapped himself twice, then shakily rose to his feet, glancing around as he murmured, "This truly is the power of the divine. The gods have come to save us. We are redeemed. We have survived. Praise the grace. Praise the grace." The voice of the dog-headed Hank resonated the loudest, met with a tremendous echo from the misty surroundings and the churning cosmos above. As their emotions began to stabilize, Shen Ming made his entrance, transforming back into his original form, and slowly approached them. His figure was as ethereal as mist, becoming more corporeal with each step, his sacred aura intensifying until he stood before them, resembling the initial vision of a figure clad in a flowing white robe, radiating light. The slaves had never before encountered such a noble and enigmatic being. Even the most esteemed aristocrats of the empire would pale in comparison. Could he be? At this thought, they instinctively knelt, lowering their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. The divine, they understood, should not be looked upon directly. This was an immutable law of antiquity. Bell clenched his bear-like paws in anxiety, a tumult of astonishment and dread coursing through him, causing his muscles to tremble. Had he incurred the wrath of the divine by stealing a glance? Would he face punishment, or worse, annihilation? Praise the grace. This was perhaps the most sincere prayer that emanated from their hearts. Grace bestows life, alleviating all suffering. Through several experiences, Shen Ming had become quite adept at embodying the role of a divine figure. He understood how to maintain an air of mystery and elevate his presence. I am the favored of the Lord of Grace, the executor of grace, the herald of the divine realm. You may address me as the High Priest. Greetings, High Priest. It became clear that he was not the deity of grace itself, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the crowd, though their tension remained. For the aura of the High Priest was equally formidable, an oppressive force they found hard to withstand. We do not adhere to the practice of kneeling. You may rise. Upon hearing this, they lifted their heads. Grisk, possessing a sense of initiative, noticed the benevolent expression on Shen Ming's face and cautiously attempted to stand. With his lead, Bell followed suit, and one by one, the others rose as well. Shen Ming nodded, adopting a tone of authority as he declared, "I have received the report from the walking priest and am aware of your perilous situation. The grace of our Lord shall bless his people and bring forth new hope for you. Given the urgency of the moment, I shall be brief. When you return here next, you shall be bathed in his teachings and guidance." Although the consciousness of the group had been drawn into the Hall of Grace, their bodies remained ensnared in the icy wilderness, and even more troubling, they found themselves at the heart of the battlefield. The duration of their stay above was beyond Shen Ming's control, entirely dependent on when the scattered predators would approach. Thus he refrained from further discourse, eager to conclude the matter swiftly. Since the manifestations of the undying will and the fleshly mark were identical among the natives, both resulting in passive, direct resurrection upon death, Shen Ming opted against presenting any superfluous choices. He broached the subject, offering them a choice between the fleshly mark and the spear of thunder, dismissing other options ill-suited for escape. One offered a second life, yet the drawback lay in resurrection at the same spot, where the manner of death could lead to further harm upon revival. The other enhanced the team's combat prowess, relying on collective strength to break free. Though it bore the risk of side effects, if all were afflicted in their legs, they might find themselves unable to escape even after vanquishing the predator. You may now make your choice, Shen Ming concluded, stepping back to observe in silence. The options had been laid before them. How they chose was their own affair. Chapter 62. The arrival of a second life for all. The 11 individuals listened intently to the high priest's offerings, descending into a profound silence. A wave of astonishment struck their minds, throwing their rational thoughts into disarray. In the entirety of the wasteland star, even among the awakened and the imperial overlords, the coveted ability of resurrection lay tantalizingly before them. What could be more legendary or exhilarating than this, whether in life or in beastly existence? After a brief moment of distraction, Gwaisk extended his trembling hands, crossing them reverently over his chest, and with the utmost sincerity intoned, "I thank my lord for this gift. May the high priest bestow upon me the power of resurrection." As anticipated, the prospect of resurrection held an irresistible allure. Were he among these slaves, he too would unhesitatingly choose to rise once more, for an additional life signifies another opportunity. "As you wish." Shen Ming raised his hand, drawing forth a radiant star from the heavens and casting it into the bronze bell. A hum of undying will resonated. The bestowal was complete. Let the responsibilities of the divine people be ever remembered, and praise the grace. Feeling a surge of mysterious energy within, Gwaisk was filled with exhilaration. Praise the grace. His enthusiasm, however, was met with a certain disdain. The repetition was rather distasteful. The onlookers were awestruck by the grandeur of the bestowal ceremony. The high priest, merely an agent of the divine, wielded the power to command the stars, having just captured one for the purpose of this sacred rite. Hank, the dog-headed man, held his breath, striving to maintain his composure to avoid losing decorum before the high priest. Nervously, he stammered, I also wish." "Very well. As you wish." Shen Ming immediately sensed the weight of his decision. Before he could finish speaking, he once again bestowed the skill of resurrection. Bell was the third, and the lizard man BZ Tong was the fourth, followed by the fifth and sixth. All 11 individuals, unsurprisingly, chose resurrection. This ability restored them directly to their former state, akin to carrying a portable power bank, which should suffice to support their party for several more hours, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. As the bestowal concluded, it was time for their return. The walking priest would instruct them on how to navigate back and conduct themselves henceforth. Praise the bestowal. Praise the high priest. Each face bore a look of devoutness, heads bowed in gratitude for the divine gift, until the return journey commenced, and the biting wind and snow once again slapped against their faces, pulling them back to reality. Was this not a dream? I have heard that before succumbing to the cold, one may experience hallucinations. Bell touched his bear-like face, finding it seemingly unchanged. Resurrection was not a skill to be trifled with. With only one opportunity, what if it were merely a dream? If one were to die, it would be final. No one dared to gamble with life and death. Shen Ming also returned to consciousness, lying on the ground in spasms, listening to Bell's murmurs, his heart also quivering. Just moments ago in the Hall of Bestowal, he had preached sincerity and seriousness. How could one return only to declare it a dream? Was this not a betrayal of loyalty? Gwaisk rose and approached Shen Ming, extending a hand to help him up, his eyes reflecting newfound respect and an inexplicable sentiment. "You have saved us," he declared. "My lord has saved you," Shen Ming replied, "but it remains uncertain whether you can survive even after receiving the gift." He felt no false hopes. Although resurrection was possible, the ability to walk out was another matter entirely. Now, all he could do was rely on human effort and await fate. It must be possible. Bell had regained his composure, transforming back into the resolute bear man. Supporting Shen Ming from the other side, he grasped the gun lying on the ground. "We shall continue onward. We will survive." The fallen nest did not lack intelligence like lower predators. Quite the opposite, it possessed a high degree of wisdom and formidable consciousness, capable of commanding an entire swarm of invaders. It had evolved from its fallen state, embodying its name as a breeding ground, the queen of the dark encroachers. The nest required copious amounts of flesh and blood for sustenance and could reproduce rapidly without reliance on external factors, producing predators and prey that were stronger than those transformed by dark corruption, for they were the original taint, the offspring of darkness. Yet, the nest had its weaknesses. It feared the light and would cease to breed in its presence. Thus it could only operate eternally in the shadows, dwelling in caverns or makeshift shelters constructed from the bodies of the corrupted. Amidst the waves controlled by the nest, a few highly intelligent fallen beings and predators served as its scouts and reconnaissance agents, relaying frontline obstacles back to the nest. which would then make decisions on where to migrate and engage in the struggle for survival. For instance, at this moment, upon learning that the Western Front was weaker and had not faced significant hindrances, the nest directed the waves to begin shifting westward, with an increasing number of invaders surging forth from all directions, attempting to break through from the west. As for the reason why the mother nest must migrate to the extreme northern regions, perhaps only the legions behind them truly comprehend the cause. After struggling for another hour, Shen Ming and his companions finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. They discovered the mountains flanking the Whispering Valley, indicating that they had reached the edge of the western plains. Although the journey of this past hour proved more arduous than the previous half-night's trek, it ultimately represented the final darkness before dawn. Just one more hour, and we shall enter the eastern mountains of the Whispering Valley, where the invaders will be significantly fewer and hope will flourish. Gresk, a competent soldier, possessed a keen perception of the battlefield's shifting dynamics and a clear understanding of the unfolding events. This exceptional warrior, had he not been betrayed by the parasitic elements within the Legion, would undoubtedly be serving within its ranks at this moment. Shen Ming nodded in agreement. Though he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally drained, he could only endure for another hour or two before he might succumb to unconsciousness. To ensure the safety of his followers, he had truly exerted every ounce of his strength throughout this journey. Fortunately, the outcome grew increasingly clearer, and the probability of survival heightened. While everyone continued their frantic dash westward, a brilliant streak, akin to a falling star, sliced through the darkness, illuminating the entire eastern plain. It was a missile. A projectile, driven solely by its tail flame, shattered the obscurity as it struck the ground. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted in the distance, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air, the shockwave scattering the descending snowflakes and compelling the very wind to alter its course. The immense fireball illuminated the astonished faces of the group. Shen Ming's pupils constricted, his heart leaping to his throat. The Empire had intervened. They intended to halt the tide right here. Gresk exclaimed in shock. Immediately following, countless bright lights ascended from the northern horizon, streaking across the sky, transforming the entire plain into a scene reminiscent of daylight in an instant. Run! Bell's roar echoed, and Shen Ming felt his body lighten as he was hoisted onto Bell's shoulder and propelled forward. There was no time. How could human legs outrun a missile? The artillery lines stretched for miles, with trails of flames marking the sky above and around them. Damn it, this is utterly dishonorable. After scarcely escaping the tide of the mother nest, I would find myself obliterated by the Imperial Army. How absurd. There was no escape. Shen Ming struggled to steady his trembling hand, grasping Bell's collar, shouting, "The front is also a missile target. They intend to obliterate the entire plain. Put me down. There is only one way left. I cannot guarantee my survival. It is a matter of fate." The Goblin Hank paused, brushing the snow from his face, revealing an exasperated smile as he said, "Better than being blown to bits. Let us do it." Shen Ming's gaze swept over Gresk and Bell's faces, finally advising, "Remember my words. If we survive, meditate in a safe place and relay the message back to the Hall of Gifts. We shall reunite." Upon hearing this, the others likely understood that Shen Ming was prepared to fulfill his promise. If anyone were to perish, I would be the first to meet that fate. Dig the snow quickly. I require soil. Pour it upon me. There is no time to waste. Shen Ming gazed at the revitalized power of two, concentrating all his will into a single point. He resolved to sacrifice all his strength and physical form to mold the earth into a protective dome. Whether it could withstand the Empire's missiles was a matter of fate. This was the last resort he could conceive. After all, amidst the baptism of artillery, a second life merely meant dying once more. The crowd frantically excavated the snow, transforming the grips of their energy guns into shovels, wielding them with great fervor. In no time, they unearthed the soil buried deep beneath the snow. As explosions echoed across the plain, the ground began to tremble. The missile impact zones expanded outward from the center, the sword of death hanging ominously above them, poised to descend. At last, after encasing Shen Ming in a mound of earth, the soil beside him began to tremble, rapidly coalescing and dispersing. Initially, it formed a canopy above the slaves, soon transforming into a vast dome that enveloped them. Boom. This was the final sound Shen Ming heard, for he had already succumbed. The cost of excessive overexertion being his transformation into stone. As stone, he possessed no flesh to regenerate. Thus, he was directly returned to the Hall of Grace. In the wilds, within an unknown dense forest, dappled sunlight filtered through the lush foliage. Apart from the gentle rustle of leaves and the sound of footsteps, there was no other clamor. The group, comprising of Deep Affection, Big Muscle, Iron Hook, and Good Man, was foraging in the forest. Their haul had been meager in recent days. Since the day before yesterday, not a single black wolf had been sighted, compelling them to hasten their pace and explore further afield. The food reserves in the village were dwindling, with little meat left. Limited by the cooking skills of the NPCs in the settlement, dishes like vegetable stew and dried gourds were tolerable once or twice, but became monotonous with repetition. Furthermore, lacking spices made it difficult to create anything palatable. The bland broth was akin to a restrictive diet. Consequently, daily roasted wolf meat became the sole hope of the entire village. Have we not extinguished the black wolves from the forest? It has been 3 days without a sighting of even one. Deep Affection, gun in hand, led the way with a furrowed brow, stating, "They must have sensed the danger and fled." Big Muscle, trailing behind, dismissively replied, "With their intellect, it's doubtful they grasped that concept. Indeed, they seemed like simple creatures, akin to the foolish deer of the Northeast." Iron Hook, while gathering grass, chimed in, "Yet deer graze, while these foolish wolves hunt meat. How do they manage to capture their prey? They may lack intelligence, but their predatory instincts remain intact. Upon spotting prey, they will pounce and bite, and with their strength. How could they fail to secure food?" Good Man pondered aloud, feeling that perhaps their intelligence had been dulled by the black wolves. Or perhaps it was the consumption of wolf meat that had rendered them so. The retreating drum walked to the side, listening to the discussions of his companions without uttering a word, yet he did not intervene. This is because the black wolf, a creature of instinct, would not flee at the slightest rustle. Rather, it would approach the sound, hoping to seize its prey. Fortunately, this species reproduces at an astonishing rate. Otherwise, such a survival strategy would inevitably lead to its demise. The group continued southward along the route established the previous night, arriving at an unfamiliar territory. After several days of exploration, they had more than doubled their understanding of the forest surrounding the village. "Be cautious, something's amiss." The shout from the formidable giant invigorated the group. An anomaly signified new developments. Tension and fear were alien concepts here, in this gaming realm. Nothing could instill dread, except perhaps the closure of the game itself. "What have we discovered? There are footprints here." Deep Emotion, armed and his eyes alight with excitement, rushed over to him, following the direction indicated by his finger. Before them lay a series of disordered footprints on the ground, alongside damp handprints on a tree trunk. "Goodness, someone has been here." The group gathered around, as the retreating drum examined a bit of mud from the tree, rubbing it between his fingers and remarking, "It's not yet dry. Given the heat and humidity of the forest, it must have been less than an hour ago. Whoever it was is still nearby." The excitement in their eyes could not be concealed. A new humanoid species. Whether it be a monster or an NPC, the mere novelty was thrilling. The game had been releasing new content at a painfully slow pace, often recycling the same few NPCs. Even if they were all female characters, monotony would eventually set in. "How should we proceed?" asked the good-hearted player, though her expression already conveyed her answer. "Be careful. Regardless of the situation, we must ensure our firearms remain intact. Our energy supplies are dwindling, but we cannot afford to lose our energy weapons." The retreating drum felt a surge of anticipation, as his recent practice with the spear under the coach's guidance now offered a chance for real-world application. Though still a novice, his skills had improved significantly compared to his previous haphazard throws. Furthermore, the time spent practicing within the game far exceeded that in reality. Consistently dedicating an hour each day to his training, an impressive dual regimen. Of course, when it came to dedication, he could only rank second. The unyielding giant, who exercised daily, truly embodied his name. After the last battle, he had allocated his single attribute point to strength, boasting a formidable 4 in strength and 4 in constitution, truly the king of tanks. Spread out and search, but do not stray too far. Ensure you remain within the sight of the other two, so that aid may be rendered swiftly in case of danger. Nods of agreement were exchanged, and like treasure hunters who had discovered jewels, they moved stealthily in different directions. No trace could escape the scrutiny of the vigilant players, particularly this group brimming with energy. Before long, they uncovered several more signs and, based on the distribution of these clues, conjectured a deeper investigation. I can't shake this feeling that something is off. The good-hearted player, while searching for new leads, felt an unsettling instinct as a seasoned female player. The current scenario seemed somewhat peculiar, prompting her to voice her concerns. The traces are most conspicuous beneath the trees. Although there is a semblance of coherence among the various marks, they appear rather contrived, lacking the authenticity of genuine activity. Rather, they resembled deliberate markings. Steel Hook, who was relatively close to her, responded without hesitation to her inquiry. What is the purpose of these markings? There is nothing to eat here, nor any animals residing. It is desolate and uninhabited. Surely, they are not meant for our benefit. Before he could finish his sentence, the two exchanged glances, seemingly struck by a realization. Indeed, it echoed the deceptive tactics of the seasoned players from times past. Were they attempting to lure us into a trap? Good man, ever the strategist, held his breath and nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, it is entirely plausible. We may have already fallen into a snare. Wait, he cautioned, there is no sign of anyone at present, so it is unlikely to be an ambush. Last time, Sister Xinqing mentioned that scouts were positioned in the trees when they attacked the tribe. They may be doing the same now. We should avoid alarming them and continue our search. They could be observing us, and hastily altering our approach might cause them to flee. Good man, with a sly smile, appeared unconcerned about a sudden assault on their group. Instead, he advised Steel Hook to maintain their current stance, suggesting they discreetly scan the trees for hidden figures. Steel Hook nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, as long as they were not facing predators, their team's combat capabilities were commendable, and they were unlikely to be annihilated by a surprise attack. Conversely, those who believed themselves concealed in the shadows might very well have shifted their identities, emerging into the open. However, Goodman did not truly believe they could locate the scouts in the wilderness. Setting aside the question of their presence, even if they existed, the skill level of the wilderness scouts was likely not on par with that of the players' counter-scouting techniques. Yet, she underestimated the subtlety of Steel Hook and his cunning strategies. Though Steel Hook's performance on the front lines had been unremarkable, in an environment where survival was paramount, his prowess was undeniable. His search patterns mirrored those previously established, and his exchanges with the others remained perfectly normal, yet his gaze was always fixed on the least likely places to conceal anyone. Before long, he indeed detected something amiss. On a tree behind them, there was a subtle anomaly. While the entire canopy swayed gently in the breeze, one dense cluster of leaves remained inexplicably still. Steel Hook shifted his position several times, confirming with furtive glances that there was indeed someone hidden there. His first reaction was the realization of their presence. His second thought was a sense of disbelief. Could they be more cunning than he? His third consideration was how to inform the others to apprehend them. However, he soon dismissed this notion, as a sudden idea struck him regarding his skills, preparing to execute a clever maneuver. The curse of hatred, when cast upon a target exhibiting hostility towards him, could severely weaken the enemy, albeit at the cost of temporarily enhancing them before the full weakening took effect. This was the sole skill that did not require him to bear any personal cost. He turned sideways, feigning a search for traces amidst the bushes, quietly directing his attention toward the treetops, a suspected hiding place. Indeed, he felt a sensation akin to target locking and received feedback upon utilizing his skills. There were two individuals perched upon the tree. Today, he was destined to be the MVP. Without hesitation, he unleashed two skillful strikes with his iron hook, then began to silently count the seconds in his mind. Brother Hook, have you noticed something? The perceptive instincts of a lifelong good person allowed him to swiftly discern that Iron Hook was up to something behind them. Iron Hook shook his head and replied, "Patience. Let us wait a moment." Wait for what? For the skills to fly for a while. In the distance, two indistinct silhouettes remained motionless, observing the players ahead. As seasoned sentinels, they were confident in their ability to conceal themselves. However, today felt peculiar. Just moments ago, a sudden warmth erupted from their abdomens. A soothing warmth coursing through their limbs, revitalizing their weary spirits. The figure on the left opened and closed his mouth for a while, ultimately unable to contain himself, and in a faint voice inquired, "Deza, I think I might be awakening." This was also what Deza wished to express. He felt his hearing and vision had significantly sharpened, and his thoughts were much clearer than in his previous fatigued state, his limbs brimming with boundless energy. He turned slowly to glance at his companion, striving to avoid any violent disturbances in the foliage, then nodded slightly and whispered, "Me too. We should stop following them. These individuals do not resemble ordinary slave traders." Let us find a place to assess our physical conditions. They exchanged glances, witnessing surprise and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that today was their fortunate day? Chapter 64. Capturing Wild NPCs X2 in the Wilderness at the stronghold of the Divine Kingdom. After several days of construction, the base had taken on a new appearance. A several-meter-long wall now stood in the clearing beside the village. At first glance, it seemed merely a mound of earth. But upon closer inspection, intricate stone patterns revealed themselves, with eaves and brackets adorning the top. The interior of the wall featured finely crafted staircases and railings. The juxtaposition of the crude earth and exquisite design created an inexplicable oddity. After 4 days, only a few meters had been completed. How long do you plan to keep building? Kahii asked, standing atop the watchtower, patting the earthen-carved pillar and reflecting. Such decoration is unnecessary. Simplicity is preferable. Practicality is key, especially considering the short duration of the costs. Banshu Songkwang, at that moment, was applying red paint made by the female NPCs to the pillars, casting a disdainful glance at Kahii and retorting, "That would insult my design sensibilities. If we are to build, let us build the best." Were it not for the need for durability, these staircases and pillars should have been crafted from wood. Banshu Songkwang held firm to his principles, and as he was the driving force behind the renovations, the others acquiesced to his vision. The only structure met with widespread disapproval was the wooden city tower. For in this age of gunfire, wood is far too susceptible to damage, and repairs are an onerous waste of time. While the city walls could be overlooked, the interiors of the new town could be constructed at will. The entire strength of the walls was meticulously designed to withstand the penetrative force of energy weapons, necessitating a painstaking approach. After all, the price of recklessness loomed large. This led to a work rhythm of half a day laboring and half a day idly resting. Given the current scarcity of monsters, transforming the stronghold into a novice town could afford to take some time. Spending a few months on it posed no issue. The loyal companions, alongside several NPCs, were aiding in the painting process, their sole objective being the construction of this small town, allowing everyone to maintain a positive mindset, treating it as a simulation game. The only concern was the possibility of data wipes during the beta testing, rendering their efforts futile. Yet, even if that were the case, they could simply rebuild later. As Shu Kuang clicked his tongue, his hands remained busy with the task at hand. Regrettably, without video recordings or photographs, he lamented the missed opportunity to document their daily work, splice together videos, and share them online for preservation. Should they be deleted, it would matter little, as the essence lay in the experience itself. You have quite the optimism. Chris and Haegu were also part of the helping group, diligently working while listening to the adults converse. Although they could only grasp a few words here and there, it did not diminish their immersion in the moment. Being in the presence of the esteemed divine messengers brought them immense joy, as it signified their acceptance and recognition. Upon realizing that the adults possessed the ability to resurrect, they began to refer to the players as messengers of the divine, their reverence for the bestowed gifts deepening. Amidst the bustling labor atop the tower, in the woods adjacent to the village, Deji Ba and Steel Hook excitedly dragged back 2 bound individuals, followed closely by the retreating Drum and the kind-hearted Good Life. "Comrades, come out. We captured 2 people today. Ha ha ha. Hook brother has done a great deed." Deji Ba shouted with enthusiasm, quickening his pace. Xinqing led Muna out, and as they exited the village gate, they beheld 2 ragged male wildlings bound by vines as thick as a wrist, being pulled along by Deji Ba in a staggered manner. Despite their tattered clothing, both men appeared to be in relatively good health, not resembling starving wanderers. Notably, their eyes, upon seeing the village and its inhabitants, shifted to a depth of seriousness, devoid of panic or fear. Xinqing realized that they were likely not ordinary characters, but rather belonged to some faction. "What is the situation? We strayed a bit far today. Couldn't he find the Black Wolf? Outside the woods, we discovered some footprints. You know our exploration zones are well documented on the map, and we hadn't ventured there before. They certainly weren't ours." The retreating Drum greeted them before explaining, "So we followed the footprints for a while and found these 2 tracking us. We took them down and brought them back." "Impressive. Were you hurt?" "Not at all, thanks to Steel Hook. Ha ha, my brother is quite remarkable. He spotted the 2 hiding in the trees and knocked them down with his skills." His skills were not questioned by Xian Qing as she gazed at the Steel Hook. A good-natured individual, Ping A, joyfully leaped over and embraced X and Qing, explaining, "Brother Hook enhanced them first, but they merely observed us from the trees without taking action. So, when the moment arrived, they weakened and could barely stand on the branches, ultimately falling down. It was utterly hilarious. Is it truly possible?" Those working atop the city tower, upon hearing the arrival of new humans, descended and overheard their banter, bursting into laughter. "Let us not forget, your antics are increasingly remarkable. Who knew skills could be wielded in such a manner? What spoils have you gathered?" queried one. "We seized a mechanical rifle, though the ammunition is scant." TSK. I wonder which tribe it belongs to, or if it belongs to some vagabond. Perhaps we should enlist Muna's assistance in examining it. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xianqing shook her head in resignation. "We can only attempt it. Interrogating requires complex linguistic communication, which may pose a challenge. Let us first try to establish some form of dialogue." Muna stood quietly to the side, motionless, her eyes filled with vigilance as she regarded the two captured wildlings. It was evident, beyond their bindings, that their demeanor did not suggest they were allies of the adults. They were undoubtedly outsiders. In the wilderness, outsiders are seldom friendly. Deza was a scout from the northern nomadic tribes, known for their reconnaissance abilities. Their group was quite substantial, as they journeyed northward to evade slave traders. Individual survivors or small groups frequently joined them, welcomed with open arms, for they were herbivorous survivors, extending kindness to solitary wanderers and families alike. In the desolate expanse, tribes with too few members struggled to survive. Since all sought to evade the slave traders, temporary alliances became a means of survival. Today, they arrived near a dense forest and discovered signs of human activity, which heightened the tension for Deza and his companion, Juhao. Being seasoned scouts of the wilderness, they instinctively left traces to lure the unknown while observing, only to be unexpectedly discovered by skilled adversaries. They were captured, and their captors spoke an unintelligible tongue, wielding energy weapons typically associated with slave traders. This plunged them into despair, fearing their fate was sealed. Yet, observing their captors' behaviors instilled a flicker of hope within Deza, sparking a fantasy that perhaps these were not slave traders, but an entirely new human race. Moreover, they possessed peculiar abilities that could render individuals strong or weak. It was this very fluctuation in strength that had led to their capture. At this moment, Xianqing was gesturing to Muna, communicating her intent for Muna to inquire about their circumstances. Muna appeared to grasp Xianqing's meaning, nodding in understanding, and summoned the composed Krisha for support. She approached the two captives, halting at a distance where they could not easily lash out, and inquired, "Who are you? What are you? Are you their slaves?" The period indicated that the two women before me were likely of slave origin, as their demeanor was submissive, and their behavior resembled that of tribal slaves. However, it was peculiar that their masters, this peculiar group of humans, treated them with apparent kindness, and the fabric of their garments clearly surpassed that of the men surrounding them. How could it be that slaves donned attire more exquisite than their masters? Be honest. If you have nothing to say, remain silent. Jiangnan's most sentimental figure observed Moon Na as she uttered only a few words, yet this man rambled incessantly, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Nonetheless, I could not comprehend what he had said, only noticing his fierce countenance, which made me retreat in trepidation. Moon Na regarded the dignitary for a moment, waiting for his signal to continue, before mustering the courage to inquire, "Answer my question. Furthermore, from whence do you hail, and what brings you to this vicinity?" I gazed at the players glaring at me and dared not speak. Deza took it upon himself to respond. "We are wanderers fleeing from the south. Our tribe was discovered by slavers, forcing us to scatter and seek refuge here. We are not part of a carnivorous tribe, nor do we harbor ill intentions. We are good people." Upon hearing this, Muna began to feel sympathy for them, fully aware of the horrors of dealing with slavers in the wilderness. Learning that they were not cannibals eased her wariness somewhat. She turned to converse quietly with Klissa for a moment before inquiring, "Is it just the two of you? How many are there in total? Do you possess weapons, and where are they currently hidden?" Chapter 65. We are willing to join. Deza's expression suddenly hardened. He surveyed his surroundings and resolutely stated, "Who are they? I will not betray my companions. Are they slavers?" He had grasped a crucial point. It seemed that the rulers of this place did not speak the language of the wilderness, as they communicated with the young girl before them through gestures. Thus, he needed to ascertain the true nature of this location. Muna had never conducted an interrogation and was uncertain whether to divulge information. She conferred with Klissa for a moment. Klissa, being older and having survived in the wilderness for over 20 years before encountering the carnivorous tribe, had seen many different groups of wanderers and herbivorous tribes. She advised Muna, "We must gather all pertinent information about them, as this will grant the divine envoy a strategic advantage in addressing future challenges. So, ask boldly. Even if they learn of our situation, they cannot escape from here." Muna nodded, signaling her understanding. "We are servants of the divine envoy. They are followers of the true deity's grace. We are neither slavers nor cannibals." The atmosphere suddenly became charged with excitement. Both groups appeared invigorated. Deza and I were astonished and overjoyed upon hearing Muna's response. It was a relief to discover that this was not a carnivorous tribe, even though the village's architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of such a tribe. Nevertheless, as captives, we had no reason to deceive ourselves any further. We were fish on the chopping block. Lying to the fish would not render its flesh any more delectable. Moreover, upon hearing the mention of the divine, this peculiar group of leather-clad individuals was revealed to be messengers of the gods, which explained their extraordinary powers. Reflecting on their capture, they were convinced strange beings must surely originate from strange places, especially given the unusual pronunciation of their divine name. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including the hesitant retreaters, widened their eyes in astonishment, for within Muna's words they discerned the term blessing, articulated with impeccable Mandarin. Blessing? What are they discussing? Muna has truly excelled lately, her Mandarin imbued with genuine flavor. This news will surely spread. One must wonder about the identities of these two individuals. They are certainly not foes. Their communication suggests they are merely ordinary denizens of the wilderness, yet their skills do not seem to align with that notion. Having followed us for so long, they must possess some formidable backing. Heartfelt curiosity enveloped Exine Qing, yet she refrained from interrupting Muna's dialogue, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their inquiries. Juhua, eyes wide with disbelief, asked, "Is it true? Are they truly messengers of the gods? Are you servants of the divine?" Muna nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes, now it is your turn. How many of you are there, and what is your purpose?" Unexpectedly, the two individuals before them knelt, pleading, "Please save us. We wish to follow your God and become their servants. We are indeed refugees." "What is happening?" Filled with fervent emotion, one stood up, pointing at the kneeling captives and exclaiming, "Is that all there is to convey?" Muna is remarkably swift. It appeared they were beseeching assistance. The loyal companion, bewildered, stroked his chin, scrutinizing the expressions of Muna and Klissa. Muna was taken aback as well. Glancing at the observing Exine Qing, she turned to ask, "You must clarify. How many of you are there? Where are you located? And do you possess any weapons?" Deza responded promptly, "We number 49 in total. My name is Deza, and Juhua and I are scouts. Our tribe escaped with 14 individuals, and later, we joined forces with others fleeing north, gradually growing in number. We possess 4 rifles. I hold one, and they have 3. They await us approximately half a day's journey to the south. We have 2 scouting parties, and only after returning to report safety will we continue northward. We are indeed wanderers. We do not raid others nor consume human flesh. Our food supplies are scarce, and we lack the means to defend ourselves. Please, save us. We are willing to become your servants." Gazing at the 2 women before them, who claimed to be servants of the divine, one could observe that, aside from their demeanor reminiscent of servants, they bore no resemblance to subordinates. They were akin to the masters of the village. Moreover, whether they would escape after capture remained uncertain. Since this was a tribe blessed by the divine, joining them seemed far preferable to opposition. How could mere slave traders contend with the gods? Deza and Juhua quickly grasped the implications and readily expressed their willingness to join. They believed that if their companions waiting in the south were aware of a sanctuary that could shelter them, they would undoubtedly make the same choice, particularly given that this refuge boasted firepower, sustenance, and the favor of the divine. After confirming some details and inquiries with the 2 individuals, Muna urged them to remain calm before turning to communicate with Xinqing. "My lady Xinqing, there are many of them. 49 members of the gun gang are heading south." As she gestured and spoke, a crowd gathered around Muna and Krisha, listening intently as she endeavored to convey the information she had. "Do you mean there are 49 of them?" Xinqing furrowed her brows, exchanging a cautious glance with the retreating drum, her expression filled with seriousness. "Goodness, that's quite a number. Are we planning a major operation? I'm incredibly excited. The exuberant shouts of excitement echoed as the prospect of seizing the stronghold reignited ambitions. Stay on point. The loyal dog, sensing Muna's implications, interjected. It appeared that this group wished to join their encampment. They have very few guns. Only 4. What are their intentions? Are they heading south? Oh, moving north? Xinqing persistently sought confirmation from Muna, understanding that the number 49 was crucial to the safety of their stronghold and must not be taken lightly. Each detail required clarity. Language had become the primary barrier to their advancement. What do they want? Does he have eyes for you? Is he interested in you? The deeply sentimental one looked at Xinqing, bewildered, and remarked, Sister Qing, are you serious? This is quite a leap in logic. Was that kneeling a proposal? The good-hearted one chuckled from the side. So, if it comes down to a choice, who would you pick? The sentimental one teased, of course, Muna and Krisha, one for each. If the law permitted, the notion of all 4 living together was whimsically suggested. Xinqing, observing their chaotic excitement, cast a sidelong glance before continuing to speculate. Do they want to join you? Are they seeking to integrate with us? Goodness, really? 49? We can't support that many. The collective inhalation echoed, and the loyal dog's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the content of the internal test is becoming richer. Just as we were contemplating establishing a town, the system has delivered the residents to us. Turning to the retreating drum, he inquired, So, what do you say, will we accept them? The crowd looked expectantly at the retreating drum, who had always been the decision-maker of the team. Of course, we should accept them. Why be apprehensive? More hands mean greater strength. We 1T starve in a game. With a wave of his hand, the retreating drum established the tone. Xinqing and Muna confirmed the details. And let us prepare in advance. If it's true, we will certainly welcome them. Providing some initial resources is one matter, but manpower is another. I see the 2 gentlemen. There must be more men in their group. Does this not align with the previous concept of a guard unit? Once we confirm they pose no threat, and they join our encampment, we can begin to shape the nascent kingdom. Impressive. I can hardly wait to welcome the NPCs into the village. The deeply sentimental one exclaimed, animatedly envisioning the vibrant life of the new novice village. The loyal dog nodded in agreement. Let's deliberate further, splitting into 2 teams. One will prepare at home, demarcating them a plot of land, initially allowing them to construct their own dwellings, while the other will engage with them, armed and ready. Thus, even if one team encounters difficulties, the other can remain as a safeguard. It is settled then. Xi and Qing, you must persevere, as the future development relies entirely upon you. Xi and Qing gazed at the group of baboon-like players, letting out a resigned sigh, before continuing her dialogue with Muna. Meanwhile, the 2 captives observed the exuberant so-called messengers of the gods, feeling a twinge of anxiety for the uncertain future that lay ahead. Chapter 66. The Ade tribe. Due to the late hour yesterday, they had not hurried to pacify the wildlings overnight. After a restless night, they confirmed that if the 2 sentinels did not return by nightfall, the main force would wait for them half a day before setting off. Only then did they feel at ease enough to log off. Prior to logging off, they securely bound the 2 captives and left them in the basement, entrusting the vigilant Klisa to keep watch over them. After a day of preparation, the delegation for pacification was ready to set forth the next morning. The team included Tue Tanggu, Shen Qing, Xian Qing, Ban Shengshu Kuang, Muna, and Klisa, while the others remained behind as reserves. Not all captives were taken. Only Deja was brought along, while Juhao remained in the basement to continue his incarceration. Of course, if all went well, he might be released tomorrow, or at the earliest, this afternoon. 30 kilometers south of the divine stronghold, in a certain grove of the wilderness, the morning light cascaded through the trees, awakening all plant life to commence a new day of growth. Occasionally, gentle breezes swept through the tranquil woods, inviting one to indulge in a brief slumber. Yi cautiously poked his head out from the burrow beneath the roots, ensuring the surroundings were clear before he produced a bone whistle and blew twice. The response came in the form of 3 sharp whistles, and he nodded. It seemed the area was secure. Climbing out, he called out, "Safe." Instantly, the atmosphere buzzed with voices, as the once desolate grove suddenly brimmed with life. Emerging from burrows, leaping down from the treetops, and even rising from piles of fallen leaves. The day of struggle for the Ade tribe began. Yi approached an elderly man with a grizzled beard, his expression somewhat grim as he spoke. Deja and Ju have yet to return. We have lingered here for several days, and by noon today, We can wait no longer. We must depart. The old wildling, with murky yet resolute eyes, opened his mouth but emitted no sound, then nodded in agreement. You are now the chieftain. We will abide by your decision. Yi gazed at the distant rising sun, lost in thought. Before we leave, I will leave a mark for them, hoping they return by morning. Leaving a mark is too perilous. It cannot be done. The elder's stance was unwavering. What needed to be abandoned must be relinquished. Yi stared at him, understanding that the elder spoke the truth. This man had spent his life hiding in the wilderness, making countless such decisions for the sake of the tribe's survival. Their collective existence and the integration of so many wildlings were inextricably linked to the elder's keen insight and experience. But Deja is your only son, he protested. He is still, wild children, the elder interjected. You must remember, you are the leader. Your responsibility lies with the entire tribe, not merely with me. The elderly man's powerful palm struck fiercely upon Dai's shoulder, a gesture resonant with the weight of ancestral strength. Dai nodded solemnly, proclaiming, I shall inform everyone to wait a while longer. Deza, your son, is not only a child of yours, but also the finest scout of our clan. He is deserving of this patience. Go now, you scoundrel. The elder waved Dai away, commencing to strike his withered calves. Age had rendered his limbs less agile. He could not afford to be a burden to his people. As noon approached, Deza and Juhua had yet to return. A sense of unease settled within Dai. An experienced scout, who had long navigated the wilderness, had gone silent for 2 days. He found himself compelled to consider the direst of possibilities. Were they captured by slave traders or invaders? There was no time to linger. They must set forth immediately, altering their original course to circumvent the due north. Observing the clan members who had readied themselves, he inhaled deeply, steeling his resolve, and commanded, Let us depart. At once. The people obeyed, springing into action, taking only essential provisions while leaving behind all else. Years of wandering the wild had honed their ability to swiftly craft tools from available resources. A makeshift shelter could be conjured from the earth and trees with little time if materials were at hand. Armed with sustenance and practical weapons, they began their northern migration under the guidance of their leader. In that very moment, a series of urgent whistles echoed from the distant rock formations. Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss, 5 notes, signaling the presence of slave traders. The scout had spotted someone, but the distance was too short for an escape. Dai's expression tightened, and he hissed. Hide. The clan, upon hearing the whistle, was engulfed in terror. In a frantic panic, they scattered, seeking refuge in their recent shelters. Only to find the earth concealed their burrows and the trees had been dismantled. No hiding place remained. No matter how deft their hands, creating new spaces would require time. And the slave traders would not grant them such a luxury. Amidst the chaos, a woman had already knelt, weeping softly upon the ground. Let us fight. A few valiant men declared, brandishing their polished stone axes with grim determination. Just as Dai found himself in a state of despair, a different pattern of whistles rang out, bewildering him. This sequence indicated safety. How could this be? Dai did not suspect a fault with the scout signals, for their system required 2 individuals to confirm before a whistle was sounded. Thus, it was likely that the first whistle had been a misinterpretation. Who had returned? Deza and Juhua? Dai's thoughts raced, but he could not take risks. Although the likelihood of the slave traders having apprehended the scouts and altered the signal was slim, he could not gamble with the lives of his kin. Therefore, he gestured for the others to conceal themselves, while he, along with a few men wielding axes, ventured forth to ascertain the situation. Should the circumstances prove dire, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to buy time for his people's concealment. If the signal proved valid, it would indicate that Deza had returned with companions. However, until he could ascertain their identities, he could not recklessly allow them entry, even if they were led by Deza, the son of the former leader. At this moment, in the distant stone formation, players led by the retreating drum were awkwardly confronting 2 sentinels known to Deza. Deza was explaining the identities of the captives to the sentinels, yet their expressions betrayed a clear disbelief. His bound hands were a testament to the unfriendly disposition of those behind him, yet Deza repeatedly insisted that they were amicable. This contradiction led them to conclude that Deza had lost his sanity, albeit only partially. However, out of respect for the old chief, they emerged from the stone cluster to engage in face-to-face dialogue, bestowing upon this once esteemed sentinel the final honor. Muna was also partaking in the discourse, clarifying the identities of the players to the sentinels. Prior to their departure that morning, The players convened a collective meeting, marking Muna's inaugural participation in their discussions, thus becoming the first NPC to attend such a gathering, despite their mutual incomprehension. Furthermore, the complexities surrounding Muna's role rendered communication challenging, extending the meeting to an exhausting 2.5 hours. Consequently, although they logged on early, their departure was significantly delayed. Fortunately, they managed to set off before the tribe commenced their journey. Muna also grasped her role accompanying the divine emissaries, a translator for the divine realm, one who struggled to comprehend Mandarin and relied on gestures and conjecture for communication. Better to have some assistance than none at all, as echoed in the hearts of many players. Chapter 67. Who absorbs whom? When Dai saw that Deza was still alive, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet he did not conceal his wariness towards the players behind Deza. Deza, who are they? Have you been captured by slave traders? His confusion was palpable. Though Deza appeared bound, his keen eye discerned that the captors exhibited little defense against Deza and showed no hostility towards Dai's group, instead conversing in a language he could not understand. Wow, that guy's chest muscles are nearly as colossal as those of a bodybuilder. He is incredibly robust. Dai leaned in, scrutinizing the bare-chested bodyguards behind the leader. Their axes gleam brilliantly. How do they achieve such polish? They look far superior to the crude axes I craft. His previously scattered attention was suddenly captivated by the formidable axes held tightly by the burly men. Xinxing, finding their chatter bothersome, nudged both of them and remarked, "You two continue your conversation. I can hardly focus on what Muna is saying with you creating this ruckus." Xinxing, "It's mainly because Muna isn't gesturing. So you can't understand either." "Ah, stop kicking me. I'll be quiet." Deza was equally exhilarated upon seeing Dai, for he had not anticipated surviving to reunite with his kin after being captured the previous day. "They are not slave traders." Deza restrained his excitement and introduced, "This is our chief, my elder brother, Dai." He realized that further communication would rely on this goddess envoy who understood a smattering of wilderness language and the maid named Muna. "Brother, they are not slave traders. They are nearby citizens of the divine, followers of the true God's grace." The players raised their brows at the mispronounced name of the deity, while Daya, upon hearing the term true God, was momentarily struck dumb, as if thunder had suddenly erupted in his mind. "Are you a follower of the true God?" he asked, struggling to recall the precise pronunciation of the name. "I am a servant of the divine envoy. The esteemed individuals behind me are the true followers of and I am called Muna. Would you like to join us?" Both Muna and Deja were taken aback. Muna glanced at the earnest expression on Daya's face, then at the equally bewildered Deja, and chose to remain silent. Deja's mind raced with thoughts. "Brother, how can you even entertain such a notion? We have never accepted the followers of a deity. We cannot allow our chief to continue speaking." Deja awkwardly explained to Xianqing and Muna, "Our tribe has never encountered the divine people, so we ask for your understanding." He then turned back, his expression peculiar as he stared at Daya, saying, "Brother, they have settled here, and the divine envoys are willing to take us in." The faces of the members of the Ade tribe were as pallid as liver at that moment. It was inevitable that, as tribesmen, they would feel a burning shame at such words being spoken in the presence of the divine people. After all, the divine tribe held the highest status in the wilderness. With the favor of the gods, they were unafraid of invaders, and slave traders typically did not trouble them. Even among the indigenous tribes of Wasteland Star, those with followers of the divine were not in the majority. "Is what you say true?" Daya, being a seasoned survivor of the wilderness, quickly regained his wits after a brief moment of confusion. He directed his question to Deja, but looked toward Muna and the woman behind her. He sensed that this woman was the true authority. "The grace of our Lord N is kind and forgiving. As his follower, the divine envoy is willing to accept you. Can we also worship the true God?" "That should be possible, as even those as lowly as ourselves, mere slaves, have the right to believe in N. Muna hesitated to make any promises. She turned to Xianqing and began gesturing. Upon witnessing this exchange, Dia was again perplexed. Does this servant not understand the language of the divine people? How is she resorting to sign language? After a moment of effort, Xianqing grasped Muna's intent and smiled, nodding at Dia as she replied in the tongue of the wilderness, "Of course you can." Dia felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a serious demeanor, concealing his joy. Meanwhile, the valiant men behind him began to weep with joy. Some clasped their heads in disbelief, while others knelt in prayer. grateful that fate had finally smiled upon them. As for the credibility of what had been said, with the chief and Deja present, it was unlikely they would be deceived. After all, seizing slaves with energy guns was far simpler than tricking them. I mean, no offense, Dia said, observing the elation of his tribesmen, feeling pleased yet still hesitating to voice his final concern. I trust my brother Deja, but I must audaciously request that you prove the identity of the divine people. He then added hurriedly, I am willing to pay for my offense. As the leader, he bore the heavy responsibility of returning with certain news for his kin. Otherwise, hope without foundation would only serve as a knife to sap their spirits, casting them into the abyss of despair. Muna could deeply empathize with this sentiment, for these wild men were not unlike her former self before becoming a slave. Thus, she engaged in further communication with Lord Xinxing, who had anticipated such requests from the players. Upon grasping the underlying meaning, Xinxing turned and winked at Tuatangu, saying with a smile, It's your turn now, commence your performance. Tuatangu immediately understood her intent, clearing his throat and coughing twice. He signaled for the wild men to direct their attention towards him. He then stepped aside, flamboyantly raising his right hand. With a shift of thought, a thunder spear materialized. The roaring thunder and boiling plasma were confined within the space of the spear, and Tuatangu, bending forward in a bow stance, hurled it with a flourish. The spear striking a stone 20 meters away with precision. Perfect, he awarded himself a score of 99 in his mind. This was the most aesthetically pleasing throwing posture he had learned from his coach during javelin training. Though the throw was close, the form was impeccable. Looking good was all that mattered, regardless of distance. With a thunderous boom, the stone shattered spectacularly. This single display left all the wild men agape. The clap of thunder seemed not to shatter mere stone, but to fracture their very minds, each one murmuring in a daze, the power of the divine. A miracle. Truly a god. Even Deza fell into a stupor, caught in a whirlwind of excitement and madness. For he had never witnessed such divine prowess exhibited by a figure of leadership. Then, a somewhat eccentric character emerged. Having previously discussed the credibility of identities and the demonstration of divine power, today's envoy consisted of players with conspicuous skills. The presence of deep emotion was to provide firepower, while Xinxing aimed to ensure effective communication. Mimicking Tuatangu, he swaggered over to the charred remnants where the thunder had struck, gently brushing his hand over the scattered stones and earth. Standing upright, he turned his back to the crowd and extended his hand, gently grasping it. Astonishingly, the fragments of stone and soil began to swirl and coalesce in the air, forming a new rock. A miracle. It must be a miracle. Praise the divine. The wild men were once again astounded. Unlike the imposing presence of the thunder emissary, this divine figure, with his calm demeanor and steady posture after restoring the stone, radiated a depth akin to the stars. Diyu swallowed hard, gazing at Xinxing with fervent respect, and declared earnestly, Please, we implore you to accept us. Xinxing could no longer suppress her laughter. Though she did not comprehend Diyu's words, she could surmise their essence. Nodding, she turned to deep emotion, saying, Why don't you assist Xuqing? He seems petrified. What if he falls? Deep emotion scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Let him be flamboyant. He is standing over there for a while longer. Let Brother Gu handle it. Tuatangu, hands clasped behind his back, sighed in resignation, My hands are twitching. I can't assist. Ha 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 ha. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xinxing burst into laughter, and upon hearing the divine emissary's mirth, Diyu and the tribesmen were swept up in the infectious joy, joining in hearty laughter. In essence, we all harbor visions of a promising future. Chapter 68. The Surge of Population in the Stronghold. The process of persuading the members of the Ade tribe unfolded remarkably smoothly. Perhaps it was due to the weariness of the wandering tribespeople who had grown tired of the constant trepidation of migration, coupled with the fact that their belongings were already packed, merely awaiting departure, albeit for a different destination. Thus, under the chief's explanations and calls to action, the entire tribe moved with remarkable alacrity. Many were imbued with an extraordinary excitement. Had they not been unfamiliar with the route, they might have hastened ahead to the divine stronghold, fearing that these awe-inspiring divine envoys might retract their promises halfway. Having wandered the wilderness for so many years, it was the first time witnessing the divine tribesmen proactively accept outsiders. Although the name of their deity was exceedingly convoluted and its pronunciation peculiar, this served as a testament to the authenticity of this supposed true god. After all, aside from the fire god, they had not heard of any other deity's name. Despite the presence of divine envoys accompanying them, Dea maintained a vigilant demeanor, as the tribe's scouts had already dispersed into the dense forest ahead, ensuring preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. The sudden onset of happiness felt almost surreal, which perhaps encapsulated the collective sentiment of the Ade tribe's members. By the time they arrived at the divine stronghold, it was nearing evening. A group of 40 to 50 individuals had traversed the journey, taking more than half a day to reach their destination. The two parties successfully converged. A good-natured individual stood at the entrance, observing the somewhat timid wilderness dwellers, and remarked with a hint of astonishment, "When I was in my riding course, there were 3 classes totaling around 130 or 40 people. Yet it pales in comparison to the number present now. The environment was different. Families were in tow, men, women, the elderly, and children, giving the appearance of a larger crowd. As I scanned the gathering, I noticed many emaciated individuals among the wilderness folk and mused, their plight seems exceedingly dire. However, our food supplies are dwindling. With our current rations, we can sustain ourselves for a while, but with this group, we might be reduced to gnawing on tree bark within 3 days. The Dog brothers must have some strategy in mind. If not, they could always venture farther afield. Now that the numbers have increased, I observed several robust men in the front, likely skilled hunters. Meanwhile, the women in the settlement had already commenced assisting the Ade tribe members in relocating to the rear of the village. The planned site for the new settlement lay on the flat ground north of the village, and the land allocated for the Ade tribe was situated just behind the settlement. On the day the welcoming party set out to escort their kin, those remaining behind engaged solely in one task, felling trees. They had amassed a substantial pile of timber suitable for constructing homes, thanks to the prowess of skilled lumberjacks and the strength of those capable of lifting trees. The entire preparation process proceeded quite smoothly. At the village entrance, a loyal dog, observing the slightly apprehensive Dea, bestowed a friendly smile. "Space in the village is limited, so we can only allocate you a new area to construct your dwellings. Fortunately, we have prepared a considerable amount of wood beforehand and have cut some more today. You will have to endure a bit of hardship. For now, you'll have to make do." Upon finishing, he glanced at the nearby Muna, nodding slightly to indicate she should fulfill her role as translator. Despite Muna's earnest efforts to comprehend, she found herself unable to grasp the meaning conveyed by Dog Brother, prompting her to seek assistance from Lady Xianqing. With a resigned sigh, Xianqing began to gesture. "Village, too small, cannot accommodate. Behind, vacant land, houses, they will build their own homes." Understanding dawned upon Muna, who then deliberated before addressing Yi. "What the esteemed divine envoy implies is that your people may construct their own abodes behind the village, as the village itself is designated for the divine envoys. Indeed, my kin are profoundly grateful for the timber prepared by the divine envoy for us. These laborious tasks ought to be ours to undertake." Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the assistance provided by the players. For them, felling trees and erecting houses posed only a minor challenge, hardly a concern. Moreover, given that he and his tribe were merely unfortunate souls seeking refuge, they had yet to earn the privilege of faith in the divine. How could they dare to aspire to reside alongside the divine envoys? However, to his surprise, the tribe of the divine people was far less formidable than he had anticipated, comprising only a score of individuals, and the divine envoys appeared to number fewer than 10. Yet, divine envoys they were, followers endowed with divine power, and they would never dare to entertain other thoughts. Observing the spirited exchange between Moon Na and Yi, the loyal dog declared a break, blinking at Tue Tengu. "Alas, the preparation for the wilderness language course must be expedited. It is truly distressing to be unable to interject. Does Dog Brother wish to impart a few words to the new citizens?" Tue Tengu chuckled. "At the very least, we should discuss the rules. With so many newcomers, their safety upon logging off at night is a matter of concern. Rest assured, I have observed these individuals throughout the day, and they are certainly not malevolent. Moreover, they would not dare provoke," Tue Tengu remarked, gesturing skyward. "Blessings from our Lord." "Indeed, Xianqing, do your best. We eagerly await your instruction in the wilderness tongue," came the encouragement. Xianqing shot them a glance of disdain, ignoring their banter as she turned to seek out Xiao. "Lady Mu Na, might I inquire about the towering structure over there?" Yi asked, noticing an isolated earthen edifice nestled nearby as he emerged from the forest. His curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the term lady, Muna's cheeks flushed with a rare blush. Stealing a glance at the nearby Tue Tengu and the loyal dog, she carefully chose her words. That is the wall being constructed by the divine envoy. Once completed, it will encircle the city of the divine people. Upon hearing this, De Ye's breath quickened. They were indeed building a city. This presented a splendid opportunity. His tribe possessed little but abundant strength. If they could aid in the construction of the wall, would the divine envoys consider accepting some servants? Might he himself have a chance to become a resident of the city? Cities were a rarity in the north, and no one from the wilderness could resist the allure of witnessing such wonders. We all can dig, fell trees, and build walls. We can offer our strength to the divine envoys, De Ye declared emphatically, unabashedly showcasing the value of his tribe. We must await the divine envoy's arrangements, Muna replied, refraining from making any promises. Though she understood his intentions, she always regarded herself as a servant, unwilling to overstep her bounds. Very well, De Ye nodded vigorously, feeling a renewed sense of hope for the days to come. As the players engaged in somewhat clumsy communication with the deity at the entrance of the village, the construction of new homes was fervently underway behind the settlement. Once they grasped the deity's plans, the villagers, young and old alike, felt a profound sense of satisfaction and eagerly rolled up their sleeves to begin building. Many of the men, perhaps feeling the scarcity of timber, seized their axes and ventured into the woods. Before heading out, they entrusted Deza to inquire which trees were permissible to fell, wary of disrupting the deity's habitat. Upon learning that any tree could be chopped down, one by one, they transformed into fervent lumberjacks, pushing through the forest with relentless determination. The players watched in astonishment as the new inhabitants exhibited such enthusiasm. To their disbelief, by the time they logged off, over 20 small wooden cottages had risen behind the village, constructed with the agility of seasoned assembly line workers, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Remarkable. The members of the Ade tribe, witnessing the deities and their servants assisting in the construction without regard for status, wore expressions of gratitude. These deities were truly benevolent, and fortune had finally smiled upon these unfortunate souls. Chapter 69. The opening of the urban system. Shen Ming had returned to the Hall of Grace for several days. During this time, he refrained from descending again, instead passing the hours in boredom by browsing forums. His true concern lay with the outcome in the extreme north. He yearned to know how Gaisk and Bell were faring, as their absence from the Hall of Grace suggested they remained in perilous circumstances. Initially, he contemplated descending once more, but the lack of nearby portals made him feel despondent. Fortunately, the number of followers had not diminished, indicating they were still alive, which was encouraging news. Not only had the number of followers remained stable, but it had recently surged significantly. Whether this was due to the contributions from Thorn City or the players remained uncertain. Mental power, 1395 faith power, 70 number of followers, 159 great power, 4 mental projection 20. It had been several days since the players last visited the Hall of Grace. Just as this thought crossed his mind, several figures appeared above the hall. Oh, the High Priest is here today. Greetings, esteemed leader. Praises to the Grace. It has been too long since we last met. High Priest, we have welcomed a new batch of NPCs. Oh no, a group of new wilderness dwellers. A total of 49. We have allocated them a section of land, and they are now settled. Our village has expanded more than threefold. High Priest, we have established the first guard of the divine nation. Ha ha ha, may we apply to name the guard? High Priest, we have initiated a new model of urban construction. Do you have any directives or guidance for us? Listening to the players' excited chatter, Shen Ming's mind swirled in confusion. What had transpired? In just a few days, how had the tribe accelerated its development? From a mere 22 players and female slaves, it had burgeoned into a large tribe of 71 individuals. 71 people, just 100 short of the largest tribe Shen Ming had ever seen. Impressive. How had they accomplished this? Of course, Shen Ming could not voice his curiosity. He could only stand quietly, absorbing the players' animated recounting of the entire process. He continuously nodded in affirmation of the many players, occasionally interjecting with praises and expressions of approval. To his surprise, just days prior he believed that the development of followers relied solely on his efforts. Yet, shortly thereafter, the players brought forth a substantial influx of follower resources. Indeed, they were the true protagonists. The loyal canine concluded the raucous report from the crowd by asking, Mighty High Priest, May we compile and organize the resources and manpower of our stronghold, so that the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom's first city may flourish? Indeed, they were once again seeking functionality. Previously, during the allocation of grace points, under reasonable discourse, the High Priest had opened the team function, allowing all players to become members of a team led by Brother Gu, with grace points distributed in a manner deemed fair by all. However, the team could only allocate grace points and the team tokens generated, while control over resources and NPCs remained elusive. In this wilderness, where players were devoid of access to technology and computers, managing a nascent city with mere wooden boards and charcoal pencils was an arduous task. Shen Ming adhered to his long-standing philosophy. If you desire, I can provide. If what you seek does not exist, the Grace Hall cannot generate it, and thus I cannot supply it. After all, I am but a deity with no particular skills. Yet, with the overall power increasing, Shen Ming experienced newfound insights into the condensation and mastery of consciousness. He simply needed to modify the team system into a new city system. This fell under the realm of consciousness manifestation and did not involve the authority of materialization. It was within his capability to manage. As for how the city system should be configured, that did not require Shen Ming's decision. He merely needed to introduce a limitation based on the consensus of the majority within this consciousness manifestation system. In simpler terms, when several individuals collectively joined the same city system, they merely acquired an editable foundational template. As for what needed to be displayed within the system, be it the quantity of resources, the number of NPCs, the designations of positions, voting weights, or the embedding of different team systems as subinterfaces, these operations were entirely at the player's discretion. Once integrated into this system, one must acknowledge the established parameters of the city system, or rather, accept the management style of the city. Only if a significant majority voted against could the rules be redefined. Otherwise, operations would continue under the original regulations. Naturally, a portion of this design philosophy drew inspiration from the thriving blockchain technology in reality. By employing this method, diverse cities could be developed, allowing future players to venture beyond the novice village and construct cities of their own design. Furthermore, this approach spared Shen Ming the burden of deliberating over the minutiae of city management, for he could not conceive such myriad operational decisions. He simply needed to maintain a general direction without straying. Your idea is excellent. The Divine Kingdom possesses an exceedingly sophisticated city management methodology, yet it is ill-suited for the current wilderness, thus necessitating your exploration anew. I shall, on behalf of my Lord's Grace, permit you to commence the construction of the city of the Divine Kingdom, bestowing upon you the honor of naming the inaugural city as a reward for your aspirations towards the development of this sacred realm. You may now proceed to christen the first city of the Divine Kingdom. Shen Ming smiled and nodded, adjusting the ample sleeves of his robe. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the Hall of Grace, each voice rising in excitement. This game is truly immersive. The developers are remarkable. What should we name it? A flurry of brainstorming ensued among the group. The challenge of naming has long confounded gamers, with some players spending hours, up to 35, stuck on the naming screen, exhausting all resources without success. This name, however, holds profound significance and will undoubtedly influence the forthcoming closed beta content. Gotham City? Steelhook suggested, only to be met with disdainful glares from the crowd, prompting an awkward chuckle from him. Iron Ridge? Goodman replied, "Hey, why are you pinching me, Qingjia?" Heart's Clear shot her a disapproving glance, warning him against haphazard suggestions. Let us just call it Kyoto, or perhaps even the Forbidden City, and create a cabinet of 9. Half Insane excitedly proposed, yet the others shook their heads in disapproval. Armed with energy guns, battling the invaders, and returning triumphantly to the capital felt too anachronistic. Loyal Dog pondered for a moment before suggesting, as the Divine Kingdom is newly established, akin to a renaissance following destruction, why not name it Dawn City? That sounds splendid. The most sentimental from Jiangnan raised his hand. I vote for Dawn City. 108 votes followed, as everyone agreed. Retreating Drum gave a thumbs up and decisively declared, "You've done well, Dog Brother. It shall be called Dawn City." Shen Ming nodded in approval, finding the name both meaningful and pleasant, a fitting choice. He waved his hand, drawing forth a beam of starlight from the dome above, and with a smile, he guided the radiant essence, bestowing it upon each player. Of course, these were merely gestures. The The consciousness displayed could be achieved simply through intent, but that felt too simplistic. Lacking in grandeur and immersion. The grace shall favor you. Wow, the city system has been activated. There truly is a city system, Dawn City. City, Dawn City weight distribution, empty statistics, empty function, empty. Why are all the functions empty? Surely there must be a display error? Loyal dog, inspired, inquired, great high priest. How can we incorporate resources and administrative regulations into the city system? Shen Ming smiled and replied, everything must be discovered by you. The realm of consciousness consensus merely records the recognition of the majority. It is not a coercive measure, nor does it impose obligations. The term consciousness consensus realm sounded like the technical nomenclature for the city system within the game. Hearts Clear nodded thoughtfully, I understand. What? The most sentimental looked utterly confused, oblivious to his own bewilderment. Essentially, it is akin to a computer display, similar to the team system, lacking any binding force. Merely serving as a record. The loyal dog strike evidently concurs with this notion. The management of warehouse data and legal records, along with regulations, can be established in advance, with subsequent additions made later. However, given the name, it requires substantial consensus to proceed, somewhat akin to reality, resembling institutions such as the Parliament. A vexation indeed. The good-hearted individuals, living their lives in peace, simultaneously express disdain. They are solely inclined towards slaying monsters, rather than engaging in such intricate matters, which are far too taxing on the intellect. Moreover, a pressing issue arises. O High Priest, as we currently face a surge in population, rendering food a significant dilemma. Might I inquire if our Lord and you possess any guidance or directives regarding this matter? You pose the question, and I, of course, respond with a smile. In the recesses of Shen Ming's mind, words raced frantically. He had anticipated that players would encounter this predicament. The denizens of the wilderness are likely to secure their basic sustenance daily. Should they fail, they might manage it every 2 days. Experiencing hunger in the wild is not an uncommon occurrence. Yet, as the nascent form of a city within the divine realm, should hunger manifest, even if not personally felt, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Alas, I am at a loss. He strained his mind, ultimately adopting an air of profundity, declaring, time shall provide you with the answers. Mystery Man, exit the game. Upon hearing the High Priest's response, the players began to ponder its implications. Time. Does that not equate to mere waiting? Is this an indication to await updates? Would the next version address the food crisis? Such a possibility exists. Yet how long must they wait? In merely 3 days, they would face starvation. Even with daily hunting, 5 days would yield nothing but dust. A sense of imminent updates lingers, considering the time gap between our initial group and your subsequent one is nearly identical. Thus, they resolve to wait a while longer. Seeking sustenance while preparing for the worst. 2-pronged strategies to stave off starvation. Chapter 70. Faith Level 100. Blessing Upgrade on this day. Shen Ming languidly perused the players' posts within the Hall of Blessings. The Retreat Bell had already updated their progress on the forum. Enclosed Beta Diary 4 had resurfaced with new game information after a brief hiatus. The posts meticulously chronicled their interactions with the nomadic teams of the wilderness, their integration, and subsequent developmental challenges. Closed Beta Diary 4, posted 1 day ago. The hiatus monster has returned. It has been quite some time since my last update, and I have amassed a wealth of content, much of it substantive, which I will relay to you point by point. As we all know, the wilderness is vast. Encounters with people are infrequent, hence our population has remained stable for a while. However, in recent days, our numbers have increased. We have welcomed a tribe of wilderness dwellers fleeing from slave traders, and our settlement has expanded to more than 3 times its original size. Long narrative, description of wilderness dwellers. Their inclusion has significantly bolstered our manpower for exploration, resource extraction, and the construction of new towns. Furthermore, distinguished sentinels from the tribe have been appointed as the first reconnaissance squad for our outpost, tasked with overseeing its perimeter. Concurrently, the robust wilderness men who have joined us have been integrated into our hunting and patrol teams. At last, we have established a complete guard force, albeit still in its nascent stages. Of paramount importance, under the grace and witness of the High Priest, we have established the nascent form of the first city of the divine realm, aptly named Dawn City. The doctrines and teachings espoused by the High Priest have been incorporated into the constitution of Dawn City. Indeed, we have crafted a rudimentary fundamental law. Evil Grin, All of this is attributed to the advent of the city system, a newly launched feature. This system has greatly facilitated our management of resources and NPCs at our outposts, functioning as a genuine ocular computer display that requires no manual operation. With but a thought, one can access the city's information, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Of course, we are still exploring its functionalities. Thus far, we have only discerned methods for recording resource quantities, displaying NPC names and positions, organizing NPC formations, and integrating these formations into the city system. This is an exceedingly intricate new feature, although the initial interface may appear simple. Every aspect of its design is contingent upon the players, suggesting a remarkable degree of expandability and an unparalleled freedom of design. We find ourselves collectively speculating whether the developers have offloaded their original tasks onto us. Nonetheless, it is indeed delightful. Once more, we express our admiration for the developers. Furthermore, the current governance of the city is managed by a council of 9 players who constitute the Cabinet of Dawn City, sharing equal voting rights and drafting a series of task allocations and food distribution policies. Regrettably, due to language barriers, these decrees cannot yet be accurately communicated to the NPCs. The entire legislative process has essentially been a form of self-indulgence for us, yet it has proven to be quite exhilarating. Additionally, the High Priest has mentioned that a new version is forthcoming. So to all new players, are you prepared? If anyone has been selected for the testing qualifications, please reach out to us swiftly and join the family of grace in our pioneering endeavors. That will be all for today. Until next time, farewell. Moreover, there are several popular threads on the forum, one being which skills offer the most advantage at the start, where users exhibit remarkable creativity, conjuring various skills, many of which are ingenious. It has left Shen Ming eagerly anticipating which player will wish for these skills in the future. Another thread features the travel diary of an African penguin, wherein a player, after parting from the main group, ventures southward. Despite encountering no one for days, his posts, written in the form of a narrative memoir, have garnered significant acclaim on the Grace forum. Curiously, a number of users have specifically come to view his illustrations of the game's environments and creatures. As for the artistic prowess of this penguin player, Shen Ming mused that perhaps with a grease pencil between his toes, he might achieve such artistry. Additionally, the player Xianqing has initiated a thread titled Wilderness Language Instruction, documenting some commonly used pronunciations and meanings within the wilderness lexicon. Shen Ming briefly perused it and noted that while some expressions contain minor inaccuracies, they did not impede comprehension, with the majority being correct. It must be said that seeing someone elucidate the meanings of wilderness language on the forum has allowed Shen Ming to feel, for the first time, the vivid and tangible sense that consciousness projection has indeed shattered the barriers between our worlds. As he indulged in browsing through the posts, a familiar sensation emerged from the depths of his consciousness. A pale blue orb suddenly appeared, akin to a bashful maiden hesitant to speak, advancing toward him momentarily before retreating, ultimately coming to rest at the center of his awareness, motionless. Even when Shen Ming attempted to reach out and touch it, he could not grasp it. Yet it was undeniably a tangible presence. What could this be? It bore a semblance to the consciousness orbs that had surged forth from the ancient, suspended bell during his initial visit to the Hall of Grace. What on earth has transpired? Instinctively, Shen Ming began to introspect, examining himself and the Hall of Grace. But apart from the orb of light in his mind, it seemed that only his divine power had increased. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he directly accessed his attributes panel. Mental power, 1398. Faith power, 99. Number of followers, 162. Divine power, 9. Mental projection, 20. Indeed, his faith power was stuck at 99, striving to reach 100. However, this process appeared to be intertwined not only with the prayers of his followers, but also with the resolve within himself. An invisible force seemed to obstruct him, suppressing the orb from bursting forth. It felt as if he were merely a layer of paper away from touching the orb. Shen Ming tried for a considerable time, but remained at a loss. Frustration welled within him. Why wouldn't you just break through? Boom. Like a ray of celestial light piercing through the darkened heavens, in an instant, the rift in the sky expanded, with brilliant beams of light rushing in, dispelling the endless confusion and ushering in a new dawn for the realm of eternal night. The blue orb erupted. Waves of obscure and arcane knowledge flooded into his mind. Intricate and resplendent sigils rose upon his body, and countless points of light illuminated his skin, subsequently darting away like lightning hidden within dark clouds, weaving together into arcs of brilliance. Shen Ming felt as though he were immersed in boiling water, the air around him becoming fervent, each cell in his body trembling with excitement. As his consciousness began to transcend, his vision warping gradually before ultimately fading into darkness. Where am I? His sight began to return, and the viscous, foam-like mist enveloping him started to dissipate, retreating back into the abyss of darkness. It seemed he was in the Hall of Grace once more, yet the celestial dome no longer twinkled with stars, and the table and bronze bell had vanished. From the distant mist, a figure slowly emerged. Long time no see, successor. It was the predecessor. Goodness, do not be astonished. When a candidate's faith power reaches the first threshold, the true authority of the candidate awakens. This place belongs to your Hall of Grace. My Hall of Grace. Oh, indeed. The letter left by my predecessor mentioned that the original Hall of Grace was a stronghold within the ocean of the subconscious. Thus, this place must now be my stronghold. A small threshold? Shen Ming's lips twitched, inwardly mocking. I never expected that becoming a deity would involve such a selection process. Akin to participating in a talent show. The shadow of his predecessor seemed to understand Shen Ming's thoughts. He smiled like a benevolent father, elucidating all that had transpired. Here, you shall be an omnipotent deity, for this realm belongs solely to the ocean of your subconscious, where you can conjure anything. Yet, I know it cannot be as idyllic as it appears. All that you create is confined to this space, incapable of seeping into the world of lesser beings. Within my Hall of Blessings, you may only respond to the prayers of your followers, whereas in this domain, your agency is considerably heightened. Simultaneously, you possess a modicum of authority held by the higher races over the lower realms, such as hearing the prayers of the faithful in the lower world and accepting their sacrifices, granting them tangible realities. In essence, the Hall of Blessings shall serve as your repository and transit point. What a remarkable development. This is not merely an epic enhancement. It is the first step on the path to bestowal. Forge ahead, O successor. I shall await you at the next threshold. Remember, the greater the number of our kin and believers, the mightier we shall become. Having spoken, the shadow dissipated into nothingness, without a moment's pause or regret. Shen Ming gazed, spellbound, at the vanishing predecessor, taking a moment to regain his senses. Damn, I was so engrossed in listening that I forgot to ask anything. He felt a unique surge of power coursing through his being, surveying the expansive Hall of Blessings. With a flicker of consciousness, the familiar dome ascended once more into the heavens, the bronze bell and round table reappearing. Having grown accustomed to this, he decided not to alter it. Nodding at the familiar surroundings, he contemplated for a moment before conjuring another round table from the darkness nearby and relocating the map, shaped by the player's consciousness to it. Sitting at the table to discuss felt peculiar. It would be more appropriate to delineate a space for them. Since it had come to this, why not add a door? Transforming it into a conference room? With that thought, a strange door formed from mist materialized beside him. Yes, splendid. Now that there is a conference room, having a bedroom seems reasonable as well. He waved toward the table he frequently perused on the forum, conjuring yet another door. This misty door obscured the view, rendering the players unable to see it or the world beyond it, providing an air of secrecy. Thus, there was no longer a need to cast illusions daily before the players, avoiding the awkwardness of eye contact and silence. Shen Ming pushed open the misty door and stepped inside. The interior mirrored the same world, utterly devoid of substance. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the Hall of Blessings through the door. If he was indeed an omnipotent deity, then with a surge of consciousness, memories flooded back. Before him, skyscrapers rose from the ground, trees grew at an alarming rate, and roads unfurled as if rolled out. In the blink of an eye, a city materialized. Shen Ming beheld this spectacle, his eyes unexpectedly moistening. Oh, I never anticipated a day of return. Though in this world, I am utterly alone. Chapter 71. My influence spreads across the wasteland? Just as Shen Ming found himself back in his original rental apartment. No, now it was his home. He realized that the entire building was now his. To return to the matter at hand. Just as he generated a computer and began to project the forum's content onto it for further exploration, an eerie call resonated from the depths of his consciousness. The former Hall of Grace reverberated with waves emanating from the sea of consciousness. It felt as if someone had arrived. Shen Ming had yet to relocate the coordinates of the players and devotees. Thus the access from the Sea of Consciousness would directly drift into the former Hall of Grace. This was evidently problematic. We had moved, and it was necessary to inform you. As a bestowed entity, operating within the subconscious sea was as effortless as eating or drinking. And he promptly rectified this glitch. Before long, the waves manifested within the Hall of Grace outside his bedroom. Shen Ming stood upright, gazing towards the source of the disturbance. He recognized this direction as that of the extreme north's consciousness coordinates. They had survived. Just as Shen Ming was about to express his joy, suddenly, another similar wave from the Sea of Consciousness emerged, this time from the direction of Thorn City. Reflecting on the time, he realized it was indeed close to when Shaliki and the others would provide their mid-month report. What a coincidence! The two groups had crossed paths. Shen Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to introduce both parties, only to remember that his identity was that of the high priest rather than a wandering priest, prompting him to set aside all thoughts and prepare to remain silent. Let them speculate. Imagination is conducive to the development of intellect. The first to materialize from the mist was Bell, soon followed by the comrades from the extreme north, Grisk, Hank, and Biston, who also revealed their true forms. Upon their arrival, they immediately sensed the changes within the Hall of Grace. Although their first visit had been rather hurried, it did not hinder their profound perception of the place. This time, the mysterious power within the mist was palpably more abundant. They were unaware of the reasons behind these transformations. They simply understood that such matters were not for them to comprehend. Observing the high priest emerge from the void, the group instantly bowed their heads, bending at the waist. With hands crossed and resting upon their chests in a pose of reverent prayer, expressing their devotion with fervor, praise the grace, we have encountered the high priest. All 11 were present, with the only notable difference being that some bore more injuries than others, yet none were disabled. Seeing their desire to speak yet unsure of how to begin, Shen Ming felt a wave of relief. He smiled and nodded, his voice resonating with the gravitas befitting a high priest. Perhaps it would be wise to wait. Wait for what? For others? Grisk subtly raised his head, scanning the surroundings for any signs of others, wondering if the wandering priest had returned. Bell, likely sharing this supposition, felt a stronger connection to Hels, their comrade in arms, than to the esteemed yet unfamiliar high priest. With excitement illuminating his features, he raised his head and inquired, "Might it be, high priest, that the wandering priest is soon to return?" Hels had other matters to attend to and would not return to the Hall of Grace in the immediate future. Shen Ming inwardly chuckled, though his expression remained enigmatic. Who could it be? The answer soon became apparent. The waves intensified, and another mist surged forth, spiraling through the air before coalescing into form, manifesting as Sand Ship and Shaliki along with their party of 5. Shaili Ji was also taken aback. He had only visited the Hall of Grace once before and had never encountered others present, let alone a considerable number of them. However, both he and Sha Chuan understood that within this hall, none could rival the master priest in nobility. Thus, they both bowed in reverence to the master priest, extolling the grace and the master priest himself. Shen Ming nodded towards Sha Chuan and Shaili Ji before turning his gaze to Gisk and Bayer, signaling them to speak. Bayer, hesitant and unsure of how to begin, nudged Gisk, urging him to convey their current situation to the master priest. With the master priest's permission, Gisk stepped forward. Under the starlight, the contrast of the wrinkles and scars on his face became even more pronounced as he lowered his head to report. With the assistance of the walking sacrifices, we have survived amidst the barrage of the Empire. Seizing the moment when the onslaught of predators was disrupted by cannon fire, we surged into the eastern foothills of the Howling Valley and, after several days of evasion and flight, discovered a sheltered hollow. Gisk endeavored to depict the post-battle scenario, attempting to convey to the master priest that their recent days had been perilous, and thus they had not intentionally delayed their report. They had only just managed to rest before coming forward. At the valley's entrance, we found scattered supplies belonging to the Imperial Army and intercepted a batch of provisions, which allowed us to replenish our firearms and survive among the sparse, solitary predators. However, the onslaught continues, and the speed of the Mother Nest's movement is increasing. Therefore, we can only await the Empire's eradication of this wave before we can devise a means to exit the valley's rugged terrain. He lifted his head, earnestly beseeching Shen Ming, "Might I inquire, Master Priest, what are the next instructions?" Their lives had been preserved by grace, so it was only fair that they follow the divine arrangement. Moreover, They now felt a profound reverence for the deity they worshipped. Your situation is precarious. Survival is imperative if you wish to spread the name of grace. Gisk bowed deeply in gratitude. Praise the grace. Thank you for your understanding and tolerance. Sha Chuan had been quietly listening with his head bowed. Yet within, he was not as tranquil as he appeared. A tempest was brewing inside him. As a local strongman of Thorn City and a member of the Legion's shadowy organization, the Sand Crocodile Gang, he had heard whispers of the Legion rallying military forces in the north to drive something away. Now, the threads of information had woven together. They were driving away a fallen mother nest. Heaven help us, the fleeing mother nest was still engaged in battle with the Empire. Our Lord of Grace has intervened in the war. Lord Hells has gone to the northern front to rescue our fellow divine citizens. Praise the grace. Sha Chuan had never felt such exhilaration since birth. This intelligence concerning the nation and high-level invaders had never belonged to a mere individual like him. He reveled in the thrill of acquiring such abundant information, faintly sensing he was transforming into the prominent figure he had always envisioned. So much so that when the master priest turned his gaze towards him, the torrent of thoughts in his mind caused him a momentary lapse. Shen Ming observed the seemingly entranced Sha Chuan with a look of confusion, then turned to the equally stirred Shi Ji, signaling that they could now proceed with their report. Shiriji took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and articulated their recent developments with clarity. Honored High Priest, the progress of the Eastern Street has finally found its rhythm. We have successfully engaged in a trade with General Falcon, acquiring a new batch of gene-like potions. General Falcon is utterly indifferent to the demise of the Sand Leopard. In fact, he commends our continued transactions, as our lesser reputation compared to the Sand Leopard makes him feel considerably safer. This successful exchange was greatly aided by the owner of the Eastern Street Slaughterhouse. After the manifestation of the Thunder Spear aboard the sand ship, he sincerely joined our ranks and, in his devotion, offered some of his possessions as a tribute to our Lord of Grace. Perhaps he deemed these trivial matters insignificant compared to the warfare in the north, as Shiriji's tone gradually diminished. However, these matters resonated differently in the ears of those from the north. The disciples of Grace have already established their presence within the Legion. They wield influence in the Legion's cities and even engage in the strict trading of gene potions with individuals suspected to be generals of the Legion. Upon hearing about the gene-like potions, Hest couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Once, in his quest for strength, he had purchased counterfeit goods, and now, as a follower of the divine, he likely no longer needed such potions. His thoughts spiraled as he pondered the extent of such power organizations, given the walking priest's capabilities. There must be many. Thus, it seems that walking priests are not singular in existence, suggesting that the tendrils of grace may have already permeated the entirety of the wasteland. Hells had undoubtedly lied. This did not resemble the emergence of a newly revived deity. Bell, too, was lost in thought. Initially, he had believed that his party would serve as crucial support for the divine realm. But it now appeared that he must temper his inflated ambitions and follow grace with greater sincerity. Both he and the others would gradually alter their destinies under the watchful gaze of the divine. Chapter 72. Perhaps not a major update. Listening to the reports from both sides, Shen Ming felt an immense joy within. The efforts of the early stages had not been in vain. At least two fronts had blossomed. He nodded in affirmation and then addressed the crowd. Our Lord of Grace shall illuminate your path and dispel your confusion. I still have some time to address your uncertainties. It was the preaching time of the High Priest. Upon hearing the High Priest's intention to guide them, both groups were eager to speak. Yet, considering the presence of others, they gracefully yielded, preparing to let the other party speak first. A dramatic silence enveloped the scene. Shen Ming felt slightly uncomfortable. The atmosphere was awkward, and if silence persisted, he might as well send them back. Just as he was about to gesture for someone to break the tension, a call resonated deep within him. The players had arrived. What was happening today? A gathering of sorts? Yet, since they were here, he could not ignore them. He directed the coordinates, allowing the players to log into the new Hall of Grace. Dense mists coalesced, and figures emerged. Whoa, whoa, so many people. Whoa, new players have arrived. Whoa, a bear? A lizard? Look, there's a layered pancake person. My goodness, has the layered pancake come to life? What an absurd setting, even more outrageous than orcs. The cacophony of exclamations shattered the tranquility of the Hall of Grace. The two factions, the Sandship and the Grey Skek, exchanged glances at the exuberant newcomers who spoke incomprehensible words, maintaining a tacit silence. What could be the identity of these humans? Appearing in the Hall of Grace, yet seemingly indifferent to their appearance? There is no need for speculation. They must possess a status superior to their own. Goodness, could this be a version update introducing new CG characters? With a head that swung back and forth like the hands of a clock, they surveyed the devout followers standing respectfully on either side, utterly astonished. Heartfelt, one of the onlookers broke the awkwardness, rescuing the high priest from the uncomfortable situation. High priest, who are these individuals? Our compatriots, the new citizens of the divine kingdom. A gasp escaped. Indeed, they were new NPCs. Their attire was unfamiliar, reminiscent of certain styles, almost like that of the Russians. This group appeared more conventional, dressed in casual wear. As Shen Ming listened to the dense murmur of discussions, he managed to suppress a smirk and remarked, "The divine kingdom upholds equality and respect. One should not judge others by their appearance. Today coincides with the prayers of the new citizens, and I shall provide them with clarity. If any of you harbor doubts, there remains some time. Perhaps I can offer you answers. In this vast world, players hold paramount importance. Since they have arrived, their matters must take precedence." The crowd glanced at the retreating drum, which chuckled twice before tentatively inquiring, "High Priest, last time you mentioned that time would furnish us with answers, yet I suspect it has not." Just as Shen Ming was on the verge of laughter, the dependable canine companion seamlessly took over, awkwardly stating, "High Priest, due to the rapid population growth in Dawn City, we have miscalculated and mismanaged our food reserves. We are currently facing a shortage. We kindly request your guidance on the path forward." Upon hearing the canine's words, the players deemed him reliable. Wasn't this akin to a paternal figure expressing hunger? Shen Ming observed the players' eager expressions and secretly rejoiced. They were fortunate to arrive earlier than others. Thanks to the players' efforts, the Ade tribe in Dawn City began to embrace their faith. Otherwise, the threshold for upgrading brought by this 100 faith power would not have been reached so swiftly. However, for him now, this was simple. Shen Ming pointed towards the Sandship group and addressed the players. "My Lord's grace does not prohibit trade among the faithful." He then spoke to the Sandship members, who could not comprehend Mandarin. "These are the old citizens of the divine kingdom, and also my Lord's devout followers." Old citizens of the divine kingdom. Followers. The combination of these two identities piqued the interest of both groups of natives. No wonder they chattered without fear of displeasing the high priest. They were remnants of the former divine kingdom. Helis often spoke of the collapse of the old divine kingdom and the establishment of the new. So they were likely survivors from the bygone era. To remain so optimistic and lively after enduring the agony of national ruin is a mindset to be envied. His words ignited a fervor among the players. "Did I hear correctly? Trade. Is it true that the NPC shop has finally opened?" Unbeknownst to many, the Grand Hall of Bestowal was unveiled in a manner that transcended the mundane realities. Questions loomed over how to procure items and what wares were available, igniting a fervent curiosity among players eager for further elucidation on the store's functionalities. Shen Ming raised his hand, quelling the tumult within the hall, and addressed the assembled players. "You may initiate trade at your discretion. I shall not intervene. The divine realm will not interfere with the economic order and trade practices of its denizens." He had recently adjusted his perspective. Previously, players would beseech him for favors, which he would grant only in response. Now, the power lay in their own hands. Thus, the first order of business was to unlock the linguistic barriers of the hall, allowing for seamless communication among all conscious beings. Players desired the high priest to act as a translator, yet the high priest evidently preferred to remain uninvolved, leaving them momentarily at a loss. This was not a task to be accomplished through mere gestures. How would they proceed? Heartfelt, observing the encouraging demeanor of the high priest, spoke up. "I believe the high priest wishes for us to converse directly with the NPCs." "Then it must be you," another chimed in. "I can only utter two phrases. I am hungry and I wish to sleep." The speaker grimaced, lamenting their lack of linguistic prowess. "I have a hypothesis. Let us put it to the test." With that, Heartfelt waved toward the sand vessel and its companions, having discerned that the two individuals in the front row were likely the leading NPCs, possibly the shopkeepers. "In praise of the divine, I am Heartfelt. May I inquire how you are both addressed?" To their astonishment, the NPCs, Sand Vessel and Shaliki, responded with comprehension to what had previously seemed unintelligible. "In praise of the divine, I am Sand Vessel. In praise of the divine, I am Shaliki." Goodness, I understood that. An excited exclamation erupted, as a hand trembled in exhilaration, pointing at the NPCs. These NPCs can understand Mandarin? The developers have finally provided a language pack. Shen Ming observed the scene with a satisfied smile. Despite speaking different languages, they could comprehend one another, a testament to the power of conscious communication. However, to avert unnecessary complications and safeguard the mystique and privacy of the so-called old inhabitants, the players' grievances and irrelevant exchanges with the natives would not be translated. Heartfelt blinked, amused by the unfamiliar names, and smiled graciously before turning to the loyal dog. Worker. Indeed, it appears the system has enabled linguistic communication within the Hall of Bestowal. The High Priest's assured demeanor suggests that today heralds a significant update. Impressive, exclaimed Worker, equally exhilarated, as he eagerly approached the NPCs to articulate his purchasing needs. In praise of the divine, greetings to you both. I am Worker, and our city of Dawn in the divine realm is in its nascent stages. However, we are beset by a shortage of food. Might we procure some provisions from you? What peculiar names the old inhabitants bear. Under the scrutiny of 9 pairs of eyes, Sand Vessel felt a surge of pressure, realizing he had stumbled upon something remarkable. Chapter 73. The first transaction of the divine realm. The divine realm was already in the throes of urban development. My goodness, a city. How many souls must that entail? Is the revival of the divine kingdom progressing too swiftly? The Grace deity has already begun to cultivate a land uniquely their own. At this juncture, I find myself fortuitously granted the opportunity to assist the remnants of the divine kingdom in constructing their new city, a truly honorable endeavor. To aid is imperative. Even if it depletes my wealth, I must etch my name into the annals of Dawn City's development. What a melodious name it is. Shalaji, overwhelmed by the information, found himself at a loss for words. After much contemplation aboard the sand vessel, he tentatively voiced his thoughts. Greetings, my lord. We can provide sustenance. But if I may be so bold, as a newly inducted servant of our graced lord, can this be considered our contribution to the construction of Dawn City? Certainly. It must be counted, came the emphatic reply. The spirit of the loyal servant surged as if he glimpsed the dawn, yet he soon furrowed his brow. The high priest had stated that the graced lord does not prohibit trade among the faithful, but trade is one matter. The issue at hand is that this group lacks the means. Does the wilderness even possess tribes with an economic system? At least Dawn City does not yet. Everyone still relies on grace points and the team tokens led by Gu Gu for the exchange of goods. Grace points. One wonders if NPCs require them. Logically, such system-generated items for equivalent exchange should be redeemable for goods. Pray tell, Lord Shachuan, can food be settled using grace points? Shachuan was taken aback. Being addressed as Lord brought him joy, yet he had never heard of graced points, which filled him with trepidation. However, he surmised it must relate to the graced lord and thus sought assistance from Shen Ming. Shen Ming too was astonished that players wished to use graced points for food. He had been pondering what players could use to procure items, the only somewhat useful item being the initial gear they received upon resurrection, which could be sold to NPCs as a limited skin. Grace points had been meticulously designed by Shen Ming for players to upgrade their skills, unlike other games. There was no accompanying marketplace. This was purely a means to entice players, serving as positive reinforcement to attract followers. However, he refrained from voicing this. Upon further contemplation, he realized that it could indeed be circulated. After all, it merely represented a display of consciousness. It would suffice to create a graced points interface for Shachuan and his group. Furthermore, once graced points were in circulation, the natives could use the points obtained to assign tasks to players, creating a beneficial cycle. This would also allow players to claim the unlocking of the NPC task system, achieving 2 objectives at once. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Ming feigned profundity as he explained to Shachuan. The currency of the old divine kingdom is utilized solely by the old citizens. It can be employed for trade with them or to commission their assistance. Additionally, it can be exchanged for the blessings of our Lord, representing a contribution to the old divine kingdom. A collective intake of breath filled the vast expanse of the graced hall. Shachuan and his companions were astonished to learn that graced points could be exchanged for blessings, while the players were stunned by the plethora of updates in this version. The NPC task assignments had finally arrived. What an exhilarating development. It truly felt as though the game was coming to life. I almost believed I could traverse between 2 worlds. A trading system, new NPCs, NPC shops. What more could be thrown our way? It appears that the testing has entered a new phase. particularly with the recent batch of residents sent by the system, which has sparked great anticipation. Sha Chuan and Shi Li Ji conferred discreetly for a while, both agreeing that it is imperative to acquire the grace points, as the High Priest has not promised that the new citizens can obtain these points. Therefore, this currency must be earned from the old citizens. Given its existence, it must serve a purpose. How could a divine realm harbor currency devoid of utility? Esteemed individuals, we are most eager to transact using grace points. Remarkable, this currency is finally usable, and I have accumulated quite a sum. They also sell other items. Acquiring a couple of firearms would be prudent, as I am running low at home. The loyal hound, taking a moment to nod in agreement, hastily began discussions with everyone regarding the pricing of goods. His first instinct was to consult the High Priest about the exchange rate. Yet, Shen Ming had no knowledge of what the conversion ratio should be, so he could only maintain a smile. Thus, they had to resolve the matter independently, which naturally involved negotiations. The High Priest had just mentioned that only they possess grace points, suggesting that these points ought to hold considerable value. Shall we engage in a bit of gaming? It appears I have grasped the significance of grace points, one player interjected. Theoretically, one could acquire 1 point each day, which should render it less valuable, at least until the public test, when an influx of players would likely diminish its worth. Each veteran player should possess approximately 37 points, while the second batch, Shuquang S Group, should each have 11 points. There remains a pool of 340 unallocated points, totaling 569 points, with a fixed daily increase of 9 points. Recruitment of new followers is considered an unstable revenue stream and will be calculated separately. The diligent hound meticulously tallied their assets, noting that the growth of mental acuity is rather slow. He and Brother Gu had previously estimated that the next threshold might be 500. Thus, grace points would not be needed for skill upgrades in the immediate future. Consequently, the 99 points generated over 11 days could be exchanged for food sufficient for half a month or a month, which would be a windfall, allowing for accumulation until a level up. If that is not feasible, the daily generation of 9 points could be rounded up. Trading 10 points for a day's worth of food is also a viable option. Some members of the Dai tribe excel in agriculture, and their land is nearly cultivated. If they can just endure a little longer, they should be able to achieve self-sufficiency. All players passionately engaged in the discussion, unanimously agreeing that exchanging 100 points for a month's worth of food would be a tremendous gain, while exchanging for half a month would not incur a loss. Taking the 35 pounds of jerky typically consumed by the wilderness dwellers as an example, rationed carefully, it could last 3 days. Therefore, the consumption of meat in Dawn City over half a month would be approximately 500 pieces, and about 1,000 pieces would suffice for a month. Let us first secure a month's worth of rations. This will serve as the baseline for negotiating prices with the NPCs, hoping for a friendly bargaining logic, given that both parties are divine citizens. After all, in other games, failed bargaining attempts with NPCs could lead to negative emotions, and should food not be sold, this group could find themselves in dire straits. For the sake of survival, enduring a temporary loss is not out of the question. Meanwhile, Shi Li Ji also briefed everyone on the assets of East Street, ensuring all convertible assets were accounted for, thereby providing clarity. Lord Sha Chuan, Lord Shi Li Ji, we would like to exchange 100 grace points for food. The sand ship nodded, lacking a clear understanding of the quantity of grace points. He sought to ascertain how much food the denizens of the divine realm required. After all, supplying an entire city necessitates considerable resources. If the demand is excessively high, they may find it challenging to meet such needs. What food do you require? Do you have jerky, and if so, what is the weight of each piece? The wild brother beside Shiriji raised his hand, brimming with excitement from having witnessed the process at the slaughterhouse, and replied, yes, approximately 46 pounds per piece. The loyal dog nodded in agreement, his estimation aligning closely with his own, albeit slightly higher. He repeatedly confirmed the quantity with the players behind him, then, with a growing sense of trepidation, ventured to suggest, we might need 1,000. His voice dwindled, becoming nearly inaudible. The sand ship furrowed his brow, as he surmised the magnitude of this request. 1,000 tons could indeed alleviate the pressing needs of a city. With the dawn of its establishment, it appeared that the population was not yet substantial. However, for East Street, this represented a considerable sum, and once gathered, their remaining funds would be scant, especially since he could not yet ascertain the true value of the grace points. At that moment, The voice of the high priest resonated within him. 100 grace points can elevate a believer to a follower. Agreed, it is settled. Praise the grace. It is done. The sand ship could barely contain his excitement, decisively finalizing the trade, fully aware that the high priest was aiding him. Grace had favored them. Praise be. An opportunity for a believer to ascend to a follower was truly invaluable. The players perked up their ears, and upon hearing the agreement, erupted into jubilant cheers. Oh, dog brother is magnificent. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It's finalized. Ha ha ha. The sand ship wiped the sweat from his brow, which had emerged from his exhilaration, and then shared with the bewildered Shiriji and the others the secret words imparted by the high priest. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. The prospect of exchanging 1,000 tons of jerky for the chance to become a follower was irresistible. Furthermore, the affluent individuals of East Street might even vie for this opportunity. With astute maneuvering, they could recruit a new cohort into the faith. They themselves had no need for this chance, as the high priest had long promised to bestow skills upon the other three, thus allowing this opportunity to be extended to those in need. Praise the grace. Praise the high priest. Praise the old folk. This is a tremendous gain. High priest, may I inquire how we should transact these provisions to the esteemed gentlemen of Daunt City? Shiriji expressed his inner confusion. Shen Ming smiled, akin to a child proudly showcasing a new toy, and replied, shortly, I shall instruct you on how to perform the sacrificial rite, delivering the goods unto our Lord. Thereafter, the old folk will conduct the grace ceremony to welcome our Lord's bestowal, thus completing the transaction. With a wave of his hand, he deducted 100 grace points from the Team S account and activated the consciousness display for the sand ship and Shiriji. Thorn City Regional Priest, account balance, 100 grace points. As they beheld the displayed figure, their hearts raced with anticipation. Esteemed gentlemen, the preparation for 1,000 tons of jerky may require some time. Considering the demands of Dawn City, might we be permitted to conduct the sacrifices in batches? The initial batch will sacrifice 300 tons, a quantity that the slaughterhouse on East Street can provide. Subsequently, there will be a daily offering, which could potentially be settled within 5 occasions. I wonder if this method would be acceptable to the elders? Shiliji cautiously presented his proposal, acknowledging that gathering 1,000 tons of jerky in a short time frame was feasible, albeit necessitating procurement beyond East Street, which would attract considerable attention and contradict the intent of discreetly developing East Street's influence. However, having just concluded a transaction, he felt uneasy about suggesting installment payments, fearing that the remnants of the divine nation would not acquiesce. Yet, upon hearing the figure of 1,000 tons, all players were left bewildered. What does 1,000 units even signify? To put it into perspective, that amounts to approximately 6,000 pounds, or 3 tons. 1,000 tons represents nearly 30 years of sustenance for 71 individuals. Steel Hook swallowed hard, incredulous, murmuring, "Did I hear incorrectly?" Half-dazed, he repeated, "Tons, tons, tons." The first to react, the retreating drum stepped forth, smiling in response. "There's no objection. We could even offer a batch monthly. After all, in the wilderness, refrigeration is absent, and jerky cannot last for years without spoiling. What a notion, offering once a month, granting once a month. This would only serve to burden me with additional labor." Shen Ming, with a grave expression, waved his hand decisively. Establishing the terms of this transaction, the first offering would be 300 tons, to be settled within 3 occasions. Praise be for the blessing. Everyone slightly bowed, extending their most heartfelt gratitude to the high priest. The loyal dog seemed to still doubt his own ears. Could the NPC logic be flawed? Deep affection muttered incessantly, "Well, I guess I'll be tossing a piece with every bite from now on, lest it spoil. It appears we have underestimated the value of the blessing points. This development is an epic enhancement for the great muscle tyrant. The sweet burden of happiness, 1,000 tons. My goodness, I'll need to construct a storage room. Is it reasonable for a warehouse to be larger than a house? What types of meat are there? Could we perhaps acquire some unfamiliar varieties?" Chapter 74. We have guns for sale. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not uniform. As players and the new citizens of East Street reveled in their newfound prosperity, a group in the far north stood silently, observing. They too wished to partake, yet found themselves devoid of resources. A bitter thought crossed their minds. Perhaps it was due to their newfound faith in the blessing that fate began to shift. During their flight, they stumbled upon a supply vehicle laden with cloaked resources. Inside, alongside a joy shaker and a snow foam generator, were numerous military supplies, cases of energy rifles, and drones lacking control panels. It was these provisions that enabled Grisk and his companions to survive in the mountain hollow. Given their current circumstances, they seemed to require nothing. They possessed ample food production tools and firearms to defend against predators. Other survival needs were beyond their immediate considerations. Thus, they found themselves compelled to sell something. But what could they sell? On one side stood the urban powers beneath the Legion, undoubtedly well-equipped. On the other, the remnants of the divine nation, nearly all of whom were followers, endowed with divine power. How could they possibly be interested in firearms? Happiness belongs to you, while I possess nothing. Perhaps sensing the hesitation of the group from the far north, Xianqing gently tugged at the sleeve of the good-natured A, drawing her closer as she amiably stepped forward to greet them. Praise be to the gift. I am Xianqing. May I inquire how you all wish to be addressed? Observing her gesture, apart from the loyal companion who was negotiating delivery dates with Shaili Ji and was now at a standstill, the others followed suit. This brother Xiong undoubtedly bore the genes of the old Russians, his features strikingly handsome. I could already envision the shrieks of furry enthusiasts. Goodness, my sanity points have vanished. The gaze of this lizard-like individual is truly terrifying. As Bell watched the chattering locals approach, he wore a hearty smile. Praise be to the gift. I am Bell, and this is Grisk. He proceeded to introduce the 11 individuals in turn, then awaited any inquiries from Xianqing, as he too was uncertain of what to say next. Xianqing noticed the awkwardness in the corners of his and Grisk's eyes and initiated a casual conversation. Greetings, everyone. I observe that your attire consists of windproof and snow-resistant garments. Might I ask where you currently find yourselves? Such clothing would be absent in these desolate wilds at this time, implying they were in an area unfamiliar to players. Esteemed one, we find ourselves in the far north, struggling to survive amidst the whirlpool of war between the Mother Nest and the Empire. Xianqing's lips parted in astonishment, and she turned to the group of players, her expression one of incredulity. She merely sought to strike up a conversation and inquire about available wares, yet inadvertently stumbled upon a significant revelation regarding the expansion pack. The good-hearted A exhibited an unusual enthusiasm for the word war, exclaiming excitedly, "It must be an expansion pack." They have not only updated the NPCs and shops, but have even released new maps and storylines. Goodness, the game's pace has suddenly quickened. I, brimming with enthusiasm, began to stomp my feet in excitement and immediately asked, "Do you have any firearms for sale?" Upon hearing this, Bell suddenly comprehended. It became evident that the locals required weaponry. He exchanged a glance with Grisk, both sharing a look of delight. "Yes, we possess energy guns, and quite a number of them." Upon hearing this, the muscular man became animated, panting heavily as he shouted, "Brother Dog, quickly, let us negotiate. We need to buy guns." The crowd erupted with excitement, seemingly envisioning a fully armed future for Dawn City. Meanwhile, the sentimental one stood aside, frowning and lamenting. "Darn it, my skills are not obsolete. Every time I am injured, it's always me. I demand a skill reset." Steel Hook, observing the despondent expression on the sentimental one's face, nudged him with his elbow in a comforting manner. "Do not succumb to despair, my friend. What you possess is called an element of surprise. Who would expect that you, unarmed, would have so many weapons at your disposal? Huh. Hook, I believe you ought to acquire a taunt skill. It suits you well." Setting aside idle chatter, the loyal companion, upon hearing of the firearms for sale, hastened back for a second round of negotiation. However, unexpectedly, the inhabitants of the far north did not require gift points, as they were all followers and had no conditions for recruitment. Their terms of exchange were intelligence concerning the Divine Kingdom. They sought to learn about the past of the Divine Kingdom and their true divine gifts from the locals. Upon hearing the condition, the players exchanged wry smiles. They had no knowledge of the past of the Divine Kingdom. All they were aware of were two key events: the kingdom's demise and the death of the first batch of divine citizens who had cast away the Staff of Life, which they had subsequently retrieved. It seemed clear that this shop was intended for later stages of the game, a hub for intelligence and arms trading. "Ah, I feel invigorated." With a proud lift of his chin, it appeared as though he had reclaimed his status in the arms trade. Alas, what to do? Any exchange, however trivial, would suffice. They could at least utter a few words. Shall we team up? I, too, felt a pang of sorrow as I gazed at Belle, sensing that a golden opportunity was slipping away. Do you think this is the real world, where one can haggle? This is all programmed. Their terms are strictly intelligence, and no amount of negotiation would change that. The loyal hound sighed, preparing to decline, but instead opted for a different approach, addressing Grisk and Belle. I apologize, but without the High Priest's permission, we cannot discuss the history of the Divine Kingdom. As expected, Belle had already discerned this. When they requested the old citizens to recount the past of the Divine Kingdom, the faces of all the former citizens were etched with disappointment and agitation, except for one among them. The collapse of the Divine Kingdom likely bore significant implications, although it was anticipated. Not being able to learn the history directly from the old citizens was still a source of regret. Belle feigned indifference, offering a faint smile. My apologies. Forgive my excessive curiosity for stirring up painful memories. It's quite all right, Grisk replied, forcing a smile through his wrinkled visage. As a gesture of apology, we shall conduct a sacrifice, requesting the High Priest to bestow upon you a box of energy guns. We hope you will not take offense. For the people of the far north, an excess of weapons held little utility, but extending goodwill towards the old citizens of the Divine Kingdom might yield mutual respect and kindness in return. Could it really be so? A complimentary gift? Perhaps this was a reward for the version update? This design was clever, seamlessly integrated into the game dialogue rather than being delivered through direct emails. Speaking of which, this game lacks an email system. How exhilarating. If one were to avoid dialogue, would that not mean missing out? With a new NPC, who could resist engaging in conversation? Incredible. I ought to report this NPC for maliciously disrupting the market and undermining system integrity. Observing the renewed enthusiasm of the remnants of the Divine Kingdom, Grisk quietly noted that energy guns would undoubtedly be of great value to them, should he seize the opportunity, risking it all to search for abandoned supply vehicles left by Imperial soldiers. Chapter 75. The third batch of fortunate ones. After a full day of negotiations in the Hall of Gifts, all three parties departed, satisfied. The players, having expended a sufficient number of gift points, purchased a multitude of essential items from East Street. For instance, 10 internal-use black water tanks and a generous supply of energy bars were acquired for 100 gift points, addressing the pressing water shortage caused by the recent population surge. Meanwhile, Belle and his companions from the far north engaged in a modest exchange of firearms and food with East Street. As both sides were not particularly lacking in these commodities, it served as a means to foster camaraderie. After bidding farewell to the players, Shen Ming finally found the tranquility to contemplate the future developments. It appeared that, with assistance from both sides, the players' management had begun to stabilize. Yet the growth of followers was somewhat sluggish. After all, being situated in the wilderness made it challenging to encounter large groups of people, unlike the slave traders who roamed in search of individuals. Furthermore, apart from East Street, which continued to attract followers, survival in the far north had recently become problematic, leaving the dissemination of followers a matter of concern. With 10 points of power at his disposal, he faced two choices: to utilize this power to manifest anew and explore new avenues, or to summon additional players, ensuring their numbers were sufficient for expansion. Without hesitation, Shen Ming opted for the latter, not merely due to his recent obsession with recreating the essence of Blue Star in his bedroom, but rather to bring more charming individuals from Blue Star to experience this extraordinary world. The forum had erupted in fervor over the sluggish distribution of closed beta qualifications. As a responsible developer and NPC, he felt compelled to respond to his devoted fans. Without further ado, Shen Ming pushed open the door and entered the Hall of Grace, his gaze shifting as he transformed the dome into a vibrant nebula. His fingers danced upon the azure starlight, and before long, 5 star points were selected and placed into the bell. The timing was impeccable, as it was afternoon, and like the first batch of players, they would be online by 8 p.m. in just a few hours. As the clock struck 8 p.m., Shen Ming reluctantly emerged from his bedroom. Having just indulged in skiing in the Alps, where he found himself alone on the slopes, able to return to the starting point with a mere thought, a delightful experience indeed. Yet, to welcome the players, he needed to momentarily pause this enjoyment. It was time to find an assistant to greet the players and address their inquiries in his stead. Upon entering the Hall of Grace, Shen Ming spotted Jiang Nan's most affectionate figure, Steel Hook, and the ever-optimistic Good Man A, animatedly engaged in conversation at a round table. These 3 players were eager to join the excitement. With Dawn City steadily progressing and everyone fulfilling their respective roles, only 3 had been dispatched to welcome the newcomers. After all, they had already exchanged greetings on the forum and grown familiar in the chat group, and with the busy management tasks at hand, it wasn't essential to witness the newcomers' arrival firsthand. Everyone had traversed this process, and introductions could wait until after their manifestation. All hail the High Priest. Shen Ming nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to ignore them, as the celestial stars began to distort, the spatial rifts pulsating like a pea shooter. Launching 5 robed figures into the realm, he was soon met with a chorus of gasps and praises. Were it not for the occasional expletives, the accolades would have been even more melodious. However, Shen Ming had grown accustomed to it, patiently awaiting the flamboyant displays of the 5 newly manifested players. The first and second players behaved relatively normally, merely adjusting the length and width to their maximum settings, in line with the typical patterns of male players. As the third player began to draw, a peculiar aura enveloped him. Your square visage posed no issue, for many possess a square face. Yet the decision to render your head equally angular is perplexing. Are you attempting to cosplay a brick? The fourth player bore a striking resemblance to a certain male actor. With slight adjustments to his appearance, he became increasingly akin to the actor, until the likeness was uncanny, indistinguishable from the original. Shen Ming stood there, momentarily dazed, suddenly pondering whether this constituted an infringement of portrait rights. What if the actor were to join later? How would he explain? Your corporeal form has already traversed this virtual realm? Shen Ming shuddered at the thought, hoping such an encounter would be avoided. The final participant was yet another female player, who appeared utterly unconcerned with her physique, even opting to downsize her previously exaggerated features. Instead, she devoted herself to meticulously sculpting her face. Out of the 40 minutes allocated for initial character customization, she spent 38 perfecting her visage, and even as they prepared to descend, she still seemed unsatisfied. Perhaps this was the essence of true beauty obsession. Observing the new player gradually coalesce from mist, Shen Ming stifled a yawn. The pretentious charade was about to commence. Lo and behold, is that not Lu Chongfeng, the actor from Xianjian 17? Indeed, it is he. But which ID belongs to him? Surely it cannot be the real person, as nothing was mentioned in the group chat. A kind-hearted player, known for his unwavering demeanor, noticed the new female player scrutinizing them and leapt up to wave, proclaiming, "Welcome, Sisterhood of the Wilderness." It appeared the newcomer might be a benevolent soul. Embracing the spirit of admiration, Shen Ming shook off his lethargy, allowing a more profound aura to envelop him. "Welcome to the Hall of Grace," he intoned. "I am a devotee of the Graced One, the harbinger of blessings, and a messenger of the divine realm. You may refer to me as the High Priest." "Wow, this High Priest possesses a certain charm," they murmured. The forum had spoken highly of him, yet nothing compared to witnessing him in person. "Is this enchanting Lady Qing Jie or Xiaowei? She is quite stunning." "Brother, what were you thinking? Your square visage appears rather out of place," someone commented. Clearing his throat, Shen Ming continued, "The divine realm has crumbled. The old days are behind us, and all has become history. Yet a new era dawns. Our brethren have firmly established themselves on this very planet, erecting cities of the divine kingdom. As wayward souls graced by the divine, you must swiftly shed your confusion, descend here, and aid in the reconstruction of this kingdom, spreading the name of grace, so it may resonate throughout the globe. To all beings graced, may suffering cease." Upon hearing this, all the new players promptly made a gesture of grace, unified in their prayers. Make a note of this, Shen Ming thought. The narrative has shifted again. I commend this detail that adapts based on progression. Smiling, he endeavored to appear more amiable and addressed the newcomers. "Please, introduce yourselves." "By the grace. My name is Mo Chi Zhong Yanxiao. I am Shui Maoren's cat. I am, how awkward. I am 98 full direct bankruptcy." Deeply moved, Steel Straight Hook, who had been lurking in the background, chuckled heartily. It turned out that Bankruptcy Brother was indeed Brick Brother. His name and appearance were amusingly incongruous. "I am Qin Shi Huang Mo Dianmen. I am Li Fa Tri." The exquisite visage, a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, combined with a sultry, smoky voice, instantly captivated everyone present, including the good-natured player known as Ping A, as well as Shen Ming. Shen Ming cast several discerning glances at the fence tree, nodded slightly, and with a flourish of his long sleeves, gestured towards the veteran players, stating, "I have summoned the former denizens of the divine realm here. Should you have any inquiries, Feel free to engage with them. After you cleanse your bewilderment in the Hall of Grace, you shall descend, and the grace will bestow its favor upon you. With that, he turned and retreated, pushing open the bedroom door and stepping inside. To the players, however, it appeared as though the high priest had melded into the mist, gradually dissolving into the shadows. Wow, that was incredibly cool. This game is astounding. Chapter 76. This batch of players has some ideas the following day. After a night filled with fervent discussions and imaginative brainstorming, the third batch of players logged in punctually, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the high priest to conduct their ceremony and grant them skills. This time, all players were present, except for the solitary African penguin brother who was out in the wild. A portion of veteran players was in the strategic conference room, replenishing the map. Aptly named Loyal Dog Strike, it was indeed fitting. The misty door to the conference room was situated within the Hall of Grace, visible only to those who had purchased the map feature. New players, even when following the veterans to the door, could not discern its location. The experience of passing through the misty door was splendid. The new players listened to the elder player, Jiangnan's most affectionate, describe how the door did not require pushing. Upon stepping inside, they would feel a gentle pull, followed by a brief traversal through the fog, after which a perfect push would propel them out. They would then behold a grand square table, upon which lay the map of the player's consciousness reshaped, surrounded by ornate, hefty wooden chairs, alongside a massive whiteboard for writing. The method of writing was exceptionally intriguing. By swirling their fingers in the air to gather some mist, they could inscribe upon the whiteboard, and erasing it was as simple as a swift swipe of the hand, remarkably convenient. Where's the high priest? I can hardly wait. Hurry up. Amidst the players' anxious urgings, the high priest finally emerged from his bedroom. Praise the grace. The boisterous cheers from several male players nearly threatened to topple the dome, startling Shen Ming momentarily. Such exuberance, accompanied by eager yet slightly lecherous gazes, led him to surmise that these players might be intent on making quite the spectacle during today's granting ceremony. After signaling for everyone to gather, he meticulously reiterated the rules of the ritual, ultimately delivering the line that the new players had been eagerly anticipating. Now, you may articulate the abilities you desire. The 5 new players, clearly having prepared in advance, though filled with excitement and ready to spring into action, fell into an orderly silence as the NPC's words resonated. The first to speak was a player with the evocative name, "Do not underestimate the middle-aged and poor. I wish to possess the ability to pause time." As soon as he spoke, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Despite an extensive discussion yesterday in the NC group about various skills, including descriptions, costs, mechanisms, and scarcity, new players had yet to express their desires. Thus, today presented a novel surprise box for both veteran players and Shen Ming, leaving them uncertain about what would be unveiled. Veteran players anticipated the emergence of practical skills and commendable teammates, while Shen Ming looked forward to exciting skill combinations. Recalling Dog Brother's advice, he reminded himself not to underestimate those of modest means and supplemented his skill set. He could freeze time, ensnaring everyone in a state of temporal stasis while only he could move. Alas, the much-anticipated LSP had finally materialized. The forum's top-ranking skill had arrived. I find it hard to believe. It seems too much of a bug if others are rendered immobile. Even if such a skill exists, it would likely operate on a per-second basis, not per millisecond. As soon as those words left his lips, male players revealed knowing, mischievous grins, while female players exchanged disdainful glances. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, internally sighing that, given your meager consciousness of just over 100, distortion is your inevitable fate. Just as you wished. Buzz, True Sight. The name seems slightly off, distorted. I knew it. There's no way they would grant you such a bug skill. Mo Chi Zhong, Nianxiong seemed to have anticipated this, yet he still wished to test it. Indeed, it appeared to be distorted. He smacked his lips, revealing a bemused smile. Well, I can at least post about this on the forum. Time freeze is unfeasible. Next up, Shue's cat perked up, articulating clearly, I desire the ability to become invisible. Oh wow, this new generation has some substance. Brothers, I'm finished. Upon hearing this, Xianqing silently covered her head with her hands, feeling a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Ping A awaited the next description with keen interest. I hope this ability is not physical invisibility, but rather a form of consciousness-based invisibility. When I am observed by anyone, they will subconsciously overlook me, creating an effect akin to invisibility. and I wish for this skill to be active. Shue's cat was self-assured. He had been designing this ability for quite some time. When he first noticed the Calamity, this concept had already germinated in his mind. Just yesterday, he had engaged in extensive discussions with his devoted companion about various skills and cost hypotheses, leading to the current ability configuration. He believed that if it were physical invisibility, the cost might involve losing the ability to interact, hence his alternative approach. Schrodinger's invisibility. When you look at me, you fail to notice me, rather than my non-existence, allowing me to continue interacting with reality. When you cannot see me, it matters not whether I am invisible. Shen Ming's eyes lit up as he gazed at the logically astute Shue's cat, filled with admiration. This young player, who arrived with a slightly higher consciousness than others, indeed had something remarkable, incredible. Cat Brother's imaginative capacity resembles that of a novelist. By the way, did he mention what his work is called yesterday? As you wish. Buzz, consciousness, invisibility. What the heck? This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. I demand a skill reset. Shue's feline companion exhaled deeply, pondering the outcome and the associated costs. As long as they were not excessive, this would be an extraordinary skill indeed. Next, reflecting on the description of Shue's cat, he silently encouraged himself to articulate his thoughts more comprehensively. The ability I wish to replicate is an active skill. Upon acquiring an item, I can reproduce it flawlessly, with the replica maintaining identical functionality. Remarkable. According to the system's nature, those attempting to exploit bugs must tread carefully. Finally, someone reliable has emerged. If this skill materializes, it will undoubtedly propel players' advancement significantly. Gaining unlimited nesting dolls for free would lead to a straightforward conquest of the wasteland. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he mused that although the hope seemed faint, if successful, perhaps he could replicate the Staff of Life, allowing him to choose any location for resurrection. Unbelievable. As you wish. Buzz, absolute replication. What a revelation. Yes. With a triumphant fist pump, a look of exhilaration adorned his face, and his square head added a touch of adorability. Next, the first Emperor of Qin raised his hand, beaming with joy as he proclaimed, "My skill is rather straightforward. It allows me to scout from the grass. And I volunteer to be a reconnaissance agent." Applause resonated sparsely throughout the Hall of Divine Gifts, a testament to his awareness and commitment to the collective. Zheng is truly impressive. But why must it be from the grass? It seemed the first emperor pondered this as well, and he quickly clarified, "Oh, esteemed high priest, I wish to add that scouting from the grass is for concealment. Sentinels hidden in the grass remain unseen." As a seasoned MOBA support player, he understood that vision is paramount to victory, and if the skill succeeded, he could place his gaze wherever desired, observing anything he wished. As you wish. Buzz. I have the Treant. Next in line was the female player. The skills of the fence tree held little anticipation. She had discussed her aspirations with everyone the previous day. As a nomadic freelance artist living abroad, she thrived on inspiration and was an avid gamer, unable to tolerate any disruption to her enjoyment of the game. Thus, the skill she desired was one that enabled communication through consciousness within the Hall of Divine Gifts, addressing the language barrier that currently hinders the development of Dawn City. With this skill, she would secure a golden opportunity within the game. Should she charge for translations? Her mind brimmed with ideas as she articulated her desired skill. I wish for the ability to communicate effortlessly with anyone. I can understand what they say, and they can comprehend my words. This time, the applause was even more fervent, with nearly everyone joining in. Sister Tree's voice was extraordinary. It would be a shame if she did not pursue singing. How lovely her chirp was, sending my heart racing. Shen Ming felt immensely gratified, a smile gracing his features as he opened his arms, summoning the stars above. The swirling mist in the Hall of Divine Gifts reflecting his elation. This skill holds great utility. With it, interactions between the Federation and the natives would become possible. As you wish. Buzz, consciousness communication. Without a doubt, this is not a skill worth distorting. Thus, one should merely focus on its cost. The grace has arrived. When praising the grace, remember its teachings and contribute appropriately to the revival of the kingdom of God. With grace bestowed upon all beings, suffering dissipates. Chapter 77. The record of swiftest death as 5 newcomers emerged from the pile of firewood, witnessing the raucous laughter of the retreating drum and the loyal hound on strike. They felt the malice of seasoned players. What a damn legacy. However, soon this minor annoyance was overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. I dare not write such a tale. Is this not the realm of reality? Surely, I have traversed into another world. Do not persuade me otherwise. This cannot be a game. How extraordinary. Where are we? In the woods outside the base? Goodness, why can't I see? What on earth? Where are you all? Is the game bugged? Amidst the cacophony of praises, a sudden wail pierced the atmosphere, abruptly altering the tone. Observing Qin Shi Huang, who was grasping at his eyes with one hand while flailing in the air with the other, the nearest fence tree seized his hand and comforted him. Do not panic. We are here. Try releasing your hand and see. The retreating drum, with a serious demeanor, hurried over to support him. What happened? Wasn't everything fine in the Grace Hall? Hearing of a bug, a fellow exclaimed with excitement. Have we finally encountered a bug? What's wrong, Brother Ingjum? Perhaps log out and return to try again. Under the reassurance of his companions, Qin Shi Huang gradually calmed down. The game felt so vividly real that for a moment, he believed he had truly gone blind. After all his senses remained, and the sudden loss of sight was indeed quite frightening. All right, let me log in again and see if anyone can assist me. Before he could finish his sentence, a wooden stick struck his neck, rendering him unconscious. The benevolent figure, holding the staff of life, stuck out his tongue. I am not causing trouble. I am helping. Ah yes, you are quite right. Everyone waited in place, engaging in idle conversation. After a while, Qin Shi Huang gradually regained consciousness, a look of deep sorrow upon his face. This is intolerable. I still cannot see. What on earth is happening? This should not be the case. The loyal hound scratched his chin, pondering. Could it be the cost? What is your skill, Shi Huang? I poking. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang froze, abruptly flipping himself off the ground in shock. What the hell is the cost blindness? What kind of nonsense is this? As he attempted to activate his skill, an obscure knowledge surged into his mind, and he instantaneously comprehended the mechanism of his ability. I have a bone to pick today. The retreating drum, intrigued, crossed his arms and inquired. Do enlighten us. What is the situation? The function of the eye of the tree spirit is to place one's eyeball onto a tree, thereby gaining vision. As he spoke, he reached up and dislodged his right eyeball from its socket. Goodness, my brother, this is not something to toy with. You are not Su Huang. The fence tree widened its eyes, mouth agape in disbelief, exclaiming, is this game not exceedingly sinister? The loyal dog-ass strike and the retreating drum have become all too familiar. In this realm of virtual reality, where the impossible may indeed unfold. Questions arose. What is the cost? The cost is that my vision only emerges when my eyes are perched upon a tree or a piece of wood. With a chuckle, he raised his eyes and continued, Come, good brother, lend me a hand and take me to the base of that tree. The retreating drum arched an eyebrow, guiding him step by step until they reached a tree. Emperor Qin felt about for the switch, steadied himself against the grand trunk, and thrust his eye toward the bark. In an instant, the eye made contact, transforming into countless fine threads that merged seamlessly with the tree. Suddenly, his vision illuminated, akin to the awakening of dawn. And he could finally see. He beheld the retreating drum waving at him in his own body. I am utterly astonished. How can this virtual simulation grant a third-person perspective? This is beyond comprehension. Brother Shi Huang, he called out, can you see it? Indeed, though my sight is anchored in the tree. I can see you in my own form. Laughter erupted among the trees, with deep affection tenderly caressing the trunk, searching for his eye. What are you doing, deep affection? Have you licked my eye? I can't see it. It is indeed invisible. I cannot locate it. The crowd nodded in approval. They praised the reliability of the divine gift, asserting that when it was said to be invisible, it was indeed so. And when it was said to be an eye insertion, it was a true insertion. I never anticipated such a method of eye insertion, they mused. But it is rather reasonable. So, you must throw your eye onto the tree to see? Yes, it is indeed peculiar. I now control my body. Yet there is a sense of tearing. My vision remains static while my body moves. It feels as if I am playing a game, in a third-person perspective. Yet all other senses are intact. The loyal dog chuckled for a long while, gathering his thoughts to say, this is a minor issue. We shall craft a wooden spectacle and affix the lenses to return to the first-person view. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qin's eyes lit up with excitement. Brilliant, brother dog. How did I not think of that? All right then, let us return to the base. Others can test their skills later. This is a waste of time. And there will be more mines at the base. The retreating drum laughed heartily, beckoning everyone to commence their journey back. With the assistance of his companions, Emperor Qin placed 2 small wooden sticks on his ears, pried his eyes from the tree, and removed his right eye, discarding them above. However, the distance between the 2 eyes felt strange and made walking somewhat cumbersome. After a while, the new players attempted to grasp their skills, but unless preconditions were established, the cost remained elusive, only revealed through experience. Meanwhile, Shue's cat could no longer contain its curiosity. It believed trying its skills would not hinder the group's return, as both stealth and visibility involved movement. Thus, it addressed the crowd. I am exceedingly curious. Let me give it a try. At worst, I will return invisibly with you. The allure of invisibility captivated the group, and eager nods encouraged it to proceed. Shue's cat observed the crowd, a thought crossing its mind. Yet, nothing occurred. Astonishingly, it had truly vanished. This was utterly outrageous. It could only be described as a bug. Hey, are you still there, cat? Indeed, I remain right here. Can you not see me? Cat. Cat. Goodness, it hasn't run away, has it? Shue's cat stared wide-eyed at the people frantically searching for it, unable to convey its presence. Initially, it felt a twinge of panic, but soon an overwhelming sense of delight washed over it. How magnificent! It had genuinely become invisible. Witnessing the anxious expressions of those searching for it, utterly convinced of its authenticity. Unbeatable indeed. It chuckled quietly, circling the group twice. Surely, there must be some reaction? Did it run off on its own, or was it simply enjoying the spectacle? The loyal canine, also curious, noticed the skill had indeed succeeded. It had vanished from sight. Yet, why had it not responded after all this time? After searching in vain, the loyal canine finally shouted, "Brother Cat, please follow us. We cannot see you, nor do we understand your silence. If the price of your invisibility is silence, then so be it. Accompany us back." They nodded in agreement, having found no trace of the cat, and continued toward their stronghold. However, just as they turned to proceed, Shue's cat suddenly found itself engulfed in darkness. Connection lost. Chapter 78. A copy, yet not a copy as it was situated near the encampment. They arrived shortly thereafter. Gazing at the low-lying settlement, the rows of wooden houses behind it, and the towering city walls in the distance, the new players were filled with nostalgia. Had this wall still not been completed after all this time? At the current pace of merely 3 meters a day, they were fortunate that painting and excavating had consumed a considerable amount of manpower. Otherwise, the villagers would have been utterly idle. While leading the group into the settlement, the loyal canine commented, "At present, all players reside within the encampment. A gate has been opened at the back, leading to the tribal living area. New housing and administrative structures are under construction. However, due to the prolonged petrification period, we can only manage a half-day's work on the wall, rest for a while, and then erect another building before logging off. A few houses have already been constructed in the new town, and several wooden structures have also been erected. Should you wish to reside there, you may do so. In the future, you can inquire with Dog Brother about purchasing a home with your merit points." Goodness, we must spend money to buy houses in the game? The loyal canine chuckled. Living in the settlement is free, akin to a novice village. To secure better accommodations, one must pay, as employing Shuangquang for construction has costs, after all. With that, he produced several uniquely designed stone coins for the crowd to see. These are the current currency of Dawn City, merit coins, primarily used for transactions with NPCs or hiring them for tasks. Of course, the prices in the city are currently fluctuating and have yet to stabilize. Whether one profits or incurs losses depends on one's own acumen. At today's rates, 100 merit coins could suffice for 2 days' worth of meals. How on earth are these made? Surely, they cannot be mere stones. Otherwise, they would be easily replicated. How could it be? We procured some robust stones, which we first had Brother Drum pulverize, then mixed with the Staff of Life, allowing the chaotic essence to reshape it. Each coin of grace bears the emblem of the game, imbued with the aura of the staff, making imitation impossible. The chaotic bull, the master of coinage. Currently, he bears multiple responsibilities, overseeing land, city construction, and minting. With your arrival, it would be fortuitous if you could assist in alleviating some of the burdens. At that moment, the muscular giant approached, holding a pouch filled with grace coins. He observed the new players surveying the village and chuckled. This is a welcome gift for novices. 100 coins for each of you. Additionally, you may sell your robes. There is a little NPC girl named Huagu, who operates a tailor shop in the last house at the back of the village, where you can exchange some coins for goods. The fence tree, intrigued, blinked and inquired, "Are there new garments for sale?" Only leather jackets and modified women's lingerie from the robes. Nothing else remains, as the robes have all been repurposed. Why only you four? Where is Schrödinger? He has vanished, gone without a trace. The loyal hound, sensing something amiss, barked a few words and suggested, I shall log out to check. He does not strike me as an unreliable individual. Having reached financial ruin at level 98 without further concern, he picked up a grace coin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I am not merely copying, he thought, and with a flick of his mind, the coin in his left hand vanished, while an identical coin materialized in his right fist. The good-natured individual, known for her impeccable conduct, noticed this transformation and approached, gazing curiously at the bankrupt left hand. Did you use a skill? Was it not a mere duplication? Why did it disappear? The despondent figure of bankruptcy, with a forlorn expression, extended his hand holding the duplicate coin towards the puzzled onlookers and lamented, what a load of nonsense. This skill can only replicate a time-limited item, and the cost is the sacrifice of the original. Upon hearing this, the arriving iron hook patted the shoulder of old Six beside him and remarked, Behold, there exists a skill even more futile than ours. Laughter erupted as the good-natured individual doubled over, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, giving bankruptcy a thumbs up. The combination of the square-headed and bitter-faced figures was simply irresistible. Indeed, soon after, the coin in his right hand began to fade away. Trash, all of it. I am done for. Iron Hook approached, chuckling while offering solace. Do not fret. You merely have yet to locate its purpose, haha. What about you, Emochi? What of your skill, the moment of true sight? Ahem, I have already employed it secretly. Upon using the skill, one enters a peculiar state, where one's reflexes and neural activity are significantly heightened, along with an enhancement of the five senses. I did sway my body a few times earlier, but I noticed none of you observed it. The effect bears no resemblance to time stopping, merely a brief acceleration of one's reactions and movements, lasting only a short while. Emochi, a middle-aged individual of modest means, pointed to his nose and continued, the cost is the random loss of one's sense. This time, it has been my sense of smell. Since earlier, I have realized that I can detect no sense. It is rather conventional. You have accelerated in your own pace. Yet in comparison to others, you seem to have slowed down. There is a peculiar connection to the notion of time standing still, reminiscent of ethereal states in other games. As for you, Lady Muna, I may require an NPC. Just as the words left my lips, Shen approached with Muna in tow. Muna gazed at the newly attired player, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of crimson. Today, the divine emissaries have welcomed a new divine envoy back. And this lady is truly exquisite, surpassing even Lady A in beauty. Lifetree observed Shen and smiled, gesturing for Muna to engage in conversation. Then quieted her mind to listen attentively to Muna's words. Greetings to you all. Alas, it was quite nerve-wracking. Muna, please refrain from speaking standard Mandarin. Deep Affection was eagerly awaiting Lifetree to translate, only to realize she understood it herself. Muna, noticing Deep Affection's anxious demeanor, felt her own face heat up. Uncertain of what to say, she glanced toward Shen, who encouraged her with a supportive gaze, and said, I did not learn well. This phrase was in the wild tongue, and Lifetree comprehended it effortlessly. The skill proved most useful. She understood each word's corresponding meaning without any strain. Consequently, she chuckled and translated for everyone. She said, Oh my goodness. Suddenly, Lifetree's countenance flushed a deep red, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with embarrassment and disbelief. Under the inquisitive gazes of those around her, her face grew even warmer, as if competing with Muna to see who could turn redder. After much inner turmoil, she did not lower her hands but instead stammered, I understood the cost of communication. How humiliating it was. The price of conscious exchange was a prolonged bout of physiological stuttering. The cost is stuttering? Shen observed Lifetree's crimson visage, unable to suppress the curve of her lips. With a chuckle, Iron Hook gazed curiously at Lifetree's face and mouth for a moment, teasingly remarked, Here stands the mute bride, Lifetree. Perhaps you should change your name to Stuttering Tree. Fuming with embarrassment and anger, Lifetree hurled a coin from her hand, striking Iron Hook squarely in the forehead. I do not.